Chapter 6601, Reforging Traditional Swordsmanship. Kedis tackled her missions with a renewed sense of optimism and motivation. Vess knew that she would shape up eventually. She was not as weak and fragile as other Mech designers. Although the long-term isolation from her family and support network was abrupt, she was a trooper who overcame many challenges. This was just a different kind of test than the more direct combat-related ones. Kedis soon found her own groove as well. She alternated her time between designing mechs, conducting research, and expanding her grasp on swordsmanship. As the latest bearer of the Heaven Sword, Kedis already recognized that she was much more special than the other swordmasters, such as President Fred Waylinsky. Even if she did not lead the Red Swordsmanship Federation herself, her teachings already influenced large parts of the official body of swordsmanship in the Red Ocean. She was pretty much the Heaven Sword saint in all but name and rank. It did not matter that she refused to sacrifice her own swordsmanship accumulation in order to gain immediate mastery of the arts that allowed her to draw out the greater potential of the legendary blade. She did not feel tempted at all at the prospect of being able to gain so much combat power that she could probably give a greater phase whale a run for his money. That was because she knew for certain that the instant acquisition of a whole foreign sword style, with its own separate principles and philosophy, would end her forward progression. No Heaven Sword saint managed to make any meaningful improvements in his acquired swordsmanship since they became the bearer of the grand work. Sure, these past cases did not serve as perfect references, as the Heaven Sword was stuck in low-power mode back in the Milky Way, but Kedis did not think her situation was all that different. As a Mech designer as well as a disciplined swordmaster, she highly valued the gains made through her own efforts. Just like how Vess repeatedly warned her that relying too much on the system would cause her to atrophy her technical problem-solving capabilities, inheriting a highly mature and developed sword style would cause her to be unable to improve it due to her lacking experience and insights. This was why she decided to adopt another approach to the gifts of the Heaven Sword. She decided to digest its teachings on an incremental basis. Instead of allowing the Heaven Sword to dump a huge chunk of its high-end inheritance straight into her mind like an enlightenment fruit, she insisted on taking old-fashioned lessons as if she was apprenticing herself to its past wielders. Ha! Kedis performed series of sharp and impactful strikes with her Bloodsinger. Despite the formidable length, mass, and density of the exquisite greatsword, Kedis wielded it with a highly familiar degree of power and control. Greatswords actually weren't that slow or heavy, but it was easy to make mistakes and leave yourself open to counterattacks. They were also pretty impractical to use in confined spaces, and way more exhausting to use over a longer period of time. Despite all of these disadvantages, they had their charm. Enemies always became intimidated by their sight, and they were excellent at clearing spaces. In Mech combat, greatswords were considerably more practical. Swordsman Mechs could be designed with stronger arms and artificial musculature, as Kedis had done many times. She had gained a huge amount of proficiency in optimizing mechs for wielding these large and formidable blades. Baseline humans were nowhere close to good at wielding proportional greatswords as the likes of the Second Sword, and more recently, the Storm Sword. Genetic modifications and other augmentations could close the gap to an extent, but the human physique could only be molded so much before they reached a limit. Becoming a swordmaster partially broke a few of those physical limitations, but the scope was still limited. Kedis showed no sign of feeling deterred by these material limitations. This was because she understood that the true essence of extraordinary swordsmanship centered around the manipulation of energy rather than just the blade. That did not mean that knowing how to wield a sword in a proficient manner was not important. The sword was the foundation that extraordinary swordsmanship rested upon. It was the wand that wizards used to cast their deadly spells. It was the mech that high-ranking mech pilots used to amplify their willpower and distort reality. As Kedis developed more and more insights and theories about the essence of swordsmanship, she eventually discovered that her existing paradigms could no longer keep up with her brainstorming. In order for Kedis to make sense of her explorations, she decided to set aside all of her prior theories and assumptions and start from a blank slate. A typical swordmaster would never have the guts or ability to do this, as they were warriors first and foremost. Kedis was not a typical swordmaster. She was a journeyman Mech designer. She was trained and educated to conduct research and development. This was merely another R&D project as far as she was concerned. The sword maiden Mech designer probably wouldn't have committed herself to such a massive project under the current times. The Red Tide offensive was steadily working up to a climax. Kedis felt she needed to arm her sisters with the best mechs and arms as quickly as possible. She also felt an obligation to keep herself as combat-capable as possible. There was no time for her to take advantage of the Heaven Sword's generosity and explore the fundamentals of swordsmanship. She would have felt much more inclined to learn immediate applications of this potent grand work. Entering the system space and taking a lengthy break from the main universe ended up being a blessing in this regard. With much more time at her disposal, she could invest herself in a longer project without feeling harried by her enormous workload. The separation from her family, her confidantes, and the rest of the Larkinson clan also turned out to be a blessing in disguise. Kedis did not realize how much her daily entanglements burdened her down and prevented her from spending long periods of time on deep philosophical ponderings. She actually discovered the benefits of isolating herself so that she could solely concentrate on her obsessions. No wonder Vess was able to make so many wonderful gains at times. Kedis therefore approached her new undertaking with greater and greater enthusiasm. By employing the scientific method to reconstruct her theory on swordsmanship, Kedis was able to discard a lot of useless and outdated baggage. This forced her to ponder over a large amount of basic questions. What is a sword? How do the properties of a sword affect one's swordsmanship? What is swordsmanship? What is a swordmaster? What makes a sword saint greater than a swordmaster? These were basic questions that Kedis could readily answer based on her old theories, but she refused to adopt this brain-dead method. She needed to make an effort to formulate her own arguments based on the most basic axioms. As long as she did this often enough, she could steadily build up a new theoretical framework that was untainted by the mistakes and biased interpretations of her predecessors. Kedis did not entirely understand why she felt an increasing desire to forge a brand new start for traditional swordsmanship, but she could not get rid of this obsession. With the occasional hints and support from the Heaven Sword, Kedis was able to make brisk progress in reconstructing a theory on swordsmanship. The female swordmaster did not consider her activities to be a burden or a waste of time. Even if she spent precious time on reinventing the wheel instead of completing another lucrative mission, Kedis believed her investment in the fundamentals was worth the equivalent of thousands of ascension points. This was because she became increasingly more determined to upend the existing paradigms of traditional swordsmanship and reforge it into a form that was adapted to the circumstances in the Red Ocean. Traditional swordsmanship is powerful, but it is also flawed. Kedis summed up her thoughts. Extraordinary willpower is an amazing energy medium. It is born from human conviction and amplified by sword technique through the phenomenon known as resonance. Yet, there is a limit to how extensively willpower can bend reality. The law of conservation of energy still applies even if I don't have a full understanding of all of the relevant variables. All I need to know is that the willpower of a swordmaster is the starting point rather than the destination. She continued to swing the bloodsinger in a sharp and piercing manner that bore a striking resemblance to Saint Decee's newly acquired mastery over the metal element. With every strike, her bloodsinger cut the air with a slightly sharper edge. What was remarkable was that this incremental improvement never stopped. Ever since Kedis came into contact with the Heaven Sword Association, she became fascinated by its enduring legacy of traditional swordsmanship. It completely overtook the inferior and more primitive forms of swordsmanship practiced by caddies and her fellow sisters in the past. In the ensuing years, caddies continued to master the existing tenets of traditional swordsmanship, as she wholeheartedly believed in the superiority of its existing paradigms. Yet now that caddies took stock of her current understanding and evaluated it from a fresh perspective, she realized that she was pursuing a dead end all this time. While she certainly learned a lot of valuable lessons from the traditions of the Heavensword Association, caddies no longer blindly took its gospel as the absolute truth. According to her new theories, the practice of traditional swordsmanship in the Milky Way was more like a helpless devolution. The swordsmanship demonstrated by the past wielders of the Heavensword was much richer and more magnificent. She saw very little of that splendor in the more basic sword styles in use today. That did not necessarily mean that the swordmasters the Milky Way were fundamentally wrong. They were merely limited by their environment. They were like third-class mech designers who could only design weak and basic mechs. Until recently, Caddies and Desi had both been trying to develop their swordsmanship, as if they were still third-class mech designers. In truth, their conditions had already improved to the point where they earned the qualifications to promote to second-class mech designers. They could design much richer and more varied mech designs now that they could make use of better and more powerful means. Saint Desi only just managed to complete this life-changing transition by successfully discovering her affinity towards the metal element. Caddies took inspiration from her sister's successful ascension. As a witness to this profound breakthrough, the swordmaster wondered how she could replicate this process to make it suitable for swordmasters. Swordmasters and expert pilots share the same root. What separates an expert pilot from an ace pilot is the formation of a saint kingdom. Then, if a swordmaster wants to become a sword saint, he must do whatever it takes to generate a domain field of his own. According to Vest's teachings, a domain was the characteristic property of cultivators of the second major rank. Every cultivator at this level acquired a domain in one form or another. What is a domain? The best explanation that caddies could come up with was that it was an energy field that channeled the inner strength of an entity of the second major cultivation rank. What is inner strength? Was it one's conviction? Was it the artistic conception of Kai cultivators? Was it the overwhelming belief in one's own self? Perhaps it is all of this and more, at least as far as swordmasters are concerned. Although Caddies was not able to come up with solid answers to every question, she believed she was steadily making progress in constructing a fresh new paradigm of swordsmanship. She spent hours writing down her notes in a virtual document. She frequently examined her words and either erased or rewrote them if they failed to meet her high standards. Over the course of several weeks and months, these writings gradually evolved into an increasingly more coherent manual. A manual of reformed swordsmanship. Chapter 6602, The Theory of Reformed Swordsmanship. Time seemed to blur as Caddies continued to invest in her effort to reshape her entire cognition and interpretation of swordsmanship. Her latest project had become an obsession to the ambitious swordmaster. Caddies could no longer extricate herself from her current purpose. She still made sure to reserve parts of her weekly schedule on completing missions, but they became less important to her. She would rather invest entire days pondering over the truth of gaining power through wielding swords. To Caddies, the sword had become more than just a weapon. Trying to find answers to the question of what a sword actually meant to a practitioner caused her to develop a lot of wild tangents on the possible answers. She needed time to explore their viability and test her possible theories by performing empirical tests whenever possible. Though Vess noticed that his former student was spending an increasing amount of time on activities that weren't directly related to earning more AP, he merely shook his head and let her do as she wished. Caddies was an adult who could make her own decisions. even if her latest pet project adversely impacted his own plans. Vess was not selfish enough to stand in the way of a creator who was earnestly pursuing her passion. Besides, he trusted her to spend her time wisely and provide a great yield at the end. Ascension points were not the only form of profit that they could earn during this marathon. Slowly but surely, Kedys felt she was making real progress towards developing a new paradigm, one that made sense in the current day and age. She occasionally debated with Vess about his own perspectives on living mechs and cultivation science, and occasionally incorporated that information in her increasingly more refined virtual document. The text had become more than just a set of organized notes. She consciously changed its phrasing, structure, and formatting so that it offered better instructions to other readers. She even began to give it a new name to reflect its great purpose. After Kedys puzzled out her theories, she eventually sat back and let out a deep breath. The swordmaster looked tired, but also satisfied in a way that she hadn't felt in a long time. This was because she did it. She not only completed the first draft of her text, but also completed the foundation of her new approach towards swordsmanship. Although she had yet to test all of her hypotheses, she felt that its pieces fit together so well that there was no way her work was off the mark. At most, she needed to fill up more gaps and make a few adjustments to her initial draft. As far as the core theories were concerned, Kedys had gathered too many clues to believe she had gone astray. She immediately felt the urge to share her new gains, so she automatically turned towards the man she trusted the most in these kinds of matters. Vess, Kedys, you look as if you have just lifted a huge burden off your shoulder. Are you finally done with your latest endeavor? The woman eagerly nodded as if she was 10 years younger. I did it. Everything is clear to me now. By taking the time to start over from scratch and create my own theoretical framework, I have devised a new paradigm that has given me far greater clarity than anything else I have read or heard. I don't deserve all of the credit, as the Heaven Sword has given me a few hints here and there, but I tried my best to base my theoretical underpinnings on proven phenomena. That is why I am confident that my new text can serve as a new instruction manual for all of the sword practitioners in the Red Ocean. This not only includes swordmasters, but also mech pilots who specialize in swordsmanship. Vess could sense that Kedys deliberately emphasized that last remark. Have you found a commonality between traditional swordsmanship and mech piloting? I did, Vess. I don't want to use the term traditional swordsmanship to describe my new vision. It sounds old-fashioned and creates the impression that all sword practitioners must value tradition over innovation. That is completely wrong in my opinion. I prefer to use the term reformed swordsmanship. This shows that while I have learned from some of the gains of the past, I have consciously repurposed it to fit our changing circumstances. I like to think of it as an evolution of the swordsmanship tradition of the Heaven Sword Association. Vess grew more intrigued about her theories. Even if he was not a sword practitioner himself, there were many parallels between swordmasters and mech pilots. Understanding one profession could advance his understanding of the other profession. The two mech designers began to sit down. Kedys proceeded to transfer a virtual document to Vess. This is my first draft. It is rather thick and lengthy, but many sections describe specific sword practice instructions that you can skip. You should pay attention to the purely theoretical chapters instead. I will summarize my findings and hypotheses while you read. Vess glanced at the title of the large document. The Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship by Kedys Larkinson. That sounds remarkably plain and boring. There is no need for me to sensationalize the title. The swordmaster shrugged. The title reflects the contents. It is meant to be the definitive text on the new model of swordsmanship that I wish to spread across the Red Ocean. Everyone else has been practicing their swordsmanship blindly all of this time. I don't blame them, as they never received proper instruction from sword practitioner who actually knows what he or she is doing. Now that I have come and solved this long-standing problem, they have no excuse to remain ignorant anymore. Do you realize how much arrogance you exude when you say that? You sound as if you think that every sword practitioner aside from you is wrong and needs to go back to your school in order to take remedial lessons. That is a deliberate choice on my part. Kedis viciously grinned. I do not think that there are swordmasters who have figured out the nature of swordsmanship better than I. If they think they know better, they are welcome to challenge me. If they can defeat me with their swordsmanship or their argumentation, then I will readily admit my inferiority. My goal is to create a new future for swordsmen and swordswomen. I don't care whether I will earn the greatest credit in the end. I just want people to engage in critical thinking and stop following old traditions solely because their parents and teachers have done the same. The more she spoke about her purpose, the more driven she appeared. Vess' appreciation for Kedis grew as she truly sounded as if she had made a groundbreaking invention. If that is the case, then explain your new theoretical framework to me. How do you think that people should approach extraordinary swordsmanship? Kedis raised her hand and projected a model that resembled a triangle. Reformed swordsmanship is centered around 3 variables. These are the central pillars that grant swordmasters the ability to wield an artifact to defeat enemies far beyond the means of ordinary humans with blades in their hands. These variables are heaven, earth, and man. They are intrinsically related to Kai cultivation, artifact cultivation, and willpower cultivation, respectively according to your terminology. Regardless of what you call them, they form the trifecta that every reformed sword practitioner must master in order to become stronger, develop their own domains, and ultimately attain their godhood. Vess straightened his back as he heard this familiar terminology. I have heard references of this trifecta in other ancient cultivation texts. Kedis jerked her head towards the grand work that was peacefully sticking onto her back. The Heaven Sword taught me that. I have no reason to reject its suggestion. I do not inherently object to old theory. It just has to make sense in order to earn a place in my new paradigm. That is a rational approach to take. I approve. Can you elaborate on this trifecta? Why, certainly. I believe that you already possess a good impression on what they stand for, but I can assure you that the meaning that I have ascribed to them does not entirely match your interpretation. Let me start with the origin, which is heaven. Not man, Vess questioned. No. The reason why I want to start with heaven is because it is the reason why everything else is possible. Without the matter and energy spawned from the universe, the galaxies and the stars around us, none of us would exist and be able to do all of the stuff we have done in our lifetimes. I can talk all day about this, but in the most immediate context of reformed swordsmanship, heaven specifically stands for the E-energy that is the most easily accessible source of extraordinary power for all cultivators, not just sword practitioners. There is no reason for any human swordmaster to reject its usage. Relying on earth and man alone has never allowed us to produce our own sword saint. Only by adding in this new variable can we complete the circle. I see. Vess looked mildly impressed. That makes sense. That is one of the reasons why Deci was able to advance to the rank of ace pilot. Kedis continued her explanation. Earth is next. As I have mentioned earlier, everything related to Earth is spawned from heaven. Earth can have different meanings to people. To some, it refers to the literal planet that they are standing on. To others, it represents the raw matter that can be mined and harvested from planets and asteroids. To me, it represents all of the raw materials as well as the products that can be manufactured from it. A reformed sword practitioner cannot fight like one if he does not use the bounty of Earth to use as a focus of his power and to use its inherent material properties to defeat his foes. So Earth in this case is the philosophical representation of the sword in your hand. Yes. But that is not a complete answer. Earth stands for so much more. It can signify the personal shield generators that we are both wearing to protect us from attacks. It can represent the suits of combat armor that we use to protect ourselves from damage and environmental hazards. In a more extreme case, it can even represent a carmine mech and the mech sword in its loadout. That sounded like an ambitious definition. Does that mean that carmine mechs have a place in your new model of swordsmanship? The swordmaster's confidence sapped a little. To be honest, I am not sure. This is one of the unproven assumptions I devised. Let us leave this aside for the time being and move to the third variable, which is man. This variable represents the self, the human who is shaped by both heaven and earth. A reformed sword practitioner may lose access to both of these variables for whatever reason, but they can never let go of man because that represents the foundation of their existence. If heaven is the rim of a wheel while earth stands for its spokes, then man serves as the axle in the center. A wheel. Vess loved the visualization, even though he did not fully understand what he was supposed to read from this analogy. So reformed swordsmanship is a wheel that consists of 3 essential components. How does that benefit your sword practice? Only a complete wheel can move forward, Kedis succinctly replied. The wheels of all of the swordmasters that I have met in the past are incomplete. In the better situations, they can still roll forward, but the ride is so bumpy and takes so much energy to advance that their progress has slowed to the point they can never make a breakthrough in their lifetimes. This aptly describes the situation of most swordmasters, both the majority who reside in the old galaxy and the minority who reside in the red ocean. What about the less optimistic cases? Kedis grimaced. Their wheels are so flawed that they either collapse or are unable to make progress no matter how long they can live. I count the Heaven Sword saints of the past and present among them. Due to inheriting the grand work, their heaven score has improved while their earth score has skyrocketed. However, the reason why they have doomed their futures is because their man score has plunged to the bottom. When the axle of a wheel has broken, the entire foundation has turned hollow. I always understood this on an instinctual level, but now that I have formed a proper theory, I can finally present a logical argument. Chapter 6603, Sword Packs. So what exactly is the significance of your theoretical model? Vess asked. Aside from the use of fancy terms, your description has not exactly introduced anything that sounds practical and immediately applicable. What is a swordmaster supposed to do with your teachings? Kedis crossed her arms. You should have noticed that I used the word score. That is deliberate on my part, because I want every sword practitioner to start evaluating on how well they score in terms of heaven, earth, and man. They can use a numerical scale, such as 1 to 100, or a letter scale, such as D to S. They can even use a simplistic binary scale, such as weak to strong, if they can't be bothered with finer distinctions. What matters is that every sword practitioner must make an effort to quantify their progress in how extensively they mastered heaven, earth, and man at their respective ranks. That will tell them what they need to improve the most. Vess immediately tried to put this instruction into practice. Let's start with a typical swordmaster from the Heaven Sword Association. If I have to judge his score, I would say that his heaven score is D, his earth score C, and his man score is A. Their willpower is probably top-notch, but willpower cultivation alone is not enough for them to break through. The swordmasters of the old galaxy are hindered by the deprivation of the power of heaven. This has also made it so that most of the swordmasters in the new frontier are still not used to leveraging E-energy radiation. Kedis nodded in agreement. The way you scored typical swordmasters is close to my own interpretation. You are right that we are still new to mastering the potential of heaven. You are also correct that swordmasters have impressive willpower, that it has formed a source of extraordinary power by itself. As for Earth, no swordmaster has developed the proper techniques to tap into the power of their equipment. That is partially because no one has been able to forge a proper sword artifact in the past. The swords wielded by the Heaven Sworders are excellent products of modern engineering, but they lack the qualities that can turn them into full artifacts. What distinguishes a regular material sword from a sword artifact? Vess asked an important question. The female swordmaster replied by taking hold of the floating bloodsinger and partially drawing out its remarkable blade. As you know, my Bloodsinger started out as a normal CFA-issued weapon all the way back when we entered the Starlight Megalodon. I remember, Caddies, you repeatedly modified and upgraded your personal sword. Even if you haven't used any of the proper traditional blacksmithing techniques, it has sort of evolved into a low-level artifact under your care. Your weapon has especially benefited from long-term exposure to Sharpie's willpower baptism. Caddies smiled. This shows that before I created my new theory, I instinctively understood the value of nurturing my Bloodsinger. However, I cannot consider my efforts in doing so a qualified success. My Earth score should therefore be rather low, just like all of the other swordmasters who have carried their weapons by their side for many decades. Almost every swordmaster does it, but I find it incredibly absurd that no one has truly made an effort to explain why this is beneficial and why their current methods failed to make a meaningful difference. Her explanation made sense. It was all well and good to treat their swords like cherished possessions and ascribe greater meaning into them than mere physical objects, but without solid results, it all amounted to superstition in the end. So how do you intend to turn this pseudoscience into an actual working solution? By taking a page out of your book, she replied. I do not know how other sword practitioners have managed to do it in the past. I suspect that they are able to acquire much more developed sword artifacts that are specially designed and forged to conduct binding rituals. I cannot think of another way for a sword cultivator to increase his utilization of a sword artifact aside from forming a bond that can bring them together. Witnessing your Carmine Mechs turn ordinary people into Mech pilots leads me to believe that there is great potential in this. The necessity for peak ace pilots to merge with their prospective god Mechs is another piece of evidence that backs up my hypothesis. In other words, every swordmaster aside from the Heaven Sword, Saint failed to make substantial progress because they never successfully explored a way to increase the utilization of their weapons. What you are describing is artifact cultivation, Vess stated. Yes, artifact cultivation is the right phrase to use when it comes to this, Vess. In my new manual, I wrote that a reformed sword practitioner cannot make enough progress unless he raises his Earth score. There are not many proven and reliable means to do so at the moment, but one of the methods that I have suggested is to convert a favorite weapon into a life sword. A life sword. Keddies grinned wider. It is exactly what you think it is. It is the deliberate choice to form a permanent bond with a sword artifact that is capable of accepting it. If the bond is successfully formed, a contract exists between the two, just like your blood pact. Both of them shall prosper together. While I have attempted to soften the terms of the contract so that it can still enable the sword practitioner to wield other swords, the effect will not be as good in most cases. That was a rather clever idea. Keddies clearly wanted to imitate the model of the Carmine system to empower her reformed swordsmanship, but she did not blindly copy all of its traits. She put her own spin on the concept and tried to make it less restrictive and more palatable to everyone. Whether it would actually work was uncertain, but Vess applauded her initiative. What do you call your version of the blood pact, then? A life sword pact. It is the most extreme and sacred pact that I have devised up to this point. You created more. Keddies nodded. I did. Why would I stop with one? The life sword pact has the potential to produce the most dramatic results, but the downsides are equally as severe, just like the blood pact it was modeled after. In order to accommodate the needs and circumstances of other sword practitioners, I have tried to develop other possible sword pacts. I have written them down in the manual, but I have made sure to warn my readers that it is all based on unsubstantiated theories. This is one of the reasons why the current text is only a draft rather than the final version. Vess quickly scrolled down the virtual document he received and focused on one of the chapters in the Earth section. He quickly became impressed by the amount of packs that Keddies managed to devise. Her imagination must have been working in overdrive when she wrote this chapter. Interesting, interesting. What is the premise behind the mother-child sword pact? That is an answer to sword practitioners who want to enjoy most of the benefits of a life sword pact, but still want to wield many more words, Ketty said. The idea is for a sword practitioner to form a pact with a sword that is especially designed to shed pieces. As long as the pact has developed to a point, it should theoretically be possible to split the sword pieces and turn them into children that are still somewhat connected to the sword practitioner. They can subsequently be reformed into full swords. If this works as well as I hope, then the loss of a child sword will only set the sword practitioner back on a temporary basis. The idea sounded rather similar to the premise behind the Fey Fianna, but the details were naturally different. Ketty's relied too much on her assumptions and not enough on actual proof for this particular idea. The Spirit Sword Pact sounds interesting. This is another idea that is based on your work, Vess. The idea is to form a pact with a companion spirit that is shaped into a sword. As long as the conditions are right, the sword practitioner has successfully acquired a spirit sword. The two are much more tightly bound together and shouldn't have any compatibility problems. It is much easier to hide the spirit sword, but it is also not that useful to use against powerful physical targets. The best way to use the spirit sword is to temporarily imbue it into a physical sword so that the latter can gain additional power. Many Mech pilots with companion spirits were already doing this with their Mechs, so Vess knew that there was merit to this proposal. The only part that Vess was not certain about was whether it was possible for a swordmaster to treat a companion spirit like a literal sword. If Vess hadn't already created Blinky, he would have felt tempted to pursue this idea. Forming a spirit sword sounded fun. Ketty's came up with a few more sword pacts than that, such as a slave sword pact, an inheritance sword pact, a bone sword pact, and a planet sword pact. However, without proof to back up her increasingly more outrageous assumptions, it all sounded like fantasy. Don't pay too much attention to these other sword pacts, Ketty's advised. They are ultimately derived from the most foundational life sword pact, which possesses the strongest empirical backing. The ultimate goal of forming the concept of a sword pact is to tell every serious sword practitioner that they must bond with a sword if they want to promote the development of their own domains. This is exactly what I have been missing. Without a sword pact, my prior attempts to become a sword saint were ultimately ineffective. It sounds like you have managed to clear the fog that has kept you lost all of this time. This is incredibly valuable. Ketty's nodded in agreement. I have already decided to put my theory to the test. I am ready to form a life sword pact with my bloodsinger. What? This was a big deal. If this is anything like the Carmine Pact, then you know that this will be permanent. Right, I mean, you probably know the pros and cons far better than I, but are you truly ready to turn your bloodsinger into your lifelong weapon, even if it is clearly not the best weapon that you can acquire? What about the Heaven Sword? My decision has already been set long before this day, Vess, Ketty's calmly replied in order to show that she maintained her reason. Forming a bond with the bloodsinger is the right decision. No other sword qualifies, and that includes the Heaven Sword for reasons that I have explained earlier. You are correct that it is not the best sword that I can bond with, but I have spent a decade nurturing this blade. Why would I throw away this investment? I have already made it mine for the most part. Forming the pact is the final step that completes my ongoing attempt to join my fate with the fate of the bloodsinger. I will start right away now that I have accounted for myself. Wait, don't be in a hurry. You can still apply last-minute upgrades to the bloodsinger. Won't it be nice if we purchase a few rare materials from the Divine Bazaar and upgrade the materials of your greatsword? Aside from that, we can also attempt to transform your weapon into a powerful D-arm that is equivalent to a high-level artifact through Demon casting. Ketty's shook her head in rejection. I can upgrade the bloodsinger after I have turned it into my life sword. There shouldn't be any restriction that prohibits me from doing so. I just need to keep the weapon intact enough, just like when you upgrade one of your old mechs. As for demon casting, no, just no. Do not attempt to persuade me further. Her mind was set. There was no way to persuade a swordmaster to change her mind. Vess couldn't even persuade her to slow down and test her life sword pact on another swordmaster before she made her own attempt. I will not put others at risk of suffering from my mistakes, she self-righteously declared, as she fully unsheathed her impressive bloodsinger. It is only right that I shall bear the risks of my own work. I am my own test subject. Chapter 6604, Rising Scores. From the moment Kedys chose to form a so-called life sword pact with the bloodsinger, it was as if everything fit into place. All of the years she spent on nurturing an intimate emotional bond with the weapon paid off all at once. The continuous willpower baptism had already enabled Kedys to impart a strong imprint of herself onto the weapon. Combined with her meticulous care in maintaining and upgrading the greatsword, the bloodsinger had long evolved past its starting point as a standard-issue CFA weapon. As Kedys boldly treated herself as her first and only test subject for her newly conceived life sword pact, the bloodsinger began to glow and vibrate as if it was explicitly answering her offer. The minor vibrations generated by the bloodsinger rapidly rose in frequency, causing the weapon to produce a harmonious humming sound. The newly bonded weapon sung to its new life partner. Although the bloodsinger did not undergo any physical transformation, the weapon most definitely became stronger in other ways. When Vess observed the formation of a life sword pact, he took note of several interesting observations. First, the bloodsinger had not actually formed a life sword pact with Kedys herself, but rather her companion's spirit. Even if Kedys and Sharpie were ultimately two sides of the same coin, they still counted for two separate beings as far as pacts were concerned. It made sense. Sharpie was the swordmaster side of Kedys. The companion's spirit also spent a lot of time inhabiting the blade in order to subject it to willpower baptism. It was hard to disassociate them from each other. Aside from this interesting development, Vess also took note of the bloodsinger's accelerated evolution as an artifact. One of the theories he formed on artifact cultivation was that it was only possible to practice it in the first place if the object in question was alive, at least in a very minor sense. It was usually enough for it to possess a spiritual foundation. However, in order for the practitioner to benefit from this form of cultivation, the artifact needed to be powerful enough to drag the human up to its level. That did not happen all that much in this case. The bloodsinger was a fine weapon, but it was never designed as an artifact. Kedys had yet to turn it into a masterwork, which could have helped a lot in this circumstance. This ultimately caused the weapon to provide much less help to Sharpie than was ideal. While the new life sword pact caused Sharpie to become more complete and fulfilled, the companion's spirit did not appear to have grown all that much stronger. At most, the formation of a life sword pact had plugged a few flaws and caused Sharpie to strengthen her foundation as a swordmaster. Kedys looked happy, though. She did not regret her decision to bond with her personal greatsword, even though there were vastly superior arms within her reach. If Kedys chose to form a life sword pact with the Heaven Sword, the difference in power between the two would have been so enormous that the grand work may have been able to boost Sharpie's cultivation to a sword saint in an instant. Yet it was exactly because the gap in power between the two was so great that Kedys prudently rejected this offer. When a mortal attempted to form an intimate contract with a god, there was no way that the latter would be able to retain his sense of self. The relationship would turn from a bond of equals into a slave contract due to the enormous power disparity. The Heaven Sword was pretty much a god among swords. The only reason why Kedys would want to form a pact with the ancient relic weapon was if she was willing to sacrifice her future cultivation as a swordmaster in order to gain an instant boost of power. Perhaps she might have been tempted to choose the latter if red humanity had already entered into an unstoppable decline, but that was not the case at the moment. Kedis still possessed enough optimism for the future to bet on her long-term development. In this regard, forming a life sword pact with a personal weapon that was not too strong was most conducive to her growth prospects. The difference in power was minimal, so Sharpie's cultivation did not explode to the point of compromising her existing foundation. Now that Vess understood Kedis' calculations, he applauded her prudent choices. The decision to form the very first life sword pact with a weapon in modern times turned out to be quite safe. As Kedis slowly recovered from forming her life-changing pact, she slowly opened her eyes and held the humming bloodsinger as if she was trying to communicate with the evolving artifact. Soon enough, the bloodsinger turned dormant, causing it to look no different than before. Kedis gently slipped its blade into its floating scabbard. Sharpie, meanwhile, continued to occupy the bloodsinger. Not only was she continuing to baptize the weapon with her extraordinary willpower, but she was also deepening the newly forged life sword pact. Kedis was not lying when she said she ripped off the model of the life sword pact from his blood pact. Vess did not feel offended that she copied his homework and only changed a few details so that her own version was not exactly the same. He felt honored. She was his student. The more she learned from him, the more he felt validated as a teacher. Besides, the blood pact was such a good invention that Vess wanted to spread its benefits to others. It was a way for weaker individuals to gain power by bonding themselves to stronger objects, whether they were Carmine Mechs or other objects. The initiative shown by Kedis also opened Vess' eyes. She had developed her sword pacts in a different direction than his own blood pacts. By making comparisons between the two, Vess gained more insights on the workings of these permanent bonds, thereby allowing him to improve his work in ways he could have never imagined by himself. Vess valued the manual of reformed swordsmanship a lot more because of this reason. The other variations of the sword pact presented interesting research suggestions. Even if Kedis had not been able to prove their viability, the creativity she had shown when coming up with these strange ideas gave Vess a lot of inspiration. As Vess tried to figure out if he could imitate Kedis and borrow her own ideas about the sword pact to increase the variety of his own blood pacts, the swordmaster finally spoke with contentment. "I knew it would work. I can already tell that my new model of reformed swordsmanship holds genuine merit. It may not be the best way to practice swordsmanship in the Age of Dawn, but I am certain that there are no better alternatives available. I can feel it, Vess." "Feel what?" "I am growing stronger," Kedis grinned. Sharpie's willpower is condensing. Now that she has bonded with the bloodsinger, there are qualities about the latter that are beginning to bleed into the former. Before this day, Sharpie had already grown fairly strong, but she was unable to make much progress because her willpower lacked substance, if you will. The bloodsinger is a material artifact that can give her exactly what she needs. It reminds me of the Mech body merger process. Perhaps one of the requirements for swordmasters to advance their cultivation is to promote a closer union between themselves and their blades. That was an interesting theory, but Sharpie's progress was not enough to serve as conclusive proof. There were so many variables interacting with each other that it was difficult to attribute a specific outcome to a specific cause. "Does this mean that you have found your path to becoming a sword saint?" The proud woman nodded. "I have already found it. My actions merely confirmed that it was not a mirage. As far as my Earth score is concerned, it has already risen, but it is not yet up to the standard of a sword saint. You are right that the quality and properties of the bloodsinger are not the best, but I have all of the time in the system space to remedy that problem. The workshop of creation offers the best tools to reforge my life sword into a weapon that best reflects my growth as a Mech designer, as well as a reformed sword practitioner." Kedis expressed so much confidence that Vess half believed that she was bound to break through for that reason alone. Even if her trifecta theory turned out to be wrong, the belief that she was heading in the right direction may just be enough to become a saint. Vess certainly had no reason to offer too much doubt and criticism. He did not want to burst her bubble and ruin a good thing. Confidence was a vital quality for expert pilots to trigger their second apotheoses. Without a strong belief in their own infallibility, how could they possibly dare to break a barrier that few of their peers had ever surpassed? The same should apply to swordmasters, as well, since they were also willpower. Cultivators. Okay, Vess said. According to your own model, you should be able to earn a high score in both the Earth and Man categories. If not now, then in the near future. That leaves the Heaven category. What do you intend to do in order to raise your score in this aspect? Kedis deliberately raised her arm and reached behind her back so that she could unsheath the Heaven sword. The grand work eagerly leapt into her palm and began to release a soothing white glow. From its blade, I am the bearer of the Heaven sword. I can already channel a portion of its powers. I have also received a few lessons and hints from the blade. I have witnessed its past wielders in action. I have observed Disi's masterful manipulation of metal energy and observed her breakthrough. Do you think I can possibly fail to raise my Heaven score after gaining all of these advantages? The answer was obvious. There was no need for Vess to make a fool of himself. I will become a sword saint, Kedis stated with absolute certainty. The only question is how soon I can attempt my breakthrough. If I am successful enough, I will be able to break through while I am still inside the system space. If not, I will most definitely be able to do it shortly after leaving it. The faster I progress, the more ready I will be to defend my family when the aliens make their final push. Are you confident you will be able to fight back against the native aliens in a meaningful way after becoming a sword saint? Vess questioned. Not with the Bloodsinger, Kedis readily admitted and casually swung the grand work in her hand. My life sword still needs more time to grow. I will make use of the power of the Heaven sword if it still approves of me. A good sword should not remain unused. Now that I have chosen my life sword, the threat posed by this sticky relic weapon has diminished. The only remaining issue is that I do not think I can make enough of a difference if I am still a sword master. I have to become a sword saint and form my own domain in order to become qualified to tap more power from the weapon and become strong enough to defeat a phase lord. Vess truly hoped that she was not being overconfident about her optimistic predictions. You will definitely make a strong statement about the strength of your reformed swordsmanship if you are able to beat a phase lord without a Mech. Does this mean you have sworn off the possibility of piloting a Carmine Mech? Kedis frowned for a moment. I feel it is inappropriate. I have already formed a life sword pact. Even if it isn't precisely the same as a blood pact, there is enough overlap that I fear that I am no longer permitted to establish one with a Carmine Mech. I am okay with that. All I need to attain godhood is a good sword. Chapter 6605, The Importance of Foundation Building. I think you are wrong about the pacts, Vess claimed. Oh, what did I overlook? Sharpie has formed a life sword pact with the Bloodsinger. That still leaves you free to form your own pact. You thought you only had one slot available, but you actually have two. Now that I think about it, everyone with a companion spirit should have access to 2 slots. This is an incredible advantage. You can still bind yourself to another sword, or Mech. Though Kedis realized the significance of this claim, she did not look particularly enthused. I am a swordmaster and a journeyman Mech designer. It makes little to no sense to me to bind myself to another sword in my capacity as a Mech designer. I do admit that there is a slightly greater reason for me to form a blood pact with a Carmine Mech. I can have my cake and eat it too. I can develop as a swordmaster, but also enjoy the advantages of scale and superiority that a Mech can provide. It is just. You still think it is inappropriate. Kedis let out a sigh. I do not believe in the polite fiction that companion spirits are separate entities from their principals. Sharpie is me, and I am Sharpie. Sure, I treat her as if she is a separate individual, and my companion spirit is more than happy to play this role, but it is just that. A role. There is something about splitting up a piece of my mind to form a companion spirit that makes this come naturally, but I haven't forgotten that we share the same base. Besides, I truly think that it is unnecessary for me to rely on a Carmine Mech to make a difference in the Red War. That's easy to say for the latest holder of the Heaven Sword. Just because I am on guard against its influence on me does not mean I hate it, Kedis retorted. Now that I have spent more time with it, I have become a little more reassured. I have not been able to decipher its true intentions, but I think I have a much better idea on what it wants. So long as our goals do not collide, there is no harm in spending time together. Let's talk about how your work may benefit other people. Vess changed the topic. Will you permit other reformed sword practitioners to pilot Carmine Mechs with or without companion spirits? I personally have no objection to it. I will not hold others to the standards that I set for myself. I am well aware that my conditions are much different from that of other people. The reason why we practice swordsmanship should never be for its own sake. A sword without direction is a danger that can cut off your own head. We practice swordsmanship in order to become strong enough to defend ourselves and the people we care about against those that wish us harm. If I impose too many restrictions on others, then they will abandon the sword for a rifle or better, yet a Carmine Mech. She sounded cognizant that reformed swordsmanship did not exist in isolation. It existed in a reality where people had the ability to master other weapons. Reformed swordsmanship needed to be competitive enough to attract people to practice it on a large scale. Otherwise, Kedis. In the Age of Dawn, it was impossible for her to disregard the existence of Carmine Mechs. One of the motivations why Mech pilots practiced swordsmanship so earnestly was because many of their skills transferred over to piloting swordsman Mechs. Now that a much larger population of people gained the opportunity to pilot their own Carmine Mechs, interest in classes related to swordsmanship, spearmanship, marksmanship, and more had exploded in popularity. Even if people could not afford to buy their own Carmine Mechs or enroll into one of the many new Carmine Mech pilot training programs, they could still afford to sign up for those weapon training classes. Who knew whether they would be able to put their fighting skills to use in a Carmine Mech one day? It was for that reason that the Red Swordsmanship Federation had become a lot busier than before. It even had to go on a hiring spree just to be able to handle all of the extra work related to founding more sword schools and certifying new sword instructors. When a reformed swordsman pilots a Carmine Mech and manages to break through, will he become a sword initiate or an expert candidate? Vess asked an important question. I have an idea what might happen. Kedis shrugged her shoulders. My hypothesis is that it is dependent on how the swordsman sees himself. Willpower cultivation is all about the cultivation of the self, correct? I would imagine that if the individual in question sees himself as a sword practitioner first, then he will evolve into a sword initiate and subsequently a sword master. If he sees himself as a Carmine Mech pilot first, then he will become an expert candidate and subsequently an expert pilot. That makes sense. Your logic is extremely sound. I think this is a safe assumption to make. You should make the life-changing consequences of this distinction clear to everyone. I have attempted to do so in the manual, though I do not strictly think it is necessary. Instructions are redundant. By the time a breakthrough has come, they do not need to use their logic to justify a decision that they have already made with their hearts. Vess proposed another interesting scenario. What if the swordsman and Carmine Mech pilot had a companion spirit? Do you think that both of them can become willpower cultivators that pursue godhood with different bonds? This was too much for the ambitious swordmaster. She let out an exasperated breath. I have no idea. I can only speculate on whether it is possible, which means I have no confidence in my answer. It is better to just wait and see what will happen in reality. That is reasonable, Kedis. I think I am pretty happy with your answer. The swordsmanship community will react well that your new approach towards swordsmanship does not reject Carmine Mechs, but accepts their usage as another factor that falls under the Earth category. It had only been a short time, but Vess already accepted Kedis' new theoretical model as factual truth. I do not think that reformed sword practitioners should attempt to challenge a phase lord with just a sword and a few pieces of cloth on their bodies, Kedis said. We are not primitives. We have access to advanced technologies. It would be foolish not to make use of them if we can afford it. As long as the gear is compatible with swordsmanship, then I see no reason to prohibit its use. What worked in the past may not work in the present. What works in the present may not work in the future. Well said. I agree with you. From what I can gather, ancient cultivators lived in a time where the Milky Way was powerful enough to produce a high-energy environment. The power of heaven was so strong at the time that cultivators could easily destroy planets, just by knowing how to harness the power of E-energy in the environment. It is clear that this is not possible in the Red Ocean, where we are only receiving a fraction of the exotic radiation that is saturating Messier 87. In these cases, it is important to rely on the power of Earth and the power of man to make up for the shortcomings. I suspect that it isn't entirely necessary for sword practitioners to score well in all three categories in order to make further progress, Kedis proposed. Just as you believe that Mech pilots can become stronger by pursuing Kai cultivation, I think that there is room in our society for swordsmen who forego the development of man because of an inability to transform their willpower and go all out in developing their attainments in heaven and Earth. That was an interesting proposal. Vess paused in thought. That might work, but they will have to do much better in these areas than typical swordmasters. Willpower makes it so much easier to amplify the performance of gear, and also allows you to harness E-energy radiation by force, thereby foregoing the need to understand an E-energy attribute to a deep extent. However, the advantages are also clear. It is much easier to keep track of your progress in these areas. Kai cultivation is usually split up into well-organized phases, while the performance of your gear can be measured with objective criteria. The development of man in the form of willpower cultivation was the most difficult and demanding condition to meet. There was no way to cheat the process of becoming a willpower cultivator. Perhaps people might be able to invent elixirs or special artifacts that may make it a little easier, but willpower was inherently a quality that could only be born from hardship and strong personal qualities. Every swordmaster and expert pilot was a hero in one way or another. They earned their transcendence. I think I know now why those who have reached the first major cultivation rank are called foundation builders, Kedis said. It is because they are literally engaged in the process of building the foundation of their future domain and ultimately their godhood. At this stage, they still have the ability to change or tweak their development. Once their foundations are strong enough, they can finally welcome the birth of a domain that is based on the choices they made. Her words rang with universal truth. Her description applied to way more cultivators than swordmasters. Whether it was expert pilots or senior Mech designers, all of them were still foundation builders. Before they developed their own domains, they could still influence its development. Vess gained a greater appreciation towards the transition from the first major cultivation rank to the second one. Ace pilots became drastically more powerful after the acquisition of their saint. Kingdoms. Master Mech designers successfully realized their design philosophies and managed to make their gains accessible to other Mech designers connected to the kingdom of Mechs or Red Kingdom. What would sword saints gain? What sort of transformation would they go through that caused them to take a significant step closer to attaining godhood? One of the quirks that Kedis was not aware of was that Mech pilots received a lot of hidden care from the kingdom of Mechs, or its offshoot. Sword practitioners lacked this benefit, so the breakthrough experience of Kedis and other swordmasters may not be what they imagined. What is a domain, in your opinion? Vess inquired. He wanted to know how she interpreted from the lens of her heaven-earth-man trifecta. She had put so much thought into it that she definitely developed her own ideas. That is a good question, Vess. From my experiences, a domain is an expression of a more powerful version of yourself. In the Mech community, a domain is referred to as a saint kingdom or a god kingdom. I think that it is a deliberate choice to refer to it as a kingdom, as it is literally a volume of space that is under the dominion of a single ruler. Every domain shaper is the founder and the ruler of their own personal kingdoms. I can't say anything more than that. I don't have enough information to form any further conclusions. Vess smiled. That is okay. Your answers are already illuminating enough to me. I think I have a better idea on how to help Mech pilots break through. I have always wondered what exactly limits the effectiveness of the Transcendence glow on expert pilots such as Venerable Joshua and Uncle Ark. The theoretical model that you have devised just now can be used as a tool to figure out their shortcomings and advise them on how to improve their breakthrough conditions. You may be right. Chapter 6606, Applying the Heaven-Earth-Man Trifecta. When Vess applied the new model to different champions, he could figure out their strengths and weaknesses in a much more structural manner than before. He was not exactly uncovering new information by applying the Heaven-Earth-Man Trifecta. He was merely reorganizing existing data so that he could form clearer and more accurate conclusions. Vess and Kedis decided to have a little fun by applying her new theoretical model onto familiar Mech pilots. Even though Kedis originally devised her model to serve as the central paradigm of reformed swordsmanship, there were enough parallels between sword practitioners and Mech pilots that the same principles still applied for the most part. Let's start with your husband, Vess said. You spend the most time with him, so you must have a clear idea of his shortcomings. Kedis nodded. Now that I am looking at his situation with a more informed perspective, I am no longer surprised why he has failed to break through despite making multiple attempts to do so. He doesn't score well in any of the 3 categories. His Earth score is fairly low for obvious reasons. The Evertshanger fit him well when he was a low to mid-tier expert pilot, but times have changed. It is outdated and hasn't kept up with his accelerated growth. The sooner it has undergone an upgrade, the better. Vess nodded in agreement. Gloriana and I will tackle this project after we are done with the Minerva Mark Roman II project, the Riot Mark Roman III project, and the Promethea Mark Roman II project. The Swordmaster frowned. She clearly thought that was way too long. Then she realized that nothing much would change if he got his hands on an upgraded Mech a few months or years earlier. That may be for the best, she sighed. The other pilots have a greater need for upgraded machines than my husband. He needs more tempering. He scores the lowest in the man category out of all of the high-tier expert pilots in our roster. Part of it is because he is younger and less experienced than Saint Deci. But being fairly young hasn't stopped the likes of Saint Tusa and Saint Isabel from breaking through. Resonance strength isn't everything, Vess concluded. It is a numerical scale that measures the growth of extraordinary willpower in a quantitative sense. The numbers don't say anything about how it has shaped in a qualitative manner. Kedis nodded in agreement. The cold, hard truth is that Joshua hasn't done enough to temper himself. Other expert pilots eagerly take the initiative to challenge themselves and make new attainments. Deci has been working non-stop on this ever since she became an expert candidate. She never does the minimum. She always tries to go above and beyond what is expected of her duty in order to temper her willpower further. Tusa has not worked as hard, but he also had the benefit of receiving the Dark Zephyr mark. Roman III, so he was able to rely on sufficiently high scores in heaven, earth, and man to get past the threshold. As for Joshua, he is too comfortable in his current place. What do you mean by that? I have a feeling that Joshua might not be taking his responsibilities seriously enough, Kedis said after a moment of thought. He is not slacking off. He is training every day and he is participating in all of the battles of importance. It is just, he isn't doing too much beyond that. He is not setting any difficult challenges for himself. He doesn't try to get too close to phase lords. To me, his attitude towards his work is too ordinary. He cares more about completing his shift so that he can go home and spend time with Kirian and Mayra. Are you suggesting that Joshua is failing to temper his willpower because he cares too much about his children? The female Mech designer shook her head. Not necessarily. Tusa is a father to children as well, but he comes across as a pilot who treats his career as the center of his life. There should be a way to balance between the two. Joshua isn't able to neglect or set aside his children as easily as Tusa. The latter has been traveling from war zone to war zone, leaving the responsibility of raising Doria and Giovanni to Rania Wadden-Larkinson. He may not be the ideal father, but he is most definitely a qualified saint. Parenthood was a huge burden to people. It was also a source of great fulfillment. So being a father is not necessarily bad for expert pilots, but it presents another challenge to them. Vess analyzed. Saint Tusa did not let his parenthood interfere too much with his career, but Venerable Joshua is clearly not able to do that. While he is probably a good parent, that doesn't necessarily make for a great champion. This was one way to interpret this situation. Vess wanted to argue that parenthood did not affect one's career in a negative manner, but that was clearly not the case. Many professionals had to balance out their work with their personal lives. Very few of them managed to find an ideal middle ground that allowed them to be content as parents as well as breadwinners. Kedis realized this as well. As a mother, I do not want our children to grow up while their father is away weeks or months at a time. There is only so much that correspondence through physical projections can substitute for personal attendance. However, the Mech designer and swordmaster in me tells me that Joshua needs to be more decisive about pursuing greatness. He not only needs to think more about himself, but he should also leave the expeditionary fleet for a time. The clan offers too much warmth and support for him. This strengthens his reasons to fight, but it also makes his life too comfortable. Vess thought about Joshua's situation and believed that Kedis was correct. If that is the case, then I think the best choice he can make is to leave the expeditionary fleet and fight in a different star system, as long as he stays away for half a year. He will not only leave his comfort zone, but he will also be able to focus most of his attention on his own development. He will suffer great hardships, and he won't have as much backup at his disposal, but this is exactly what expert pilots need to promote their evolution. It was quite surprising how a fresh take on an old problem led to a much more sensible proposal. The Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta was already paying off in spades. I do not expect Joshua to be able to temper his willpower as much as Saint Desi, Kedis remarked. What I do expect is that he puts a serious effort into raising up his weakest aspect so that it doesn't sink his chances of triggering a breakthrough. He has a much better chance of becoming a saint by relying on the strength of his heaven and earth. Scores. Joshua would most definitely score better in the earth category in a year or two. The only downside was that he had little control over this variable. It was the job of Mech designers to provide him with a better expert Mech. As for the heaven score, Kedis possessed a pretty clear overview of his development in this area. Just like many other expert pilots, Joshua has only dabbled with E-energy attributes so far, Kedis said. He is most familiar with the life attribute for obvious reasons, but that is not the extent of his grasp on the power of heaven. The nature of his Evertshanger means that he is able to produce useful results with many different attributes. He has become familiar with manipulating the power of light, death, space, duty, and more with the help of their associated design spirits. While he doesn't excel in any of them, it is impressive to realize that he has been able to develop so many varied solutions. This is one of his best traits as an expert pilot. That indeed sounded like a remarkable advantage of Joshua. Most definitely expanded his versatility and helped him respond a little better in almost every situation. However, his failed attempt to defeat the teenage swordswoman showed that this approach had its limitations. Versatility can be a source of strength, Vess stated. It can also be a source of weakness. The Evertshanger is inherently designed to promote this development, but It is hard to imagine how Joshua can possibly develop a domain that can encompass his familiarity in so many different attributes that don't seem to share much in common with each other. According to our current theories, as well as the examples that we have witnessed so far, the Saint Kingdoms of ace pilots almost always have a single overpowering theme. They are never made up of many different elements mashed together. This suggested that Joshua may be working himself towards a dead end when it came to his development in the heaven category. This concern weighed heavily on Cadiz. The woman grew silent for a longer time in order to consider Vess' analysis. "You may be right," Cadiz eventually said. "The problem is that Joshua has committed too much on his current path to stop. He cannot bring himself to abandon his pursuit of other E-energy attributes when they offer so much to him. They are also key to developing his cooperation with other design spirits." "Then the solution is obvious, Cadiz. He needs to organize his relationships with all of those E-energy attributes by placing them under a unifying umbrella." "That is what I have come up with as well, but what can he possibly use to reconcile his?" "Many interests. It has to tie into his remarkable affinity towards the life element," Vess decisively answered. "Perhaps symbiosis. That makes the most sense. It is what he has been doing ever since he piloted his first living Mech all the way in the Bright Republic." Cadiz gave Vess a measuring stare. "I think you are overestimating Joshua's intellectual capacity to comprehend a concept as abstract and complicated as symbiosis. Your suggestion is still good, but I fear that my husband will not be able to comprehend it as easily as more straightforward attributes such as fire and water." "Well, he has to, because what else is he going to do? You know his situation better than." Does he really have another way out? Last time I checked, he almost killed himself by believing he can bring out the power of life by comprehending the power of death, by experiencing it in person." "Don't mention that to me," the swordmaster scowled. This incident was one of Joshua's biggest shames. It was certainly not an event that Cadiz wanted to recall. Vess smiled at Cadiz. "I think you are underestimating Joshua's capacity to comprehend the concept of symbiosis. As I have mentioned before, he has been practicing it for his entire piloting career in one way or another. He understands more about living mechs from a piloting perspective than anyone else. I think he is made for this. He just has to find a way to recognize and unlock this hidden strength, just as Dissy suddenly mastered the power of the metal element after she made her own realization." Cadiz did not think that Joshua would be able to acquire so much strength by making a discovery about himself, but she was willing to give it a try. Personally, she believed that it was much more probable that Joshua needed to work hard to reform his own approach towards power and make sense of his disorganized affinities towards so many E-energy attributes. She was at least able to provide concrete directions to Joshua. That was much better than groping around in the dark. Cadiz already felt grateful for herself for investing so much time on reforming her swordsmanship. If she was able to pass on her structured analysis and recommendations to Venerable Joshua, then he may be able to break through the instant he received the Evert Shanger. Mark Roman 3. Chapter 6607, A New Approach to Hyper-Mechs. After applying Keddy's new model to Venerable Joshua, Vess and its creator soon began to use it to evaluate the strengths and shortcomings of other famed Larkinsons. Venerable Stark is a driven woman. Her willpower is most certainly not weak. Her man score should definitely be high, Keddy's analyzed. She has just received the Amaranto mark Roman 3, which means her Earth score has also shot up. Given that she has yet to break through, she either needs a breakthrough opportunity in combat where her man's score temporarily peaks above her normal level, or she needs to work on her heaven score. Vess was less familiar with Venerable Stark than Keddy's due to his departure from the expeditionary fleet, but he still possessed a decent understanding of her progress over the past few years. Stark comes across as a materialistic individual to me, he said. She doesn't invest much attention into the more magical and metaphysical stuff around her. She is totally focused on her mission to kill powerful aliens and her drive to improve her marksmanship skills. While that has caused her to temper her willpower a lot better than others, her self-centered attitude has left her blind to the wonders of the cosmos. I think we need to nudge her to view E-energy radiation as more than an extra power source. It is a vital pillar that can support her attempt to break past her limitations as an expert pilot and form the building blocks of her Saint Kingdom. When Vess compared Joshua Larkinson with Davia Stark, the latter clearly possessed better breakthrough prospects. This was because it was generally a lot harder for Mech pilots to raise their performance in the man category on a systematic basis. They needed to change their behavior, push themselves out of their comfort zone, and take risks that others deemed insanely dangerous. In contrast, raising one's heaven score could easily be done by borrowing the resources and learning material of the Red Collective. The superorganization had a lot of old records related to Kai cultivation in its possession, and it had developed a lot of modern cultivation methods that could strengthen one's affinity and comprehension towards all of the common E-energy attributes. Any expert pilot should be able to reference a suitable cultivation method and use it as a manual to increase their ability to wield their chosen element in a reliable and systematic fashion. Of course, the more advanced Kai cultivation methods were not that easy to get into. Their requirements were higher and most certainly demanded permanent transformations that could only be performed by uncommitted practitioners. In any case, Vess and Kedys moved on to analyzing the individual circumstances of more expert pilots. Venerable Janzi's willpower is quite strong, and her bastion is more powerful and modern than the shield of Samur. I think she can also accomplish a breakthrough fairly quickly once she works on improving her heaven score. General Ark's situation is a little trickier. He is older and has tempered his willpower more extensively, but recent setbacks have damaged his confidence. His Lionheart is a modern and powerful masterwork expert Mech without any doubt, but I don't think he leverages the power of heaven all that much. I believe the best course of action is for him to focus on raising his heaven score. Once he is able to harness greater power than before, his confidence will automatically be restored. That should put him in the best position to trigger a breakthrough opportunity. While the pair of Mech designers did not understand the full details of every expert pilot, they soon realized that the common shortcoming of most of them was their underutilization of E-energy radiation. This was still a fairly new phenomenon to Red humanity, so it was not a surprise that expert pilots had yet to realize its value and potential. Therefore, Vess became increasingly more determined to summon the champions of the Larkinson clan to a mandatory meeting and give them a crash course on the importance of developing their affinities towards an element or concept. The R-Ray and RC may know a thing or two about this as well, Kedys guessed. Perhaps it will not be long before they publish similar instructions. They're too slow. Vess shook his head in disappointment. That's the trouble with big bureaucracies. I bet that their science departments demand every researcher to conduct extensive experiments and observations before they can definitively prove that they are 95% correct. The Red 3 cannot afford to tarnish their reputation by publishing flawed research. We are not subject to these restrictions, though we will definitely damage our credibility if we end up being horribly wrong. Are you confident enough in your theory that you are confident enough to provide guidance to the entire Mech community? Kedys did not hesitate. I wouldn't have shared my manual with you if I thought its core theories were wrong. There are many speculative portions in the text, but I have clearly marked them as such. I am confident that the Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta is a sound theory. I am more than willing to put my credibility on the line if that is what it takes. Vess directed a deep stare at Kedys. If she actually persisted in this effort, then she would either earn great fame and renown or become known as a disgraced journeyman. For what it is worth, I believe in your theory. After talking a bit more about how her manual of reformed swordsmanship could make a much more profound impact on the Mech community than the swordsmanship community. The two Mech designers quickly moved on to how they could apply the new theories to Mech designs. Since the start of the hyper generation, Mech designers have increasingly begun to design Mech centered around harnessing the power of specific E-energy attributes. Vess explained. Your Stormblade Samurai Mech line is a good example of that, as it uses electrical-based hyper materials to augment their shocking attacks. Kedis nodded. Hyper mechs do encourage the use of elements, since they are so convenient to acquire and implement in the design. That is true, but you have to admit that the application of hyper technology is very shallow and rudimentary for the most part. Sure, only a few years have passed since the start of the hyper generation, but I think it is necessary for the Mech industry to think more profoundly on the relationship between hyper technology and Mech pilots. The former can substantially influence the development of the latter. You will have to explain that further, Vess. What are the most common E-energy attributes used in hyper mechs? Metal is the most common element used in hyper mechs, Kedis easily answered. Anyone who pays a bit of attention to the emerging trends in the Mech industry can tell you that. Metal hypers are the most straightforward way to strengthen mechs because they are overwhelmingly built with metal alloys. There is no way you can go wrong with this solution, but the effects are mostly basic for the time being. They are especially popular with cheaper mechs. What is next? Water. They are much more heavily used in high-end mechs because they can directly amplify the performance of face water technology. They are one of the key materials used to build Azure energy shields, which is the strongest technological energy shield tech in the Red Ocean at the moment. The water attribute can also strengthen a transphasic weapon's ability to overpower transphasic defenses. This is vital to defeating the well-shielded warships of the native aliens. Vess began to smirk. Have you noticed a common flaw in both of your descriptions? What you have said is all true. Your descriptions accurately capture the common viewpoints of almost every Mech designer in the Red Ocean. That means that they all happen to make the same mistake. Even I failed to recognize this glaring shortcoming until you have shared your new theories. It took half a minute for Kedis to figure out what Vess was getting at. She had spent much more time thinking about improving the state of swordsmanship to spare much time on thinking how her theories could improve the state of mechs. Are you thinking about how hyper-technology can be used to make Mech pilots stronger? Vess grinned and nodded. To be more precise, I am thinking about how your theories can be used to improve the growth of any Mech pilot, not just expert pilots. Anyone can acquire or develop an affinity towards an E-energy attribute. Sure, talent exists, but as long as a Mech pilot seriously works to increase his comprehension towards an element, he or she should usually be able to master it to an extent. The biggest challenge is getting started. Those with companion spirits can satisfy this condition much easier, but most soldiers don't have one. The job of the Mech industry is therefore clear. We need to adopt a new approach towards hyper-mech design that explicitly seeks to increase a Mech pilot's mastery over specific E-energy attributes. Kedis thought about it and frowned. In the main universe, she had just released the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II. She could have used this latest insight to tweak the design of her work and help her future customers learn how to harness the power of electricity. Over time, I agree with you, Vess. I feel tempted to go back to my Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II design and revise it according to your recommendation. I cannot stand the thought of selling it far and wide when it doesn't serve its Mech pilots as well as it should. Do you think it's a good idea to go through with this plan? I do, Vess decisively replied. You should invest the time inside the system space to design a minor upgrade to the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II that incorporates this new function. As soon as you exit the system space, you should publish your new work and announce a recall of all of the existing copies of the original Mark Roman II that have already been sold and put to use. As compensation, The LMC should replace them with copies of your improved version free of charge. This will cause a lot of logistical problems and impose a lot of additional costs on the LMC, but our Mech company can afford it. It is better to do it as soon as possible as sales of the original Mark Roman II are still relatively limited. Issuing a recall was an inherently damaging action. The monetary cost of doing so was fairly manageable, but the greater cost was reputational damage. Both Keddies and the LMC were bound to tarnish themselves by implying that the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II model was unfit for public consumption. This was not actually true, but it didn't matter if the public had already cast its judgment. The only way for Keddies to restore her reputation was to ensure that her improved version of the Mark Roman II received much greater appreciation from her customers. The good vibes would easily make people forget about the recall. This is going to be a challenge, Keddies frowned. While she felt confident enough to improve the design of the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II by incorporating her latest insights, she was not certain whether the differences would be great enough to justify her new plan. Vess reached out and patted her shoulder. If it was easy, you would have done it already. This is a worthwhile endeavor. Mech designers must always put their customers first. If your Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II has been out for a year or so, then I would have advised you to work on the Mark Roman III. That is not the case, though. It would be rather incongruent for the recently released Mark Roman II to cling to an old paradigm while you are trying to convince everyone to adopt a new paradigm right afterward. You need to put your money where your mouth is and adapt your Mech designs accordingly. Chapter 6608, The Elemental Universe. Changing the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II design to incorporate the new theories on pilot development would certainly help a lot of Mech pilots in the ongoing war. It was not enough to improve the growth conditions of every Mech pilot. Vess found it particularly important to promote the short-term development of the entire body of Mech pilots in the Red Ocean. It was impossible for him to affect so many Mech pilots at once, so he shifted his focus on his current customers. He still had a few ways to directly affect every pilot that currently made use of a living Mech. After a bit of thinking, he soon came up with a good idea. Keddies, what is it, Vess? You have been working on trying to improve the MSDS, correct? I am, though it is admittedly not my highest priority. I have been more consumed with reforming our understanding of swordsmanship as of late. I have neglected my other assignments. That is okay. I was just thinking that the best way to make people benefit from your new theories is to modify the designs of all of our living Mechs so that they focus a lot more on developing the affinities and comprehension of their Mech pilots. That is clearly not realistic due to all of the designs we have to go through, so I believe it is better to upgrade an aspect that is common to all living Mechs. The mental simulation training system. Vess grinned. Exactly. Every living Mech has at least limited access to the MSDS depending on their pricing and whether they are training Mechs. It has always received good evaluations from our customers, and it has always remained fairly popular. Many companies have begun to implement a lot of improvements to their own simulation programs, but their technological calculations cannot fully imitate the mental influence exerted by different E-energy attributes. The MSDS also remains the only simulation program that can fully channel the living personalities of my products. That alone ensures that it will remain the most favored solution for simulation training to our customers. Since the MSDS remained so dominant among Mech pilots paired with LMC Mechs, then any upgrades to the proprietary simulation program would have the potential to affect hundreds of millions of Mech pilots, especially if Carmine Mech pilots were included as well. The female swordmaster tried to think how this potential change could impact the Mech community. If the instruction granted by the MSDS is effective enough, then this could be a game changer, she said. Mech pilots may spend less time on polishing their technical piloting skills, but exploring the elements and increasing their affinities to them is a different benefit. It will not help them all that much if they have not yet broken through, but the value in raising their heaven score lies in improving their breakthrough chances. If you can statistically prove that your customers are able to advance to the rank of expert candidate and expert pilots at least 10% more frequently than the rest, then people will flock to living Mechs just to benefit from this new function. Despite the obvious benefits of the MSDS to Mech pilots, Vess had long neglected its importance and development due to his shiny toy syndrome. That was partially the reason why he passed on the responsibility of updating it to caddies. In hindsight, this was not the best decision he made, because caddies turned out to be just as easily distracted. However, now that they recognized that upgrading the MSDS was the best way to improve the breakthrough conditions of millions upon millions of Mech pilots, they would definitely focus on improving it over other projects. Vess already formulated a new plan. "We cannot stop at upgrading the functions of the MSDS," he said. "We need to reset the expectations of our customers and convince them to take our work much more seriously. In order to do so, I want to begin by changing its name." MSDS is a clumsy acronym and doesn't inspire anything good by itself. We can market it much more effectively if we replace it with a more catchy name, one that hopefully encompasses the new features that we plan to implement. "I take it that you have already come up with a proposal," Keddies knowingly said. "I do. I want to call it the Elemental Universe. What do you think?" Renaming the MSDS into the Elemental Universe was a big move. Keddies furrowed her brows as she thought about how Mech pilots would react to this change. "Well, you are right that it sounds much more interesting than 4 seemingly random letters placed next to each other. If you truly intend to rename your old work into the Elemental Universe, then you will most definitely draw people's attention towards the function of increasing their mastery over the E-energy attributes of their choice. However, I am afraid that the original functions may get overshadowed." "It will be fine," Vess reassured her. "Existing customers are already familiar with the pilot training features of the Elemental Universe. They won't disappear, and Mech pilots will never stop using them because their lives are on the line. What I want is to make a high-profile marketing shift in order to convince them to take the new training features more seriously. I am not certain how effective it is to increase their mastery over a specific attribute within the Elemental Universe, as opposed to doing it in reality. Even if the effect is not as strong, I am hoping that the convenience of accessing the Elemental Universe through their LMC Mechs offers great convenience to our customers. There were many methods for people to develop a greater grasp over an E-energy attribute. Practicing basic cultivation methods usually did not require any special conditions and could be done anywhere. However, if practitioners wanted to move beyond the basics, then they had to satisfy more difficult conditions. This could range from ingesting expensive elixirs to meditating in a specially constructed chamber that was filled with hyper-materials shaped into totems. It was difficult for most Mech pilots to satisfy these expensive or demanding conditions, especially under the current climate. This was why Vess was convinced the Elemental Universe would take off once Mech pilots understood the value of raising their heaven scores. For existing users of LMC Mechs, accessing the Elemental Universe should be the easiest way for them to conduct effective training on increasing their mastery over an E-energy attribute. As for Mech pilots assigned to the products sold by other Mech companies, Vess could not take care of them. Others were free to take up the responsibility of providing them with elemental training. Once Vess laid out the blueprint of his new plan, his former student easily agreed to his proposals. "This is a big expansion of the MSDS," she said. "You're not just introducing ways to allow Mech pilots to harness the power of E-energy. You are also giving them opportunities to fight alongside each other or against each other, just like a virtual reality game. That is exactly what I had in mind for this major update. The Elemental Universe needs to hold much greater attraction in order to lure Mech pilots into using it to its full potential. Perhaps they will initially be lured into using it so that they can enter into realistic multiplayer battles on simulated battlefields with their own living mechs. Afterwards, they may try out the other training features and gain even more benefits as a consequence. If the elemental universe works as effectively as you think, then you will be putting many competitors out of business. Maybe. It is their fault if they blindly stick to old methods and solutions. The Age of Dawn has already begun. If other companies think they can get by without innovating their existing products, then they deserve to get driven out of business. We aren't even professionals in this area. It is very much possible for the established simulation companies to develop superior solutions based on more advanced and creative applications of e-energy. They just need to expand their e-technology capabilities. That was difficult because there were far too few people who had managed to make attainments in this new but promising field. In any case, Vess quickly began to explain how he intended to organize the elemental universe. Every Mech pilot that enters the elemental universe will initially emerge in their personal habitat, Vess said as he projected a sketch of such a space. The most basic form is a small apartment that is attached to a small hangar that hosts their living mech. People can invite others connected to the elemental universe into their personal habitat. They can also spend FC to decorate their personal space and add new rooms. Ek. I forgot to explain that to you. EC stands for elemental credits. It will be the new currency that I plan to institute into the elemental universe. What are EC based on, Vess? Do Mech pilots have to exchange them for MTA credits? No, that doesn't make much sense. Mech pilots can earn EC by providing spiritual feedback through their living mechs. Usually, just piloting their machines in reality is enough for them to earn a trickle of EC over the course of a day or week. Why go through the trouble of implementing this new currency? Vess smiled. Good question. There are good reasons why the elemental universe is called this way. I want Mech pilots to treat it as an alternate reality where they can live a second life of sorts. Any gains they make in the elemental universe will end up profiting them in the real universe. The use of currencies can reinforce this perspective shift. We need to employ a more quantitative and flexible means of controlling the energy balance of the elemental universe. By setting different prices on different services, we can ensure that we can maintain a positive energy balance and prevent it from draining. Vulcan. The MSDS was currently supported by Vulcan, which was the most suitable design spirit to undertake this demanding task. Even so, Vulcan could not bear the strain of simulating the battles of so many Mech pilots at once, so access to the MSDS's realistic simulation battles had to be limited one way or another. Kedis understood these conditions well enough, so she did not object to the introduction of elemental credits. She could see numerous advantages to adopting it as the currency of the elemental universe. Since you place so much importance in this virtual currency, you are probably thinking about hoodwinking Mech pilots into spending it on less energy-intensive options. Ha ha ha, Vess laughed. That's right, you know me too well. In fact, one of the new facilities that I intend to introduce is the Living City. It's a virtual urban environment that can accommodate many Mech pilots at the same time. They can relax, relieve their stress, visit coffee shops, and buy fake clothes to dress up their fake avatars. The Living City will have its own economy, one that is dominated by the handicrafts made by Vulcan, as he has learned how to create a lot of exquisite stuff over the years. Even if you design the Living City to earn easy X, I can see how it can benefit a lot of Mech pilots. Many soldiers have accumulated a lot of stress after fighting in the front lines for at least several months. They need access to a sanctuary or a place to decompress, but their options are limited when they are stuck in war zones. Being able to enter the Living City and sit around in a park or a cozy cafe can help them adjust their mentality. I haven't thought about that, Vess admitted. You are right. The Living City holds even greater value if it can help Mech pilots in this manner. The current iteration of the MSDS does not offer any sort of opportunity for relaxation. This is a grave oversight that we can correct by working on the elemental universe. The living city could represent so much more. The greater it simulated the operation of a real city, the more Mech pilots could inhabit it as their second homes. Chapter 6609, Energy Balance. The comprehensive additions that VES intended to introduce in the MSDS version 2.0 caused it to grow far beyond its initial confines as a training system. This was why VES saw enough reason to rename it into the elemental universe. He wanted to give his customer base the impression that it had turned into a more complete virtual universe where Mech pilots and their battle partners could take refuge in when they wanted to retreat from their harsh reality. It was not meant to serve as a playground. Much of the elemental universe still retained the core training function that was meant to prepare Mech pilots to fight against their real opponents with greater skill. However, the institution of a currency, as well the option to purchase and own virtual objects, turned it into more than just a place to polish their piloting skills. VES actually did not have a complete plan for the elemental universe, but that was okay. He could set it up first and see how his customer base reacted to its changes. His plan to create a personal habitat and living city for the elemental universe could not be completed in a short amount of time. VES and Cadiz had better things to do with their time than to design an entire virtual city. It was better to wait until they completed their marathon and exited the system space before dumping this responsibility onto Vulcan and other workers. "How will you arrange the training sections of the elemental universe?" Cadiz asked. "I intend to divide them into 4 discrete facilities," VES answered. "The Mech pilot training grounds will serve as a place for Mech pilots to train specific skills under optimized training conditions. For example, there will be a targeting range for ranged Mech pilots, and there will be a simulated swordsman Mech for melee Mech pilots. I could use your help to program the latter. It is best if you can divide its combat prowess into multiple levels so that everyone can experience a suitable challenge." "No problem. This is one of my strengths." "Will you charge EC to make use of these virtual training grounds?" "Most of these training sessions will cost EC in order to access, but not too much. The training facilities are fairly small and limited in scope, so they do not cost too much energy to run." "What is next?" "The cultivation grounds are the entire purpose of renaming the MSDS into the elemental universe," VES replied. "I will come up with many different training rooms where Mech pilots can experience an E-energy attribute and either meditate on it or whatever. I may even devise a few more interesting training exercises that can help people increase their comprehension of different concepts or elements. Every training opportunity will cost EC. I do not want Mech pilots to look down on this facility or devalue it in their minds. Only when stuff is costly will people learn to appreciate its value. What can also happen is that people will think that you are doing them a disservice by overcharging for your services." VES shrugged. "That will undoubtedly happen, but as long as no better alternatives were available, then he would rather overcharge than do the opposite." "Do you even know how to design the cultivation grounds so that it can provide focused training environments that are conducive to promoting the affinities of Mech pilots?" "Not completely, Cadiz. My comprehension of the earth element is too low to construct such a training environment. That is what design spirits are for. I will design a few basic training grounds myself, but I will leave the ones that I am not able to develop myself to external helpers. If nothing else, I will use my connections with the Red Collective to convince their cultivation experts to assist with the designs." That sounded like a decent plan, though it will take more time to make the arrangements and wait for the third-party developers to complete their work. "Aside from that, what else do you intend to create?" "The trial grounds will encompass much of the current training scenarios. It will offer individual Mech pilots, or a small team of Mech pilots, the ability to pay EC to enter into simulated training sessions where they can fight against virtual Mechs. virtual face fighters, or virtual alien battleships. Kedis grew a little more interested. Will you attempt to simulate a phase lord as well? It would do Mech pilots a lot of good if they can get used to confronting phase lords on the battlefield in advance. That caused Vess to look a little more uncertain. I can't deny the benefits of doing so, but I fear that I will do a bad job at this. Sure, I may be a phase lord myself, but I am very different from the more developed and battle-hardened ones that appear on the battlefield. I think I will probably have to approach the phase lord department of the Red Collective to enlist the aid of experts to accurately portray dozens of powerful phase lords, and maybe even phase whales. The elemental universe will also charge a hefty amount of EC just to be able to confront such a powerful opponent once. It will be difficult for Vulcan to accurately simulate their auras, their spatial abilities, and more. Standard Mech pilots were not supposed to fight against phase lords in the first place. Their Mech were simply too weak to pose serious threat to these alien monstrosities. At most, they could rely on massed firepower to deter the phase lords from persisting in their attacks. Capturing or killing them was out of the question. Oh well, perhaps Mech pilots might be able to keep their morale up whenever they fought in a battle where phase lords were close enough to intimidate entire Mech armies. What about the multiplayer features that you talked about earlier? I intend to create the Combat Dispatch Center to accommodate the Mech pilots who want to satisfy that specific need. This is where large groups of Mech pilots can sign up for big simulated matches that pit them against each other. This facility is not meant to help Mech pilots devise specific tactics and solutions against native aliens. It instead serves to temper the courage, refine the application of combat skills, and increase the overall combat experience of our customers. Mech-on-Mech combat, involving actual human pilots on both sides, is a homage to the age of Mechs. I think it will do these Mech pilots a lot of good if they can compare their skills against each other. Kedis saw another benefit to the Combat Dispatch Center, despite the fact that it had nothing to do with the aliens. Mech pilots are highly competitive. They want to be the best. At the very least, they want to outperform their direct peers. Giving them a venue where they can enter into simulated battles against similar Mech pilots, who also make use of living Mechs, is a great way to stoke their competitive streak. Those who lost against an identical Mech to their own will work harder in order to produce a better outcome next time. Those who won will not only boost their confidence, but also gain more fame and other benefits. Virtual reality Mech simulation games also created a competitive dynamic between players. The companies who developed these games knew exactly how to profit from the customers who wanted to defeat their opponents in the virtual arenas of battlegrounds. Vess summed up his overall setup for the elemental universe. In short, my new vision for the future of the MSDS is a comprehensive virtual training and relaxation destination where every customer can participate in activities to raise their heaven and man scores. Mech pilots have a good amount of agency in doing both. They merely need additional guidance and training venues in order to improve in a targeted and more effective manner. The only factor that most Mech pilots could not improve on their own initiative was their Earth score. The elemental universe may be able to improve the growth and development of living Mechs, but it could not apply any material upgrades to their designs. This could only be done by the party, who owned or fielded the LMC products. Wavess found it regretful that the elemental universe was not complete enough to address this need. The current plan was already comprehensive enough to help Mech pilots a lot more than before. The cultivation grounds should help his existing customers gain a much better connection to the 5 classical elements, as well as various other attributes. This should remain the case even if they were already practicing auxiliary Kai cultivation methods. The two could even be combined to produce a compound effect that would allow them to gain better results. The only price that Mech pilots needed to pay was to continue to make use of living Mechs and to exchange their spiritual feedback with elemental credits. The blueprint that you have created for the elemental universe sounds attractive. Kedys commented. I have a feeling that many Mech pilots will soon grow frustrated by how much everything costs. What you have described is not cheap in terms of energy consumption. If the only way you can support all of these activities is by fueling it with the spiritual feedback of your customers, then most of them will probably be able to partake in a few activities a week or less. Vess sighed. It can't be helped. I need to make the elemental universe attractive enough to increase its usage rate. This statistic, a bit too low for my liking at the moment. So I really need to bring out the big guns in order to lure more customers into using the evolved version of the MSDS on a regular basis. He actually gained inspiration for this idea from learning about the mysterious prison that sustained the Nyxian Gap. The elemental universe was a partial recreation of the mysterious prison. Of course, instead of capturing unwilling souls and forcibly squeezing them in order to produce spiritual energy across eons, Vess merely wanted to earn spiritual feedback from his customers through honest work. While he could not guarantee that he could retain enough customers in the long term, he did not mind it because he felt confident enough in his work to continue to bring them back again and again. In other words, as long as Vess continued to do his job as a Mech designer, he should never be afraid that the elemental universe would cease to maintain a positive energy balance. Vulcan might even be able to reinvest the surplus income into accelerating his own personal growth and development. The elemental universe had the potential to become a huge phenomena. Red humanity may be able to derive so many benefits from it that it could become a public service that was almost as helpful to all of his customers as the Red Kingdom. Of course, the gap between the two was far too great at the moment. Vess did not hold any unrealistic expectations in the short term, but who knew what might happen in the long term? If Vess wanted to, he could come up with additional energy income sources for Vulcan. He refrained from exploring them further. Each of them introduced additional risk factors, thereby increasing the possibility that his external incarnation could become compromised. The additional functions of the elemental universe would also impose a much greater burden on the design spirit. Just maintaining the elemental city that could potentially accommodate millions of Mech pilots was a heavy burden that would persistently prevent Vulcan from spending his energy on other activities. Vess still remained committed to it, though. Mech pilots did not just pay for accessing the elemental universe with their spiritual feedback. They also paid with their information. Vulcan would be able to grasp their piloting skills, their interpretation of different E-energy attributes, and more. This would subsequently allow him to enrich his understanding and apply his newfound gains onto his increasing number of artifacts. Chapter 66, 10 Shifting Priorities. The Mental Simulation Training System, or MSDS, would soon become a thing of the past. Vess planned to transform it into the elemental universe, which incorporated all of the functions of the MSDS, but vastly expanded it into a separate reality. In the elemental universe, the users of LMC products would be able to enter a community of like-minded Mech pilots and partake in one of the many services that Vess planned to introduce. If not for the fact that Mech pilots needed to earn elemental credits through regularly piloting their living Mechs, the elemental universe might actually be able to consume their lives to the point of living permanently in their cockpits. It was just as well that the elemental universe possessed this inherent usage restriction. The purpose of making it available to Mech pilots was to strengthen them and help them prepare for the very real threats bearing down on Red humanity. Vess had to refrain himself from introducing too many predatory practices that people typically encountered in virtual reality games, especially the ones centered around multiplayer sessions. He liked to earn a profit, but he wanted to maintain a win-win relationship with his customers. An enduring business relationship could only withstand the test of time if both sides kept benefiting from each other. If he introduced too many exploitative elements that exerted an undue amount of pressure onto Mech pilots, then either the Red Association would forcefully step in, or the demand for an alternative would become so great that a powerful competitor may rise. Instead of letting that happen, Vess felt it was better to maintain a relatively free but limited persistent service and earn a lot of goodwill in the process. Besides, his external incarnation already stood to earn a lot of profit in the form of any surplus income, as well as vital data. Vulcan actually needed this a lot. Cultivating the metal god method to the 4th stage enabled him to safely and efficiently absorb a lot of high-grade metal energy from the iron-resonant crucifix crown, so his growth was already prodigious. His heart of steel had matured to a significant enough extent that he had already developed a domain and gained a few notable traits that surpassed the mundane. However, despite practicing an advanced combination of creation cultivation, deity cultivation, artifact cultivation, and Kai cultivation at the same time, Vulcan mostly saw himself as a divine artisan. His domain reflected this as it mainly strengthened metal, granted strong mental and spiritual resistance at the cost of dampening emotions, empowered dwarves, and increased the productivity as well as the creativity of craftsmen. There was no explicit combat focus to Vulcan's power development. The only defensive boost was solely designed to guard against the unwelcome mental contamination from the iron-resonant crucifix crown, and the design spirit wouldn't be completely safe from this threat until he had reached the 7th stage of his cultivation method. Vulcan did not grow stronger by focusing on combat. He grew stronger by becoming a better craftsman. The iron-resonant crucifix crown may satisfy his energy demands, but it did not enrich his knowledge and understanding of products. If Vulcan wanted to meet one of the requirements for advancing to a true god, then he needed to become good enough to craft a grand work by himself. This was a nearly impossible task for any but the best artisans in the Red Ocean. Perhaps Vulcan might be able to polish his skills through persistent practice and study over the span of several hundred or thousand years, but the god of dwarves, mechs, and craftsmanship did not have the luxury of time. He had no choice but to resort to shortcuts if he wanted to break through in a hurry. However, unlike Gaia, whose foundation was extremely feeble shortly after her birth and immediate ascension into godhood, Vulcan's cultivation was a lot more solid and systematic. His foundation had already become extremely solid, and his domain was gaining more and more resilience with each passing day. If not for siphoning so much juice out of the symbol of authority, it would have literally taken hundreds of years or more of steady practice in a medium energy environment to achieve similar results. All of this sounded great, but the gap between his energy state and his craftsmanship attainments was constantly growing wider. It couldn't be helped. The deity cultivation aspect of the metal god method was meant to help him develop his craftsmanship through receiving the spiritual feedback of many worshippers, but this method had very clear limitations. First, there weren't a lot of pure craftsmen out there. The population of red humanity was just a fraction of the population of original humanity. Artisans who mainly relied on superior craftsmanship to create quality products and sell them at enormous premiums also constituted a tiny minority of the total industrial sector. Most products used by people in modern times consisted of mass-produced factory goods. The developments of the Red War also made the situation worse. The demand for consumer goods, especially handmade luxury goods such as designer bags, had plummeted in the past year. As the wartime economy steadily ramped up, more resources and attention shifted to military industries. The civilian economy suffered in every way, especially after states instituted martial law in order to force their citizens to change their spending behavior. One of the obvious consequences of this industrial upheaval was the shuttering of a lot of workshops. Not even brands that had occupied a niche for multiple centuries could keep their businesses running in a society increasingly beginning to deviate from the lost prosperity of the age of mechs. Perhaps the only consolation for the many craftsmen that soon found themselves out of a steady job was that the Red Collective quickly picked them up and put them into brand new training programs. The collies recognized the importance of creation cultivators. They were the only individuals who were capable of producing artifacts, especially high-level ones that possessed traits that could never be acquired through mass production. Therefore, a lot of people who previously worked with metal, bone, leather, or thread suddenly began to learn a lot of extraordinary methods and techniques that enabled them to imbue special qualities in their handicrafts. The emergence of traditional craftsmanship benefited Vulcan a lot, but the problem was that most trainees still had to go through a few years of focused learning and practice before they became half-decent traditional craftsmen. This left Vulcan with an increasing slowdown in knowledge acquisition. Setting up the elemental universe in the next few months should therefore compensate for this development to an extent. Observing how these Mech pilots increased their comprehension and ability to harness various E-energy attributes did not automatically mean that Vulcan could do the same. However, just watching a lot of people increase their mastery over the classical elements, and so on, provided Vulcan with a lot of reference data. This would not only help him craft better artifacts that were based on the same E-energy attributes, but also help Vess develop better elemental carmine mechs. In short, the elemental universe could prove to become a vital component of Vulcan's growth as a spiritual entity. Since the future cultivation of one of his other selves was at stake, Vess did not dare to neglect the importance of this new priority. Vess added time slots in his schedule that were solely reserved for building up the elemental universe. The time detracted from his mission-clearing activities, but Vess had long given up on maximizing his AP income by this time. He understood Ketty's perspective a lot better now that he was engaging in a similar activity. Some gains were more important than ascension points. The greatest value to earning AP was to extend his stay in the system space. While Vess still wanted to earn enough AP to upgrade the Dimension Observatory and acquire a few juicy enlightenment fruits, it became increasingly more difficult to meet all of his goals for this marathon. Plans change, Vess shrugged. I already accumulated plenty of knowledge for the time being. My demand for enlightenment fruits is not particularly great when I am not even close to fully utilizing what I have already learned. Utilization had always been an old problem for Vess. Access to the system had spoiled him in terms of knowledge accumulation. While he was not as bad as the polymath, he could not resist the opportunity to learn and gain proficiency in exotic new fields if the opportunity presented itself. This caused his head to become increasingly more congested with information, much of which he never utilized all that much. For example, the introduction to the Withering Curse Enlightenment fruit had granted him a lot of knowledge related to a curse that was based on the wood element. This opened a lot of new possibilities, but after making initial use of it, he had set it aside as his subsequent projects had very little to do with this valuable knowledge. Perhaps it is time for me to change that, Vess murmured. The introduction to the Withering Curse granted him valuable insights related to his upcoming ambition to design a woodsap mech, but that was still a distant prospect. Vess dug up one of the mech design proposals from the depths of his cranial implant. He remembered that he devised this idea in one of his daydreams, the Null Project. Just as its name suggested, Vess originally came up with this idea in order to supply the battle criers with a signature mech design. The battle criers had become his Goda Mech Legion when it came to countering spiritual shenanigans. While the battle criers had lost a bit of relevance after the outbreak of the Red War, the mechs armed with the special Godkiller heavy luminar crystal rifles became increasingly more relevant as they were quite good at draining Azure energy shields. Over time, the battle criers would become even more relevant as the native aliens steadily began to implement more hyper-technology in their hardware. There were also indications that the native aliens had begun to dabble in cultivation science as well. While they were still far behind red humanity when it came to adopting systematic cultivation, the more clever phase lords already showed signs of harnessing new abilities that were traditionally associated with Kai cultivation. That would make them even deadlier than before. Phase Lords already possessed amazing physiques. If they could amplify their strengths and mitigate their shortcomings by making use of a completely different power system, then they would definitely pose a greater threat against all human units aside from champions. High-ranking Mech pilots would become even more important than before as their extraordinary willpower allowed them to overpower most Kai cultivation techniques. Expert pilots and ace pilots aren't always available in sufficient numbers, Vess determined. A lot of breakthroughs have occurred in the past half-year, but it takes time for them to acclimate to their new strength and obtain the right mechs that can allow them to channel their full power. There were simply too many battlefields and not enough champions to cover them all. Human High Command had already made the helpless decision to transfer a lot of second-class ace pilots to the upper zones in order to bet on winning the most crucial battles of the Red Tide offensive. Where did that leave the defenders of the middle zones? The lack of ace mechs in the Torald Middle Zone and other comparable regions would likely enable the Phase Lords over there to dominate the battlefield. Was there a way for Vess to inhibit these Phase Lords from overpowering conventional human defenses? I am not sure whether the Null Project can affect Phase Lords, but it should definitely be effective against other threats such as face fighters and warships, especially if they are reliant on hyper-technology. It was a little too premature to introduce the Null Project at this time frame, but Vess was already thinking about what Red humanity might need after successfully withstanding the Red Tide offensive. Sooner or later, the native aliens will catch up to Red humanity in terms of hyper-technology and cultivation science. When they do, my mechs will be ready to ruin their day.
Chapter 66, 11 The Null Project. When Vess presented his latest mech design proposal to Caddies, the Swordmaster looked skeptical. We are already taking time away from completing missions by building up your ambitious elemental universe. Now you want to take even more time away from your schedule by designing this Null Project of yours. Are you sure you want to divert so much time on designing a rifleman mech that is designed to counter hyper-technology and Kai cultivation? Such a mech is much more useful to use against our own side than the aliens. Vess nodded in acknowledgement. You are right about that last part. The timing is off, but if I don't design it now, I will have to design it later at one point. The Red Cabal and the major alien races that are aligned to it have shown a remarkable degree of adaptation. They have worked quite quickly to assimilate all of the human tech supplied by the treacherous cosmopolitan movement. I have no doubt they are rolling out more and more human-developed applications of hyper-technology as we speak. Preparing a specialized solution that can negate the amplification granted by exotic radiation is a preemptive move. Does that mean that the Null Project is a commercial project? Sort of. I will adopt the same plan that you have used for the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II project. I intend to design a fairly affordable and easily mass-producible second-class rifleman mech for commercial use. At the same time, I will design a quasi-first-class version that is exclusive to the Larkinson clan and more specifically the Battle Crier Mech Legion. They can finally retire their modular Bright Warriors equipped with outdated Godkillers and switch to piloting dedicated mechs that can do the same job a lot more effectively. Though Caddies still looked as if Vess was pursuing a weird direction again, she took the time to study his proposal. She fixated on the draft and noticed several important details. The design looks pretty standard as far as rifleman mechs go. The only complications that look out of the ordinary are the oversized ammunition canisters and the ECM modules, but they do not appear to be custom jobs. I imagine that will cut down on the complexity. That is true. This is a solo project of mine. I do not intend to do anything too remarkable on a technical level. Much of its strengths lie in its hyper-technology and e-technology and is primarily oriented around the rifle. The mech frame merely exists to make good use of the weapon, though I can still change my mind on that later in the project. Even so, I intend to publish this Mech design immediately after we exit the system space. The sooner it comes out, the better. Vess wanted to maintain a fairly tight focus on this project, every hour inside the system. Space was precious, so he could not afford to explore too many wild ideas at once. Kedys could clearly spot a lot of aspects about the draft design that showed that Vess took this priority seriously. He had made a clear division between the parts and systems that required greater attention and those that he could complete by relying on his existing base of solutions. There was a fair amount of overlap between the planned design of the Null project and other rifleman mechs that Vess designed in the past. The most special part was the weapon. Kedys soon noticed an odd design choice made by Vess. "Do you intend to pair your rifleman mech with a ballistic rifle instead of a Gauss rifle?" Vess nodded. "That is correct. A Gauss rifle is nice and all, but it imposes heavy restrictions and demands on the projectile design. What is important about the Null project is that it must be capable of firing null rounds. This is the special hyper-ammunition type that produces a myriad of debilitating effects on the enemy when struck. The complexity and requirements that I have imposed on this projectile type are so much that I can only resort to a low-tech kinetic rifle type. Gauss rifles relied on electromagnetic propulsion to launch a solid piece of metal forward. Ballistic rifles relied on igniting a firearm propellant to produce hot gases that shoved a projectile out of a barrel. The former was more advanced, powerful and effective at longer ranges due to their vastly higher muzzle velocities. The latter was much simpler and cheaper. They were easier to maintain and repair due to their low-tech design and proven principles. They were pretty awful in spaceborne combat because their muzzle velocities were too slow to hit anything fast and agile at a decent distance. Gauss rifles had pretty much become the default ranged solutions for second-class mechs because of these advantages. They were not as accurate as directed energy weapons in spaceborne combat, but they tended to strike significantly harder on average. Vess had always abided by this custom. However, the interesting use of ballistic weapons for an ace mech as powerful as the Amphis Extremis had caused him to take a second look. While their cons were just as severe as before, Vess discovered that their advantages had grown after the start of the hyper generation. Weapons that launched missiles and solid projectiles were already experiencing a resurgence due to the obvious benefits of using hyper rounds. High-grade and certain medium-grade hyper materials were still scarce and difficult to procure in large quantities, but the same could not be said for low-grade hypers. As long as a company bothered to mine the many tons of low-grade hypers available in most star systems, they could easily supply all of the raw materials used to produce hyper ammunition in bulk at dirt-cheap prices. Sure, the effect of low-grade hypers was not that strong when applied to solid projectiles, but that was why Vess made sure to add 4 detachable ammunition canisters onto the mech frame. The ammunition canisters were so big and contained so many spare rounds that they impacted the mobility of the Null project. Vess believed that the advantages of carrying plenty of rounds outweighed the loss in agility and acceleration. As long as the Null project was able to expend much of its ammunition, it would steadily reduce its mass and gain more and more maneuverability. Mech pilots could even choose to prematurely eject the ammunition canisters in an emergency if they were beset by enemies at closer ranges and desperately needed to dodge incoming attacks. Kedys could surmise all of this easily enough by skimming over the mech proposal. Just because she generally refrained from designing ranged mechs did not mean she had no idea how they worked. A journeyman mech designer was still expected to understand enough principles about every common mech type to be able to design a basic version. Kedys pointed out another obvious problem. The low muzzle velocities of ballistic rifles will severely limit the effectiveness of your Null project. I do not understand why you want to use it to replace the use of your Godkiller heavy luminar crystal rifles. The damage profiles are too far apart. It's okay because the Null Project is an electronic warfare rifleman mech focused on debilitation instead of elimination. Vess responded. It is not meant to kill enemy units by itself. It should be used as a support mech instead. It can provide close to medium-range supporting fire that can directly hinder enemy units from employing their full capabilities in combat, especially if they are reliant on hyper-technology, e-technology, or cultivation science. In order to give Kedis a better idea of why he insisted on falling back on ballistic weapons, Vess called up a draft for the special Null round that was meant to make this mech design special. This is a strange design. What does it actually do that makes it worthwhile for you to design this special mech? I haven't fully thought out the Null round yet, Vess admitted. I still need to conduct more research and figure out what I can apply based on my knowledge base. However, its main feature is to use a hyper material that can hold a small portion of the power of two design spirits, namely the Superior Mother and Kalo. The Swordmaster looked surprised. That is an unusual combination of design spirits. I know, but I think I can combine their powers to produce a very special debilitating effect. You see, the Null round is principally designed to apply a curse upon contact. This curse is aimed at cutting the bonds of karma that are tied to the target. One Null round might not be able to do the job, but if the target is struck by a few dozen or several hundred rounds, the continuous applications of weak curses will probably build up to produce a powerful metaphysical isolation effect. Kedis looked completely lost at this point. Karma? Ah, that is a more obscure and advanced concept in cultivation science. I won't bother to explain it in full. Just know that karma is what allows people and objects to recognize each other. By sabotaging these bonds with curses applied by Null rounds, I think I can not only cut off a target from its own friends and allies, but maybe even cut off its connection to the power of heaven. My new weapons can do this by leveraging the damnation phase of the Superior Mother. I also intend to make creative use of Kalo to increase the confusion and prevent our target from putting the bonds of karma back together. All of this will hopefully render many forms of hyper-technology and so on ineffective. It sounded dubious and convoluted, but Vess clearly believed he could make it work. Is that possible? It should be possible in theory, but I am not too sure at the moment, Vess admitted. This is why I must develop a prototype weapon in order to test whether the concept is viable. As long as the results are positive, I can safely proceed with this project. Kedis thought about how such an outrageous effect could hinder a lot of different enemies. If your new mech design and its weapon can sabotage hyper-technology merely by firing lots of Null rounds at the target, then are you not afraid that the native aliens will copy your work and turn it against red humanity? Your work may end up hurting our side much more than the enemy, because we are much more reliant on hyper-technology at the moment. Vess chuckled and shook his head. I have already accounted for that possibility. This is why the addition of the two design spirits are integral. It's practically impossible for anyone else to replicate their effects on a large scale. That assuaged the security concerns somewhat, but that did not make the Null project perfect. The biggest concern was the questionable effectiveness of the so-called Null rounds. As long as Vess had not yet produced any empirical proof that they could isolate a target on a metaphysical basis, then it would be stupid to commit to this project. However, as long as Vess was able to pull it off, then the rest of the mech design should be fairly quick and easy to design. Even if it lacked the advantages of other design philosophies, Vess still believed it held value due to its heavy reliance on hyper-technology and e-technology. Aside from that, Vess did not intend to stop at this point. He wanted to apply a couple of new insights that he obtained after learning about Kedis' new theories. The Null project served as an experimental platform where he could puzzle out how his upcoming mech could promote the development of its mech pilots in new and interesting ways. This mech design project can either result in a throwaway mech design or introduce another game changer that can become an enduring seller in the coming decade, Kedis predicted. If nothing else, it will serve as an interesting exercise. Chapter 66, 12 7th Generation Living Mech. The marathon continued as Vess and Kedys tried to balance their time between their personal projects and earning AP. Occasionally, they were able to combine the two if they happened to be working on the right mission. The Mech designer system obviously imparted hidden meanings in each of the missions available in the upgraded mission hall. The ones that compelled Vess to conduct strange rituals widened his horizons and encouraged him to explore different fields of cultivation science. The Mech design assignments that demanded him to design matched with strict limitations and unusual traits allowed him to exercise his design skills and build up his experience. Kedys received similar benefits whenever she accepted a mission related to swordsmanship. After becoming more and more preoccupied with their solo projects, the two Mech designers spoke less often with each other. Now that they had been working in the system space for several months, they had fully adjusted to their new solitary work environment. There was only so much the two Mech designers could talk about during their daily meetings. Spending day after day with the same person for so long could get rather tiring, especially when both Mech designers would rather spend their precious time on more productive activities. This was why they decided to lower the frequency of their meetings to once every 3 days. That appeared to be the most optimal balance. They still gained enough social interaction to keep their heads straight, but did not break their rhythm too often. Vess had no problem with working an entire week or a month by himself, but he figured he still needed to keep tabs on Kedys. The Swordmaster still hadn't entirely gotten rid of her maternal instincts, but she was able to endure the long days of separation from Kyrian and Mayra and focus on her work. Every day she spent on improving her swordsmanship or accruing more Mech design experience would allow her to come out of the system space stronger and more prepared to face the enemies of red humanity. The Null Project steadily took shape, especially after Vess successfully managed to develop a working version of the Null Round. Aside from the application of hyper-technology, there was not much technical complexity to designing the ballistic rifle as well as the rest of the Mech. The hyper-ECM modules attached to the Null Project were fairly complex by themselves, but Vess had no intentions of designing them from scratch. He merely selected a number of third-party solutions and slotted them into the Mech design as best as possible. All of this meant that Vess did not need to rely on other Mech designers, such as Gloriana, to improve and optimize the technical performance of his work. Sure, he also gave up on innovating in this aspect, but Vess knew his strengths and weaknesses. He did not deem it a productive use of his time to obsess over these aspects. He would much rather improve the spiritual foundation of his living Mech design. This was his passion. Ever since he got introduced to the Heaven-Earth-Man trifecta, he constantly thought about how he could apply this theory to his living Mech designs. The universality of the principles espoused by Kedys convinced Vess that there should definitely be a way for him to promote a Mech pilot's growth in the 3 areas through his work. The creation of the elemental universe was a part of this greater initiative. This would mostly serve his existing customers, the ones who were already making use of copies of his older Mech designs. That did not quite satisfy his core goal of designing a Mech that could improve a Mech pilot's heaven, earth, and man scores by directly interacting with his living Mech. As promising as the elemental universe sounded to Vess, it was ultimately a roundabout solution to the current problem. It did not entirely satisfy him, which was why he eagerly wanted to work on the Null Project. Vess did not spend his time in vain. Although he had difficulty trying to develop concrete new ways to apply the trifecta to a Mech design, he was slowly altering the entire concept of a living Mech based on his progress. When he next shared his progress with Kedys, he made a notable declaration. "I think I am working on a big update to my implementation of living Mechs," he said. "There will definitely be a substantial difference between a living Mech, like the Null Project, and my more recently completed works, such as the Fey Fianna Mech line, as well as the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III. While I cannot make any solid projections, I think the performance difference will be great enough to determine that the Null Project will be my first 7th-generation living Mech." 7th generation. As one of the few Mech designers who was capable of designing a living Mech, Kedis understood the significance of this declaration. She looked at Vess in a different light. Instruction from their own machines will steadily be able to improve their attainments in the cultivation method embedded in the Mech design. I can even include an entire series from basic to advanced in order to accommodate a wide range of customers. I am doing all of this to promote their heaven scores and hopefully bring them closer to their breakthroughs. The idea did not sound revolutionary. It was a sensible application of Kedis' new theoretical model. Yet despite how simple it sounded, the ramifications were huge if Vess actually turned it into a reality. This was reason enough for Kedis to settle down and think seriously about the viability and usefulness of this development. First question: I do not think you need my help to devise this solution. Why bother asking for my assistance? You are correct, but I still find value in consulting your expert opinion. You already know the ins and outs of this Mech-directed instruction. Why should I bother to reinvent the wheel when you already created a perfectly round object? Besides, you have already moved beyond theory. Your practical experience is essential to optimizing my own implementation. I want my first 7th-generation living Mech to start off on the strongest possible footing. Neglecting your input is not wise. MMHMMM. I guess I can help you address a few issues that I have neglected in my own initial implementations, Kedis said as she acquiesced to his call for aid. I have the feeling that this new feature may be significant enough to declare a new generation, but that you will not be entirely satisfied with this alone. What other changes and additions do you have in mind? She was right about her suspicion that Vess had more in store for his 7th-generation living Mechs. Vess had another feature in mind that could add more definition to his next generation of living products. The only issue was that Kedis might not approve of his next idea. While I don't have to add my next proposal to my 7th-generation living Mechs, I think they would become a lot less impressive without this feature. Let me warn you in advance, Kedis. My other idea is based on Deming casting. That most definitely provoked a reaction from Kedis. Are you serious? I thought that Deming casting is only applicable to individual Mechs and objects that you have personally worked upon. Are you trying to mass-produce a lesser form of D-arms through demonic cultivation or other immoral means? Vess raised his palms in innocence. Hey, I am not crossing any of the lines we have set during our last discussion on Deming casting. Let me explain my idea first before you cast your judgment. You know how Deming casting works, right? It relies on burning a demon until it becomes fluid enough to force into a Deming casting mold, which promptly reconfigures the highly pliable demon into a specific shape that can enhance a specific property before pressing it into an object. Well, what if you try to do it in reverse? In reverse. The mention of it sounded so absurd that Kedis had absolutely no idea what kind of craziness that Vess managed to cook up in his own spare time. It's quite simple, Kedis. Just swap the input and output of Deming casting and change a few more details to make it work. The goal is to strengthen the Mech pilot in a specific manner by using the living Mech as a special version of a Deming casting mold. The input is the souls of defeated adversaries. As long as the Null Project or any other 7th-generation living Mech is close enough to a bunch of dying aliens, it will do its best to harvest their souls and process them by quickly filtering out as much harmful and unproductive junk as possible. The living Mech should then begin to press them through its integrated mold before applying whatever is left onto the Mech pilot somehow. I know it sounds vague and iffy, but I think that this is a fantastic way to further speed up the cultivation of my customers. Well, let me be honest, Vess. This is one of the most idiotic ideas related to Mech that I have heard in my life. I will not even address the insanity of thinking about pressing processed alien souls onto vulnerable human souls. Whatever the result will be, I can already predict that you will end up contaminating and corrupting lots of gullible Mech pilots. There is no way the Red Association will let you get away with such a crazy experiment. That you think that you can even introduce such a Mech to the market speaks volume about your mental stability. Are you sure you are able to maintain your sanity during this marathon? because I am beginning to doubt your ability to maintain a clear head. Well, it is admittedly not the soundest idea that I have come up with. Vess reluctantly conceded. Chapter 66, 13 Ultimate Module, D-Chamber. Okay, so the crazy idea to add a way to demcast the souls of deceased enemies onto the Mech pilot got shot down. In hindsight, Vess may have been trying to force it too much. He couldn't help it. He valued demcasting and wanted to apply it on a mass scale. Vess did not mind too much that he had to withdraw this crazy idea. There was no harm in coming up with new proposals. Even if it ended up too impractical to ever get implemented in his 7th-generation living mechs, he still managed to exercise his imagination and maintain a proactive mindset. Besides, he already developed a less extreme proposal that applied the same principles to a more innocuous target. If you don't want me to apply demcasting to the Mech pilot, then let's switch it up to a more acceptable target. Vess said, after he gave up on his initial proposal. My next design application cannot serve as a core component of 7th-generation living mechs. It can only be implemented to the Null project as an ultimate module. He began to project the design of the Null rifle to caddies. Ballistic weapons were low-tech, so the design of the weapon did not encompass a lot of sophistication. The Null rifle possessed the typical characteristics of a Mech-grade assault rifle, designed to unload a lot of bullets in a short amount of time. It boasted a high firing rate, relatively high recoil, medium accuracy, and relatively low effective range. Persistent heavy use could quickly cause the weapon to overheat. The barrel had to endure a lot of abuse and might even have to be scrapped after a single long engagement. However, the materials used to construct the barrel of the Null rifle were fairly common and could easily be recycled. All in all, the Null rifle was a cheap and serviceable weapon that could do its job, but not much else. The only unusual quirk aside from its optional belt feeding system that could supply it with rounds on a continuous basis was the secondary chamber. Vess had clearly invested more time and attention on designing this second chamber into the rifle structure. Is this the ultimate module? Caddies guessed. What does it do? It looks as if it does nothing aside from holding a single round. Have you designed a super bullet? No, Vess shook his head. It is just a Null round. I don't want to develop a separate ammunition type for this feature, because that will just increase the logistical burden of the Null project, which is not conducive to mass adoption. It is not a big problem to use basic Null rounds for this ultimate module, because it is called the D-Chamber. Keddies took a moment to process what she just heard. While the current idea was not as crazy as the last proposal, she could still recognize several questionable points about the implementation. The name was already enough for Keddies to figure out what Vess had in mind. I see. You still haven't given up on demcasting. If my guess is correct, then the Null round in this special chamber will be subjected to a form of demcasting when the Null project mech is engaged in battle. Any fairly strong enemy soul that is captured by the living mech will be pressed into the Null round, which will hopefully cause it to undergo a qualitative transformation and grow stronger to the point where its power has far surpassed its existing limitations. The resulting D-round must be fired quickly to inflict a much more painful blow onto an enemy target or risk destroying the D-chamber from within. The Mech pilot can also choose to eject the D-round and store it in a fortified storage container to save the D-round for later use. I don't see this idea working out as well as you think. First, can a component as small as the D-chamber even induce the process of demonization? It works because it is an ultimate module. Vess patiently responded. Have you forgotten the working principles of ultimate modules? They are the body of the companion spirit of a living mech. This means that it can possess a complete function from the main machine. In this case, I intend for it to imitate Helena's death feather technique, which is apparently very effective at inducing demonization. Keddies did not bother to ask about the death feather technique and how Vess learned that it was good at producing demons. Minor demons cannot come from any soul as far as I know. Will the Null project mechs be able to harvest enough eligible souls in a typical battle? They should be as long as they fly close enough to a large enemy warship. Their senior officers are usually strong enough, though the exact numbers and proportions can vary depending on the alien species. This was not an ideal circumstance, but it was the best Vess could do given the limitations. What about the crucial steps needed to transform a null round into a so-called D round? I cannot see how your D chamber can possibly reproduce a process that actually requires a large system-provided Deming casting forge. I don't know yet, Vess admitted. I need to conduct an experiment to figure out whether it is viable. I should have enough time during this marathon to obtain the answer. Don't forget that a full Deming casting forge needs to account for a lot of different variables. It needs to be able to work on larger objects, produce more powerful effects, and accommodate an incredible variety of Deming casting molds. My D chamber will function as a much more constrained version of a Deming casting forge that only serves to apply a single Deming casting mold to a single null round. Cadiz still looked skeptical. I fear that you are overestimating your e-engineering capabilities. We have only Deming casted a single product, and you are already dreaming about replicating the entire Deming casting forge in a more limited and miniaturized form. I do not know whether you understand the depth of your arrogance. Vess grinned and shrugged. At least I have the will and ambition to surpass the current limitations of Mechs. I have to try, because how else can my null project save the day? At worst, I will just leave out the D chamber and replace it with another ultimate module. I still think I can make it work. The most difficult problem I need to solve is to learn what a Deming casting mold actually is and how I can imitate it in a smaller form. After Vess introduced his secondary idea to Cadiz, he shifted his attention back to his 7th-generation living mechs. Vess was not done with trying to distinguish his 7th-generation work from the previous generations. He still wanted to turn it into a serious accomplishment that served as a strong attraction to the mech market. It not only had to be a strong selling point, but also served to provide additional help in winning the battles in the front lines. The Red War loomed tall over the mech industry. Many mech designers would be more than willing to fight on the front lines if it made a difference, but they were merely non-combatants. Even if they formed a blood pact with a yellow jacket, they wouldn't be able to make a mistake in the short term. Just because they understood how to put a mech together did not mean they could control it as proficiently as a professional pilot. What else could he do with his 7th-generation living mechs? Perhaps he could popularize existing solutions that Vess previously kept exclusive to his clan. Battle formations came to mind. The ability to manifest the power of design spirits in the material realm and change an entire battle around by launching a powerful attack could be used to snatch victory from the jaws of defeat. The demands of battle formations was hard, but it was not impossible for other groups to be able to reproduce the trump cards of the Larkinson clan. The Glory Seekers were a good example of that. They had employed battle formations that summoned the power of the Daughter of Death so many times that the native aliens specifically had to devise a counter to their antics. Nowadays, anytime a troop of Valkyrie mechs clumped together, the native alien warships would quickly launch devastating missiles and torpedoes at them, seeking to disrupt or destroy the mechs in massive explosions. The Glory Seekers wised up, though. The clever hexers often tried to bait out these missile volleys in advance by pretending to form a battle formation. They even formed 5 or 10 different battle formations, of which only 1 or 2 were genuine while the rest were decoys. Due to how effectively the death-aspected battle formations were able to depopulate entire warships that lacked the protection of strong defensive hyper-technology, the presence of penitent sisters and glory seekers on the battlefield was enough to restrain the native aliens. They could no longer fight as aggressively as before and had to widen the distance between warships in order to prevent them all from getting swept in a single battle formation pass. This already constituted a strategic advantage. What if more alien forces had to alter their tactics and take this threat into account? The conditions to reproduce a battle formation were tough, but not impossible to meet. The forces that acquired the appropriate mechs just had to gather the right mech pilots and train them to cooperate with each other on a deeper level than usual. Vess could already imagine the sight of battle formations terrorizing the border regions. No alien force would be able to unscrupulously invade a star system without the fear of suffering massive losses. However, there was one issue that restrained him from including battle formations to his 7th-generation living mechs. Most design spirits could not bear the repeated energy consumption of channeling lots of power in the material realm. Nothing came for free. All of those death energy attack waves sapped a lot of juice out of Helena. Perhaps his eldest sister may have grown to the point where she may be able to support the occasional summons of the Hex army, especially if Vess took the upcoming proliferation of the Rule Breaker project into account. Once the Milky Way embraced the first Carmine Mech line in their galaxy on an unprecedentedly huge scale, both Lufa in the aspect of transcendence and the Daughter of Death were bound to receive a huge amount of spiritual feedback. However, this did not really affect other design spirits all that much. Vess knew that it was possible for them to exchange spiritual energy with each other, but they all had to go through the costly and inefficient effort to convert it into a form that was more digestible to them. It just was not worth the effort unless they were literally starving. Vess shook his head. There was no need for him to trade away his trump card to give red humanity a better shot at holding onto the front lines. The aliens might outnumber the red humans, but the latter still showed enough signs of being able to cope with massed cannon fodder. The true threat consisted of phase lords who exerted a disproportionate effect on the battlefield. With the ace pilots who used to fight in the middle zones getting transferred to the upper zones in a hurry, the situation in the former was bound to deteriorate. Vess did not fault human high command for making this sacrifice. The best strategists and planners that red humanity had to offer must have made extremely detailed calculations. Their logic for this strategic shift was sound, though the human cost was extremely heavy. I can't save all of red humanity, but what I can do is help with filling up this gap as much as possible. He was still a senior mech designer, and a young one at that. While he may have become famed for introducing powerful innovations that changed how red humanity fought, Vess was not able to whip out a massive game-changing invention on demand. The best he could do for the time being was to introduce the Null Project, a ranged mech that had the potential to inhibit the performance of phase lords. A single rifleman mech armed with a ballistic rifle might not be able to make a difference, but what about 100? What about 1,000? If all of them unloaded their magazines filled with null rounds onto a phase lord, they may actually be able to weaken the phase lord to the extent that he would rather retreat from the battlefield than to risk serious harm. Since the Null Project was largely centered around the use of special ammunition, Vess began to think about how the mech could amplify the effectiveness of their attacks even further. The inclusion of mech-directed auxiliary Chi cultivation instruction should already be enough to slightly promote the breakthrough rates of mech pilots in the medium and long term. That would not do enough to relieve the short-term crisis that engulfed red humanity. Vess needed to introduce a more immediate solution. Chapter 66:14 The New Value of Living Mechs. Mechs define the age of mechs. Human civilization had reached the right conditions to introduce mechs and promote them on an enormous scale. The technology, the demand, and the surrounding infrastructure all happened to provide more than enough support to turn mechs into a galaxy-wide phenomenon. Yet now that red humanity had entered the Age of Dawn, it was not quite certain whether mechs would remain dominant. There were plenty of armchair theorists who claimed that warships would become dominant again, or that infantry became the future due to the long-term effects of systematic cultivation. Nobody could say for certain what could become red humanity's next premier war platform. The mech industry insisted that mechs had too many advantages for people to abandon wholesale. They provided the right balance between power and practicality. The infrastructure centered around the development, production, repairs, and recycling was not only extremely expansive, but had also reached an incredible degree of efficiency. That last reason alone ensured that mechs would be able to stick around for a long time. Even if other viable competitors existed, it was too hard to dislodge the advantages of an established player. However, what if Mechs in their current state failed to remain competitive in the long run? Mech designers, such as Vess, could never afford to let that happen. Their entire careers were based around the mass proliferation of Mechs. If their products became a lot less popular, then not many of them would be able to maintain their business presence. This was why it was the solemn duty of all Mech designers to constantly push Mech development to a greater height. Only through constant innovation and reimagination would the Mech industry be able to keep its sole product category dominant in human society. Low-ranking Mech designers could forget about taking part in this collective mission. They still needed to learn the ropes of Mech design and were far from ready to make contributions that could make a significant impact on the Mech industry. Vess was in a much better position to do this than many other senior Mech designers. That was not to say that every other senior was inconsequential. People like Gloriana and Jovi Armelin had already made significant attainments in coming up with revolutionary design applications that could enrich Mechs once their inventors became masters. These examples actually showed that seniors faced an uphill battle when it came to popularizing good inventions. The Mech industry frequently looked down on their innovations because they were only valid on their own works. Vess was no exception in this regard. Even to this day, his iconic living Mechs and his civilization-changing Carmine Mechs still remained exclusive to his own works. This was why the Mechers and the Fleeters assigned a permanent escort force to him, and it was also why hardly anyone else tried to imitate and further iterate on his solutions. It was not because his competitors were unwilling to adopt living Mechs, but they were unable to do without the secret support of the Red Kingdom. Even if most Mech designers remained blissfully unaware of the existence of the Red Kingdom, they still understood the common sense that only the design philosophies of master Mech designers became universally available. Vess therefore continued to encounter hindrances when it came to popularizing his solutions, and thereby promote the evolution of Mechs in his own way. Not even the boundary-breaking Mechs, such as the Yellow Jacket line, which received universal acclaim for its historic features, could convince people that living Mechs represented the future evolution of Mechs. Vess turned to Kedis, who knew more about living Mechs than almost any other Mech designer. "What do you think about living Mechs?" Vess suddenly asked. The woman blinked. "I thought we were talking about what you intend to introduce with your 7th-generation living Mechs." "We are, but I first want to hear your thoughts about the current state of my products." You happen to be able to design living Mechs by yourself, but you never embrace them as extensively as one. Why are you okay with that? Is there stuff about living Mechs that you do not believe in or find redundant? Not as such. Kedis shook her head. I think your 6th-generation living Mechs are definitely good. They wouldn't sell so well if they were inferior in performance. It is just, I want my works to be able to succeed in the Mech market on their own merits. If I put more effort into adopting your design solutions, I may be able to sell more Mechs, but it will be to your credit as opposed to mine. I do not believe I can lose to you purely in terms of designing swordsman Mechs. This is my specialization and my passion. By constantly measuring up my work to your own, I can gain a clearer idea whether my products are good enough. So far, I am not too dissatisfied with the state of the Monster Slayer and the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II. In other words, Kedis did not dislike his living Mechs or thought that they were bad. She just sought to maintain a certain degree of distance from his works in order to build up her own brand. That was completely fine. He would do the same if he was in her place. She could never become a market leader if he or she kept reproducing the solutions of a better Mech designer. The only exception to this rule were direct disciples. Vess considered Alexa Strian to be one of his direct successors, which meant that she would not have that many issues if she replicated all of the features of his latest generation of living Mechs. Of course, Vess had to teach her all of the tricks of the trade in order for her to be able to replicate his latest works. Vess still thought that his influence over the Mech industry and red humanity as a whole was still too limited in scope. Many of his problems could easily be solved if he managed to realize his design philosophy and finally advance to the rank of master Mech designer. But that was not realistic in the short term. Vess therefore had to find an alternative means to increase the value of his living mechs and make them more valued and indispensable to society. One of the ideas that I came up with as I was thinking on how to develop the D chamber is what exactly happens to living mechs when they sustain too much damage and have to be scrapped for whatever reason. There are also old and outdated living mechs that get sold to salvaging companies in order to get recycled. Keddies tilted her head after hearing that. What are you on about this time? Think about it. Don't you think that it is a waste of living mechs, especially the more recent third-order living mechs, to die simply because people have better use for their materials? That is pretty normal, Vess. I do not think that people are callous enough to ignore the existence of the living personalities inside the machines, but what can they do with it? Upgrade them to a newer version? What if your LMC has yet to do so, as is the case with some of your older classics such as the Valkyrie Redeemer? As for reconstructing the old and damaged machines, that is possible for the personalized machines of up-and-coming heroes, but it cannot be done on a large scale. The effort is too wasteful and too heavy on the logistics. We are at war. We are also suffering from extensive resource shortages. We cannot waste serviceable Mech-grade alloys when they can still be used to produce more modern machines. Vess nodded in agreement. I do not object to your descriptions. As sad as it is, not many people at the top think it is worthwhile to reconstruct heavily damaged machines, even if they have evolved into third-order living mechs that have years of experience under their belt. Our industries are much more efficient at mass-producing new mechs than repairing damaged ones on a larger scale. This is why I have been thinking about how to improve how much can be salvaged from a living mech when it has reached the end of service life for whatever reason. His former student could already deduce what he had in mind based on the direction of his talks. Let me guess, you want to make it easier for people to recycle the spiritual foundation of your living mechs. Yes, living mechs and particularly third-order living mechs are treasures in my eyes. Why would you throw it all away? One of the problems with taking them out of existing mech frames is that they are intangible and damn hard to work with on a material level. This is why I have decided to install hyper keystones underneath the cockpits of all of my living mechs. These keystones are essentially hyper materials that can absorb and contain most of the spiritual foundation of a living mech. Is that even possible, Vess? Not in the past, but this is the age of dawn. My understanding of hyper technology and e-technology has improved. Better hyper materials have also become available. One that is suitable to serve as a keystone might not be able to maintain a 100% retention rate, but I am already happy if it can preserve 50% of the spiritual foundation of a third-order living mech. He projected the draft design of the Null project and zoomed in on the cockpit. Just as Vess described, the underside of the cockpit seat contained a keystone that could potentially contain the spiritual foundation of a third-order living mech if there was no other way for the mech frame to remain operational. Vess designed it so that the mech pilot could easily slide open a mechanical lock and take out the briefcase-sized keystone before evacuating from the cockpit. While the keystone was rather heavy, Vess made sure to make it easy to grip by including a handle. Keddies actually looked a bit impressed at this user-friendly implementation. If you can upgrade your living mechs to make this work, then I can definitely see this work. Will you make it so that you can effectively revive third-order living mechs by sliding them in the same slot under the cockpit seat of a freshly produced machine? Yes, so long as they belong to the same mech line, Vess replied. This is a great way to preserve older and much more developed third-order living mechs. They are too precious for people to discard just because it is costlier to scrap a heavily damaged mech than to restore it. There will be a degree of loss, but the most important bits will still be preserved. I will make sure to slightly change the dimensions of the hyper keystones and the slots so that mismatching will not occur. Keddies thought a bit more about this feature. Not everyone will bother to pay for new living mech just to host these hyper keystones. What if they do not want to acquire a new Valkyrie Redeemer to replace the one that has just gotten blasted apart? What if the LMC has no longer decided to update old Mech lines, such as the Aurora Titan and the Crystal Lord? Will the hyper keystones from those extinct lines become worthless? Vess shook his head. Nope. Think about it, Keddies. The developed spiritual foundations of these living mechs can still be repurposed. This is why I originally came up with this idea. I think that it would be great if they can be used as key ingredients in the process of crafting powerful artifacts. Artifacts? That. Didn't you come up with the idea of beast casting a while ago? You can treat this as a similar idea. High-level artifacts can be distinguished from low-level ones by possessing their own form of life and intelligence. It is normally very hard to create them because most methods involve imbuing them with an existing soul. That is not what I have read, Keddy said. Vess smiled. You are right. There are exceptions. One of the best ways to circumvent this requirement is by creating a masterwork or higher. That seems to birth a rudimentary soul or boost the power of an existing one. Other than that, most traditional craftsmen can only make do with repurposing existing souls, especially if they want to ramp up production. Instead of supplying them with unethical human souls or downright hostile alien souls, we can instead supply the increasing number of traditional workshops with more powerful and more cooperative spiritual foundations of third-order living mechs. If this could work, then Vess could increase the value of his 7th-generation living mechs by making them useful even if they had reached the end of their service life. As long as their hyper keystones remained intact, they could be pulled out so that the valuable spiritual remnant contained within could be used to enable the production of high-level artifacts by adequately skilled traditional craftsmen. Chapter 66, 15 Kickstarting High-Level Artifact Production. Vess possessed enough connections with the Red Collective to understand that the production of artifacts, and especially high-level artifacts, had become a rising priority. The collies may be new to the scene, but they were led by plenty of far-sighted leaders, Vess included. While Vess had remained mostly hands-off when it came to directing the policies of the latest member of the Red Three, he had a strong interest in promoting the rise of creation cultivators. This was because he believed that the use of artifacts could help Red humanity fight back against the native aliens. Not only that, the use of powerful artifacts could also help Red humanity's greatest heroes meet the threat posed by the aliens of Messier 87. Artifacts had yet to become a phenomenon in human civilization, but it was only a matter of time before artifact production became the latest pillar of Red humanity's industries. Certain parts of Red humanity embraced traditional craftsmanship a lot more enthusiastically than others. Aside from the Red Collective, two notable groups also invested a considerable amount of resources into manpower into artifact production. The Eternal Vulcan Empire embraced traditional craftsmanship for obvious reasons. The dwarves had come to worship Vulcan almost universally, and that gave them greater motivation than others to take up extraordinary crafts. Becoming creation cultivators was not only an excellent way for them to embrace the new possibilities of the Age of Dawn, but also allowed them to get closer to their supposed god. Another broad group of people that invested more in traditional craftsmanship was surprisingly third-raters. Not all of them expressed interest in it, but there were proportionally more of them that saw value in becoming traditional craftsmen. This was because this new and emerging industry offered a much better pathway to prosperity than other career choices. Second-raters and third-raters might be able to attain better results by relying on their superior augmentations and easier access to more expensive materials. But craftsmanship was ultimately about being able to make products with heart and soul. As long as third-raters became good at creating high-quality artifacts, they would definitely earn the appreciation of big companies and investors. If they were able to become good enough to create masterworks of their own, then even first-class groups might take an interest in these emerging talents. Whatever the case, the demand for artifacts would definitely grow in the future. When you think about it, Demon casting can be considered an attempt to produce a high-level artifact through the unorthodox means of embedding them with a relatively powerful demon. Vess explained. However, that also means that there are regular methods that do not involve such a dangerous source of power. The problem is that most of them are fairly troublesome. For example, you have been trying to turn your Bloodsinger into an artifact by spending a disproportionate amount of time and attention on carrying it around and upgrading it on an incremental basis. Yet all you have to show for it is a sword that is still within the range of a minor artifact. Kedis frowned but did not refute his description. That was true before, but now that I have turned it into my life sword, I think it will take less time for it to evolve into a major artifact. Oh really? Let's compare then. Vess decided to retrieve the ocean collar from the vault of eternity. The remarkable flute appeared in his hand in an instant and already began to pulse with the anticipation of getting used. Kedis took a deep look at the flute before she decided to pull out the Bloodsinger. Compared to its earlier state, the Bloodsinger indeed appeared to be a little stronger and more alive after forming a pact with its wielder. Yet when the ocean collar and the Bloodsinger were placed next to each other, both Mech designers could perceive a very clear difference in strength, sophistication, and development. This is not a fair comparison. You obtained a ready-made high-level artifact from the system, while I acquired and built up the Bloodsinger through my own efforts. Kedis complained. Vess smiled. You are right. I am not passing off the ocean collar as my work. My purpose in making this comparison is to give you a clear indication of what actually constitutes a high-level artifact. My flute here is governed by a mature artifact spirit. As for your Bloodsinger, I think it has only recently obtained the prototype of one due to the Life Sword Pact. If not for this sacrifice, your greatsword would have remained only slightly more special than a regular manufactured product. Why is this important? Because not everyone is willing or able to replicate your method to transform a sword or other object into a high-level artifact, Kedis. Traditional blacksmiths may be able to forge 100 or so sword artifacts per year. You can't expect them to repeatedly pay the price to empower their creations. Unless they are so good that they can produce masterworks at will, they can only resort to using external sources to imbue their creations with artifact spirits. Kedis began to understand his argument. And you think that the spiritual foundations of living mechs are better suited for this than the alternatives? Yes, Vess grinned and nodded. My latest proposal hits multiple birds with a single stone. First, it preserves the personality of a living mech, even after the machine is destined to be scrapped. It provides the emerging artifact industry with an abundant and sustainable source of hyper-keystones that can be used to imbue unfinished works with intelligent, friendly, and reliable artifact spirits. As long as the latter still retain the memories of their previous incarnations, then they will maintain a high degree of loyalty towards red humanity and would be glad if they can be put to use despite adopting another form. This will be especially great if the artifacts consist of mech-grade weapons such as swords, rifles, and more. Infantry-grade artifacts were nice and all, but the real value in their existence lay in their ability to augment the combat power of mechs. Even Kedis could foresee how many mechs could stand a better chance in a fight if they were lucky enough to wield genuine high-level artifacts. The Sword Maidens can definitely benefit if I can convert the mech greatswords of their second swords and storm swords into customized high-level artifacts, she said. It would be better if our clan has trained enough traditional blacksmiths that can do this work without my assistance. That should easily be doable, Kedis. Your helpers and assistants only need to become good enough to produce low-level artifacts, which shouldn't be too difficult as long as you hire talented workers. Once they are trained into actual creation cultivators, they can forge a mech greatsword before using a hyper-keystone to imbue them with a well-developed artifact spirit. That should be enough to convert the weapon into a relatively basic high-level artifact. It still won't be as sophisticated as the ocean collar, but the new Mech greatsword artifact should definitely be able to inflict greater damage and pierce through defenses a lot easier than before. the high-level artifact will also become a much better medium to channel extraordinary sword techniques. The Mech pilot will be able to channel the power of heaven a lot more effectively than before. Ancient sword cultivators could not be separated from their sword artifacts. Only when they wielded a powerful enough blade would they be able to overcome the strong while being weak. Even the Heaven Sword grew enthused at the prospect of enabling the mass production of high-level artifact weapons. It glowed in a clear sign of approval. Compared to your last ideas, this one is both sound and practical. Kedys concluded. The implementation of the hyper keystone is questionable. Unless you can create a working example and test it to see whether it can preserve most of the spiritual foundation of a third-order living mech, the viability of this proposal remains uncertain. However, as long as you solve this key issue, this can open up so many possibilities. I can think of no other source of souls that are more suitable to be converted to artifact spirits than ones that have already served in this capacity. When you think about it, third-order living mechs have a few similarities with high-level artifacts. Vess agreed with all of her points. He only made this realization relatively later, but he believed that this was a good development. It not only showed that his living mechs kept getting better with each generation, but it also proved that traditional craftsmanship was not the only means to creating high-level artifacts. So you have no ethical or moral concerns about the potential repurposing of third-order living mechs? He asked. After all, not all of them may be pleased to be reduced from a powerful and potentially autonomous machine to a much more limited weapon that cannot even move by itself. Perhaps that is a quandary that is more relevant to you rather than me, Vess. As far as I am concerned, it doesn't hurt to ask the prospective artifact spirit what it wants. You should at least make an effort to match its past with its future. For example, a living mech spirit that used to occupy a swordsman mech would probably hate to be imbued into a rifle artifact. You need to set rules on this sort of stuff and make sure that traditional craftsmen abide by them. Also, if a spirit trapped in one of those hyper keystones doesn't want to fight anymore and wants to end its own existence, I think you should give it the option to do so rather than force it to persist. That was a fair request. I will modify the design of the hyper keystone so that the spirit inside can voluntarily choose to disable containment and go free, thereby preventing it from being used and abused by humans as well as our enemies. This was a prudent measure, in case the hyper keystones fell into the hands of the native aliens. Vess did not want this new resource to end up benefiting his own opponents. How easy is it to create a high-level artifact by making use of a filled keystone? Kedys wondered. You have never created a high-level artifact like the Ocean Caller before. That is true, but Vulcan has accrued a huge amount of knowledge and experience in modern craftsmanship, Vess retorted. He is also becoming more proficient in multiple forms of traditional craftsmanship, though his understanding of it is still rather spotty and incomplete. He should actually be capable of creating a basic high-level artifact if he is lucky enough to produce a masterwork, but the end result does not start off on a strong footing. It takes time and persistent usage for the masterwork to grow into the power of a high-level artifact, which is not much different from my living mechs. Outside of that, there are multiple different rituals and processes to convert external souls into artifact spirits. The simplest ones don't require a lot of time to learn. Of course, the results usually weren't the best. It was a waste of a good spirit to crudely mash it into an artifact embryo, but Vess could not expect much from inexperienced craftsmen that did not have time to polish their new skills. As far as he was concerned, any high-level artifact was better than any low-level artifact. So long as Vess managed to design and sell a lot of 7th-generation living mechs, he was not afraid that the supply of filled hyper keystones would run out anytime soon, especially during times of war. In this way, living mechs would play an indispensable role to human civilization. They had the potential to birth an entirely new supply chain that could kickstart the artifact industry and put it on overdrive. More and more mechs would subsequently be able to swap out their regular weapons with powerful artifacts that could give them a much stronger edge against the native aliens. The longer the Red War dragged on, the more high-level artifacts became available. This would cause the Mech forces of Red humanity to steadily become more powerful, even if their numbers steadily dwindled. Quantity over quality. Only by raising the average combat power of Mechs would Red humanity stand a chance of overcoming the hordes of native aliens. Chapter 66, 69 months. By the time Vess presented his idea to make living Mechs the incubators of artifact spirits, Kedis looked a lot more impressed than before. You know, you should have started with presenting this proposal instead of what you previously had in mind, the woman said. You are too obsessed with demon casting. The thought of trying to reverse demon cast a human soul by using dead alien souls as fuel sounds insane on so many levels that you should have known better. At least now, you are relying on more known and familiar phenomena to put this solution together. Vess had a different thought on the matter. I know that the implementation of hyper keystones is a lot more palatable to everyone, but it will probably take a year or longer for this policy change to start producing widespread changes. After all, the freshly produced null projects need time to grow into third-order living Mechs. Then they need to perish in battle, but not to the extent that their hyper keystones got destroyed in the process. Only then can they be used as the artifact spirits of high-level artifacts, or anything that comes close to their level. Then these powerful new artifacts need to be shipped to their users, who will probably need more time to get used to their new gear and learn how to make optimal use of their special capabilities. He hated the fact that it took so many steps to produce a meaningful strategic shift in the Red War. Every step took a certain amount of time and effort to complete. The more steps between the start and the end of the supply chain, the greater the overall delay. In comparison, his previous idea was much simpler in concept. Most of the steps took place inside his living Mech. As long as the Mech fought on a battlefield and managed to get close enough to a bunch of dying aliens, the Null Project would already satisfy the most crucial requirement. The actual casting process was really simple. No other external factors needed to get involved at this point. So long as Vess devised the actual mechanics of this spiritual process and integrated it into a standard Mech design, he only needed to sit back and wait for changes. Perhaps the process may take months to produce results, but Vess still expected lots of Mech pilots growing stronger and more capable of fighting the native aliens after the reverse demon casting attempt finally yielded results. The outcome may turn out to be dangerous or risky, but that only excited Vess. Even a failed result was better than no result. He would just have to return to the design of the Null Project and tweak the parameters in order to fine-tune the special functions. Alas, Kedis' reaction was a powerful indication that the rest of the Mech community might not look upon this proposal with favor. Vess did not dare to neglect her advice nor dismiss her feedback as worthless. She represented the common sense of Red humanity. Many other people would probably react in similar ways if they learned about what he had cooked up in his mind. Even if Vess was not able to turn this insane idea into reality, just voicing it would cause his reputation to plummet. He could hardly afford to tarnish his reputation when he needed as much backing as possible to maintain his current privileges. This was why Vess readily agreed to shelve his earlier idea and adopt the current one instead. Is this the extent of what you have in mind for your 7th-generation living Mechs? Kedis asked. Yes. My 7th-generation living Mechs need to make a statement, and I think this is enough of a package to make people take my upcoming products seriously. The combination between Mech-directed auxiliary Chi cultivation instruction and hyper keystones will not produce an immediate improvement on the battlefield. But as long as our side can hold the line for a few months, the first changes will begin to be felt. High-level Mech-grade artifacts have the potential to immediately boost the combat power of expert Mechs and ace Mechs, which will subsequently help them cope against phase lords. Kedis also grew more optimistic about the prospect of high-level artifacts falling into the hands of powerful Mechs. This may be crucial in closing the gap against phase lords armed with St. Piercer arms. whether high-level artifacts can resist the damage inflicted by superdimensional weapons or not, at least our side will be able to retaliate much more effectively than before. That should restrain the enemy champions and rein in their aggression. All of this sounded great, but nothing was certain yet, while Vess had yet to produce any solid results. This was why he directed his attention back to the current session. "We are already a few months into the marathon," he said as he reflected on how he and Kedis spent their time so far. "I think it is safe to say that our plans couldn't keep up with our changes. I do not necessarily think that is bad. Our primary goal is to prop up Red humanity by giving it the resources and tools that are necessary to put up a better fight against the native aliens. Which we are still doing, but in another way," Kedis added. "Agreed. We initially thought we could get this done by earning lots of AP, upgrading the Dimension Observatory, and absorbing an expensive enlightenment fruit from the Tree of Possibilities. Instead, we have used most of the time we have earned from completing a number of missions to invest in our personal projects. In hindsight, this is even better, because we can meet our goal by relying on our existing capabilities rather than depend on the system for a huge knowledge infusion. That said, we need to adjust our planning and rethink our AP allocation." The two Mech designers briefly listed out their AP revenue and expenditures and performed a few calculations. They roughly tried to predict how extensively they could milk the remaining batch of missions. I determined much longer they could afford to remain inside the system space. Soon enough, Vess and Kedis found themselves at a crossroads. "We have two choices," he said. "Since we have given up on exchanging enlightenment fruits, our only AP expenditures left in our planning are the planned upgrades to the Dimension Observatory. I think we need to earn at least 1,000 AP between the two of us in order to bring it up to a useful enough state. That is a heavy investment with an uncertain payoff. The alternative to this is to drop this demand entirely and just use all of that AP to extend our stay in the system space by 2 years or so. We can get a lot of work done during that time." The way he put these two choices made it sound that it was a brain-dead choice to go for the latter. A senior Mech designer and a journeyman Mech designer who also worked as a swordmaster could truly conduct a lot of valuable research and complete half a dozen high-quality design projects during this time. 3 years have passed since the start of Age of Dawn," Kedis said. "Our society has gone through a huge amount of changes during that time. Red humanity has already diverged enormously from the folks back in our original galaxy. While many people have contributed to these changes, I still think that the two of us can unleash a set of changes that can put our civilization year ahead of the curve if we can develop our ideas for 2 additional years." Time was the scarcest and most precious resource of a Mech designer. The ability to earn additional time was one of the most valuable and subversive benefits offered by the Mech designer system. While the prospects of being able to extend their stay for 500 to 700 additional days sounded like a dream to any Mech designer, the problem was that the individual in question was still human. Vess stared directly into Kedis' eyes. "Will you be able to endure 2 years of isolation from your children and your fellow sisters of the Sword Maiden Mech Legion? Even if we leave the system space for very short intervals in order to remind yourself who you are doing this for, this may end up doing more harm than good. You will still suffer from a sense of temporal dislocation with the people who remain in reality." The Swordmaster lowered her head. She felt conflicted about this matter. She was supposed to be stronger than this, but Kedis the mother did not want to prolong her stay to such an exaggerated extent. "Given the stakes, I am willing to do what is necessary, but I would truly prefer it if we can end this marathon under a tighter schedule." I understand, Kedis. To be honest, I would prefer it if we stick to a semblance of our original plan as well. I invested an entire upgrade track into establishing the Dimension Observatory. I hate for it to remain unused. Let us try our best not to come up with any further distractions and cause our plans to become outdated yet again. We have already devised enough stuff to shock Red humanity once we emerge from the system space. The two Mech designers were determined not to get carried away by future whims or bursts of inspiration. No matter how tempting it sounded to explore a fantastic new idea, it was not wise for them to bite more than they could chew. They should focus on digesting their current gains, first, in order to make sure they could present concrete gains to a race and civilization that urgently needed a short-term boost. This was what they set out to do since this pivotal meeting. Vess continued to split his time between completing missions and fleshing out the null project. Not only did he have to figure out a way to reproduce Deming casting in a miniaturized form in order to create the ultimate module for the null project, he also had to develop the key systems that would define his 7th-generation living mechs. Kedis, meanwhile, continued to flesh out her new swordsmanship paradigm and began to formulate numerous extraordinary sword styles that conformed to the so-called school of reformed swordsmanship. It was not enough for her to publish a manual filled with vague explanations about heaven, earth, and man. She wanted to give sword practitioners of every skill level in the Red Ocean a clear roadmap on how they could systematically progress to the next rank. So long as she herself was able to move closer to advancing to the rank of Sword Saint, other swordmasters would be able to accomplish this as well. While there were not a lot of pure swordmasters in the new frontier, as long as they were able to make quick progress, they might be able to attain their sainthood in time for them to intervene in the ongoing war. Sword Saints by themselves were too weak to make a difference, but the story was different if they formed a blood pact with a powerful Carmine Mech and formed a life sword pact with a high-level Mech sword artifact, possibly with the help of a companion spirit. Equipment could make all of the difference for sword practitioners. This was why Kedis especially devoted so many pages on the Earth portion of her new paradigm. More months passed by as Vess and Kedis fell into a comfortable routine. Their occasional breaks and talks turned inconsequential as they remained focused on their priorities and refrained from making any further alterations from their plans. Before they knew it, 9 months had passed since the start of their marathon. Both Mech designers were approaching the end stage of their stay in the system. Vess had completed the first iteration of the null project. This meant that he had devised plausible solutions to all of the problems that he had set for the 2 variations of this deadly ranged Mech. Kedis had not only completed the minor update to the Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II design, but also rewritten her epoch-defining manual multiple times. Knowing that many people would take her work as gospel, Kedis became a lot more careful about mentioning her claims. She expanded upon some of the speculative portions of her writing and made sure to add more empirical proof to back up her bold assertions. She also removed the more fantastical claims that she was not able to back up with anything solid. All in all, both Mech designers had reached a state where they could shock human society with the work that they have done over this magical stretch of time. Alas, for all of their successes, the pair of Mech designers also failed to meet some of their goals. They completed less missions than anticipated and earned a bit less AP in the process. All of the time they spent on their personal projects had severely affected their mission clearing efficiency, since the 2 of them needed to spend 1 AP each to extend their stay in the system. There came a point in time when the 2 needed to cut their stay short, lest they end up losing more ascension points than they could earn. Chapter 66:17 Checking the goo containers. So how much do you have in your account? Vess asked. 419 ascension points. You? 383, really? Hey, I started out with less AP than you because I had to expand my storage space. I urgently had to earn more ascension points just to be able to stay in this marathon. By the way, this reminds me that we should check on the results of my first attempts to produce a middle demon. Vess, or rather Veronica, had spent enough AP to transfer 3 of the 5 demon mixers into the system space. He had to remove a lot of face water and other miscellaneous goods in order to make enough room for the demi-mechs. For the entire duration of the marathon, Vess had simply placed the demon mixers in one of the expansive spaces next to the workshop of creation. Normally used for storing raw materials as well as finished mech and other goods, the 3 demon mixers had remained a constant presence on this section of the system. Space. In the first month, Vess visited the demon mixers multiple times a day. He could not get tired of approaching them and verifying whether their jars remained intact. He was initially afraid that stuffing so many violent minor demons in a confined space would cause them to produce so much destructive activity that their collective efforts might break containment. These fears steadily abated after a time because nothing actually happened that suggested that the demon mixers were sustaining damage. Vess grew curious about what exactly happened inside the jars, but the principle of goo cultivation was that outside observers should never be able to track what was happening inside in real time. Just opening up the lid to take a peek inside was already enough to taint or outright break the ritualistic process. Even if this was not the case for this specific implementation, Vess did not want to take the risk of ruining all of those minor demons and wasting all of the time and effort to set up these experimental attempts. Therefore, Vess tried his best to rein in his curiosity and stop obsessing so much about the state of the demon mixers. He and Kedis kept them within the periphery of their sight, but no longer paid conscious attention to them anymore. The 3 demon mixers may as well have become a part of the background scenery over the course of their marathon. That did not mean they stopped paying attention to them entirely. They merely ceased to worry about anything going wrong. The pair made sure to craft a few monitoring units to keep the mixers under a constant state of observation. If the demi-mix generated any unusual activity, then Vess would know about it in an instant. Those monitoring units never generated any alarms since Vess placed them around the demon mixers. This gradually caused his concerns to fade. He adopted a more laid-back attitude towards his first goo containers. Why bother worrying about success and failure when his actions had no bearing on the outcome? The entire premise of goo cultivation was to set up the conditions to bring a lot of weak specimens together and have them fight each other to the death in an enclosed area. In other words, the setup was the most important phase of goo cultivation. Much of the work depended on acquiring the right specimens, preparing the right goo container, and making sure that the ritual would proceed as intended. Once he closed the lid, Vess' only remaining responsibility was to store the active goo container in a place where it would not be disturbed. There was no other way for him to intervene in what was happening inside. Since the loss of agency was a feature rather than an error, Vess learned to accept the situation and maintain his composure. There was no point obsessing over what was taking place inside the jars, as he could not meaningfully affect the fighting without spoiling the rituals. As the months passed by, Vess paid less and less attention to them, to the point where entire days passed by where he never acknowledged their existence. This actually caused him to overlook the possibility that the demon mixers may have actually completed their tasks. As Vess and Kedis approached the 3 demon mixers, they looked up at the machines to see if any changes had occurred. Since everything that takes place inside is supposed to be a secret, when will you actually know when the process is over? Kedis wondered. That is actually easy to determine. I designed the demon mixers so that if the battle royale has led to a single surviving demon, that entity will subsequently merge with the living Mech. We should have observed very obvious signs of demonization when this occurred. Seeing that none of these demon mixers have grown any spikes, turned dark all of a sudden and undergone other obvious physical mutations, I believe that the goo cultivation process has yet to produce a final result in these 3 cases. That was disappointing. 9 whole months had passed. That was a lot of time for 40 to 80 minor demons to brawl against each other over the course of multiple rounds and finally determine the winners. What was taking them so long? Though Vess knew that he wouldn't be able to sense the interior of the jar from the outside, he nonetheless approached Demon Mixer 2 in order to check up on the machine. He stepped closer and was just about to touch one of the 4 short legs that supported the demi-Mech before he heard a warning. "Watch out, Vess." Kedis had already unsheathed the Heaven Sword from her back by the time Demon Mixer 2 abruptly drew out its spikes. It turned out that Demon Mixer 2 had already undergone the process of demonization, but quietly. For whatever reason, the demon that survived to the end happened to maintain just enough awareness to prepare a nefarious ambush for its creator. This was not supposed to happen. Demons were irrational beings that were too consumed by the need to destroy to form any coherent thoughts. They shouldn't be capable of planning and executing a quiet takeover and waiting for weeks if not months for Vess to stray close and get taken by surprise. There was no time for him to consider his mistaken assumptions and blame him for failing to account for this possibility. "There's two of them," Kedis gasped as she already raised her heaven sword in preparation to put down the demon mixers by force. "Avoid the attack on your right." The state of Demon Mixer 5 was remarkably similar to that of Demon Mixer 2. Both Demi-Mitchs had been taken over in an identical fashion, and both of them decided to prepare this ambush together. While Demon Mixer 5 was placed a little too far away, Demon Mixer 2 was already poised to impale Vess' body with a long and thick spike that radiated murderous intentions. Yet before the Demi-Mitch could land a killing blow onto its creator, Vess rapidly unfolded his true body. His smart clothing automatically responded to his dramatic increase in size by stretching out its surface fabrics and making sure he maintained his dignity. While it took too long for Vess to reach a size that allowed him to tower over a typical Mech, he had nonetheless unlocked just enough of his body as a phase lord to look down on the Demi-Mitchs. This also happened to unlock enough of his prodigious muscle power to exert a strong push at the top side of the rogue Demi-Mitch. Despite the fact that the demon mixer was being supported by 4 short but fairly stable legs, the Demi-Mitch also happened to be fairly narrow and slender in order to minimize their overall volume. All of this meant that it was remarkably easy for Vess to tip the demon mixer over. Crash. Demonized or not, the overall shape of the Demon Mixer 2 still resembled its original state, which meant that it still suffered from most of its design shortcomings. The Demon Mixer design was never meant to possess any combat capabilities. That resulted in an outcome where the demon had no way to fight against a phase lord aside from growing longer spikes. Once Vess got over his shock and potential fear, he actually grew amused at this development. These demon mixers probably have no idea I am not as weak and fragile as other Mech designers. They should have known better since I am their creator. Demon Mixer 5 proved to be almost just as easy to solve. It became completely surprised by Vess' partial transformation and sought to create more distance between itself and its makers. However, the 4 demonized legs may have lengthened to an extent, but they were hardly racing limbs. The Phase Lord had more than enough time to turn around and topple the second threatening machine onto its back. Its 4 mutated legs helplessly scrabbled in the air or against the hardened stone floor. Their configuration made it impossible for the Demon Mixer to push itself upright again. Demon Mixer 5 is down, Vess said while holding up a palm to prevent Kedis from retaliating with the help of a grand work that she could not fully control. Calm down, I am in control. The spike launching in my direction wouldn't have been a threat as my super-class personal shield generator would have blocked the damage. It's a waste of a shield charge, though, so I thought it was best to take matters in my own hands. Though Kedis did not dare to let down her guard at the moment, she was willing to obey Vess and refrain from taking action. She eyed Vess vigilantly and confirmed that he had not been poked by an errant spike. The poised swordmaster then shifted her attention to the failed assassins. If Vess happened to be a typical nerdy Mech designer with no inherent combat capabilities, then the attempt on his life may have actually succeeded. Perhaps his shield generator may have protected him to an extent, but the demonized Demi-Mitchs happened to have channeled dark and dangerous energies to amplify their strike at the last second. Who knew what might happen, especially if he was a more ordinary Mech designer who failed to receive free gear from the Red 3. Account, I am so glad that I designed the demon mix with this possibility side. They look stupid and completely ineffectual by design. A minor demon or middle demon should never have enough power to turn these silly Demi-Mitchs into serious threats. There is only so much they can do with these handicapped Mech frames. It is like attempting to transform a fragile sheet of paper into a sword that can cut through alloys. It can't be done. Kedis frowned and used her heaven sword to gesture to Vess to back away. Are you sure this is the time for you to gloat over your far-sighted design choices? The demon mixers may be squirming on the ground at the moment, but who knows whether they will undergo another mutation that causes them to pose an actual threat. It was wise to remain cautious. Neither of the two understood what exactly happened to the demon mixers and how they managed to circumvent all of the layers of security that Vess had set up beforehand. However, if this was the extent of what the demonized machines could do, then the threats had already been neutralized. Let's use the workshop tools to restrain the machines and prevent them from going wild, Vess suggested. Sure. By the way, make sure to check up on Demon Mixer 3. I don't trust this machine. It may have finished its process as well and decided to remain in hiding after seeing what happened to its two unfortunate brothers. Good call, Kedis. I don't think it has completed its job, though. I will try to confirm this just to be certain. Chapter 66, 18 The Winning Demons. After Vess and Kedis successfully restrained the two demonized Demi-Mechs with the help of the facilities of the Workshop of Creation, they successfully contained the threat without much risk or effort. As for Demon Mixer 3, Vess personally examined it and tentatively confirmed that it had remained in its original state. Its spiritual foundation had not undergone any secretive changes, and no form of corruption marred its physical frame. It seems like putting 80 minor demons together will take longer to yield a result, Vess concluded with a frown. That is disappointing, but not surprising. He believed the outcome would be worth the additional weight. No matter what, the demon that emerged at the end of all of the culling was bound to absorb the strength of all other 79 minor demons. It would have been nice to know how many more days he needed to wait in order to obtain a result. Once Demon Mixer 3 had finally assimilated with the final surviving demon, Vess would be able to gain a broad estimate on how long it took for 80 minor demons to finish their death tournament. That would make it easier for him to plan ahead and calculate his yearly output in advance. All of that could wait for later, as Vess first needed to confirm whether his initial experiments yielded the right results. The entire point of mixing these low-value minor demons together inside these strange jar-shaped Demi-Mechs is to produce middle demons. Vess reminded Kedis. If I fail to obtain the latter, then this experiment has failed, and I will need to try again. If I succeed, then I should be able to mass-produce middle demons as long as I invest in the right setup and wait for it to complete the goo cultivation process on a large scale. It could be argued that Vess could obtain similar results by introducing his 7th-generation living mechs and enabling the artifact industry to obtain a steady supply of filled hyper keystones. However, Vess believed that there were still significant differences between regular high-level artifacts and D-arms. Sure, right now the maiden knife, the only D-arms that Vess made so far, was practically a toy in the hands of Gloriana. It was in no way comparable to the ocean collar or even the flower parasol. However, these were not fair comparisons, as the maiden knife was an extremely poor first attempt at demon casting. Once Vess learned the ropes of demon casting and learned how to increase the utilization of a demon's power, he believed that his D-arms and D-mechs would definitely be able to produce superior results compared to conventional high-level artifacts at the same level. The maiden knife already hinted at this, as its effects were utterly bizarre, but also worth the price of a first-class fleet carrier to the right people. Compared to empowering an artifact with a regular artifact spirit, Vess found it much more interesting to cram a powerful but unwilling demon into it after beating it into a specific shape. The entire premise of it was already enough to cause his heart to beat faster. Repurposing destructive demons into engines of power had the potential to break the game and dominate the battlefield. Now, Vess was on the cusp of discovering whether his attempts to produce the most vital ingredients bore fruit. He and Kedis carefully approached Demon Mixer 2. Do you think that mixing up 40 minor demons in a confined space is enough to produce a middle demon? Vess asked. I don't know, I have no reference to base my judgment. Let's just take a look and find out the answer ourselves. They did just that. Demon Mixer 2 did not like it very much as its spiked and mutated form pressed against the heavy metal restraints. Unfortunately, the workshop of creation made use of the best equipment available in human space. The Mech restraints were rated to contain the movements of powerful first-class ace Mechs. There was no way the extremely weak second-class demi-Mechs could cause a single vibration, especially since they had been lifted off the ground. The absence of a solid surface caused the armless and flightless Mechs to completely lose the ability to exert any leverage. Vess therefore found the futile attempts to break out of the restraints to be rather amusing. That said, he did not dare to underestimate the demon mixers too much. He still exhibited the necessary caution and tried to watch out for the sudden growth of spikes. He examined the demon that had emerged from the jar and merged with the spiritual foundation of the living Mech. He carefully made use of Blinky's senses to get an impression of the power and rank of the demon inside the small Mech frame. It helped that he could already make comparisons with the admittedly defective middle demon contained in one of Lucky's gems. There is a difference, but it is not as great as I hoped, Vess said with a tinge of disappointment in his voice. There is a gap between this demon and the one that is occupying the maiden knife. This one gives me the impression that it is strong for his rank, but has yet to surpass a threshold and become a domain shaper. The clearest indication of this is the absence of anything resembling a domain. This was a bummer. He had loosely calculated based on the price list of the demon's summoning circle that a middle demon was worth 20 minor demons. This may indicate that it took 20 minor demons, or even less, to produce a single middle demon. However, Demon Mixer 2 brought together a whopping 40 minor demons, and all Vess got at the end was a single strong and battle-hardened minor demon. Perhaps the other notable change, despite a considerable boost of strength, was the increase in rationality. Vess was able to sense that the minor demon inside Demon Mixer 2 had lost a lot of his irrational rage that previously drove him towards indiscriminately attacking everything. Why was this the case? Did the minor demon absorb a little bit of intelligence from every defeated opponent until he obtained all of it? Vess wondered. Or is it because he assimilated the calm and rational spiritual foundation of the living Mech? It could also be because he has merged with a Mech, which is inherently dependent on logic and data. Kedis shrugged. It could be all of those reasons at the same time. You can't know unless you create a demon mixer that refuses to merge with the winning demon. You're right, we can explore that question later. For now, it is enough to take any of those possibilities into account. Whether a minor demon accidentally grew smart and rational due to an as of yet undetermined factor was not too relevant to Vess at the moment. A somewhat rational minor demon was nearly useless. If Vess wanted to perform demon casting with a minor demon, then he would have done so with one of the basic ones produced by Helena. Perhaps the results wouldn't be as good, but the differences should be so great as it remained in the same rank. What Vess really wanted was a middle demon of the second major cultivation rank. Damn it, he cursed. I don't know why putting 40 minor demons together is not enough to yield a successful result. It could be because the goo container that I have designed is too flawed and rudimentary to run an efficient goo cultivation process. It could also be because it is impossible to birth a single major demon with so few minor demons. I think your earlier guess is the most likely reason for the failed result, Kedis commented. These demon mixer demi-Mechs do not look reliable at all before they got mutated. Since this goo cultivation business is an entirely separate discipline that possesses a lot of depth and expertise, it is unrealistic for you to be able to reach the same degree of efficiency as those who have mastered this unorthodox method. You are like a novice Mech designer thinking that you can produce a work that is on par with that of a master Mech designer. Your expectations are too unrealistic. You're right, I suppose. I was dreaming too much. At least this attempt is not a total failure. The fact that it took 9 months or less for a single minor demon to emerge that is stronger, smarter, and a lot more in control of himself represents progress. It at least proves the validity of goo cultivation and that I can reproduce it to a lesser degree. All I need to do to obtain better results is to analyze the data, conduct targeted research, and improve upon the demon mixer design. Vess guessed that the current demon mixer design was functionally able to serve as a goo container, but not a good one. This gave him enough reasons to continue to iterate on the demon mixer design rather than write it off as a failed work and start over from scratch. He was heading in the right direction. He only needed to move forward in order to realize more gains. Vess did not bother to take out the stronger and smarter minor demon from demon mixer 2. There was no place else to store the strengthened demon aside from the prison supplied by the system space. Instead of bothering with that, Vess might as well keep it in its current form, as it wouldn't be able to go anywhere. He could still conduct further tests and examinations on naturally demonized living mechs by using Demon Mixer 2 as a test subject. When Vess and Kedis moved to Demon Mixer 5 and began to examine it, they quickly found a qualitative difference. This demon is on another level compared to the last one, Kedis said. I can already feel it through my sword aura. This demon has a domain, a weak one, but it exists. If it is given time and energy to develop, it can one day grow to a strong state. Vess made the same conclusion. His lips curled into a grin as he finally obtained a positive result. It's true. The 5th Demimich has truly managed to produce a middle demon. All it took was 40 minor demons as well as an additional injection of 100,000 souls. He carefully did not mention the origin of all of those souls. Still, despite devouring so many extra souls, this middle demon feels like he is even weaker than the ancient maiden that you have demon-casted into the maiden knife. The swordmaster noted with a frown. There is a huge world of difference between an ordinary soul and a minor demon produced from a stronger alien soul. It may take millions more to bring this middle demon to a more respectable state. The recently evolved middle demon that had merged with Demon Mixer 5 came across as a weak and malnourished example of his kind. He was truly looking like he was begging for sustenance. The middle demon made for a pathetic sight, which explained why it fell so quickly. However, Vess did not mind this too much, because surpassing the threshold was the hardest part. It probably wasn't necessary to resort to a difficult and time-consuming process, such as goo cultivation, to quickly improve the strength of the malnourished middle demon. Perhaps the requirement of feeding the middle demon with millions of souls may sound onerous to most people, but this was not a problem to him. Helena could supply him with all of the juicy souls he needed in the near term. Vess began to record his experimental results. My tentative conclusion for the time being is that it is definitely possible to produce a single middle demon out of 40 minor demons. I think that energy is the principal reason why Demon Mixer 2 failed and Demon Mixer 5 succeeded. The former did not contain any souls that could bolster the strength of the minor demons and feed more juice to the ultimate winner. The latter just happened to contain enough souls to give the eventual winner enough of a push to break past his bottleneck. If this was true, then solving it was incredibly simple. If inserting additional souls was what it took to produce middle demons, then he would attempt to do so in abundance. Chapter 66-19 Last Demon Standing. The two demons that emerged out of Demon Mixer 2 and Demon Mixer 5 both possessed distinctive characteristics. Vess and Kedis studied them in greater detail in order to figure out their special qualities. They had yet to encounter many demons, and wanted to know what made them special compared to regular souls. Aside from confirming that they possessed enough rationality to not waste their energy on useless struggle, the pair discovered a number of interesting aspects. It is as if we are examining a dark mirror of normal souls, Kedis said, with a hint of distaste in her words. Normal souls typically have a neutral or balanced attribute makeup. Every adult human possesses a mix of positive, neutral, and negative attributes, and they are usually within proportion of each other. Those with brighter outlooks tend to be biased towards positive attributes, while those who are mired in fury or depression are weighted towards negative attributes. However, I have never witnessed a case where a soul had become so corrupted that there is hardly any light left inside. Her description held a greater implication. Ah, but what is special is that both of these demons do not consist of pure malevolence, Vess said with a smile. Not anymore, at least. That tiny portion of light that is hidden inside all of that filth and darkness is likely responsible for giving them a clearer head than normal. Compared to the remnant of the ancient maiden that emerged directly from Lucky's gem before getting demon-casted into the maiden knife, these pair of recently strengthened demons are clearly more rational and subsequently more intelligent. It is quite scary for them to gain these qualities, as that makes them harder to predict and guard against. The fact that they were wise enough to hide their possession of the demon mixers and prepare an ambush against their creator was proof of that. Their plan may have worked if Vess was an ordinary Mech designer as opposed to a part-time phase lord. This incident reminded him once again that any activity related to demons was inherently risky. No matter how clever they became, so long as they remained in a negative state, they would always maintain their hostility towards neutral and positive life forms. Neither Vess nor Kedis could explain where this hostility came from and why it existed. It was as if there was a natural law in force that compelled negative life forms, even ones that may be intelligent enough to question its own instincts and purpose, to always seek the demise and destruction of everything else. The only exception may be other demons, but it was clear that their restraint towards each other was not too strong. I think it is a matter of priorities, Kedis said. If these demons are hostile towards each other, then they would have wiped themselves out long before they could pose a threat against us. There are probably instincts baked into them that tell them not to fight each other so easily. Vess nodded in agreement. I think that something like this is definitely going on. That may be one of the original reasons why ancient cultivators invented goo containers. They want to force poisonous creatures to fight and devour each other, but simply placing them in a large space will cause them to instinctively avoid each other unless they are hungry. By compressing their space and forcing them into each other's comfort zones, you can induce them into a fight or flight mode. And since the latter is not feasible anymore, they have no other choice but to brawl to the death. When you wrap a ritual around this process, you can accelerate and supercharge this process. Now that he had gained a greater insight into goo cultivation, Vess already came up with numerous different ways to improve upon the demon mixer design. He had a better idea on how to design and configure the ritual so that it could produce greater yields next time. His goal was to increase the efficiency of the demon goo cultivation process. As a Mech designer and a spiritual engineer, he could not stand the thought of stuffing so many minor demons and possibly other souls inside the jar, only for 50 or 70% of all of that energy to go to waste. Vess still had a lot to go before he could reduce this proportion to an acceptable level. Right now, he was more interested in getting to know the two surviving demons on a more personal level. They had to possess remarkable qualities in order to be able to vanquish over 39 other minor demons in their respective goo containers. Let's take a look at the minor demon that has merged with Demon Mixer 1, Vess said. If you examine it closely and look past the obvious demonization aspects, you can still piece together a semblance of the original soul. Kedis furrowed her brows. That may be so, but it is difficult for me and Sharpie to look past all of the ugliness inside this minor demon. All I can sense is a hostile entity that needs to be banished from this realm. It was not a surprise that a swordmaster would have that reaction. It's different for me, Vess revealed. I can rely on my affinity to darkness and Blinky's fine-tuned senses towards E-energy to look past the surface layers. Do you know what I see? I can sense that the original soul that spawned this minor demon used to be a senior Mech designer. We are looking at one of our former colleagues. That caused Kedis to look surprised. A senior Mech designer? Shouldn't there be demons derived from soldiers in this demon mixer? Yes, I made sure to insert the souls of expert candidates or similar in each of them. I thought their combat acumen would give them an edge after their demise, but apparently that is not the case. There may be other factors that have given this senior Mech designer the last laugh. Brain over brawn, Kedys remarked. Vess shrugged. Since everything that took place inside a closed goo container remained a secret to outside observers, it was unlikely for Vess to figure out the truth. He moved on to examining the demonized Mech designer. As far as I can tell, the senior Mech designer is between 1 and 2 centuries old when he died and got converted into a minor demon, Vess said, as he used his senses to get a read on the minor demon's original identity. He is definitely a man. There are still remnants of his design philosophy left inside. As far as I can tell, he has a Class VI design philosophy in ranged skirmisher mechs. He never worked on any other mech type aside from ranged skirmisher mechs. Ranged skirmisher mechs. I'm not too surprised that you are unfamiliar with them since you don't bother with designing ranged mechs. Vess smirked. They are a subcategory of rifleman mechs. Ranged skirmisher mechs are defined by relatively high mobility and prefer to fight at closer ranges. They are usually armed with submachine guns or shotguns that allow them to strafe or overwhelm a target up close before darting away with the help of their superior speed. That sounds like a light harasser mech. The two mech types definitely share a close resemblance to each other. Ranged skirmisher mechs can be seen as the big brother version of a light harasser mechs. They are always medium mechs. They essentially trade mobility for better armor, higher caliber, and greater ammunition reserves. They have more staying power and can take a beating. That sounds interesting. Kedys looked intrigued. They actually sound as if they are good at countering melee mechs. Fighting at closer ranges is risky, but as long as their mobility is higher than that of a swordsman mech, they can still remain out of harm's way. Their rapid-fire machine guns, or impactful shotguns, can quickly compromise and wear down the armor of a typical melee mech. Precision is not as important for those weapons, so they can always inflict damage even if all of the mechs involved in a fight are maneuvering like crazy. Why haven't they become more popular? Because they are too demanding to pilot. Vess responded. You know as well as I do that mech pilots can roughly be divided into 2 broad categories. There are the gung-ho warrior types that prize their martial skills and want to dive into the thick of battle in order to hack and slash their enemies apart. Then there are the more rational and analytical types that like to maintain their distance from the enemy and pick them apart with precisely placed shots with their trusty firearms. Which of these categories best describe the mech pilots of ranged skirmisher mechs? The swordmaster crossed her arms and pressed her lips in thought. They should definitely be counted among the former category, but if they are bloodthirsty and get excited about the prospect of overpowering their enemies up close, then they may as well do that by specializing in swordsmanship or similar. That is not to say that specializing in submachine guns and shotguns are bad, but they not only require a different set of skills to master, but also introduce a number of complications in battle. The greatest shortcoming is that if an enemy melee mech ever manages to catch up to a ranged skirmisher mech, somehow, the latter will lose all of its advantages. Third-class mech cadets were not as capable of learning a broad range of skills as their second-class counterparts. They had to make hard choices on how to invest their time in the Mech Academy. There were already mature and well-developed pipelines for training and educating regular melee mech pilots, so that became the default choice for all cadets who sought a life of action and excitement. If that is the case, this senior mech designer probably never managed to attain critical success. His products have never managed to grow beyond their niche status. Kedys analyzed. That is probably the case. I can clearly feel a strong source of resentment in him. It is a type of resentment that is familiar to many mech designers. It is the resentment of dedicating your entire life to realizing a design philosophy, yet failing to earn recognition from the market. Too few mech pilots appreciate his works, and it was likely that few, if any of them, have managed to become an expert pilot with the help of his work. Even when he worked his way up to the rank of senior, his industry influence and market impact was probably too weak. I can imagine how angry he must feel as he had reached the end of his lifespan without managing to fulfill any of his major ambitions. Kedys said in a sympathetic tone. He died aggrieved, having reached a measure of wealth and academic accomplishments, yet failing to leave a lasting legacy behind. With his death, his design philosophy has become lost. Most of his work and accomplishment has become buried with his body. That was one of the most painful outcomes that could happen to a truly passionate Mech designer. No ordinary individual could become a senior Mech designer. The original identity of this minor demon had definitely invested far too much of his life into his work. If only he had more time. Since the senior was unable to afford life-prolonging treatment, that probably meant that he was ultimately not commercially successful or not valued enough by the establishment to receive more than the cheapest form of life-prolonging treatment. Ultimately, the Mech market was fair. If the senior Mech designer actually designed Mechs that were practical and powerful enough to make a difference in a conflict, then his life and career wouldn't have ended in a whimper. The fact that the senior still retained so much resentment after his demonization meant that this was probably the main source of the minor demon's strength and motivation. It turned out that the man was so unwilling to die as a loser that he fought like hell inside Demon Mixer 2 and successfully managed to become the last demon standing. Chapter 66, 20 Us vs Them. When Kedys heard Vest's description of the minor demon's original life as a human, she couldn't help but feel more sympathetic. The former senior Mech designer from a third-rate state had worked so hard to make difference by specializing in designing ranged skirmisher Mechs, only for the Mech market to remain unmoved by his works. With much of his professional legacy disappearing after his death, the senior Mech designer ultimately led an unfulfilled life. No matter whether he found the love of his life or raised a prosperous line of children and grandchildren, senior Mech designers ultimately cared more about whether their Mechs contributed to their society and whether any of their work would be remembered after their passing. Given the notable amount of resentment that the minor demon held towards his feeble legacy, he probably lived through his final years as a bitter and feeble senior. Perhaps he may have been able to work himself up to a master if he was given 50 or 100 years more time, but the Mech community clearly did not feel he deserved another chance. Knowing that must have made the senior extremely depressed and disappointed at his own incompetence. Feeling the life fading from his body, while he still needed a lot more time to progress his design philosophy, was a chronic form of torture. It was like fabricating 90% of a Mech, only to quit before it could get completed and be put into use. What a sad Mech designer, Kedys said before she realized that she got so caught up in Vest's narrative that she inadvertently overlooked a very important fact. Wait, when you initially chose to go ahead with demon casting, did you not promise me that you would spare human souls from this treatment? Why did you turn the soul of a senior Mech designer into a demon? Were all of the other demons and souls human in origin? Oops. Vest had made that promise almost 9 months ago. He had failed to remember which secrets he should withhold from Kedys. This was an unacceptable oversight on his part. He had become too fixated on the many benefits of demon casting to remind himself that not everyone was okay with using human souls as fuel to produce demons. In truth, Vest always believed that Kedys would find out the truth eventually. It was not possible to hide the origin of souls for demon production to a swordmaster with sharp instincts and an extremely powerful grandwork that was older than modern human civilization. He just hoped that by the time that Kedys learned about the truth, Vest would have already built up a collection of powerful D-arms and D-mechs. It would have been much easier to defend his actions when his demon casting efforts clearly made a difference in the ongoing war. Alas, he would have to make do without this particular help. Though Vest did not believe that Kedys would get outraged to the point of unsheathing her heaven sword and chop it in his direction, he better make sure he channeled his devil tongue as best as possible lest he ruin his relationship with the swordmaster. Helena is the one who supplied the souls, he said while raising his hands in innocence. As you may or may not know, she still retains a presence in the Jaina star cluster in the old galaxy. Not only does she remain by the side of my mother in the Nyxian Gap, she is also the object of prayer of a large number of defeated Hexers in the Komodo star sector, as well as those who have fled to other star sectors. There are more than enough of them that Helena is able to witness the deaths of many people in this corner of the Milky Way galaxy. So that gives her the right to harvest those innocent human souls and pervert them to your cause. Kedis angrily shot back. She looked closer to drawing out her heaven sword, or at least her bloodsinger. I thought you had standards, Vess. They may be lower than mine, but they should at least respect the sanctity of the human race. For you to treat the souls of humans of the old galaxy as nothing more than resources to be utilized is a step too far. Okay, you may have a point that repurposing human souls for demon casting is not exactly right, but necessity trumps morals. We cannot get hung over our own bottom lines when the native aliens clearly have much fewer of them. Our enemies do not care about our restraint or our unwillingness to get our hands dirty. They will continue to run over our strongholds and massacre all of the red humans they come across. This includes everyone you care about, such as Kyrian and Mayra. Do you want to look at your children and tell them that your principled opposition has contributed to red humanity's doom? But at least we will all die with a clean conscience. A part of Vess felt ashamed for resorting to this low blow yet again, but he did so because it was remarkably effective. Kedis anticipated this response, however. You keep using the same argument to excuse your unethical behavior and actions. While I hate that I still cannot refute your stupid excuse, there has to be a point where the children card should no longer serve as an effective immunity against wrongdoing. Do you even think that what you are doing is wrong in any way? I didn't lie, technically. I consider myself a red human, and so should you. We have already split away from original humanity due to the Great Severing. The more time passes by, the more we diverge from the folks back in the old galaxy. Our culture, our genetics, and our history are becoming more and more foreign to all of the people who reside in the Milky Way. If I have to choose who to save, I will pick red humanity every time because this is what my family and my clan have become. The people in our former home are still humans, but they are not our people anymore. And that excuses your attempts to torture their souls to the point of undergoing demonization before having them fight each other. Or worse, putting thousands of weak and defenseless human souls into those awful demon mixers, where they end up getting torn apart and devoured by these evil beings. These are still humans. Just because they live in another galaxy does not make them any less important. Is that true? What do you mean by that, Vess? You heard my question. Now answer it. Do you think the life of a human from the old galaxy should receive as much care and protection from us as the life of a red human? Vess smirked. It turned out that this was not an easy question to answer. The Swordmaster eventually sighed. I know what you are doing. You are purposefully trying to split original humanity away from the category of our people. This will make it easier for us to exploit them for our own gains. Perhaps you are right, but so what? None of this is false. Red humanity is for all intents and purposes our only people. Original humanity does not want nor deserve our protection. At the same time, the folks in the Milky Way have not done nearly enough to support us in the Red War. Even if material transfers have become impossible, they could still assist us with conducting R&D and provide us with technical support. Instead, they have gone back to their own selfish ways. Since they have made a clear break with us, we do not have to treat them as if they are on the same side as us anymore. They should be treated as aliens in human form. Though Vess tried his best to reinforce the separation between the two branches of humanity, Kedis did not accept this argument. Do you know how disgusting you sound when you engage in othering? You are using the same tactic that has excused countless dishonorable acts throughout history. This entire us vs them dichotomy has been the cause of countless acts of infamy. By pretending that humans with darker skin tones are not human, we dehumanize them into slaves that are no different from livestock and other property. By pretending that humans that belong to another tribe, religion, political affiliation, or geographic region are not a part of us. We can brainwash ourselves into feeling no guilt as we commit genocide on them. It is so bad that the very act of labeling a group of people as them automatically dehumanizes them to the point where we can excuse any atrocity, such as bombing their territories into ruin and slaughtering them en masse. Now we can add torturing their souls and feeding them to demons as additional atrocities. Vess never imagined that Kedis could be so upright and principled given her history. How could she remain so clean all of these years? Perhaps the Larkinson clan protected and sheltered her a little too well. She had never been placed in a position of leadership as Vess. She never had to make the hard choices that had brought the Larkinsons to their current height. Okay, it is true that I am purposefully dehumanizing the people from the Milky Way, Vess admitted with a sigh. Perhaps I am doing it in order to assuage my own conscience, but I do not think what I am doing is wrong. This is not a matter of ethics or philosophy. It is a matter of survival. I am completely certain that the members of the survivalist faction of the Red Association are 100% behind my standpoint. In fact, I think the majority of the Red Three will stand behind me. We have an obligation to use whatever resource is acceptable to win this war. The native aliens aren't holding back all that much. They are literally throwing away the lives of an astronomical amount of cannon fodder in an attempt to drown us with alien blood. Since they are ruthless enough to drive so many of their own kindred to their deaths, then we must respond in kind or fall behind. You speak as if we have an obligation to compete in a race to the bottom, Vess. You may not like this competition, but that does not mean it is inconsequential, he argued. All I am hearing is objections from you. What you have failed to do is present alternative solutions that can solve the problem at hand. If you have a better way to empower Red humanity and arm them with powerful weapons, then share it with us all. If not, then do not try to shut down my earnest attempts to safeguard the future of my own children as well as yours. I am a parent as well, you know. Will you deny a father like myself the opportunity to fight for their right to live in this blood-soaked galaxy? Vess gave her a knowing look. The morals that you have imported from the Milky Way don't apply as well in the Red Ocean. We have entered a more primitive galaxy where the survival of the fittest trumps the rules of chivalry. There is a time and place for honor, but please wait until we have defeated the genocidal aliens first. They will not hesitate to wipe us out to the last man if they ever gain the upper hand. It is only fair for us to do the same to them, even if we have to repurpose the souls of humans who are not a part of us anymore. Besides, I don't think we are abusing the souls of all of those people, Vess said in a more conciliatory tone. Think about it. Instead of dying like faceless space peasants, we are giving them a chance, however small, of gaining a second chance in another life. It is like we are reincarnating them. Sure, a bunch of them are turned into demons, but they can continue to grow and gain more rationality and power as long as they are successful. Perhaps a demon like this former senior Mech designer may one day become so smart and powerful that he is ultimately able to revive his design philosophy and realize it, thereby completing his previous life's work and leaving behind a lasting legacy. If you ask me, that is a better trajectory than disappearing with a lot of unresolved resentment in his belly. Kedis looked at Demon Mixer 2 that contained the former senior Mech designer in question and wondered what she would have wanted if she was in that man's place.
Chapter 66, 21, The Bringer of Carnage. Since Vess was not making much progress in convincing Kedis to drop her objection by resorting to othering, he decided to switch tracks. He saw that he could reduce her discomfort towards using the souls of original humans as a resource if he framed it as a second chance. If you think about it, I am doing the folks over in the old galaxy a favor, he said with greater confidence in his voice than he actually felt. Sure, most of them will either end up being devoured by demons, but at least they can live on in another way. They can rest easily knowing that their lives had meaning. They have made a small but meaningful contribution to the defense of fellow humans who have the misfortune of being trapped in a war-torn dwarf galaxy. I do not think that a cow will feel grateful or fulfilled due to the fact that his flesh is being used to fill people's bellies in a restaurant. Kedys sardonically remarked, "Well, it is better than dying a completely meaningless death," Vess insisted. "Besides, the analogy does not fit that well because humans are alien to the cow. If you believe the two branches of humanity are still part of the same group, then the dynamic is different. If a person voluntarily sacrifices himself to save another, then that is considered an act of sacrifice, which is one of the virtues that exemplify honor. There is a difference. Sacrifice is done by choice. I doubt that is the case with these exploited human souls," Kedys retorted. "They wouldn't understand. They are original humans. They don't care about us anymore. Look, willing or not, you cannot deny that we are giving them a tiny chance of earning a second chance at life. Demonization is not a pleasant process, but it gives them the strength and value they need to exist. If I am faced with the same situation, then I would grasp it without bothering to complain about the less than hospitable treatment. Even if I am reduced to a raw soul that is destined to feed a hungry demon, then I will fight for my right to live to such a massive extent that the demon will end up getting devoured by myself. Nothing is impossible as long as I am given a chance, and I think you will choose the same. Giving up is not our style. That may be true, but not everyone is like us. What if these people just want to put down their burdens and rest? What if they just want their existences to meet a graceful end? Then I can only say sorry to them as I repurpose their souls so that they can still benefit the living." Though Vess had not succeeded in converting Kedys' viewpoint, he noted that he still managed to weaken her resolve to object against his actions. That was enough for the time being. Vess was more than willing to settle for a partial success. "Look, we can argue all day, but I am not going to give up my strategy," he said. Like it or not, demon casting has become one of the numerous solutions that we can employ to dig red humanity out of the hole. If you want to stop me from relying on it to arm our mechs with better weapons, then instead of doing something as useless as blathering on about honor, you should try and negate the need for this desperate solution. And how do you suggest I do that, Vess? I can think of many different ways. For example, you can become a sword god and can slice the Red Cabal into pieces with the help of the Heaven Sword. A more realistic way you can help is by investing more AP into the Dimension Observatory. If you can earn 1,500 AP and pay for the semi-permanent breach upgrade, you can use the Dimension Sword to create dozens of gateways into resource-filled dimensions, thereby relieving the urgent shortage of mid to high-end resources. Both of these goals are out of reach, Kedys complained. I never said it would be easy. They would have been my preferred solutions if they were more attainable than demon casting. At least I am doing my best to serve red humanity by fighting for our collective survival. What about you? If you want to become more than a journeyman mech designer, then it is not enough for you to limit your scope of service. You need to think about how you can make a difference on a grander scale. Do you understand what you should actually do? As long as we can solve a problem with upright means, there is no need for us to resort to riskier and more problematic solutions. I guess you have a point. He successfully directed her thoughts towards herself rather than him. That was good. The more she thought about solving problems, the less prone she was to create one for Vess. I wonder. What are you wondering about, Vess? I wonder what the Heaven Sword thinks about this, he said. It isn't doing nothing aside from hanging behind your back. It had to be listening in to our conversation. What do you think? Do you believe I am right to favor my own people over others? The sheathed sword briefly glowed in white before returning to its previous condition. That was a remarkably mild reaction. Kedys had spent enough time with the relic weapon to understand its overall thoughts and intentions. The Heaven Sword does not feel too strongly about your actions, she reluctantly interpreted. What I consider dishonorable is not that big of a deal in its eyes. You see. If the Heaven Sword doesn't think this is worth bothering about, then you shouldn't either. That provoked a heated response from the Swordmaster. I am different from the Heaven Sword. Do not think that we are aligned to each other. I have my own thoughts and opinions. Ugh, I am getting tired of spending so much time in the system space with you. I cannot wait to get out of this place." He thought likewise. He did not want his demon casting activities to get interrupted by these unwelcome moralizing arguments. "Okay, you are right. You are not the Heaven Sword. However, do not discount its opinion. It is one of the few ancient relics that has successfully withstood the test of time. It is a survivor. The heavens are fair, but also ruthless. It knows that if you want to save yourself and whatever you consider precious, then you need to do what is necessary instead of what is right. It would be great if the two are equivalent, but if not, then you need to be able to make the hard choices. The side that is more willing to do that is the side that is least constrained by its own self-imposed weaknesses." Vess understood that there were reasons why laws, morals, and ethics existed. In an ideal society, they were indeed good ways to impose restraint and keep everyone under control. However, he did not believe that he and other people should allow themselves to get shackled by them in a time of total war, especially against a coalition of alien species. Tying his hands behind his back when aliens were threatening to clobber him to pieces was not honorable. It was stupid. Kedis slowly understood this as well, even if she was not as willing to let go of the more innocent parts of her humanity as her former mentor. "Let's just move on," she grumbled as she took the initiative to withdraw. "You are right. Instead of wasting my time on complaining, I need to become a better swordmaster and mech designer and present better alternatives to red humanity. The people have a right to choose how they want to be saved. I will work harder than ever, and hope that my solutions will ultimately convince you to return demon casting to its original forgotten state." Vess smiled at her. "I welcome the challenge. Let us compete against each other to see who can gain the upper hand." After the two mech designers tentatively reconciled with each other, they resumed their original activity. They completed their examination of the minor demon that was trapped inside Demon. Mixer 2. For all of his rationality, the demon was not willing to identify himself with his former human self. He completely regarded himself as a new and different demonic personality. "I am the bringer of carnage. I am the epitome of violence. I will tear all of you to shreds." Neither Vess nor Kedis looked amused at their only attempt to communicate with the crazy minor demon. This used to be a not-so-successful but still respectable senior mech designer. "We can be just as emotional and aggressive as mech pilots, Kedis. We just tend to express it in different ways. Not everyone has an easy outlet for their aggression as you. While we can only wallow in our frustrations, you can channel it all out by boarding an enemy ship and hacking a bunch of aliens in half. At least we have a name for our demon. The bringer of carnage may still be a minor demon, but he had grown so strong that he was only a few steps away from breaking through. That made it worthwhile for Vess to keep the demon and find a way to stimulate his breakthrough outside of a goo container. The middle demon that had become entangled with Demon Mixer 5 was another interesting case. Despite his energy and strength deficiency, Vess could feel that he was a lot more solid than the bringer of carnage. "This guy is definitely one of the expert candidates that had the best chance of coming out on top," Vess said. "He has not disappointed my expectations and managed to vanquish over the other minor demons that were predominantly derived from civilian human souls. He was fairly young when he died. I estimate his age at 30 to 40 years old. He definitely died in battle. He holds a great amount of grievances about how he died too soon on the battlefield. As for his specialization, I think he used to pilot a swordsman mech equipped with 2 weapons. He excels at dual wielding." "Oh, that sounds interesting." Kedis couldn't help but develop a greater interest towards the middle demon. One that was derived from a swordsman mech pilot may actually be useful in her line of work. Of course, she still remained uncertain how powerful a D-Arms could become if it merged with this expert candidate-turned-demon. Was it worth all of the hype? Vess could sense her lingering doubts, so he decided to make a proposal. Since our time in the system space is coming to an end, let's complete one final project, as a celebration for all of the gains we have made. That will eat into our AP. It will be worth it, Vess insisted. I don't want to end this marathon on a sour note. I think that your impressions of demon-casting are tainted by the disappointing way the maiden knife ended up. Let's try and produce a proper D-arms this time. We can design and forge a new Mech greatsword for the first sword Mark Roman 3, or another swordsman Mech of your choosing. Then we can demon-cast it with this middle demon, but this time the results will be better because we have a better idea of what we are doing. Kedis did not feel as enthused about this idea as Vess, but she did not see any reason to reject this proposal. She was also curious about whether Vess was justified in putting so much faith into demon casting. Trying to make a proper D-arms was a good way to generate useful data that could better inform her stance towards demon casting. If the results remained poor, then Kedis had much less reason to tolerate the flagrant abuse and exploitation of so many human souls. Chapter 66, 22 The Bitter Swordsman. Vess inwardly sighed with relief when Kedis agreed to cooperate on a demon casting project. This time he became determined to do a serious job. He did not want to end up with a product that failed to become a powerful enough weapon and instead became more valued for its beautifying effect. I think the first decision we need to make is select which demon we intend to use, he said. We only have 2 of them, so we can only create D-arms that fit their strengths and inclinations. We have already seen what happened if there are mismatches between the demon casting mold and the object, so it would be stupid if we repeated the same mistakes. Kedis took a look at the 2 restrained demon mixers. Both of them ended up producing 2 very different demons. There is only really one choice unless you manage to trigger the breakthrough of the Bringer of Carnage. We should settle on trying to give the only middle demon so far a chance to start a new life as a D-arms. Since he used to be an expert candidate that specialized in piloting dual-wielding swordsman mechs, we should design a sword around him. Maybe we can even design 2 swords, though I am not sure how it will work if they are split. Will both of them retain their connection to the demon? I don't know, but let's not risk it. I don't want to break this fellow by trying to split him into 2 objects. Let's stick to a simple job and create a single D-sword. By the way, we need to come up with a name for this demon. You are the swordmaster. Do you have any suggestions? The female Mech designer examined Demon Mixer 5 and tried her best to get a feel for the middle demon's personality and convictions. She was not as good at this as Vess, but as a swordmaster, she could still glean aspects of the expert candidate's swordsmanship beneath all of the hatred and regrets. Compared to the Bringer of Carnage, the former expert candidate died with a lot of regrets. He perished when he was young and just starting to become a champion. He never managed to undergo apotheoses and become a hero of his people. He never had the fortune of having an expert mech designed just for himself. He never had the opportunity to take his personalized machine and earn glory on the battlefield. The expert candidate fought so hard to rise above his peers, only for him to get ambushed and torn to shreds by a ruthless enemy expert mech that did not care about fairness. Was it the fault of the deceased for leaving himself open to get picked off by a far superior mech and mech pilot? The dead expert candidate did not think this was the case. He only thought that he had died too soon because his incompetent superiors put him in the wrong place at the wrong time. He also blamed his own bad luck because he failed to break through when he was at his most desperate. If he was fighting on a good day, then he may actually have broken through and relied on forced resonance to retreat from his encounter with the enemy powerhouse with his life intact. There were so many different ways this encounter could have produced a better outcome, but ultimately the expert candidate had been set up to fail. Kedis frowned when she was able to glean all of these recriminations from the middle demon. They were mostly excuses that squarely sought to shift the blame to others. The expert candidate never really reflected on his own mistakes. The process of demonization had apparently magnified all of his grievances and negative tendencies. They had become so overwhelmingly strong that they drowned out his honor, his dignity, and his duty. He had become a demon that possessed many of the worst traits of a soldier. What a contemptible demon! Kedis couldn't help but sneer. Let us call him the bitter swordsman. Very well. This was not the most evocative name, but it succinctly described the middle demon's overall demeanor and personality. Now that they chose a demon to develop a D-arms around, the two Mech designers proceeded to come up with numerous different ideas. Saint Deci doesn't need another sword, Kedis insisted. She already has a good enough one in the form of the Decapitator. Perhaps we can make a demonized sword fae for the first Sword Mark Roman III project instead. We can have 31 normal fae, and one that is empowered by the bitter demon. This will make it more challenging for Deci to control the D-arms, but the additional power will be worth it, I think. It won't work. Ves shook his head. The working principles of living fae are similar to ultimate modules in that they are both based on the companion spirits of the original Mech. What this means is that any fae must contain a subordinate spirit that is split away from the main living Mech. If we create a D-arms that is meant to act as a fae, then it will actually turn into an unrelated spur. There will be a lack of coordination between the D-arms and the proper sword fae. It may still be worthwhile to pursue this idea in the hopes of creating a powerful secondary weapon, but neither Ves nor Kedis believed it was necessary. Forget about it, then, Kedis said. The first Sword Mark Roman III project is already perfect enough as it is. Changing her configuration to accommodate D-arms will only introduce more risks and uncertainties. We should give Saint Deci time to make use of her new ace Mech and corresponding arsenal. If she thinks that there are any shortcomings in her weapons loadout, I can make additional weapons later, though they may not necessarily be D-arms. Saint Deci has never been a Mech pilot who relies on others to win her fights. They began to turn their attention elsewhere. The D-arms based around the bitter demon had to be designed for a specific target in order for them to find a direction to work towards. Perhaps they could forego this step and craft a generic D-arms, but that made it a challenge to pair it up with a fitting Mech and Mech pilot. It was much better to design the weapon around a specific pilot from the onset. After considering a number of different candidates, the two eventually narrowed down their selection to 3 possible recipients. Ves listed out the most choices. The Dark Zephyr, the Bastion, or the Evert Shanger are all decent choices. They make use of bladed weapons and they can use an upgrade on this front. Which one do we remove from consideration first? The Dark Zephyr, Kedis said. For now, Tusa is doing great with the Tier 3 Destroyer Spear. Also, I doubt that a D-arms possessed by a rather weak middle demon can provide much of an upgrade to an ace pilot. Perhaps the bitter demon may be able to grow quickly once he is given time to grow. Tusa can't wait that long. It is much better to give these D-arms to a high-tier expert pilot. The resistance generated by the bitter demon may even cause the pilot to develop his willpower and become more assertive. You know what? Why don't we develop a D-sword for Venerable Joshua and the Evert Shanger? Ves suggested. When you initially analyzed Joshua's shortcomings as an expert pilot, you said that all of his scores were low. A good D-sword may be able to help him grow in all 3 areas. His heaven score can be pulled up by encouraging Joshua to comprehend the concept of symbiosis by establishing cooperation with a hostile and unwilling demon. His earth score can be raised by equipping his Evert Shanger with a materially and qualitatively superior weapon than the heart sword. His man score can be bolstered by making him hold his ground against the bitter demon. This will be a D-arms that can give Joshua the challenge that he needs to overcome the weaknesses and insecurities that hold him back all of this time. Ves spontaneously managed to come up with a proposal that sounded logical and appropriate. He cleverly applied Kedis' new paradigm in his analysis, making it difficult for the swordmaster to refute his claims. He even managed to make it sound as if demon casting was far more beneficial in solving Venerable Joshua's problem than other solutions. In fact, the proper way to increase Venerable Joshua's breakthrough chances was to update his outdated expert Mech, but that would take way too long. Compared to waiting for approximately 2 years for Vess and Gloriana to complete the Evertshanger Mark Roman III project, it was much faster and more convenient to invest a few days in designing and forging a Mech sword that could turn into a powerful D-arms. Kedis definitely had a vested interest in seeing her husband succeed. She felt rather disappointed with him as of late. If he was able to grow from the experience of handling a powerful but unruly D-arms and successfully attain his sainthood, then he would definitely regain his pride and self-respect as a champion. Since they were designing a new weapon for her husband's expert Mech, Kedis immediately grew a lot more invested in this project. We need to make use of the best first-class materials that we can get our hands upon. The D-arms need to be tough and powerful enough to accompany Joshua for many years, she decided. We can't obtain enough high-quality materials from the Divine Bazaar without wiping out our ascension points, so we need to exit the system space and obtain resources through our own means. Vess nodded. I agree. There is always a stock of first-class materials in Diandi Base. There are plenty of leftover spare materials that we prepared for the fabrication of the Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III, the Amaranto Mark Roman III, and so on. I can also spend MTA credits and MTA merits to purchase additional hypers and exotics. When I exit the system space, I will browse the war exchange and encourage Joshua to spend some of his war merits to obtain a batch of strategic materials that are difficult to obtain through other channels, Kedis suggested. A good sword began with choosing the right materials. The better the selection, the easier it was to create stronger and more helpful arms. It was still possible to make do with cheaper and more standard materials. The demon casting process naturally transformed and strengthened the physical properties of the resulting D-arms. However, starting out with more premium materials meant that the subsequent amplification would elevate the D-arms to a much higher level than the old heartsword. Both Vess and Kedis referenced a few databases and made a few initial selections on which hypers and exotics they intended to utilize. Vess possessed greater expertise in hyper materials and selected a handful that had a strong affinity towards the Life E-energy attribute. Kedis knew what kind of exotics could be used to forge a sharp and sturdy Mech sword of the style she had in mind. She immediately set her sights on a few expensive transphasic alloys. Now, we need to combine these materials in a sword design that draws out their strengths and matches Joshua's future swordsmanship. Future swordsmanship? I had 9 months to think about how to devise a sword style rooted in the school of reformed swordsmanship, Kedis said. My husband is much more receptive to improving his ability to fight with a sword than before. Getting humiliated by the teenage swordswoman back then has given him a harsh dose of reality. He will learn how to hold his ground against such an adversary next time. The native aliens were ready to ramp up their offensive at any time. Kedis urgently wanted Joshua to become stronger so that he could stand a better chance of surviving the storm that was about to sweep across human-occupied space. A good sword had the potential to raise all of Joshua's scores and bring him closer to surpassing the crucial threshold. Chapter 66, 23, Charged Weapon Concept. Vess and Kedis finally exited the system space, but not to return to their old routines, but rather gather the necessary materials for their collaboration project. It must have been weird for the people around them to notice that Vess and Kedis abruptly changed their demeanors. They had worked continuously for 9 months. It was natural for them to come out with completely different attitudes and mindsets. They could not hide the weariness radiating from their expressions and body language, but they were able to mask it to a degree by focusing on their current priority. Soon enough, they used their contacts and spent their money and merits to quickly secure a batch of materials that they could use to forge the bitter sword. They ordered a greater variety of materials than needed in order to retain a bit of flexibility and choice. The two had yet to design the new weapon, so it was best to be safe and build up a generous stockpile. Vess intended to craft a lot more D-arms in the future. He could use anything left untouched in his future demon casting projects. Now that they gathered an abundant amount of face water, exotics, and hypers, they obtained all of the building blocks they need to design a good D-arm. They soon stumbled upon an immediate problem. "We can't control the final form of the D-sword," Vess said. "Whatever we design, the appearance as well as the performance of the weapon will undergo a comprehensive transformation after we demoncast it. While the weapon is bound to become stronger, it will also spend its energies on useless additions and elements that pose a greater threat to the wielder. Anything can happen, which is what makes demoncasting so interesting. If our luck is bad, then a lot more energy will be spent on detrimental changes. If our luck is a little better, then the changes will mostly be helpful and productive. We only have a single attempt, though. We cannot impose strong enough control over the process with our current understanding and mastery of demoncasting. Even if they accrued a lot more experience and learned a lot more how demoncasting changed an object, Vess doubted that the situation would be much better. They could control the variables before demoncasting in an attempt to guide the process within a specific range of outcomes, but that was like training a cat to spy on enemies. "You're right," Kedis said as she furrowed her brows. "There are many variables that go into forging a good sword. A weapon as high-end as a first-class transphasic hyper-mech sword has to meet high criteria in order to avoid misusing all of the face water and other expensive materials. If the regular demoncasting process is similar to the transformation of the maiden knife, then I fear what may happen to our potential masterwork. The influence of the bitter swordsman on the weapon will be completely out of our control. We do not have a good idea of the principles and patterns of the transformation. So the sword can grow serrated teeth or maybe even turn into a trident. The awareness that the final outcome would ultimately look far different from their initial design made it difficult for the two Mech designers to start their work. They were accustomed to having as many variables under their control as possible. Even if they could not account for slight variations in material, quality, and so on, at least their end products were near-perfect matches of their designs. In a reality where the deviation between a Mech design and a fabricated Mech was normally below 0.01%. A variation as large as 30% or more was a catastrophe. Even Vess, who fell in love with demoncasting and liked the surprises troubled on how to approach the current project, could offer felt. However, he eventually shook his head and decided to soldier on even if the circumstances were anything but ideal. It is useless to cry about factors that we can't control. We should just design the best possible sword based on the materials we have gathered for the Evertshanger. I know that once we demoncast the bitter swordsman into the weapon, everything will change, but at least we have done the best we can by providing a good base. Think of it as raising a designer baby. We can decide on the genes and augmentation package in advance, but once the embryo is synthesized and eventually gets born, our ability to control the properties of the growing child progressively drops over time. This was not a perfect analogy, but it was enough to convince Kedis that she could still work under the circumstances. He was right. The initial form of the weapon might not resemble the final form, but at least there was a strong degree of correlation between the two. A normal sword was unlikely to transform into a spear after it got demoncasted. The two soon began to design the initial form of the sword. Even if it wouldn't remain in this form for long after forging it, Kedis still intended to make it fit venerable Joshua and the Evertshanger as best as possible. She possessed a thorough understanding of the expert pilot and his expert Mech, so she did not need to collect additional data to create a vision of a new weapon. The Evertshanger currently has access to 2 swords, Kedis explained. The heart sword is an old and reliable weapon, but it is sadly outdated even if I have maintained it and applied minor upgrades to it over the years. Designed in the style of an arming sword, the heart sword is a handy and reliable weapon that fits well in the hands of the Evertshanger. Joshua doesn't make use of it as often as before, though. It's offensive. Potential is lacking. The only good thing I have to say about it is that Joshua is able to rely upon it at all times. He has trained and fought with it for many hours and knows it like the back of his hand. And the Scarlet Ember. I never really considered it a part of the Evertshanger's permanent arsenal, Kedys admitted. We stole the plasma sword from the Neo Amadeus and repurposed it into an alternative weapon for the Evertshanger. Since it was originally designed to be wielded by an ace mech, the Evertshanger cannot keep it active for long without draining his energy reserves. I have mitigated this problem by upgrading the Evertshanger's energy cells, but it is still too powerful for the expert hero mech. I also think it is a poor fit for this particular machine. It should be wielded by a mech that is designed from the ground up to wield high-intensity energy swords. The Swordmaster never developed a liking for plasma swords and other energy type swords. They relied a lot more on technology rather than solid alloy to form the blade. Wielding them also required a radically different approach and set of sword skills. Joshua only ever really used it if his Evertshanger needed to inflict high damage up close, and did not mind if he expended a lot of energy in the process. In any case, it was clear to hear from Keddy's tone that she wanted to decouple the Scarlet Ember from the Evertshanger. I think we can design a proper replacement for the Scarlet Ember, Vess suggested. The heart sword should be reserved for general usage. Maybe you can upgrade it later on to strengthen its alignment towards the metal element or another E-energy attribute. As for the D-arms, I think we can rely on the power of the bitter swordsman to give the weapon a more damaging edge, especially if we make use of the right demon casting. Mold. The two came closer to figuring out what kind of sword they wanted to equip the Evertshanger. Vess and Kedys both took the current and future state of the expert hero mech into account when devising the new D-arm. It had to be usable by the Evertshanger Mark Roman II, while also keeping up with the vastly improved performance of the upcoming Evertshanger Mark Roman III. The two kept drafting several proposals and considering their design choices for their collaborative project. Do you want to integrate Stormblade technology into the D-arm? Vess asked. No. Kedys immediately shook her head in refusal. Stormblade technology can be a boon for Joshua, but we are not designing this D-arm to increase the Evertshanger's combat power. We are also trying to promote the growth and evolution of my husband. I fear that if I bestow his expert mech with an electrified D-arm, he will learn the wrong lessons from it and develop an unnecessary affinity for electric power. We need to design a sword that is conducive to promoting the power of cooperation and symbiosis. Vess gained a good idea. Why not make a sword that you can precharge with energy or another special resource and have it discharge it over use? The weapon will be far more effective when it still retains a charge. Once the Evertshanger has exhausted it, the mech can return it to its sheath and go back to using the heart sword. This way, Joshua still has a reason to use both weapons. Kedys liked the sound of that. Even though the heart sword truly needed a comprehensive upgrade, she did not want her husband to phase out the weapon entirely. Adopting Vess' suggestion pretty much meant replacing the Scarlet Ember. The two weapons occupied the same role, though the D-sword would hopefully rely on a sharp physical edge instead of a burning plasma edge to inflict damage. The next major decision they needed to make was what kind of resource they would rely upon to give the weapon a high but temporary boost of damage. Plasma was out of the picture. They would just be recreating a different version of the Scarlet Ember if they selected this option. What about face water? Vess made another suggestion. Now that our clan has become more successful in battle, we can always harvest a steady amount of face water from the spoils we gain from the battlefield. Our income is much greater these days, and we have gained access to so many high-end trading channels that it is very possible for us to buy additional face water from our closest friends and allies. We can design a weapon that exemplifies a transphasic sword. Are you suggesting that we try to develop a superdimensional weapon of our own? That's beyond our capabilities, Caddies. I don't know how the native aliens and the cosmopolitans have managed to make those Saint Piercer arms, but there are rumors that they are made with the help of ancient phase whales. I don't think we can replicate their incredible power and mastery of spatial abilities, but we don't have to. D-arms rely on different principles to become more powerful. What I want is to make a face water-charged sword that is specifically designed to tear through transphasic energy shields and spatial barriers as if they are paper. This must be a weapon that is specifically designed to counter phase lords. This was a weapon that the Evertshanger needed the most in the current day and age. The Heart Sword and the Scarlet Ember were both fine weapons, but neither performed well against transphasic energy shields or Azure energy shields. This was a major shortcoming that only became more severe in the future. The future Evertshanger Mark Roman III update would definitely address all of these shortcomings, but for now, the face water-charged sword concept sounded like an excellent stopgap solution. Joshua will like it, Keddies predicted. He has always felt that his Evertshanger is lacking in offensive power compared to the other expert mechs of our clan. With a more powerful sword, it will become much easier for him to regain his relevance and make him feel as if he is making much greater contributions than before. We should make sure to set a quota on how much face water he is allowed to use, though. He will probably burn through our entire stock within a month or two if he is allowed to make use of his new weapon at will. Chapter 66, 24 Weapons That Can Threaten Gods. Face water-charged weapons were not new. The native aliens developed many different weapons that expended face water to temporarily increase a weapon's penetration power. However, it was impossible for them to apply this tech on a large scale. Face water may be more abundant in alien space, but tea was still a precious resource that had a lot of different uses. In truth, there were more nefarious reasons why this known technology had not become as popular as it should. Face water-charged weapons boasted enhanced lethality and could neutralize face water-based defenses a lot more effectively than usual. This made them a lot more threatening when employed against phase lords and phase whales. As the gods and rulers of the Red Ocean, these phase leaders would never allow their mortal subjects to build up a stockpile of weapons that could end their reign one day. Given that the phase whales had always been regarded as gods for millions of years in the dwarf galaxy, their policies to restrict the other alien races from investing in the development of face water-charged weapons and building enormous stockpiles of them had apparently been successful. Plenty of human analysts and researchers speculated that the true reason why the phase whale race taught the other major races how to turn themselves into phase lords was to prevent them from developing face water-charged weapons. By giving the ruling class of the Nuncer race, the Pulmer race, the Jureg race, and so on the ability to drastically expand their lifespans and gain nearly unmatched personal power, their interests suddenly became a lot more aligned with the phase whale race. If this was true, then this was a particularly clever and subversive way of preventing a catastrophic rebellion by preemptively absorbing the leaders of every significant race. Ever since this status quo came into being, the native gods that reigned over much of alien society in the Red Ocean maintained a careful watch of technological development in their respective regions. The local gods made sure to suppress any attempt to invest in the R&D and production of powerful face water-charged weapons, because such arms not only threatened the phase whale race, but also their own oversized true bodies. So far, face water-charged weapons had yet to be used in a significant capacity by both sides. The native alien forces primarily consisted of cannon fodder fleets. They were thrown onto Red humanity's front lines with the expectation that they would die in exchange for weakening the human defenders. It did not make sense to equip them with face-water-charged weapons. Not only would human high-ranking mechs focus on eliminating them first, but the native aliens could achieve the same results by relying on quantity over quality, as long as they showed a little more patience. The red humans did not employ face-water-charged weapons on a wide scale either. Their supply of it was much less, so they had to make the most out of the limited quantities they had available by putting them to use in more sustainable tech. Only certain battleships and ace mechs had the privilege of making use of face-water-charged weapons, but even then, their use was heavily restricted. Red humanity had already begun to produce more of them in haste, in case they were confronted by a sudden phase of phase lords and phase whales. Since the native gods had become such an overwhelming concern to red humanity, Vess and Cadiz found it prudent to ensure that their clan could deal against this threat as well. "We can't issue face-water-charged weapons to all of our champions," Vess told Cadiz. "They can burn through hundreds of grams, or even more than a kilogram's worth of face water with every encounter. Their usage may be justified if they manage to kill a phase lord and earn a huge share of all of the face water and face water organs that can be salvaged from the enormous corpse, but I don't think that will happen often enough. If we have to resupply all of the face water expended by more than a dozen expert mechs and ace mechs, we will quickly drain our reserves and enter into a deficit." His words conveyed an underlying message that Cadiz keenly understood. "Venerable Joshua shall become a worthy bearer of the only face-water-charged weapon of our clan," she promised to him. "The Everchanger is the most suitable machine to wield such an expensive sword. The Dark Zephyr Mark Roman III does not need it because he can leap past every energy barrier. The Bastion does not need it because she is not mobile enough to make good use of the blade. The only other mechs that may be able to make good use of it are the Lionheart and the Blood Star Mark Roman II. A stronger case could be made for those two machines. They were already high-tier expert mechs piloted by Trueblood Larkinsons that were only one step away from breaking through. General Ark Larkinson may have fallen behind compared to Saint Tusa Billingsley Larkinson, but he was still a very skilled mech pilot and mech commander. Giving him a face-water-charged weapon was like adding wings to a tiger. As for his grandfather, Venerable Benjamin Larkinson had mostly recovered from his decades of indolence and lack of training. His physical state was still frail compared to other expert pilots, so he probably needed a little more help in order to surpass the critical threshold and advance to the next rank. If Benjamin managed to become an ace pilot, his Saint Kingdom would be able to fortify and rejuvenate his body even further, thereby prolonging his lifespan and counteracting the physical effects of aging and other ailments. However, Vess did not think that either of them needed a face-water-charged weapon. Their mechs were much more modern and powerful, so they were already capable of putting up a good fight without a stronger sword. The Everchanger, on the other hand, needed this boon the most. It was much older than the other two expert mechs. It was designed before face water technology became more widely available, so it was very much lacking in its ability to counteract transphasic defenses. Arming it with this special D-sword would therefore make the greatest difference on the battlefield. Vess inclined his head towards Cadiz. "Make sure that Joshua does not squander this gift. Let's begin to design the weapon." Now that they had made the critical design choices, they had a clear idea on the weapon they wished to design. Given that the D-sword would primarily be used to fight against massive phase lords, it had to be long, broad, and relatively thick along the center. It needed to be able to cut through as much of the true body of a phase lord as possible. However, as a hero mech, the Everchanger should ideally wield its sword in a single hand. This limited the mass and dimensions of the weapon. They couldn't make a weapon as long and heavy as a greatsword, because that would make it too easy for the enemy to knock it out of the Everchanger's grip. While the Everchanger could theoretically wield a greatsword with two arms, this was not ideal as one of the arms was optimized to wield a rifle with a single hand. The limb was not designed to swing large and heavy objects with great force. Joshua doesn't like to fight with great swords anyway, Kedys mentioned. He thinks they are too clumsy in unskilled hands. It is too easy to punish a wielder if he or she makes a mistakes. So what type of sword do you recommend for this project? Either a long sword or a thick and heavy scimitar. The former is more familiar to Joshua, but personally I recommend a scimitar. The best way to deal damage against a phase lord is by cutting, not stabbing. Wielding a curved blade will make it easier. Straight-edged swords are actually more effective when used against other mechs due to the need to pierce deep through multiple armor layers and inflict crippling damage onto the internals. I see. Will Joshua be able to learn how to wield this weapon? Sure. I will teach him in person, and I will also make sure to embed sword-style lessons into the weapon itself. Hopefully, the demon casting process will not compromise them too much. In fact, I am rather curious how the bitter swordsman might corrupt my work. All right. The bitter scimitar project it is, then. Let us make sure that we design it so that it matches all of the related parties as best as possible. Their design work began in earnest. Vess and Kedys both worked on different aspects of the weapon. Kedys was in charge of the project due to her greater expertise on bladed weapons. She primarily concerned herself with the metallurgy, the shape, and the mass distribution of the scimitar. Vess, meanwhile, worked on the more technological aspects of the future D-weapon. He relied on his broader and more extensive knowledge base to handle the face-water technology, the hyper-technology, and most of the e-technology aspects of the biter. Scimitar project. That meant that he also took responsibility for implementing the components that made it possible to augment the cutting edge by burning face water. His unfamiliarity with the specialized tech slowed him down a bit, but not too much. He was more than capable of familiarizing with it quickly due to the fact that he was a phase lord as well as a senior mech designer. While he only replicated the current tech and did not do anything to innovate on the current solution, that was already enough as far as he was concerned. He wanted to make sure that the implementation face-water-charged technology was as solid and reliable as possible. It needed to serve as a strong base for subsequent demonization. Once the bitter swordsman got demon-casted into the bitter scimitar project, he would most definitely mutate and empower this tech far beyond its initial specifications. The two mech designers became increasingly more excited in the project as they progressed their work. The more details got added into the design, the more their imagination conjured up images of how it would look and perform after it got demon-casted. The growing anticipation raised their motivation and caused them to make brisk progress. It only took a few days to complete the design for the entire weapon. The scimitar had grown fairly thick and long, but the Evertshanger should still be able to wield it adequately enough. The bitter scimitar could be used in two different ways. When remained in an unpowered state, its cutting edge should not be that much different from any other transphasic sword, barring any effects brought by demon casting. Yet when the weapon finally began to burn face water, its edge would begin to acquire properties that reminded Vess of superdimensional properties, but only for a short amount of time. According to my calculations, if the bitter scimitar burns through 100 grams of face water, its penetration power will increase by 500 to 700% over a span of 16 to 25 seconds, Vess said. I can't be more precise than that, as there are many variables that can influence the effectiveness of face water charge technology. Mind you, the numbers that I have mentioned only apply to its undemonized state. Once it is turned into a D-arm, I expect the figures to undergo drastic changes. Kedys nodded in understanding. 16 to 25 seconds is awfully short. It is not enough to kill or cripple a phase lord, but it should be enough to overload the enemy's energy defenses. If 100 grams of face water is not enough, then the scimitar should burn 200 grams. If 200 grams is not enough, then 400 grams. Talk like that often led to sky-high consumption and sudden bankruptcies. However, The effect should be worth it so long as the Evertshanger could ensure a kill when employing the bitter scimitar. Taking out an enemy phase lord not only yielded massive spoils, but also eased the pressure on the border regions, thereby making it a little more likely for red humanity to withstand the onslaught. The Evertshanger will become true hero Mech after obtaining this D-arm. Vess grinned in expectation. Chapter 66, 25, The Challenges of First-Class Weapon Production. After completing the design for the bitter scimitar, Vess and Cadiz immediately prepared to forge the weapon. They planned to utilize the excellent facilities of the Workshop of Creation to make this happen. Though Cadiz was relatively new to the Mech designer system, she had already made use of the equipment multiple times throughout the marathon. By completing several missions related to production, the Swordmaster gradually became familiar with the high-end equipment and tools. Vess and Cadiz had no idea who developed all of these instruments and tools. Whoever was responsible certainly knew their business. Any Mech designer, engineer, or craftsman could configure them exactly to their liking. Much of the equipment offered a high degree of control over their operations. The excessive amount of control parameters could easily overwhelm a less knowledgeable and experienced creator, but those of a higher level could easily leverage extra options to fine-tune their work processes and increase the quality and consistency of their output. As a swordmaster and a journeyman Mech designer, Cadiz also happened to minor in traditional blacksmithing, or rather the sword making part of it. Her heritage was relatively basic, but Vess had supplied her with enough documentation and manuals to forge a minor artifact by herself. It is important that we create the bitter artifact in the form of a minor artifact. It would be better if we can elevate it to a masterwork as well, Vess explained to Cadiz. From what I have learned about demon casting, it is much easier to merge a demon into an object if it is already set up to host an artifact spirit. Less energy will be wasted on opening up space. It will also decrease the severity of unproductive mutations. They tend to occur when the demon is forced to mash himself into an object that is inherently unsuited to accommodate his presence. The female Mech designer raised her eyebrow. How did you manage to learn all of that? Did you exchange an enlightenment fruit without my notice? I pieced the clues together by studying the demon casting forge, analyzing the data on the maiden knife, and reviewing my prior understanding on artifacts and creation cultivation. It is all connected, you see. Vess confidently smiled at her. From my understanding, demon casting will produce much better results if we pave the way as much as possible. The process will follow the path of least resistance. Think of it like this. If we dig up a channel where water can flow through a route that we have optimized in advance, the bitter swordsman will more likely than not obediently follow our arrangements rather than expend additional energy into digging his own channel. That analogy allowed Cadiz to understand the gist of his explanation. I see. If that is the case, we should ideally create a high-level artifact, as that is the closest to matching the properties of a D-arm. Creating a masterwork should suffice. The newly birthed artifact spirit will start off so weak and without any personality that I will not feel bad if it gets subsumed by the bitter swordsman. Technically speaking, this was like birthing a baby in the form of a sword artifact, only to allow a demon to possess and assimilate the infant's body and soul. If Vess literally attempted to do this to a human baby, then Cadiz would never stand for it. A purpose-built Mech weapon was a different case, however. She could still tolerate this treatment because she did not truly treat a newly forged artifact as a true living being. In any case, Vess and Cadiz had a clear idea on how they should approach this forging run. Cadiz naturally took the lead. She had already forged a masterwork Mech sword in the form of the Decapitator in the past. She accumulated a lot more knowledge and experience since then, but she had only worked on the design of the bitter scimitar for a short amount of time. The use of more powerful materials made it more challenging to combine them into a sword, as they were more energetic in general. This meant that they were prone to releasing unexpected bursts of energy, and might even produce strange reactions when they came into contact with other volatile materials. This made it important for her to understand the properties of all of the hypers and exotics and anticipate how they would react if they were put together during the forging process. Exposure to heat, pressure, liquids, and so on could all set off the materials before they were combined into stable alloys. The inclusion of face water alone added another dimension of difficulty to the forging process. Until it was fully integrated into the metal alloys, it would definitely generate a lot of unstable and disruptive spatial activity around it. The higher the concentration of face water, the greater the difficulty of containing the reactions. Fortunately, the workshop of creation also included advanced devices that could suppress the spatial activity. The downside was that they couldn't remain active at all times, because a few steps of the production process partially relied on these spatial shenanigans to combine incompatible materials together in a much more powerful alloy. Kedys actually struggled to understand and plan how to safely handle and utilize every high-end material. If she erred on the side of caution, she would not be able to combine the materials as well as they should, thereby causing the resulting alloys and end product to fail to live up to their potential. If she tried to push too close to the limit and beyond, then she was liable to create an accident, thereby ruining the entire forging attempt. "I have more respect for first-class Mech designers and craftsmen now," she commented. "They have to understand a lot more advanced theories in metallurgy and materials science just to figure out how to prevent their own workshop from blowing up. It is so easy to produce an accidental bomb by mixing different volatile materials together." Vess nodded. "Creating first-class artifacts is not easy. The threshold is much higher, but that makes it all the more satisfying if you can do it. It is okay if you are not adept with handling these high-end materials. I can handle it in your stead. My external incarnation, Vulcan, is familiar with most of the exotics and hypers that we have included in the design. I can also use my own foundation in craftsmanship to figure out how to handle the unfamiliar materials. I am more concerned about fabricating and putting together the components for the face water charged tech. These are purely technological components that have to be fabricated with more modern processes. Making them fit seamlessly with the forged scimitar will be another challenge." All of this made it more difficult to turn the weapon into a masterwork. Even so, their chances of success were not small. Vess was an experienced masterwork Mech designer and had developed his own style to an extensive degree over the course of many past projects. Vulcan was also able to provide increasingly better assistance, especially if the work had any relations to traditional craftsmanship. Kedys knew swords like no one else in the Larkinson clan. She attained well-developed masteries in both the production and use of the sword. It was already rare enough to find a single human individual who possessed one such mastery. To be so proficient in both areas at the same time was much rarer and much more precious as a result. Aside from that, Kedys was much more invested in this forging run. Vess only wanted to make a proper D-arm in order to validate his assumptions about demon casting. The swordmaster, on the other hand, wanted to gift her husband an excellent sword that could increase his performance on the battlefield and restore his confidence. After revising, optimizing, and double-checking their plan one last time, the two finally decided to proceed with forging the base artifact for the demon casting attempt. "Let us begin." The workshop of creation became busy with activity as both Mech designers began to work with a focused mindset. Vess had offered to bonk Kedys' head with his hammer of brilliance, but she instantly declined. "No thanks, Vess. I have a clear idea of what I want to do this time. I do not want to get assaulted by random inspiration and make radical changes on the spot. I don't want to innovate any further. I just want to produce the most solid result. Then at least enter into a two-person design network with me. We can keep tabs on each other's work a lot better. All right, Emro." Alexandria was much more adept at this, but Blinky possessed the capacity to form a design network as well. As the two became connected in mind, they were able to ensure that they both remained up to date if they encountered any deviations from the plan. Such incidents happened more often than not. The two may have made a lot of hasty preparations in advance, but the lack of time invested in the project and their lack of real experience in handling much of the volatile materials inevitably led to faults and slight deviations that exceeded the set tolerance levels. Gloriana would have torn her hair out if she witnessed such mistakes. She would have disqualified the component and started all over again until the work was within her exacting tolerances. Vess, on the other hand, maintained a more adaptive mindset and just decided to roll with the changes. Minor deviations and accidents were of little concern to him as long as they did not compromise the performance of the end product to a significant degree. He instead felt that they added a touch of color and personality to the product. From his perspective, every handmade product had to attain its own unique identity in order to become a masterwork. Through controlled chaos, Vess converted any deviations into traits that added character to the end product. The essence of his crafting style was to transform negative factors into positive factors whenever possible. He was not always able to do this all of the time. Part of the challenge in making the bitter scimitar was to judge whether to keep a faulty component or discard again, and try. When Vess paid attention to Ketty's approach towards her work, he noted that she was still in the process of developing and maturing her own production style. So far, her approach towards forging the bitter scimitar leaned closer to Vess rather than Gloriana. Through the design network, Vess found out that Ketty's valued heart and intention over technical accuracy. She was able to tolerate unplanned deviations from the design so long as her strong instincts and her emotions agreed with the changes. An additional unexpected factor that influenced her work was the Heaven Sword. The weapon did not actively advise Ketty's or take action if she made any mistakes. It instead generated a soft aura that helped to increase her focus and clear a few distractions from her mind. The effect was not as drastic as entering into a real or false-inspired state, but it was enough for the swordmaster. She was better able to set aside her fears, her concerns, and other distractions. The journeyman Mech designer also felt more in tune with swords and other bladed weapons. She practically felt the scimitar slowly coming to life. With every action she took, she increasingly shaped and defined the weapon on a physical as well as metaphysical level. When they moved on to the final phases where they assembled the technological parts into the forged blade and hilt, the two Mech designers finally took a step back and beheld their latest creation. "It's a masterwork," Ketty said with a tired but relieved breath. "Now we just need to demoncast it. I wonder if the bitter scimitar will retain anything of its transcendent quality. It should, I think. Actually, I am not sure. Even if it stops being a masterwork, a D-arm should be superior since it is much stronger on many levels." Chapter 66-26, Vess the Demon Provocateur. Masterworks could differ enormously from each other. Each of them represented excellence in material production in one fashion or another, but there was never a single correct outcome. That was inherently anathema to the traditional craftsmanship community. Different professionals could never completely agree on what constituted a good work. For example, Gloriana highly valued technical consistency and perfection. The closer a Mech resembled the ideal Mech design, the more exquisite the result. Vess, on the other hand, thought that such an overly sterile and standard outcome was too boring to earn a good score. What other people considered flaws, he tended to view them as colorful personality traits. Their diverging standards were reflective of their design philosophies. It was impossible for Gloriana to come around and appreciate Vess' tolerance towards chaos and imperfections. Likewise, Vess could never bring himself to evaluate Gloriana's bland and flawless work highly. Despite their fundamental differences in philosophy and opinion, the two were nonetheless able to work well together. They did not have to agree with each other on every matter in order to produce a masterwork. It was enough to understand their differences. So long as they amicably agreed to work around each other, they could avoid stepping on each other's toes while focusing on completing the assignments that fit their inclinations the best. Unlike the previous masterwork Mech that Vess had fabricated alongside Gloriana, the bitter scimitar was much more reflective of his own style. Ketty's own approach towards craftsmanship and sword forging only added a different accent to the result. The fact that Vess managed to succeed further validated his own quirky approach towards craftsmanship. Controlled chaos was not a fantasy that led to a dead end. The more proficient he became in adopting this strategy, the more he was able to craft increasingly higher quality works despite the retention of so many physical imperfections. After the pair of Mech designers scanned the newly created masterwork and wrote down their notes of their observations and experiences, they were finally ready to begin the final and most crucial process. Confidence coursed through Vess' body as he beheld the bitter scimitar and the demon mixer that contained the bitter swordsman. We have prepared the ingredients as best as possible. Our second attempt will be a lot better. I can assure you of that. Almost everything is ready. Almost? What are we missing? I need to have a good talk with the former expert candidate, Vess replied as he approached a certain demi-Mech. If I can influence the process of demonization by bargaining with the demon, then it doesn't hurt to try. Who knows whether this will make the final form of the bitter scimitar more effective than before. Vess closed in on the demon mixer and pressed his palm on its demonized surface. Hello there, I know you can hear me somehow. Let's talk. If the demi-Mech was not being restrained at the moment, it would have attempted to squash Vess, even though it stood no chance of inflicting any actual damage. Perhaps the bitter swordsman may have gained a bit of rationality due to an uncertain factor, but it had not shaken off its fundamental nature as a demon. Vess immediately knew that he could not reason with the bitter swordsman like a normal human being. He immediately decided to switch his strategy and adopt a firmer demeanor. Fine, then. If you want to be like this, then let me make my point clear in terms you understand. You are a loser. There, I said it. You were a pathetic Mech pilot in life. You managed to promote to the rank of expert candidate, yet got butchered like a pig on the battlefield due to overestimating your abilities. Qualified expert pilots have been able to survive their vulnerable periods as expert candidates without issue, but you have failed to measure up to that standard, so you deserve to die a worthless early death. The demon mixer began to shake more violently against the restraints. The provocative words infuriated the demon. Vess smirked as he continued to feel the mounting anger and fury inside the machine. So what if you're pissed? You can't do anything as long as you are attached to this useless demi-Mech. Did you know I purposefully designed it so that you would still amount to little more than a nuisance when you demonized it? Heh. You must be feeling endlessly frustrated. You were a loser in your first life, and now you are a loser in your second life. Do you like feeling so powerless? Are you content with remaining a loser despite the fact that you have grown stronger than before? I thought so. All I am offering is a solution for you. As long as you cooperate with me and allow yourself to undergo a transformation that will help you integrate with that powerful Mech scimitar over there, your new home will subsequently be transferred to a high-tier expert Mech. For once in your life, you will be able to redeem yourself and prove your worth in a battle against powerful and relentless aliens. If you happen to establish a closer form of cooperation with the expert pilot, he may even be able to advance to the rank of ace pilot. Your proximity and assistance will allow you to earn a share of the rewards. You will gain so much high-quality energy that you can become a lot stronger than you could ever imagine back when you were an expert candidate. Do not think that it is pointless for you to fight on behalf of your new wielder. The more you assist your new owner, the stronger you will become. He will welcome that, as a stronger blade will allow him to challenge stronger opponents. Isn't this a good way for you to attain the glory and success that your enemies denied you in your first life? Okay, that's fair. No Mech pilot wants to be reduced to an enslaved tool if he can help it. You don't have any choice, though. You died, and this is your new afterlife. You have become damned and forgotten by your old state because you were too much of a loser to survive and break through on the battlefield. You don't deserve anything better because you are too weak to matter. Vess smirked wider. Oh, did that upset you, loser? Instead of raging about it like a useless tool, you should instead embrace the opportunity that I am offering you. You can do a lot more with strength. As long as you grow strong enough, you can break the limitations of your new shell and free yourself from your physical cage. You can also attempt to overpower the pilot that has come to rely on you and maybe even take over his mind and body. Think of it as your only chance to resurrect yourself. Doesn't this sound better than experiencing 2 different lifetimes as a pathetic loser? The demon mixer shook with anger. What are you doing, Vess? She angrily hissed. Why are you feeding dangerous ideas into this demon? Are you deliberately trying to endanger Joshua? Relax, it will be fine. Have confidence in your husband. He may have fallen to a low point at the moment, but he will definitely recover. Every hero does. Joshua needs an additional source of adversity to grow. By wielding a D-arm that embodies both power and loss of control, Joshua will constantly have to struggle to tame and pacify this weapon. It is best if he can reduce the bitter swordsman hostility and attain true symbiosis. However, even a temporary cooperation is enough. This will keep him on his toes and continuously temper his willpower. If you want people to stop calling you a loser, then you need to project strength instead of pointless temper tantrums. I am giving you a chance to gain what you need. The demon casting process that I will be subjecting you to will hurt you a lot. I can guarantee you that you will experience so much pain that you will feel tempted to resist to the best of your abilities. Don't. For once in your life, you must demonstrate as much willpower as an expert pilot and do your best to accept and conform to the changes brought by this process. As long as you accept the changes, then you will become bound to the bitter scimitar in your strongest state. The weapon will better reflect your new role and properties. So long as you accept these changes, you will retain a greater portion of your effective strength, which you will need to one day contest your wielder's control over his own body. Kedis moved forward and clutched his arm. What are you doing, Vess? She angrily hissed. Why are you feeding dangerous ideas into this demon? Are you deliberately trying to endanger Joshua? Relax, it will be fine. Have confidence in your husband. He may have fallen to a low point at the moment, but he will definitely recover. Every hero does. Joshua needs an additional source of adversity to grow. By wielding a D-arm that embodies both power and loss of control, Joshua will constantly have to struggle to tame and pacify this weapon. It is best if he can reduce the bitter swordsman hostility and attain true symbiosis. However, even a temporary cooperation is enough. This will keep him on his toes and continuously temper his willpower. He can do that without you setting the bitter swordsman up for a betrayal. Oh, come on, Kedis. We're talking about a demon. Betrayal is in their nature. Their blackened souls can permit nothing else. Since a struggle for dominance cannot be avoided, then there is no harm in stoking it. At least I can exert a measure of control over the competition. Besides, have some faith in your husband. Joshua is not a typical expert pilot, but that makes him all the more precious and unique. He can be strong in his own way. He just needs the opportunity to showcase his own advantages. After settling Kedis' concerns, Vess moved over to the demon casting forge and approached the rack where all of the molds had been placed. While the demon casting forge provided dozens of different demon casting molds, Vess did not feel satisfied with the limited selection. There was only one generic attack enhancement mold that could be applied to any weapon, no matter whether it was a sword or a rifle. Although this generous purpose mold had a low chance of failure when used on a weapon, Vess had little idea on what exactly grew stronger. This was yet another indication that Vess should eventually learn to develop his own demon casting molds. He could design more specialized ones that specifically enhanced different weapons in very specific ways. However, that was too far away for him. He did not even have access to enlightenment fruits or any other source of information that could teach him the principles and design specifications of these weird molds. After he swept through the other molds and confirmed that nothing else was more suitable, he commanded a bot to take out the attack enhancement Demon Casting mold and place it in the appropriate slot over at the Demon Casting forge. All right, let's start. Anticipation welled up inside Vess as he began the Demon Casting process. He first used the workshop controls to toss Demon Mixer 5 into the demonic flames. A loud scream erupted from the demonized Demi-Mech as its Mech frame literally melted in a matter of seconds. All of the metal got vaporized or disappeared entirely, leaving nothing else but the middle demon, who strangely burned at a much slower rate. That is handy. Kedis looked impressed. How did you know the demonic flames would allow you to separate the demon from his bonded vessel? Vess chuckled. I didn't. I just made an educated guess. These flames are extraordinary. They give me a sense of acute danger whenever I hover too close to it. Besides, I did not want to go through the trouble of manually separating the bitter swordsman from his former goo container. My solution is much rougher and has a much greater chance of damaging the demon. He had made the right bet, as the demonic flames liberated the middle demon from his physical shell, only to get roasted without any physical protection. The bitter swordsman roared in pain as his weaker and less stable aspects slowly burned away. Over time, his form became less defined and more amorphous. Vess paid close attention to the middle demon's state. He eventually trusted his gut feeling and pulled the bitter swordsman out at a relatively early timing. He wanted the demon to retain most of his cognition. While this would definitely cause the demon to generate greater resistance and increase the chances of a backlash, this was exactly what Vess had in mind for the bitter scimitar. The weapon had to be almost just as dangerous to its wielder in order to serve its noble purpose. Chapter 66, 27, an extension to the demon casting process. From the moment that Vess fished out the partially refined middle demon and stuffed him into the attack enhancement demon casting mold, his personal involvement in the process had come to an end. Vess disliked that about the demon casting process. He would have been able to feel a bit of agency at this point if he was the one that made the demon casting mold that was being used, but this was not the case. His fellow Mech designer held the same opinion. Demon casting is more suited for mass production, Kedis opined. The lack of control and agency is both a blessing and a curse. It automates much of the process of merging the demon into the object. Craftsmen who don't know any better have very few opportunities to botch the process. This way, you can delegate this task to less experienced producers. You just need to supply the demons and the target objects, and they can do the rest without worrying that they will fail. However, if you want to apply more control and achieve a better fit between the demon and the object, manual forging is the best approach. He agreed with her. He fully intended to get started on demon forging when an opportunity arose. For now, he was relatively happy with demon casting, as he cared more about establishing reliable production than aiming for anything ambitious. That was not to say that the bitter scimitar lacked ambition. Aside from the main demon casting process, Vess and Kedis had invested a lot of care, effort, and high-quality resources into developing the base weapon. To be honest, the bitter scimitar in its naked and pristine form already possessed the qualifications to serve as a good anti-face water tech weapon. As long as Venerable Joshua activated the command to burn a quantity of face water, its edge would gain drastically penetration power, thereby allowing him to slice through most small opponents and rapidly breach the defenses of larger targets. Expensive or not, Vess believed it was already worth it to boost Joshua and the Everchanger's combat performance. The pair may not be the strongest in the Larkinson army, but their characteristics represented his design philosophy the best. Vess had a vested interest in boosting their growth, as he could apply a range of life-based solutions to the Evertshanger. As Vess mused whether he should build a face-water-charged weapon for his own use, the Demon casting process finally reached a critical junction. The Demon casting mold forcibly reshaped the middle demon in a form that was more conducive to enhancing the attack power of an object. The bitter swordsman suffered a great amount of torment throughout this phase, as he had been pulled out of the demonic flames too soon. While doing this preserved a greater proportion of his strength, it also made him a bit too rigid to squeeze into the mold. The demon was undercooked. This meant that he was not quite malleable enough to fit the mold as effectively as he could have. This should slightly reduce the power of the outcome, but Vess was fine this setback. The most important outcome to him was that the bitter swordsman had not been refined to the point of losing most of his memories and his strength as a middle demon. As for remaining intact enough to be able to put up a more serious fight against its future wielder, Vess saw that as an advantage rather than a disadvantage. The more the bitter swordsman was able to put up a mean fight, the more powerful the D-arm became. Only by enduring continuous threats from his new weapon would Joshua be able to receive the tempering he needed to unlock his greater potential. Just as Vess was dreaming about how much more powerful the Evertshanger could become when he was piloted by an ace pilot, the transfer phase had finally begun. Once the reshaped middle demon got injected into the masterwork weapon, the giant weapon immediately began to transform. The weapon grew larger and heavier. The scimitar originally featured a bluish tint on much of the blade due to its alloy composition. Now, the blue coloration grew brighter and more reflective as it exuded a lot more threat than before. The technological components that were responsible for augmenting the edge at the cost of burning face water also began to experience mutations. They grew in size and soon became covered in irregularly spaced spherical blue balls. Vess really hoped that the weapon would retain the ability to augment its edge through burning face water, or else he would grow really upset. Different from his first attempt at demon casting, this time the mutations were not so excessive. While the weapon did grow out additional spikes that pointed threateningly towards the wielder, they were not as proportionately long or numerous as the ones adorning the maiden knife. Perhaps the masterwork weapon had made a huge difference. Perhaps Vess' provocating statements to the bitter swordsman helped to control the distribution of power. Perhaps the much better fit between the different factors reduced the wasted effort. Whatever the case, the bitter scimitar's demonized form still resembled its original form for the most part. While it had grown a little longer and more massive, these outward changes did not surpass his tolerance for mutations. What remained uncertain were the changes that weren't visible to the naked eye. He could feel the molded bitter swordsman settle into the weapon and infusing it with his demonic power, but how did that improve the performance of the weapon? How much sharper and tougher did it become, and what kind of special abilities did it gain? Unlike the maiden knife, Vess did not think the bitter scimitar would produce an effect as banal as making the wielder prettier than normal. Vess could definitely sense that the weapon had become more threatening than before. This demon casting attempt is indeed a lot more successful than your first attempt, Kedis said, with a touch of awe. The differences between the base weapon and the D-arm are significant. I can scarcely imagine how much more powerful the latter has become. If my guess is right, then the demon casting may have elevated a first-class weapon into a D-arm that is close to reaching the standards of a super-class weapon. That was high praise from Kedis. Vess owned a few pieces of super-class tech. He had studied the gadgets supplied by the Red 3 during his free time and was not able to decipher much from them. What little he did found out suggested that there were definitely reasons why super-class products existed on an entirely different level compared to regular first-class products. Although he still was not able to examine the new D-arm in detail, Vess made the preliminary judgment that it had not yet reached that supreme level that made it worthy to be wielded by senior ace mechs. However, this was just the start. The bitter scimitar had gained much stronger growth prospects than before. In any case, it still remained a powerful weapon that could outclass other ones such as the much-celebrated decapitator and the instrument of vengeance. The latter was a rifle of remarkable design and engineering, but its extraordinary qualities were not too great. It was different for the bitter scimitar. This was a weapon that was much more defined by its extraordinary qualities. Without the middle demon corrupting and distorting the freshly forged masterwork weapon, the bitter scimitar would not be able to keep Vess in the dark about its mysterious enhancements. When the demon casting mold lifted up and out of the way, the process had finally come to an end. Vess and Cadiz waited for a moment to see whether the demonization process produced any further mutations. The only other change that took place was that the pommel morphed into the form of a demonic head. The head was grinning in an ominous fashion. Thankfully, it remained static and unmoving, but whether it would remain that way was still uncertain. Just as Vess was about to command the bots to lift the bitter scimitar out of the demon casting forge and bring it over to a testing facility, an unexpected situation took place. The pristine blue skies, with idyllic white clouds above their heads, abruptly began to darken. Vess grew slack-jawed as he witnessed the classical formation of tribulation clouds. "Oh, come on! Why do this when you let off the maiden knife? What is it about the bitter scimitar that merits this response?" The one hand, triggering a lightning tribulation event, was a badge of honor to a craftsman. His work had become good enough to merit a test from the heavens. On the other hand, provoking the wrath of the heavens was dangerous and could ultimately cause his second-ever D-arm to crumble into ash and dust. It all depended on the severity of the lightning tribulation. Vess continued to look up and tried to estimate from the size and energy readings of all of the storm clouds how many lightning bolts would rain down onto the D-arm. The good news is that the storm does not look as big or threatening as the last ones I have provoked, Vess ultimately said. It will probably produce a single-modal lightning tribulation. The only question is how many rounds the heavens will send. It could be 1 round or 2. There is a huge difference between withstanding 9 lightning strikes and 18 lightning strikes. Cadiz looked puzzled. That does not sound so bad. These lightning strikes start out weak and ramp up after every strike, correct? By the time the 18th strike has landed, our work should still be able to survive. Don't forget that the scimitar will grow a little stronger after withstanding a lightning strike. It will become much stronger and more solid if it manages to survive until the end. That is true, Cadiz, but you are overlooking one important factor. The heavenly authorities that govern the galaxies and send out lightning tribulations are especially hostile and repellent towards demons. Tribulation, lightning, is one of the most powerful forms of positive energy. When it strikes a target that is saturated with negative energies, the latter will undergo a painful round of cleansing. Ah, I forgot about that. You are right. This is a serious problem. Lightning punished evil. This was true in the past, and it would definitely remain true in the present. Vess thought about whether he should pick up the bitter scimitar and wield it himself in order to help the weapon survive the coming onslaught. However, he eventually chose not to, and allowed the D-arm to withstand the lightning tribulation while resting on the spot. So long as the tribulation event did not turn multimodal and spawned all kinds of simulated opponents, Vess believed that the heavens would only rain down regular lightning bolts from the skies. If this was the case, then Caddy's words still had merit despite her faulty assumption. Vess stared carefully at the D-arm. The middle demon may suffer greatly from the lightning tribulation, but the physical structure of the transformed weapon would definitely undergo a comprehensive round of improvements. That should help the middle demon shelter from the storm clouds hovering above his head. The stronger the physical form, the more extensively the middle demon could use the Mech frame as a shield against raw exposure to all of the tribulation lightning energy. Crack! The first lightning bolt already rained down from above. The bitter scimitar suffered very little signs of damage. Only a portion of its blade became scorched, but it was already being repaired by the injection of high-quality creation energies. Crack. The second lightning bolt inflicted more serious damage, but the excellent physical qualities of the weapon again prevented more serious consequences. Vess relaxed a bit. If the rest of the lightning bolts followed this pattern, then his bitter scimitar may be able to withstand this entire test without being held by the hand of a strong enough warrior. This may actually turn out to be a blessing. Only the worthy deserved to survive a lightning tribulation. Vess was confident that his latest collaboration work with Cadiz met this standard. Chapter 66, 28, Heavenly Punishment. Vess did not anticipate that the creation of the bitter scimitar would provoke a lightning tribulation. He assumed that while D-arms were more powerful than typical artifacts that red humanity could produce at this time, they shouldn't be too exaggerated, especially given his lack of familiarity and proficiency with demon casting. His assumptions turned out to be wrong. Perhaps this may be one of the reasons why demon casting had become lost. If it was this easy to provoke the heavens with the creation of D-arms, then those that just started out in this craft would definitely endure a lot of failures. Fortunately, Vess was not a demon caster by profession. He was already an accomplished senior Mech designer, and Cadiz was not bad at her craft either. The bitter scimitar should definitely be able to withstand the first handful of strikes without suffering significant damage. The question was what would happen after that. Once the successive lightning strikes ramped up, they may be able to pose a much more serious threat to his second D-arm. Vess made a decision and began to act. He stepped forward while at the same time unfolding a part of his true body. He only grew tall enough to roughly match the Evertshanger before using his enlarged hands to grasp the bitter scimitar. "What are you doing, Vess? I can handle it," Vess shouted back as he held the bitter scimitar in a sloppy upward-facing guard position. The D-arm needs to be wielded in order to showcase a greater proportion of its strength. This is also a good opportunity for me to temper my true body and spirit by baptizing it with lightning. I will be hitting 2 birds with 1 stone. Crack. Another lightning bolt rained down from above. The metallic blue bitter scimitar let out a brief cry of pain that shocked Vess' mind at the same time. The tribulation lightning coursed through his formidable body. Vess merely grunted in response. This was far from his first encounter with tribulation lightning. The strikes of this magnitude could no longer pose a serious threat to him, but neither did they provide any significant tempering. However, any little bit of progress helped. Even if his face water concentration rose by just 0.1%, he would become a bit harder to kill than before. Fortunately for him, the lightning tribulation did not grow more powerful due to his intervention. Vess was sure he played by the rules this time. The bitter scimitar was meant to be wielded by another person, and few were more suitable than one of its own creators. Cadiz, meanwhile, observed him holding the Mech-scaled scimitar in a stance that screamed amateur. His footing was too unstable, his grip was too tight, and he lacked the intuition and reaction speed to accurately slice at a lightning bolt that struck down from above. She wished she could be the one to wield the D-arm instead, but when she looked down at her human-scaled arms, she dismissed this silly notion. Size mattered. Her inability to wield any weapons designed for Mechs was the reason why nobody took human swordmasters seriously in modern times. The fact that she was unable to do her job due to the size disparity caused her to develop a much greater yearning to pilot a Carmine Mech than before. During one of her past talks with Vess during the marathon, her former mentor had outlined the solution he had in mind for Mech designers. Cadiz had to admit that polymetal Mechs sounded tailor-made for every competent Mech designer. The ability to use their expertise to program bonded smart metal into machines of their own design offered unparalleled flexibility and personalization. Such a solution was far superior to a more basic Carmine Mech that only offered limited room for customization and personalization. If she had already formed a blood pact with a so-called polymetal Mech, then she would have summoned it and used it to move forward and take the scimitar from Vess' unskilled hands. Next time. Vess had yet to formally begin the development of his polymetal mechs. His schedule was packed with other projects, and he still needed to find the right smart metal solution. In any case, it did not matter whether Vess was an inept swordsman. The D-arm may have crossed a limit, but it had not provoked a response that was as scary as the initial creation of the elemental lord. The fact that the response came in the form of a single-modal lightning tribulation signified that, while the bitter scimitar crossed a line, it had not violated the most severe taboos. This told Vess that while the heavens were hostile towards demons, this should mostly be a standard policy. Demons were inherently negative and could drain the life of an entire galaxy if left unchecked. For this reason, most demons needed to be culled when they managed to get anchored to the material realm for one reason or another. As for the demons that managed to withstand heavenly punishment, perhaps the tempering process was a way to bribe the demon and strengthen the bond of karma. Vess came up with all kinds of theories about this stuff, but right now he needed to keep his head in the game and make sure his creation survived the remaining lightning strikes. Crack, The 7th strike had already landed. Vess was feeling the pain, but he had suffered much worse in the past. The bitter scimitar's mutated form managed to hold up for the most part, but the same could not be said for the demon residing inside. Just as Vess suspected, the bitter swordsman was much more susceptible to the harm inflicted by tribulation lightning. Although he was partially able to heal and strengthen himself right afterwards, once the damage had reached a higher threshold, the middle demon could outright perish before he could restore himself with the help of creation energy. Is this the challenge that every serious D-arm must go through? How can demon casters possibly keep their products alive? Vess was more than confident in the materials and design of the Mech weapon, but he was not able to do much about the demon. If he knew that his work would provoke a response from the heavens, then he would have devised a solution that could have shielded the demon against this threat. Crack. The 8th strike struck with around 30% greater power than before. While Vess could feel his slightly damaged body and spirit obtaining a little more benefits than before, the demon released a louder cry. That was not all. His eyes widened as he witnessed the beginnings of a more profound transformation to the D-arm. The bitter scimitar's physical mutations had begun to reverse. Its blue metallic sheen had grown a little duller, and some of the spikes and sharp angles grew smaller and softer. Kryak. The last strike of the first round struck with significantly greater power than before, causing Vess to feel a bit more pain and numbness. His true body had grown a little larger, and his face water concentration must have bumped up by a small but noticeable extent. However, Vess no longer cared about advancing his phase lord cultivation, and instead grew a lot more concerned about the worsening state of his creation. The bitter scimitar had lost even more progress than before. Arm. Vess suddenly it is the tribulation lightning, is purifying the merger between the demon and the Mech weapon, if this continues. Even if the bitter swordsman is barely able to hold on to his life, he will become completely detached from the masterwork scimitar, thereby causing him to lose his physical anchor. If we don't take action to put him in another shelter, he will be banished from this realm. Either way, the heavens would get rid of another harmful demon. Since it is possible to reverse the demon casting process, it should also be possible to promote it again. Ketty's guessed. See if you can find a way to restore and reinforce the bond between the demon and the scimitar. Vess rapidly tried to come up with a solution. Time was short. The storm clouds up above grew darker and more energetic. The next 9 lightning strikes were only going to inflict more damage. The intense pressure and his high emotional investment in this project rapidly caused him to come up with a series of hasty countermeasures. First, he changed his stance. Instead of offering the blade to the heavens as if he was a supplicant, he reversed its grip so that the curved tip pointed downwards before he started to hunch his back. At the same time, His true body grew even larger, causing his smart clothing to strain even further to cover his dignity. This not only allowed him to withstand damage a little better, but also allowed him to provide full physical cover to the proportionately smaller Mech weapon. Once he had reached his slightly improved maximum size, the Mech scimitar resembled a curved dagger in his oversized limbs. This made it a lot easier for him to shield the weapon from most angles. Crack! A golden lightning bolt struck his back and coursed through much of his upper body before finally running through the length of the bitter scimitar. Vess attempted to divert a part of the tribulation lightning directly down to his legs and into the soil of the mountaintop, but that did not work. The tribulation lightning did not behave like normal electricity and did not always follow the path of least resistance. The bitter scimitar attracted it like a magnetic pole. Once the tribulation lightning had reached the tip, it continued to burst out across the air gap before directly passing through the ground. The demon suffered much more severe damage this time, as he had yet to fully recover from the previous strike. What distressed Vess the most was that the bitter scimitar lost even more potency due to the reversing demonization. Blinky! Emro. This was the second solution he came up with. His companion's spirit quickly went into action and began to disgorge a large amount of E-energy from the Blinkivers. Much of it consisted of a mixture of life-attributed E-energy and darkness-attributed E-energy. Vess had an affinity in both, so he was able to exert much better control over them. He and Blinky worked together to feed the raw E-energies to the demon. He quickly noticed that the different attributes had a different effect on the demon. As a negative energy life form, the demon was easily able to absorb darkness energy. The bitter swordsman used it to quickly repair his spiritual injuries and restore his energy reserves. What was also interesting was that the darkness energy was remarkably effective at promoting the demonization process. The bitter scimitar had regained a small measure of demonization, causing it to regain a portion of its lost strength. Feeding the middle demon with positive E-energy did not directly promote the demonization process, but gave the bitter swordsman a fairly powerful tonic that promoted his growth and healing more effectively. While the bitter swordsman experienced other effects that Vess was not able to detect or analyze, he at least managed to confirm that using Blinky to feed the D-arm with E-energy successfully restored it to an extent. However, this was not a sustainable solution. Crack! The bitter swordsman had yet to recover to his peak condition and already got blasted by a more powerful dose of tribulation lightning. Not only did the strike undo the previous restoration effort, but also set the demon back even further. Damn it! Blinky is not strong enough yet. He can only output so much E-energy at a time. Vess, Kedis shouted from the side, you are not doing this right. Instead of feeding the D-arm with raw E-energy, you need to use your power to resist it like a warrior. If you can't fight the storm like a sword practitioner, then at least fight as if you are a phase lord and a Kai cultivator. That was actually not a bad idea. Vess immediately decided to adopt her advice and tried his best to figure out how to leverage his powers to preserve his D-arm. Chapter 66:29, I Am Not a Loser. The reminder from Kedis woke Vess up from his thoughtless approach. What the hell was he doing? He had witnessed instances of Mech and Mech pilots resisting lightning tribulations in the past. Just because the current one was only a single-modal lightning tribulation did not mean he should approach this challenge in such a stupid manner. If he wanted his latest work to resist the punishment raining down from above, then he needed to fight. The D-arm needed to fight as well. Passively resisting the attacks was not enough. Even if the bitter swordsman managed to cling onto his new life, his arrogance and aggression would have all but melted away. This was not what Vess sought in this D-arm. Its demon needed to be strong, powerful, active, and rebellious. When Vess reflected on his current actions and realized how he was approaching this in the completely wrong way, he quickly changed his stance and demeanor. He stared up at the storm clouds with challenging eyes and felt a surge of courage welling up inside his heart. This was the proper way to meet a lightning tribulation. Now that he had shaken off the mindset of a civilian and adopted the perspective of a warrior, Vess began to take control over the surrounding E-energy radiation. The charged environment generated by the tribulation storm made it a little more difficult than normal, but Vess still managed to attract a respectable amount of life energy, metal energy, and to a lesser extent darkness energy. Blinky, meanwhile, continued to disgorge the same energies from the Blinkivers at the highest possible rate. The aperture that connected the Blinkivers from the main universe was still on the smaller end, but the Star Cat still helped by raising the concentration of E-energy around Vess. This was enough. Vess did not just gather a lot of energy just to mash them into the bitter scimitar without direction. That would only recreate the same results as before. If he wanted to utilize the greater potential of all of these energies, then he needed to shape them into more effective forms. Just like a Kai cultivator. The problem was that Vess was not strictly a Kai cultivator. Sure, he absorbed a bunch of enlightenment fruits and learned a lot of basic and miscellaneous spells and techniques, but that did not change the fact that he had little clue on how exactly he should defend himself against the lightning tribulation. This was a major oversight. If he was able to anticipate this possibility in advance, he could have taken the time to form a detailed contingency plan and be ready to take action in an instant. Let's see, is it okay to use other equipment? He was thinking about pulling out the flower parasol and using its extraordinary defensive characteristics to reduce the incoming damage. He could also temper the artifact by subjecting it to a lightning baptism. However, he ultimately decided not to take the risk. This tribulation was test for a special kind of artifact, trying to resist the heavenly punishment by relying on the protection of another artifact defeated the purpose. This should also apply for other pieces of gear as long as they were powerful enough. The lightning tribulation would definitely grow more severe as a response. Since that was the case, Vess could only make use of his inherent powers. He decided to save up his spatial barrier and avoid using any spatial abilities. Perhaps they might help to lower the damage, but only for a short amount of time. He needed to save his spatial barrier for a critical moment. This meant that he had little choice but to rely on Kai manipulation to cope with the damage. Vess did not stop with channeling E-energy into the bitter scimitar, but he leveraged much of the metal energy into a silvery, translucent energy shield above his gigantic head. It formed just in time to meet the next strike. Crack, ouch. Vess instantly suffered a headache as his basic metal energy shield shattered like glass after getting struck by the golden lightning bolt. This was not the right way to defend against tribulation lightning. Vess really wished that he had learned how to fight and defend himself as a Kai cultivator. Compared to a ruthless and ambitious schemer and murderer like his infamous mother, his ability to wield E-energy in combat was too basic and rudimentary. He shouldn't be blamed for this. How could he expect to be put in a situation where he had to resist a tribulation event in order to defend one of his precious creations? The inability to rely on allies, subordinates, technological equipment, high-level artifacts, and more directly stripped many of his accumulated advantages. The lack of more solid tribulation manifestations that took on the form of alien swordsmen or scary beats meant that much of his offensive power as a phase lord became useless as well. The only way out for Vess was to manipulate E-energy well enough to pass this challenge, but his lack of skill and experience in these sorts of situations made it difficult to maintain his confidence. What if he screwed up? What if he was unable to control so much E-energy and apply it onto an ambitious technique? Fortunately, he was not alone in this. As a bystander, Kedis was able to track what happened and adopt a sober perspective towards the current incident. It is impossible for you to learn swordsmanship and learn how to resist the lightning tribulation more effectively, Kedis hastily said. Learning and mastering techniques is the way to go, but you shouldn't cast them in isolation. The bitter scimitar is a D-arm based on a masterwork artifact. You should be able to use it as a wand or a casting aid. Try and actively channel energy into it and see if you can reinforce its structure or perform a technique similar to all of the sword techniques that you have witnessed in the past. That was a good idea. He even came up with a suggestion of his own now that he had corrected his mindset. I designed this D-arm with the intention of forming a cooperative relationship with it. Joshua and his Evertshanger can only utilize it to its full potential if the bitter scimitar agreed to combine forces with each other. At the very least, this weapon should have gained powers derived from its demon. He urgently tried to communicate with the weapon. What are you doing? Don't you want to prove you are more than a loser who is destined to get beaten up and killed like a bedraggled dog? Where is your fighting spirit? Are you truly about to let yourself get exorcised or banished by tribulation lightning? Wake up and work with me. I may not be your intended wielder, but I am the only person available here who is willing to fight for your right to survive. If you want to survive the remaining tribulation lightning strikes, then you better open yourself up to me and reveal your capabilities. Though the middle demon's nature compelled him to resist and attack his creator and current wielder, his rationality remained intact enough for him to understand that this was a bad time to attack those who were willing to render him assistance. The bitter scimitar rested more comfortably in his oversized hands. The D-arm did not turn over a new leaf, but the demon that governed its function merely made the pragmatic decision to join forces with his current wielder. The bitter scimitar seemed to come alive. The blue metallic surface shone brighter and more resplendent as the weapon sucked in a lot of life, darkness, and metal-attributed E-energy. Vess and Blinky worked together to shape all of the E-energy so that they reinforced the structure of the entire weapon. It was as if they suited up the bitter scimitar with armor made out of E-energy. Crack. This time, the D-arm endured the tribulation a lot better than last time. While the weapon and demon still incurred severe damage, Vess grew happy when he observed they did not suffer as much damage as he feared. While the damage reduction effect from the previous technique was not that strong, it still managed to make a difference. That's it. You can do more than that. Come, show me your true power. I shall grant you as much energy you can harness, so do not hold back. The bitter swordsman was doing its best to recover from the damage that had previously occurred. Not all was bad. The greater the damage, the stronger he became after absorbing the creation energy passed on by the golden lightning bolts. Even demons could benefit from lightning baptisms. They just had to be able to withstand the power that was intensively hostile towards their kind. Come on, hurry up, the next strike will come soon. As the bitter scimitar continued to absorb more energy, it finally began to display one of its intrinsic powers as a D-arm. A second arm, holding a sword, came into existence. The arm looked incredibly weird. It did not look like the arm of a Mech or a human at all. The arm, instead, took on a distinctly demonic appearance. The demonized sword also did not give off a good impression. Vess did not recognize the weapon, but surmised it may have been based on one of the Mech swords wielded by the middle demon during his first lifetime. Of course, the sword had also mutated to the point where it had too many unnecessary spikes and sharp angles. What a strange ability. The newly emerged limb and sword matched the proportions of the bitter scimitar. The new additions therefore looked a little too small and weak compared to Vess' full-sized form. After a bit of thought, he decided to shrink his size until he became as large as the Evertshanger. The additional sword arm looked a lot more harmonious, as it took up a position directly behind his shoulder. Though Vess remained skeptical on whether the manifestations of a demonic arm and a demonic sword could resist the onslaught, he allowed the ghost arm to wield its semi-tangible limb as if it was a part of his body. Crack. When the next strike arrived, Vess clearly felt the effects of the D-arm's more active intervention. The ghostly arm rapidly swung upwards and actually managed to intercept the lightning bolt as it soared down at speeds far exceeding the reaction speed of a human. That was not all. Moments before the storm clouds were about to erupt, Vess found to his surprise that the D-arm wanted to take control of his own arm and raise the bitter scimitar in a specific guard position. Vess quickly dropped his resistance just in time for his arm to move under the weapon's direction and meet the incoming tribulation lighting. Ah! The middle demon screamed in agony as pieces of himself literally got scoured away by the latest strike. Yet for all of the pain and damage, the bitter swordsman successfully managed to mitigate a significantly greater proportion of damage. This encouraged Vess even further. He lowered his guard and gave the bitter swordsman greater access to his body. He completely disregarded the associated risks, knowing that the demon would not try to harm him during this crucial juncture. The bitter swordsman wanted to live. It wanted to enjoy its second life to the fullest. Meeting a premature end when it was just about to embark on a new life was not acceptable to the middle demon. I am not a loser. Vess could feel the demon take control of his body, as if mimicking his old fighting style as a dual-wielding specialist. Kedis grew incredibly impressed at this sight. She had a feeling that her attempt to imbue the bitter scimitar with a specific sword style had caused it to develop in this strange direction after getting demon casting. The sight was incredibly absurd. It was as if the bitter swordsman was piloting Vess' body as if it was a biomech. The fact that this was even possible defied common sense. No wonder the heavens are so jealous. This D-arm is too absurd. Chapter 66, 30 Bitter Pride. This lightning tribulation gave Vess a very necessary dose of reality. If he wanted to develop a personal polymetal mech for himself that he could one day use as his own version of a phase Lord Raymond, then this was not enough to turn himself into an effective combatant. Vess also needed the courage, the fighting spirit, the combat acumen, and the weapon skills in order to make the most out of his gear and other endowments. It couldn't be helped. Vess was a mech designer by nature. While he did have a bunch of incarnations that allowed him to accrue other kinds of knowledge, very little of it was related to helping him become a better fighter. At most, he received adjacent information on how other mech pilots and soldiers fought. That was purely theoretical knowledge and did not infuse him with any remarkable fighting skills. Even his power as a phase lord was mostly a facade. Compared to the well-trained and highly elite soldiers of the Titan phalanx, Vess was a complete scumbag of a phase lord. He had not developed his spatial abilities all that much, and he was not able to effectively leverage his gigantic physique like an actual fighter. He also did not undergo any systematic combat training, so he wouldn't be able to coordinate effectively alongside mechs or other human phase lords on the battlefield. In short, Vess was still a creator at heart. If Kedis received the same endowments as him, she would definitely be able to defeat 10 versions of himself. Even though his lack of combat training held him back in certain situations, Vess had no intentions of devoting a significant amount of time or resources on addressing this shortcoming. Instead, Vess believed it was much more convenient if he could borrow the excellent fighting skills of other powerful soldiers and warriors. One of the plans he had in mind was to use a divine envoy like Iman Ingvar as a spiritual mech pilot. When the time was right, he would figure out a way for Iman Ingvar to come out and directly possess his body as if he was piloting a biomech. Hopefully, there should be enough parallels between piloting a mech and controlling the body of a phase lord that most of Iman Ingvar's piloting skills transferred over to this abnormal situation. This had always remained an idea, though. It was nothing more than a daydream as far as Vess was concerned. He never expected that he would get to experience a version of this solution when wielding the bitter scimitar. In hindsight, he shouldn't be too surprised. Not only did he design the masterwork D-arm with symbiosis in mind, but he had also made sure to prep the middle demon to be able to take over its own wielder when the opportunity arose. Vess initially found it quite scary to surrender his body to a foreign party to this degree. He instinctively wanted to resist and wrest back control, but he did his best to hold himself back. At this point, he needed to place his trust in his own arrangements. The bitter swordsman was rational enough to understand the stakes. The repeated lightning strikes already made him feel as if he was half dead, and the power of the following strikes would only ramp up further. Given the dire circumstances, neither Vess nor the bitter swordsman wasted any time on uskless planning or discussions. They communicated with each other on a level that went beyond verbal communication. Unfortunately, a lot of messages got lost in translation. Vess was not a Mech pilot of a soldier, so he was unable to interpret his counterpart's meanings. It didn't matter. The middle demon rapidly familiarized himself with the novel experience of piloting a giant human body. Although the actual experience was far different from piloting a typical humanoid Mech, the demon somehow gained a remarkable talent and ability to control all bodies it was able to access. Since Vess strangely lowered almost all of his defenses to a minimum, the demon encountered virtually no resistance, so his acclimation speed was therefore incredibly fast. The bitter swordsman did not betray Vess' expectations. Although he was still getting the hang of controlling Vess' true body, which was currently scaled to the size of a high-end, second-class Mech, by the time the next lightning bolt struck, the demon responded a lot more fiercely than Vess ever could. The middle demon moved Vess' untrained but naturally powerful true body in a proficient manner, and used both a real arm and a ghost arm to cross two sword blades in front of his chest in a guard position, while pumping as much E-energy into the weapons as possible. Crack! The lightning strike struck the crossed blades and passed through them, but not before weakening by a significant margin. Both the bitter swordsman and Vess' body ultimately received a less severe shock. Just as the next strike was due to arrive, the bitter swordsman continued to explore and figure out his new abilities as a middle demon. He could do more than conjure up a ghost arm and casily take possession of Vess' body. "Don't forget about your domain," Kedis shouted from the side. "As a recently promoted middle demon, you have grown equivalent to a fresh ace pilot. You should have a power that is similar to a Saint Kingdom but weaker. Try and unfold it so that you can harness more energy." The bitter swordsman did as instructed. He did not know it before Kedis spoke, but now that she gave him a crucial reminder, he suddenly discovered that he could indeed deploy his domain outward. A fairly weak domain began to expand from the bitter scimitar. Vess and Kedis could immediately feel that it was filled with negative energy. What was special was that this domain used to be weaker a short time ago. After getting repeatedly baptized by tribulation lightning, the domain had already transformed to an extent. It had grown stronger and was better able to cope against the wrath of the heavens. While it was rather messy and polluted, the more dominant attributes were pride, murder, and darkness. These had become the most prominent traits or obsessions of the bitter swordsman after he had become demonized. Yet the middle demon's domain also gained a small measure of symbiosis, which was derived from the life element. In ancient cultivation parlance, this was the small bit of bright yang energy that accentuated all of the dark yin energy. The benefits of retaining a small measure of an opposing attribute were myriad. No one could completely understand light unless they also grew familiar with darkness, and vice versa. The bitter swordsman may still be weak among other middle demons, but he possessed more control over himself and could execute his techniques with greater skill and precision. Even though it was impossible for a former expert candidate to perfectly replicate the refined body control and extraordinary combat techniques of an ace pilot, the bitter swordsman had grown so miraculously stronger after his demonization that he was definitely able to fight at a level far exceeding when he was still alive. Vess could still clearly perceive this difference, even if he had no true understanding of the nuances of every movement and technique. Crack! This time, the bitter swordsman leveraged his weak domain as well as his control over Vess' body, and managed to attain an even better result. The domain not only expanded the amount of E-energy that he was able to harness, but also provided a little extra protection against the lightning bolt. This time, both the physical sword and the ghost sword slashed upwards at the exact same time, producing a strange form of resonance that temporarily raised their ability to withstand the shock. Although the bitter swordsman suffered greater trauma by incurring significant damage to his domain, it could have been worse. The bitter scimitar may actually be able to get out of this ordeal stronger and more cohesive than ever. "Only 3 more left," Kedis shouted in encouragement. "The final strikes will be heavy, but I know you can do it. A blade forged from my hand should never fall apart so easily." The tribulation storm certainly tried. Crack. This time, the bitter swordsman managed to conjure up more metal and darkness energy, and used his 2 swords to form a strange energy whirlpool that blocked a greater proportion of the incoming lightning strike than before. This move successfully exhausted a greater proportion of the power of the tribulation lightning. The physical scimitar became slightly deformed, and its degree of demonization had dropped, but the middle demon already began to repair the damage after absorbing a lot of mixed energies. Ves grew a little more apprehensive. The punishment to his body became more severe. While that meant that his true body was finally growing a little bit faster, he knew that the bitter swordsman must be enduring a lot more torment. "Hang on, you still have an entire life ahead of you. Do not give up. Prove that you deserve a second chance by denying the heavens themselves. Do your best to stop the attempt to drag your tainted soul to the afterlife, and prove that you are strong enough to defy death itself." Pride and conceit swelled from the bitter scimitar. The physical blade as well as the ghost sword began to spin in a way that stirred up a lot of ambient E-energy. A stronger sense of resonance affected Ves. It was as his true body had become the bitter swordsman's expert Mech. Unfortunately, Ves was not a real expert Mech. His ability to resonate with the bitter swordsman was too weak. Crack. The second-to-last lighting strike inflicted more severe damage than before. Both Ves and the bitter swordsman screamed, with the latter suffering significantly more damage. Due to the suboptimal circumstances, the bitter swordsman was only able to elevate his ability to resist the lightning tribulation to this extent and no further. He needed a lot more time to get the hang of his domain, his new abilities, and the novel experience of piloting the body of a human phase lord. Even if the middle demon had become unnaturally good at understanding its innate abilities and learning how to control Ves' body, he ultimately needed a lot more time to translate his many new capabilities into actual combat power. That was time that he did not have. As the storm clouds in the skies of the system space grew thicker and more ominous, Ves and the damaged bitter scimitar knew that they were facing their final test. More and more energies surged into the last discharge of tribulation lightning. Just like the 9th strike, the 18th one promised to be an unusually strong attack. Ves' mouth began to smirk. Whether that was due to Ves or the bitter swordsman remained unclear. The true body began to flourish both blades before confidently pointing their tips upwards. "I defy you." Crack. Just before the final bright golden lightning bolt struck, a spatial barrier briefly came into existence, only to break right afterwards as it was unable to resist the full force of the attack. Yet because Ves had activated one of his spatial defenses before the final strike, the lightning bolt expended just enough energy that it was not as good at overcoming the subsequent layers of defense as before. When the tribulation lightning finally struck the bitter scimitar, it looked scorched and slightly deformed, but it still retained part of its demonized state. As for the bitter swordsman, the damage inflicted by the 18th strike had indeed brought him a lot closer to his death, but the infusion of creation energy had partially restored him and strengthened his foundation to a much more significant degree than before. Ha 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 ha! I live. I defied the heavens. As the bitter swordsman slowly healed from his remaining injuries, the bitter scimitar recovered as well. Its degree of demonization not only deepened to its original level, but even went a step further, becoming stronger, weirder, and more mysterious by the second. Vess grinned with extreme satisfaction as he took back control over his body. He expected for the bitter swordsman to resist, but the final strike briefly left him far too injured to put up a good fight. It didn't matter. Vess was more than confident he could forcibly regain control over his body with the help of his companion's spirit. If that did not work, then Cadiz and the Heaven Sword would definitely be able to lend a hand. Vess did not think about that, though. All he had in mind was the fact that his first proper D-arm finally began to live up to his high expectations. This is the true power of demon casting. Chapter 66:31, Unmatched Artifacts. The D-arm survived the lightning baptism. Vess knew how close it had been. Although the storm only struck 18 times, the power behind the bolts were at least partially scaled to the bitter scimitar's approximate power, quality, and other parameters. He understood a little more on how the lightning tribulations operated. They were never supposed to let off anyone or anything that broke the boundaries of cosmic ecosystem so easily. The amount of rounds was probably determined by the severity of the supposed violations. It was useful for Vess to know what to expect next time if he committed another violation in the eyes of the heavenly authorities. For example, anything that attempted a feat as bold as merging the 5 classical elements together would definitely attract the most severe 9-round multimodal lightning tribulation. The same went for a feat as bold as creating a godship, such as the Dominion of Man. Curiously, a masterwork D-arm that was inhabited by a particularly young and weak middle demon only attracted a 2-round single-modal lightning tribulation. A part of Vess was relieved. If the severity of the tribulation event was any more severe, he would have struggled a lot more to keep his first proper D-arm alive. The physical structure of the weapon was able to resist the tribulation lightning easily enough, but its fatal weak point in this situation was the demon that empowered the D-arm. The bitter swordsman shouldn't have been vulnerable under normal circumstances. It was unfortunately that tribulation lightning played by different rules. It was not only able to bypass numerous layers of protection, but it was also intelligently driven to attack the demon regardless of all other factors. It was clear to Vess that one, but possibly all heavenly authorities disliked demons and sought to strike them down whenever people attempted to harness their power in a significant manner. What was worse was that this was just the beginning. The bitter scimitar already met his expectations of what a D-arm was supposed to be, but it was just an early creation. Once Vess studied the transformed and lightning-baptized weapon and increased his comprehension of the demon casting process, he would steadily be able to produce stronger and more remarkable D-arms. If he was able to improve the demon goo cultivation process and succeed in producing a major demon of the 3rd major cultivation rank, then Vess could not imagine the power of the lightning tribulation that would beset his more potent D-arms. His ambition of creating a simplified demon-casting forge and training subordinates to mass produce relatively simple D-arms with the help of demons supplied by Helena became defunct. If the heavens hated D-arms so much that they were willing to take action against a weapon at the level of the bitter scimitar, meant that only high-quality works could make past their crucial life tests. The main reasons why the bitter scimitar managed to survive its own tribulation was not because it was wielded by an oddball phase lord like Vess. The real reason was because the product happened to be good enough that the bitter swordsman was able to exert a significant proportion of his strength and capabilities through his new vessel. The two matched each other a lot better than the ancient maiden and Cadiz' spare pocket knife. If Vess and Cadiz hadn't put so much effort into taking the bitter swordsman's parameters into account while designing the scimitar, the middle demon wouldn't have been able to demonize it so effectively. Compared to the maiden knife, the bitter scimitar looked a lot cleaner and less gaudy. While it still retained a few questionable spikes and other unnecessary protrusions, a much greater proportion of its design still remained useful and functional. The weapon had still grown larger and heavier than before. The lightning baptism's attempts to purify the weapon had failed. The middle demon had passed the test and absorbed the rewards. Not only had he managed to strengthen his foundation by a large extent, but he also received a surge of strength. The physical D-arm reflected the demon's growth. It had grown harder, shinier, and sharper. Its extraordinary qualities improved as well. Vess could feel that he could more easily take control over ambient E-energy radiation. "I understand," Vess stated as he continued to hold the Mech weapon while remaining in his Mech-scaled form. "What do you understand?" Kedis asked as she slowly stepped forward in order to take a better look at the recovered and strengthened D-arm. "I think I figured out the positioning of Demon casting in the world of traditional craftsmanship," he said. "Look at this weapon. You have witnessed its performance earlier. Do you think that you can forge a major masterwork Mech sword that can perform just as well as this scimitar?" Kedis frowned. "That is not an easy question to answer, Vess. It depends on the materials and workshop conditions. Just assume that you are working under the best conditions that you can realistically attain at the moment. What can you create if you are able to design the weapon for as long as you want, with access to all of the tech and materials our clan can realistically procure? You can also assume that you can imbue your creation with an artifact spirit by using a hyper keystone that is filled with the spiritual remnant of a third-order living Mech. Furthermore, you can make full use of the workshop of creation to forge your Mech sword. How powerful will your weapon become?" These were fantastic conditions. Kedis could easily imagine herself reforging the Decapitator Masterwork Mech sword so that it incorporated the latest developments in face water technology, metallurgy, cultivation science, and her groundbreaking theories in the school of reformed swordsmanship. Yet even if she was willing to be generous in her assessment of the final output, she found it difficult to imagine that the much-improved Mech sword would be able to match the extraordinary qualities of the bitter scimitar. "I think it is nearly impossible for me to close the gap to this work," Kedis admitted. "All of the other conditions are either the same or better than with our latest project. The only exception to this rule is the source of artifact spirit. Not that I have anything against the idea of repurposing your third-order living Mechs. It is just they're not particularly strong," Vess readily admitted. "This is highly dependent on age. You cannot expect a third-order living Mech that has only experienced a year or several years of life to possess the same richness and power expressions of an expert candidate that is several decades old. When that expert candidate died and received a second chance by turning into a middle demon, then the gap between the two widens even further. Add in the lightning baptism, and the latter's various shortcomings have become a lot less severe, making it even harder to surpass its strength." The female Mech designer understood the point that Vess was trying to make. "I see. So the true difference lies in the sourcing of artifact spirits. You need to capture a strong and well-developed soul in order to empower your artifact. Otherwise, it will just turn into a work that is hardly different from a minor artifact, at least at the start. Even if the artifact is able to grow more powerful over time and usage, the one that starts out with a much stronger artifact spirit will always maintain an advantage. As long as D-arms are able to survive their lightning tribulations, they begin their new existence at a considerably higher starting point, and their growth potential is also higher due to their stronger foundations. Even without the benefits of lightning baptisms, these D-arms still remain fairly formidable, as evidenced by the maiden knife." Vess nodded in agreement. "Demon casting can therefore be regarded as a shortcut. It allows us to craft major artifacts at a level or two beyond our current capabilities. Even if the two of us can work together to design and forge a Mech sword of exquisite power and capabilities, we will have to invest a disproportionate amount of effort and resources into making it. We may have to acquire and use up ludicrously superclass materials. We have to obtain a much more powerful artifact spirit candidate by using up. one of our older design spirits, such as the solemn guardian or the spiritual remnant of an older and more developed living Mech like the Quint. We may even have to commission the aid of a master Mech designer that excels in craftsmanship. These were unrealistically demanding conditions. It may be possible for Vess and Caddies to meet one of them, but it was far too difficult to meet all of them at the same time. The outcome of all of this collective effort would be a major artifact and masterwork that may be a lot closer to meeting the standard of a grand work than their previous creations, but wouldn't necessarily be better than a D-arm that Vess and Caddies cobbled together in a handful of days. It is the demons that make most of the difference, Caddies said, as she comprehended the value of demon casting. The demonization of a soul always makes it a lot more powerful at the cost of corrupting it. The demon casting process is an attempt to make the most out of the former while trying to control the impact of the latter. If done correctly, you will end up with a D-arm that is a lot more powerful than any artifact that you can make through conventional means. Aside from the risk of backlash and other complications, it is actually well worth it to wield a weapon of greater power. The bitter scimitar therefore represented the first of many D-arms that could grant additional power to the heroes of the Larkinson clan, and perhaps beyond. Venerable Joshua and the Evertshanger would be the first pairing to enjoy this new benefit. Their experiences and subsequent performance while wielding this new weapon would directly show whether Vess' optimistic expectations for D-arms were justified. The debut of the first D-arm designed for a Mech cannot come soon enough, Vess eagerly said, as he finally approached a large rectangular box and carefully placed the D-arm inside before closing the container that worked decently in isolating the activity of the remarkable weapon. As long as Joshua doesn't screw up, the bitter scimitar will generate a lot of interest, as well as demand. Since you contributed to its development, a lot of people will inquire about the new weapon. I hope that you will remain discreet about it. There are many people who are only interested in wielding this kind of power for themselves, but there are also a lot of annoying people who will create a lot of unnecessary distractions and put up a lot of hindrances if they learn the truth about the D-arm. Caddy's gaze Vess a measured stare. I will not lie about the D-arm, but I suppose I can help you keep the nature of the bitter scimitar a secret for a while longer by not answering at all. I will try to direct all inquiries about the weapon to you. I will probably be too busy with designing the first Swordmark Roman III project and spreading my new manual of reformed swordsmanship. That is good enough. You don't need to do anything more. You won't be able to keep it a secret for long, Vess. Anyone who is powerful and perceptive enough will be able to detect the malice and hostility from your D-arms. The Mech pilots who make use of them will learn the truth regardless. The greater the amount of people who are clued in, the greater the chance of leaks. I don't think it will take more than a year for the truth to spread. Vess shrugged. That is better than nothing. The Red War is about to reach a critical point. I really cannot afford any distractions at the moment. Saving Red humanity comes first. I can deal with the consequences later on when we have overcome the most acute challenges. Besides, I only need to buy time to prepare more countermeasures. For example, I am thinking about offering D-arms to the Red Association, Red Collective, and several other major players. As long as I can convert them into stakeholders, they will have a vested interest in demon casting. Are you sure that will work? Caddies questioned. If these people learn where you are able to obtain your demons, I will deal with that problem when it arises. Vess dismissively waved his hand. Chapter 6632, Sudden Advancements. When Vess and Caddies emerged from the system's space again, they had come out for real. Both Mech designers had spent a lot of time away from reality and felt disconnected from the rest of the universe. Neither of them let that bother them. They had plenty of time to anticipate their situations upon their return to the main universe. Rather than feeling all dramatic over their lack of integration into the current timeline, they decided to make more productive use of their time by converting much of their gains during the marathon into real contributions to society. Kedys had brought out the bitter scimitar and planned to introduce it to her husband, however. She first had to handle the recall of the recently released Stormblade Samurai Mark Roman II. She needed to act as quickly as possible and replace existing mechs with copies of an updated version of the commercial design that reflected her latest swordsmanship attainments. Her next priority was to use her close relationship with the Red Swordsmanship Federation to quickly recognize the enormous value of her manual of reformed swordsmanship. The sooner other sword practitioners became convinced of her new theories, the sooner they would begin to unlock their greater potential. Existing swordmasters should be especially keen on adopting her new teachings. As long as they agreed that her new teachings could potentially lead them onto the path of becoming a sword saint, her new school of reformed swordsmanship would definitely become the main orthodoxy of the swordsmanship community. Kedys believed that real changes could take place within a week. What was even more important was to convince people outside of the swordsmanship community that her theories were relevant in other cases as well. The obvious similarities between sword practitioners and mech pilots meant that the latter could also use the theories as a guide to promote their breakthroughs. Vess offered to intercede on her behalf by using his contacts within the Red Association and the Red Collective to bring the Manual of Reformed Swordsmanship to their attention, but she declined. "My influence is not small these days. I can definitely make these organizations take my teachings seriously. What if they don't? Then they will find themselves left behind when their more open-minded rivals and competitors make more progress." Kedys smirked. That was a good argument. As long as her theories were accurate enough, those who took them seriously would definitely be able to produce more breakthroughs. Vess, meanwhile, became busy with his own affairs. He had several main concerns. First, he had to add the completed Null project to the database of the design department and urge the Living Mech Corporation to quickly start production of both the commercial version and the Larkinson exclusive version. Many production lines were already busy with mass producing the Yellow Jacket mechs, but so many third-party producers had already licensed the design that it was better if the LMC shifted its focus back to more premium mech models. A lot of people, including his own wife, became surprised that Vess seemingly whipped out a solo mech design out of his butt from nowhere. He had not talked about the Null project nor shown any sign of working on it in the past few months. This was strange, as the design most definitely incorporated much of the latest developments in hyper-technology, and so on. Vess even classified the Null project as a previously unheard of 7th generation of living mechs. "How did you find the time to design this mech?" Gloriana asked, with a mixture of perplexment and suspicion in her voice. "Did you secretly slack off while you were supposed to be working on the Swarm project and the Amaranto Mark Roman III project to work on a solo mech design project by yourself?" "Not exactly," Vess defended himself. "You underestimate my power. I have more incarnations out there than Blinky and Vulcan. As the inventor of companion spirits, it is not unreasonable to think that I can create more offshoots of myself. I might not be able to integrate a fancy cranial implant suite that is augmented by the fragments of a mentalist crystal like you, but I have my own ways to increase my productivity." That was all technically true, but his argument was not necessarily related to how he was able to complete the Null project in recent times. His wife did not bother to inquire further. She instead devoted her attention to the Null project and wondered what made it special. "Please explain the details of your 7th generation living mech technology to me. I have yet to notice any difference." "I am not surprised. It is mostly e-technology, after all. Let me begin with the integration of teaching services." Once Vess got his own design department and mech company to accept the Null project that seemingly dropped out of nowhere, he then proceeded to lay the groundwork to upgrading the MSDS to the elemental universe. Vess and Kedys had already completed a lot of work on the redesign of the mental simulation training system inside the system's space. Alas, the two could not reinvent the MSDS and expand its scope by themselves. This was why Vess waited until he came out of the system's space to quickly set up a working group in order to hire, commission, and coordinate all of the additional workers responsible for fleshing out the plans and blueprints of the ambitious elemental universe. If the work proceeded smoothly enough, the initial version of the elemental universe should be ready for testing within a couple of months. Vess felt a little disappointed that it would take so long to redesign the MSDS, but the process should not be rushed. A mistake could easily threaten the mental health of Mech pilots and could also leave a permanent bad impression behind. He and his clan needed to do this correctly in order to maintain a high degree of trust towards his solutions. His third concern was to handle the remaining goo containers of the first batch. Demon Mixer 2 and Demon Mixer 5 had already produced results. Demon Mixer 3 spent the same amount of time in the system's space as the previous two Demi-Mechs, yet its ritual was still ongoing. It appeared that stuffing 80 minor demons inside the rudimentary goo container significantly extended the completion time. Unless the resulting middle demon acquired a lot more power or gained interesting new abilities, it did not sound worthwhile to engage in goo cultivation with so many specimens. If the results produced by Demon Mixer 5 could be replicated by following the exact same formula, then the most optimal recipe that Vess could follow was to mix 40 minor demons with 100,000 regular souls. The amounts were still considerably high, but as long as Helena continued to deliver her harvests, it shouldn't be a problem to scale up production. The biggest problem was time. Unless Vess went on another lengthy marathon, it would probably take 6 to 9 months for the new demon mixers to produce their middle. Demons? Ugh, there has to be another way to speed up this ritual, Vess grumbled. He already entertained the idea of improving and upgrading the design of the demon mixer. If the goo container became better, it should theoretically be able to produce better and faster demon goo cultivation results. Vess could think about that later. For now, he needed to check on the state of the current experimental goo containers. Alas, neither Demon Mixer 1 nor Demon Mixer 4 appeared to be ready to present their results anytime soon. That was not a surprise, since almost no time had passed in the main universe since he last stowed them away. Demon Mixer 1 only contained 20 minor demons, so it shouldn't take too long for the ritualistic culling to reach its end. Demon Mixer 4 contained 20 minor demons as well as 10,000 uncorrupted souls. This added a nice contrast to Demon Mixer 1 and allowed Vess to make direct comparison between their results. By looking at the differences in their performance, Vess would be able to gain a much better idea on how the addition of extra souls would affect the demon goo cultivation process. Based on the previous results, Vess no longer expected Demon Mixer 1 and Demon Mixer 4 to produce a middle demon. The most likely result would be a variation of what came out of the jar of Demon Mixer 2, a strengthened minor demon. Vess still predicted that Demon Mixer 3 would produce another middle demon, but the lengthy wait made it too time-consuming to rely on this formula. His preliminary conclusion so far was that using minor demons likely promoted the strength of the surviving demon by a large extent, but also increased the time it took for the demon goo cultivation process to complete. Mixing in a lot of regular souls provided a weaker boost to the strength of the surviving demon, but did not out the ritual to a large extent. Therefore, the best formula should mix both demons and regular souls to achieve an optimal balance between duration, strength, and resource burden. His ultimate goal was to create the most efficient possible approach to mass produce middle demons. In order to prepare for this ambitious goal, Vess had already taken the initiative to contact the Tea Institute in order to explore the potential sites where he wanted to set up this strategically important facility. It was important to set up this special facility as soon as possible in order to begin the production of middle demons as soon as possible. While Vess remained relatively optimistic about the future output of his upcoming D facility, all of this hinged on the assumption that the output of the demon goo cultivation process remained relatively consistent. What if this was not the case? What if Demon Mixer 2 had a large chance of producing a minor demon as opposed to middle demon under similar conditions? If this was the case, then Vess would probably end up with fewer middle demons than he wished. Should I add a safety margin? He could make a decision after obtaining the results of the other demon mixers. Once Vess placed the currently active demon mixers back into their cages, he went over his list of tasks and confirmed that he had completed the most urgent tasks in the new frontier. He could finally take a break and catch his breath. Even though he didn't look like it, he truly missed the times he spent with his family and his clan. So many days had passed by that Vess truly felt as if he had gotten out of sync with the rest of human society. Aside from Keddies, Vess felt alienated from everyone else. It was as if he was a time traveler, surrounded by people from a past timeline. It would take a considerable amount of time and effort for Vess to shake off this sense of disconnect and reintegrate himself into the present. At this point, Gloriana was getting closer to uncovering the truth. Vess could practically feel her mind spinning as she connected a lot of dots together. The fact that Keddies exhibited similar anomalous behavior back in the expeditionary fleet did not escape her attention either. Vess frequently casted doubt on Gloriana's opinions and judgment, but he never thought she was stupid. The clues were a bit too big this time, so it was only a matter of time before she pieced together the existence of a hidden trump card. Once Gloriana deduced this much, she would begin to question why Vess shared his mysterious trump card with Keddies before he ever thought about introducing it to his own wife. While Vess dreaded this conversation, he knew he had to get over it sooner or later. He seriously needed to think about whether he should allow Gloriana to enter the system in the near future. Chapter 66-33, Casual Confession. While Vess and Keddies were just beginning to spread the multiple advancements they completed during their marathon in the Red Ocean, Veronica only had to present a single revised and improved project. It was arguably the biggest advancement that came out of the 9-month period. This was because the work done on the Mech designs of the Rule Breaker project would affect far more humans and aliens in the Milky Way than the entire population of sentient beings in the Red Ocean. Unlike how Vess danced around his big secret in the presence of his wife, Veronica decided to take on a completely different approach when she next met with Master Willix. So that is what I have been secretly doing for 9 months straight. Master Willix showed little emotion as she took in the confession made by the cyborg cat. Fascinating. This certainly explains your explosive success and your revolutionary advancements. The power of this Mech designer system is unfathomable, but that is to be expected from a fragment of the supposedly destroyed metal scroll. I am pleased that you have decided to disclose the existence of this advantage to me, but you did not have to do so. It would have been wiser to keep it to yourself. I have become an additional security risk to you now. I do not need to tell you how the Mech Trade Association will react towards any news about your possession. It's okay, Veronica sighed. If one of my mother's grand schemes ends up successful, I think it will be hard to maintain this secret for long in this galaxy. Besides, I have worked alongside you long enough to know that you are incredibly smart and observant. You would have connected the dots by yourself. I just saved you all of the trouble and gave you a direct explanation so that there is no ambiguity or misinterpretations. It will also save me the effort of explaining how I am able to come up with such a significant revision and improvement of our recently completed Mech designs. Again, I appreciate your candor and your willingness to extend your trust to me. I shall do my best not to divulge this information to others until the secrecy has passed. Once Veronica cleared up this important matter, she proceeded to present the Carmine Mech designs that she had tinkered during her marathon. When I had 9 extra months at my disposal, I occasionally developed new ideas about how to further improve and optimize various aspects of the Rule Breaker project. I managed to improve, expand, and refine the e-technology of all 3 Mech designs of the project. However, when I reached the end of this extra period, I decided to use one of the functions of the system to apply a massive improvement to the Rule Breaker version of design. He proceeded to project the super-published Mech design in the air so that Master Willix could study all of the improvements. The Rule Breaker project encompassed 3 separate Mech designs in total. Even though they were first-class, second-class, and third-class versions of the same concept, they still counted as separate Mech designs from the perspective of the Mech designer system. This was why Veronica decided to super-publish the most advanced version. This provided the greatest benefits and certainly taught her a lot about first-class Mech designs. Willix did not show any overt reactions, but Veronica could tell she became seriously impressed by the improved design. Whatever your system has done, it has actually refined and improved many of my technical solutions through interesting and inspired means. These advancements are incredibly valuable to a Mech designer of my level. Being able to improve the effective performance of a Mech design by a several % is an astonishing amount of progress to a Mech designer at my level. You have given me a glimpse of how my Mech designs could have improved several decades in the future. The greatest point of concern is that they may not represent my own vision. If my assumptions about your system are correct, it has sought to improve the performance of the Mech design by applying the most economical solutions. She was probably correct about that. Veronica understood the underlying implication behind this message. Using the super-publish function as a shortcut to improving her design applications may not be a wise idea. The system possessed no apparent biases and adhered to no specific design style when it improved a Mech design through the super-publish function. While most of the improvements were merely extensions of an existing design style or approach, there were other advancements that distinctly took other approaches. It was not necessarily a good idea for a Mech designer to apply radically different styles in a single Mech design. The lack of coordination and possible cases of anti-synergy would ultimately lead to worse outcomes if Veronica tried to incorporate the improvements without too much thought. That did not stop Master Willix from memorizing and scheduling time to study the improved design in detail. Her foundation was already extremely solid, and she was confident she could fully digest the improvements made by the system based on her extensive knowledge in many different fields. Rational Mech designers were not afraid of absorbing foreign knowledge. She was already accustomed to absorbing and integrating additional data and information from a style that was different from her own. Her specially trained and augmented brain was able to catalog and segregate different design styles so that they would not easily mix with each other. Will learn how you can improve the current level of your sign ability, improve your chances of breaking through to the rank of star designer? The cyborg cat curiously asked. Not necessarily. The survivalist Mech designer shook her head. It will only make me a better master Mech designer. There is no direct correlation between a good master Mech designer and a good star designer. To become the latter, you need to move beyond engineering and master the underlying concepts of what makes a good Mech design. It is too early for you to learn about this. What I have said only applies to Mech designers who have already reached a highly advanced state of the fundamentals of Mech design. You are still in a stage of fast development, so there is clearly plenty of room for improvement in your case. Veronica nodded in understanding. She did not dwell too much about what it took to become a star designer and instead focused on the more immediate issue. The Rule Breaker version is clearly a step above version B and version C. I have already incorporated the e-technology improvements of the former to the latter. You should do the same for the areas that you are good at in order to raise the quality and performance of version B and version C as much as possible. After that, you should convert them into Mech templates, as we previously intended, before presenting our finished works to our mother. I am sure she is waiting for us to deliver our results any day. Master Willix performed a series of calculations in her mind. Understood. I will finish the revisions in 2 days. The Mech templates will be ready by then. I have already completed much of the preliminary work on them. At that point, the Rule Breaker project will be ready for release on a galactic scale. Any Mech designer or design team that has worked with Mech templates in the past will know exactly what to do regardless of where they are stationed in the Milky Way. This is an enormous project. Are you certain that you want to release the Rule Breaker project in this state? Do you wish to apply any further last-minute changes, or are you content with the current configuration and designs? Veronica fell silent for a moment. Truthfully, she felt unwilling to release the Rule Breaker project in its current state. This was because all 3 versions of it were technically 4th-generation living mechs. Yes, just as Veronica recently completed the development of the 7th generation of living mechs, the Rule Breaker project was still stuck with the antiquated 4th generation. This was because all of the advancements that Veronica managed to make after the 4th generation could only take effect in a medium or high-energy environment. Exotic radiation was entirely absent in the Milky Way, so there was no reasonable way to incorporate design applications such as Mech cultivation, and so on into his old galaxy products. Only a handful of future advancements could still be applied to the Rule Breaker project. For example, it may be possible for her to implement a weaker version of his ultimate modules. She declined to do so in this case, in order to keep his work as simple and economical as possible. Other solutions, such as high-autonomy living mechs, or HALM, could be considered a viable advancement of his old galaxy living mechs, but could also be applied to his new frontier products. Right now, the split between the 2 different product categories was not too big, but Veronica wondered whether she would have to make a more formal and permanent split. As time passed by, her new frontier living mechs would become increasingly more magical and powerful. The more she became proficient in hyper-technology and e-technology, the more high-impact design applications she could add to his works. Her old galaxy living mechs, on the other hand, would probably not be able to improve their hard performance by a considerable margin. Instead, the future work she intended to distribute throughout the Milky Way would mostly be better in terms of efficiency, functional tech upgrades, and improved alloy formulas. The value of the latter was still decent, but it didn't make Veronica as excited as implementing more drastic innovations. She was better able to appreciate the influence that the environment exerted on the works that could be made. Technological development in the Milky Way was still largely constrained to fundamental technical and material development. This was why progress in this galaxy would probably remain fairly slow and stable for the foreseeable time. Many Mech designers had already picked the low-hanging fruit, thereby forcing them to pursue much more difficult and advanced research projects if they wanted to make further progress. The state of the tech industry in the Red Ocean was much more vigorous in comparison. Few people held any interest in researching boring topics related to well-trodden disciplines. People were much more motivated in exploring the hidden potential of new and emerging fields such as face-water technology, hyper-technology, and e-technology. Veronica lamented the fact that she would not be able to transfer many of her fantastic advancements from the Red Ocean to the Milky Way. Oh well. She did not let the limitations bother her too much. She instead tried to see the differences in a better light. The lack of E-energy radiation would force her to focus on improving her fundamentals instead. This should keep her Mech design capabilities sharp and help her round out her development trajectory. It was not necessarily a good idea for her to ignore the basics and chase after the shiniest tech all of the time. 2 days passed by in a blink. Before Veronica knew it, Master Willix met with the cyborg cat yet again and presented the revised Mech designs as well as their more generalized Mech templates. So this is what they look like. The cat stared with wonder as she looked at the less precise but still information-rich Mech templates. It is truly as you have said. You have managed to decouple the use of specific materials in Mech designs to a fairly strict set of rules and specifications. If I was not familiar with the ideal design, I would probably try to make a mess if I attempted to derive a functional Mech design from this template. Should we publish the ideal Mech designs as well in order to give all of the Mech designers a more precise impression what they should be working towards? Master Willix shook her head in rejection. No, it is better this way. Do not underestimate the masters who are highly experienced in this line of work. They will be able to derive a Mech design that is close to our original by themselves. They will still incorporate their own unique touches and nuances to their versions, and that is what makes this so great. No rule-breaker Mech will be completely alike. Regional variations will arise and have the potential to diverge over time as more and more Mech designers seek to differentiate their Carmine Mechs. This will ultimately stimulate the Mech industry. Chapter 66-34, Presenting Their Homework. When Veronica and Master Willix entered the Oblivion Empress meditation room, they did so with a considerable amount of reverence and restraint. Although she was merely the self-crowned ruler of a hazardous region that was located near the edge of the Milky Way galaxy, the power, wisdom, and most importantly scheming ability of Cynthia Larkinson could not be underestimated. As a Kai cultivator who not only thrived during the cutthroat competition to climb to the upper echelons of the 5 Scrolls Compact, but also managed to escape its fall and survive for over 4 centuries in one form or another. Her mysterious life trajectory was just as legendary as that of a god pilot. Though Veronica played a crucial role in dragging her back from nihility and granting her the conditions to resurrect herself in full, this did not diminish her aura and reputation in the slightest. This was an old survivor who repeatedly thrived under dangerous and adverse circumstances. She fought for every advantage that she could get and even gained the courage to challenge the hegemony of the Big Two. That last part was one of the main reasons why Veronica felt so fearful of her own mother. Not just anyone sought to undermine the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance. T took a certain kind of madness to even think about plotting the downfall of the reigning authorities of human civilization. Though Veronica learned of the reasons why the Oblivion Empress not only desired to tear down the Big Two, but actually thought she could pull it off with the help of many allies of circumstance and convenience, she doubted she had the full story. There had to be a lot more history behind Cynthia's ambition to tear down the Big Two. Veronica couldn't help but feel curious about her mother's past experiences, but she was too afraid to ask. If the Oblivion Empress thought that Veronica needed to be enlightened, then the powerful true god would do so at a time and place of her choosing. It was useless to ask. Veronica had already grown more and more familiar with her mother's temperament. Ignorance was bliss. Sometimes, people were better off if they did not know about the ugly truth that shaped the society they lived in. Many old-timers also had a vested interest in hiding their shameful deeds and behavior. The harder people sought to hide their past, the more incriminating the truth must be. What great secret lay at the heart of Cynthia Larkinson's mystery? What sort of taboos had she committed that she could not even bring herself to share her story with her own flesh-and-blood child? Veronica tried her best not to let her growing questions and doubts about her mother distract her from her current task. The cyborg cat floated forward and used float a data chip in front of her body. Minor application of her spatial abilities to, "We have completed our mission, Mother." Contained within this data chip are the fully packaged design files and schematics of 3 different Mech templates of the Rule Breaker project. The Mech templates cannot be used to fabricate Mechs directly. Mech designers stationed in different regions of the galaxy will have to use the specifications of the Mech templates to design their own Mech designs that can be directly produced and sold en masse in their specific regions. Cynthia Larkinson remained in a lotus seating position as her daughter issued her report. The mother soon opened her powerful and perceptive eyes. I am familiar with the concept and purpose behind Mech templates. Time is of the essence. How soon will Mech designers be able to derive their own localized Mech designs from these Mech templates and start the production and sale of Carmine Mechs? It depends, Master Willix answered this time. If speed is prized over other considerations, then tea can be done in as little as a week. The quality and degree of conformity of the rushed Mech designs will not be up to standard, but the Carmine Mechs produced this way can still form blood packs with norms, allowing any healthy human being the opportunity to become a Carmine Mech pilot. Any flaws and imperfections in the rushed designs can slowly be made up for with future updates. What if the Mech designers seek to complete a proper Mech design derived from these templates? Cynthia continued to prod. Then it may take a month. The duration is highly dependent on the amount of Mech designers who are working on the project and their ranks. Top-tier localization teams that consist of at least several master Mech designers each can complete a viable Mech design faster, but they will not choose to do so. Instead, they will go through multiple rounds of prototype testing and conduct many trials in an attempt to match the best possible materials to their designs. While it may take them longer to complete their exhausting work, the resulting Mech design will closely match or may even surpass the standards of our original designs. The Rule Breaker project is inherently designed as a budget Mech. Veronica voiced her own opinion on the subject. That means that it will be difficult for third-party Mech designers and manufacturers to differentiate themselves on the market. There just isn't as much leeway to do stuff better with such limited options. This is especially the case for the second-class and the third-class versions of the Carmine Mech. Even if third parties invest more time and effort into developing the closest possible match to the original Mech designs, the performance difference won't be great enough to beat the advantages secured by first movers. How does that affect the spread of Carmine Mechs in this galaxy? Cynthia asked about the issue she cared about the most. To her, Carmine Mechs was not a revolutionary invention that opened up the world of Mech piloting to 96.5% of the population of original humanity. Instead, she solely saw it as a tool to sow mass discord on a scale unseen before the age of Mechs. According to our predictions, the market for Carmine Mechs will be split into two different categories, Master Willix calmly explained. The first market will be based on speed, quantity, and cost. The first movers will seek to earn their fortune by conquering the market first, by rushing out their Carmine Mechs in a short span of time. The quality of their products may lead to numerous problems that could have been avoided, but they should not affect the overall situation too much. As long as the Rule Breaker line remains the only Carmine Mechs available to the people of this galaxy, the first movers will continue to ramp up production and seek to earn as much profit as possible before the inevitable crackdown occurs. Quantity will become their imperative. Aside from increasing their profits, they will also be able to increase their brand awareness to a massive audience that previously had no direct interest in getting to know Mech manufacturers so intimately. As soon as the existence of the Rule Breaker Mechs broke original humanity's long-held belief that norms could never pilot Mechs, many established rules and assumptions that had remained infallible for hundreds of years would suddenly crumble apart. The Mech industry was bound to undergo a massive upheaval as a result. The large and more bureaucratic companies would definitely be slow to react to all of the changes that would take place in a short amount of time. This granted an opportunity for the smaller players to take advantage of this opening and swoop in to become the dominant players in the brand new market for Carmine Mechs. The Oblivion Empress smiled when she imagined all of the chaos that would ensue. The greater the disruption, the more the Mech Trade Association's hands would become tied by the need to impose order on the Mech market. That accounts for one category. What of the other? There are Mech designers who are not content with copying our homework and use their factories to produce Carmine Mechs on our behalf, Veronica said. They won't join the rat race that we have mentioned earlier, or if they do, they will only see it as a stopgap solution. While the current state of my design philosophy makes it difficult for them to independently design their own Carmine mechs, they can still take our mech templates and attempt to blend our work with their own vision. That will lead to the rise of millions of different variants of the rule breaker meched over time. This is a good development because it will enrich the options available to norms and increase the appeal for Carmine mechs even further. Product differentiation was important to stoke further interest in Carmine mechs. There were bound to be many people who desired to pilot a Carmine mech, but not one of the 3 versions that would come out at first. Perhaps they looked down on all of the cheap budget options. Perhaps the modular options available at the start did not encompass their favorite mech types. Perhaps the standard options did not sufficiently match regional tastes. Whatever the case, once a huge amount of highly skilled and commercially successful mech designers began to play around with the mech templates, they would definitely seek to stretch their works as far as they could without breaking the Carmine system. How soon do you estimate this frenzy will persist before the Mech Trade Association attempts to ban or restrict the sale and use of your rule breaker mechs? Cynthia asked another question. We cannot make a confident assessment on this matter, Master Willick said. The MTA is too large and complex to accurately model its behavior as an organization. We can tentatively predict the reactions from all of the factions and multiple individual god pilots and star designers, but it is the consensus that matters. There is a chance that they may decide to acknowledge the new reality and embrace Carmine mechs. However, this will cause the mechers to show weakness in a time where they must project strength and control. Cynthia nodded in agreement. The probability that the mechers will take this course of action should be low for that reason. They have remained in power for too long. The MTA's inevitable pushback against Carmine mechs would serve as the catalyst to its eventual downfall. By turning so many people against the hegemon, the MTA would find itself without the shield of public support. The dramatic drop in reputation and respect would not only prompt more and more people to ignore its ban on Carmine mechs, but also embolden its enemies to appear out of the shadows and stir up even greater trouble. The way the Oblivion Empress grinned while studying the projected mech templates made it seem as if the downfall of the Big Two was already set in stone. The female true god eventually accepted the data chip and nodded in satisfaction. With these mech templates in hand, we finally have a strong basis of cooperation with our current and future allies. Master Willix, you should devote your time to upgrading and further developing the Oblivion Gates. Our monopoly on trade goods from the Red Ocean will be vital to winning over allies and securing our place in this galaxy. The next trade will take place in less than 4 months. You must do everything in your effort to reduce the cost and burden of conducting another swap of goods and materials. The master mech designer wordlessly nodded. As for you, Veronica, you should make preparations to depart from the Nyxian Gap. That caused her to look surprised. Huh, I am leaving. Isn't it dangerous to go outside? Not necessarily. Our negotiations with the 5 Scrolls Compact have already reached the final phases. The absence of the Rule Breaker project has held up our progress, but now that you have completed it, we can finally formalize our new agreement. To do so, we must enter the ruined temple in person and assume our rightful positions by the end of this week. What? Chapter 6635, Remnant Shrines. I'm not ready, Veronica panicked. This is too fast. Are you sure it will be safe for us to enter the ruined temple when it is filled with so many people who hate our guts? You are correct to assume that our entry into the compact will be met with opposition, both overtly and covertly, Cynthia honestly stated. There will be interlopers who shall challenge our right to take command over their shrines. This is nothing new. The compact is not as great as it used to be. With the preparations that I have made over the years and the resources that we have obtained from our initial trade with the Red Ocean, a gap has already formed between myself and the cultivators, who have devoted much of their lives to obsessing over past glories. Veronica slapped her paw against her chest. I am glad to hear you are confident in defeating your challengers, but what about me? I'm just a cat. Sure, I may be a partial phase lord and stuff, but I don't think I can handle opposition as easily as you. Those compact cultists will skin me alive. Her mother actually chuckled. She laughed at the prospect of bringing her own child to an infamous den of cruel and evil cultivators. The ruined temple was one of the most notorious places in the galaxy by far. It was here where the remnants of the 5 scrolls compact barely maintained their existence. Even though the current compact was just a shadow of its former self, it still had plenty of formidable members. Veronica had no confidence in her ability to mix in with those cruel and relentless cultists. She was a cat from a completely different society. She would much prefer it if she could spend her days in a proper civilized society. There was no way she belonged in a cult where countless ambitious people schemed and killed each other on a daily basis. I have already accounted for most situations, her mother said. As I have said, our attempt to claim the highest seats of the 5 scrolls compact will be regarded as a brazen takeover attempt. We cannot assume our positions without proving our strength and ability. However, the contest will be different for you and I. How so, Mother? Let us start with the shrines. The Water Shrine has largely managed to survive the Great Betrayal with most of its institutions left intact. Many of its members have died, defected, or disappeared entirely, so the remaining loyalists struggled to prevent the Water Shrine from deteriorating even further. After 4 centuries of development, it has risen up to become the 2nd strongest shrine of the compact. Well, it is not as impressive as it sounds, as there are only 2 proper shrines left. Which shrine is the strongest? Veronica asked. The Earth Shrine, Cynthia answered. This mostly has to do with their strategies and temperament. Its leaders and members are rather passive and like to build up strong defenses and fortifications. They rarely take risks and like to bunker down during a crisis. This is why the Earth Shrine has retained most of its heritage during the end of the Age of Conquest. What is the Water Shrine like then? I take it that its members are more proactive. That is an understatement, Cynthia responded with a cold smile. The leaders and members of the Water Shrine are aggressive and tend to favor action over inaction. They are actually responsible for most of the infamous deeds that the compact are known for during the Age of Mechs. The differences are largely caused by their cultivation methods. Earth cultivators can grow stronger when they take land, defend a territory, and fortify it with increasingly more remarkable defenses. So long as they retain access to enough resources, they can continuously grow. Now, how do you think water cultivators are able to develop their strength? Veronica thought about her past experiences with the crazy cultists. A certain Dr. Jutland came to mind. Biotechnology. They have to be focused on cultivating their organic bodies somehow. They must be really keen on transforming their bodies. These cultists won't hesitate to engage in horrific experiments in order to develop their bodies further. They are like the dark mirror of the MTA's transhumanist faction. Your guess is close enough. The water cultists do far more than develop their own flesh and blood, but it is true that they are more eager to conduct experiments on other humans and preferably fellow cultivators. That has also caused their internal competition to reach a high state of intensity. Its members are therefore much more unstable, but also quite formidable as a response. Even if the selection of the next holy son or holy daughter by the Water Scroll cannot be controlled by any human, the most senior members of the Water Shrine are still able to raise their own batch of promising prospects. Veronica scratched her head with her paw in confusion. So the selection of the holy son or holy daughter of the Water Scroll can be predicted. Only up to a certain degree. The 5 Scrolls Compact has already developed a set of rules and criteria on who may earn the supreme favor of a sacred scroll. The rules are not perfect, and there are more than enough cases where unexpected people have taken over the mantle. What is important is that these presumptive heirs are unwilling to admit defeat. They will challenge me in an attempt to deny me a prize that they desire for themselves. I cannot prevent this from happening as it conforms to tradition. What is good is that the Earth Shrine has already conveyed the intention to avoid interfering with the internal affairs of the Water Shrine. Veronica's eyes glowed brighter. That was a massive concession, and one that would definitely help her mother secure her takeover. What about me? Do I have to beat back the challengers as well? Veronica carefully asked. Her mother chuckled again. Heh, your situation is entirely difficult. Have you forgotten that the metal shrine has not survived the great betrayal? After the metal scroll shattered into pieces, the entire reason for the existence of this shrine became invalid, or at least that was what most people thought at the time. Combined with the fact that the progenitors of Mech originated from the metal shrine, its very meaning and existence within the 5 scrolls compact has become awkward. Do you mean the metal shrine doesn't exist anymore? That is not strictly true. Cynthia shook her head. The 3 remaining shrines have collapsed, but there were still many members that have survived the great betrayal or were stationed in safer locations throughout the galaxy. The wood shrine, the fire shrine, and the metal shrine still maintain a formidable amount of members on a wider scale to this day, but they largely consist of low-rank members who continue to live double lives across human space. The number of mid to high-ranked members among them are minuscule and mostly reside in the ruined temple or other special regions. Since they do not spend so much time at the heart of the 5 scrolls compact, their loyalties are fairly low. The basis for the shrines and all of the subsidiary organizations to exist was the existence of the sacred scrolls. The ruined temple still hosted the Water Scroll and the Earth Scroll. Unfortunately, the absence of the other 3 scrolls prevented the other shrines from developing just as well. Will the fact that the metal shrine was ultimately the cause for the great betrayal affect my safety in any way? No, there are several reasons for this. 1, you have my implicit protection. The cultists may accuse me of nepotism, but I shall never allow the compact to break its own rules to disadvantage you. 2, the metal shrine is the weakest of the 3 remnant shrines. It holds the least amount of value, and there is not that much wealth and skilled members to fight for it. 3, there is no intact metal scroll in the metal shrine's possession. Since you are one of the few who possess a fragment as well as the iron resonant crucifix crown, you are the most legitimate candidate to take over this surviving institution. Great. The metal shrine sounded like a rundown faction and institutions within the 5 scrolls compact. Plenty of cultists must hate its members because the root of the Big Two's rebellion originated from its now-destroyed halls. From what Cynthia described, the metal shrine had likely lost much of its most important treasures, tomes, and other inheritances. Whatever the metal cultists had left likely remained in the hands of private individuals or groups. In other words, much of the surviving knowledge and relics that used to belong to the metal shrine had now become the private property and exclusive inheritances of members spread throughout the old galaxy. Veronica knew that it was impossible to recall all of this valuable knowledge and possessions because cultivators were inherently selfish. Taking over the metal shrine was therefore incomparable to taking over the water shrine. The 2 were in a completely different league. As a consequence, Veronica grew a little more relaxed, but she did not drop her vigilance entirely. So the metal shrine has become the equivalent of a stinky junkyard in the ruined temple. That is not a completely inappropriate characterization. Cynthia smiled in amusement. Even so, there should still be enough metal cultists who are greedy for the metal scroll fragment, the iron resonant crucifix crown, and so on. If they are true gods or domain shapers, I likely won't stand a chance against them. I am not a fighter by occupation, and my fighting ability is poor. This is especially the case for my current incarnation. That is true. Your lack of development in this area is a serious oversight on your part, Veronica. Even if you insist on becoming a creator, you cannot survive in this day and age without knowing how to crush and kill your opponents. That said, you should have nothing to worry about this time. Your opposition will not be a problem. Can you tell me more? Cynthia looked at her child with an exasperated breath. You still have an organic brain inside your cat-sized head. Use it. I have already given you enough information to deduce an answer. While the metal shrine has largely become insignificant within the compact, you must still remain sharp if you spend any time among its members. Just because you are a holy daughter does not mean that you have become exempted from their plots and schemes. I can bring you into the metal shrine, but it is up to you to secure your own position. I am confident that you will be able to make this happen. The challenges you face are ultimately trivial compared to mine. I shall bear the greatest burdens. Though Veronica still wanted to ask a lot more questions about the metal shrine and how to take it over, her mother no longer addressed this topic any further. Perhaps this was a test that Veronica was meant to pass by relying on her own efforts. The cyborg cat grimaced. She hated these sorts of tests. She didn't even want to take over the metal shrine, but she understood the necessity of it. If she had no choice to join the compact, then she might as well aspire to become one of its leaders. At least then, she wouldn't be forced to obey instructions from a higher authority. Cynthia talked a bit more about the planning surrounding their upcoming entry into the Ruine Temple. Transportation was a huge issue. There was no way they could instantly teleport from the galactic rim to the galactic center where the ruined temple was hidden. Veronica looked utterly confused. So how are we supposed to cross this distance? That is a good question. Chapter 6636, Auto-Heretic Line. After Cynthia received the data chip with the Mech designs and the Mech templates of the Rule Breaker project, she asked one more question before she dismissed the Mech designers. What is the final name of this line of Mechs? Veronica did not answer immediately. She first took a look at the projected Mech templates. The default appearances of the modular Mech platforms did not look like rule breakers from the outside. Instead, they looked like typical modular Mechs at the budget level. Their appearances did not contain a lot of flair. There was not much Veronica could do to spice them up given their extensive modularity and low design budgets. Nothing about their outward appearances indicated the presence of the Carmine system. That was not difficult considering that Veronica had tried to shrink the footprint of its organic components as much as possible. The only feature that could possibly betray the fact that these Mechs could be piloted by any human was the third eyes on their foreheads. Veronica could not resist the temptation to add her signature look to the base versions of the Mech line. Third-party Mech designers could choose to remove this visual brand, but the cyborg cat had a feeling that few would make this choice. First, it was considered poor form for third-party Mech designers to remove the signature looks of another professional's work. Second, Veronica predicted that the presence of the third eye would become an iconic brand that would come to represent Carmine Mechs throughout the old galaxy. The performance of the base versions of the Mech line was incredibly poor by today's standards. Yet it was exactly due to their relatively simple designs and amazing modularity that they had the potential to birth infinity possibilities. This remained true even if the Mechs would only have a chance to operate in a low-energy environment like the Milky Way galaxy. After a bit more thinking, Veronica eventually decided to voice her original proposal for a final name. If it is okay with you, Mother, I would like to call this line of Mechs the Auto-Heretic. Auto-Heretic. That was an unusual combination of words. It certainly made a drastically different impression than the Rule Breaker, that was for certain. The Oblivion Empress frowned. While she maintained her human demeanor, her disapproval showed by the way her voice suddenly sounded a bit more ethereal and superhuman. Veronica! This Mech line will change the course of history in this galaxy forever. Choosing a good name is paramount for your reputation as well as mine. For what reason do you insist on calling your Carmine Mech the auto-heretic? The cyborg cat grew intimidated by her mother's altered posture, but she tried her best to stand her ground and offer a measured response. You are right about how important names can be. I thought about sticking to the name of rule breakers. My new Carmine Mechs certainly have enough reasons to be called this way. It breaks several long-standing traditions in the Mech industry. These range from enabling norms to pilot Mechs, designing and publishing the Mech without requesting certification from the MTA, making the Carmine Mechs highly autonomous to help total beginners attain a degree of combat effectiveness in the short term. Connecting the Mechs to the Red Kingdom as opposed to the Kingdom of Mechs, and most importantly harvesting the souls of everyone who died, including the ones belonging to the living Mech and Mech pilot themselves. Though Veronica left out a few important design features, this summed up the unique and distinctive combination of traits of his auto-heretic. I wanted to bestow my Carmine Mech a name that reflects their open and transparent contradiction against the stifling rules and customs of the current-day Mech industry of the Milky Way. She continued to explain her reasoning. This is why I wanted to call it the heretic line at first. You should be familiar with the meaning of this word. The very existence of this Mech directly opposes many of the MTA's prevailing rules and principles. Just like how the MTA and CFA managed to rebel against the hegemonic Five Scrolls Compact in the past by defying everything it stood for, now I am giving the Big Two a taste of their own medicine by releasing the auto-heretic line of Carmine Mechs. Her feline lips curled in a cruel and eager grin. I don't think we should hide the fact that the very existence of my Carmine Mechs flagrantly violates the strictures of the MTA. We should make it obvious from the beginning. Sure, it may provoke the Mechers into banning it even faster, but that will only turn them into greater enemies of the human population. No matter what, they cannot avoid the auto-heretic and the deviations against common Mech orthodoxy. Even if I do not necessarily oppose many of the rules that the MTA has set in an attempt to keep the Mech industry and Mech market healthy, I still want my work to shake up the status quo and force people to question the assumptions that they have always taken for granted. If people wanted to, they did not have to use the name that Veronica designated for his Carmine Mechs. Third-party manufacturers that adapted his auto-heretics could easily choose to apply a visual makeover in an attempt to sidestep the stigma surrounding this dangerous combination of words. These groups could try their best to disassociate their own clean Mech models from their base models, as long as they looked different enough. However, no matter how two siblings looked different from each other, their original genes and family history could never be changed. Every Carmine Mech derived from the original auto-heretic designs would never be able to shake off all of the traits that made his work so subversive and taboo-breaking. Cynthia Larkinson began to understand what Veronica had in mind. I see. You seek to accelerate the contradictions between the MTA and the general population. You are also encouraging the people who pilot your auto-heretics or otherwise admire them to recognize how extensively the Mechers have failed to satisfy their true needs. For too many years, the Mech Trade Association had sought to fulfill the interests of an increasingly smaller group of people. At first, the MTA served the public well by imposing stability and rewriting the rules of human warfare. Peace and stability returned in a galaxy that had previously become engulfed in genocidal wars and destruction on a mass scale. However, as the MTA increasingly began to concentrate and hold onto its immense power over human civilization, the superorganization began to become increasingly more focused on amassing wealth and defending its dominant position over humanity alongside the CFA. Serving the people had become an increasingly more distant priority to the Mechers. In fact, Veronica could even argue that it had never really been a top priority in the first place. This showed how far too many Mechers looked down on the people of second-rate and third-rate states as space peasants. Perhaps Veronica was being a bit too unfair towards the Mechers. The MTA had not sought to reduce the inequality between first-raters and space peasants, but it did not have an obligation to do so in the first place. It was unrealistic to wipe out the differences in wealth and prosperity between states that were rooted in very different environments. The Big Two, at least, implemented numerous rules and customs designed to protect the space peasants from the threat posed by first-raters. However, that only increased the isolation between first-raters and space peasants. The less they interacted with each other, the less opportunities for the latter to join the former. As a former third-rater herself, a part of Veronica always felt resentful for the Big Two and all of the first-rate states to guard their wealth and privileges so extensively. Perhaps one of the driving reasons why Veronica worked so hard to design the Auto-Heretics was to take revenge on a distorted galactic society that had long sought to limit the upward mobility of third-raters as much as possible. Why add the word auto to the name, then? That is because I wanted to emphasize the most significant deviation from other mechs, the cat answered. Calling my Carmine Mech the Auto-Heretics will create a very easily understandable impression that my products are not static machines. They are alive, they can think for themselves, they can evolve over time, and most importantly, they can take complete control over their own mechanical bodies. By adding the word auto, I will make it clear to both mech pilots and those who own them that my machines should never be treated in the same way as ordinary mechs. Our society must treat them differently in order to make the best possible use out of them. Those who ignore my message will do so at their own peril. The Auto-Heretics can potentially turn hostile towards their own pilots and owners if they are mistreated. I deliberately did not set too many limits on that in order to force all of my future customers to treat them seriously. The Auto-Heretic line challenged the very definition of the word mech. To many original humans who grew up in the current age, the word mech represented a giant human or beast-shaped machine that could be controlled by a human through the use of a neural interface. This was not the most accurate definition, but it was definitely one that many people could agree with. In their minds, mechs were always regarded as a giant form of equipment akin to a suit of combat armor. The pilots were in control. Their ability to command these amazing war machines could result in drastically different outcomes. Two pilots controlling the same mechs could easily defeat 10 times their number or get beaten in the first fight, depending on the differences in skill and other human-derived factors. Veronica wanted to change this way of looking at mechs. She wanted the people of this galaxy to treat her Auto-Heretics as life forms in the truest sense. They were truly alive in that they possessed thoughts and emotions just like other sentient beings. This was especially the case if they were able to grow into third-order living mechs. She knew that the MTA would not like it at all. They would definitely treat the Auto-Heretics as an existential threat towards mech pilots and the mech industry as a whole. This was because it was always possible for the Auto-Heretics to fight by themselves. By reducing the importance of the human mech pilot, the mech line threatened to remove them from the picture entirely. Veronica admittedly did not implement enough safeguards to prevent her Auto-Heretics from rebelling against humans en masse and forming their own race and civilization in the Milky Way. However, she believed that this would only happen if the Auto-Heretics were forced to do so by an ungrateful human society. So long as most people treated their Auto-Heretics fairly and with respect, such events should not take place. One of my goals for these works is to force original humanity to recognize my living mechs as equal or near-equal sentient life forms who deserve a place in our society, Veronica said in a measured tone. I do not have as much confidence in original humanity's ability to do as red humanity, so I am willing to resort to more forceful and coercive means. In any case, anyone who wants to make use of my Auto-Heretics will have no choice in accepting my viewpoints. There is no other way for them to become a glorious Carmine Mech pilot if they refuse the very notion that their machines are alive. Was this how a Mech designer should act towards his customers. No. Did Veronica like the prospect of forcing a confrontation against the establishment in charge of the stuffy MTA? Yes. Chapter 6637, Baro Rakovschik. Baro Rakovschik dismissed the latest report about the financial condition of one of the subsidiary companies of EJF Hardworks. The event known as the Great Severing had caused the largest financial crisis to occur since the start of the Age of Mechs. Many magnates, groups and businesses that invested heavily into the red ocean dwarf galaxy lost their investments overnight. The devastation caused by this abrupt shutdown rippled throughout the Milky Way galaxy at a rapid speed. At first, the damage remained relatively limited. People still clung to the hope, however fleeting it may be, that the greater Beyonder Gate in the Marian Ultima system could reconnect to its counterpart in the Red Ocean. Then more and more sources confirmed that an entire dwarf galaxy had disappeared from the Milky Way's orbit. This more than anything proved, without a shadow of a doubt, that there was no way for the greater Beyonder Gates to open up a passage anymore. When further news revealed that the native aliens of the Red Ocean actually managed to transport their entire dwarf galaxy to the orbit of Messier 87 of all places, it sounded the death knell of many investors who bet big in the Red Ocean. Although the amount of institutional investors and retail investors who adopted a high-risk profile was not too exaggerated, their sudden collapse caused many disruptions and other consequences throughout human civilization in the old galaxy. Far too many gullible idiots with little to no financial literacy had completely violated the rules of sound investment and tried to leverage themselves up to the limit in order to earn huge fortunes. These investors did indeed manage to earn amazing returns in the initial years. As long as the pioneers entrusted their money to successfully colonize a few lucrative star systems and managed to get their settlements up and running, the booming frontier economy rapidly drew in further immigrants and investors. Those that were late to the party only carned a fraction of the profits that could be made in the new frontier. This exacerbated the frenzy and caused more and more people who were jealous at the insane luck enjoyed by the initial investors to borrow as much money as they could to increase their payouts. Unfortunately for all of them, when the basket where they put all of their eggs had been whisked away, everyone lost. The investors went bankrupt en masse. The financial institutions that loaned money to these suckers accrued mountains of bad debt on their balance sheets. If they were large and prosperous enough to absorb these enormous losses, then they most certainly suffered painful haircuts that set them back decades, if not centuries. Companies that had retooled their operations to service the needs of the new frontier became bankrupt. Trillions upon trillions of people got laid off, causing entire states to enter into deep recessions. Though human civilization had suffered much more severe shocks during the turbulent years of the Age of Conquest, this crisis was especially bad because far too many people and institutions had grown complacent. Yared Industries was no exception to this rule. As the CEO of a regional industrial powerhouse, Baro Rakovschik found himself stuck at work for an entire half year. He could not leave anything to chance. Yared Industries had admittedly been a little too slow in ramping up its investments in the new frontier. This allowed the company to avoid losses that would have been devastating enough to plunge its share price and cause ripple effects that would have doomed one of Genser Federation's industrial mainstays. However, the same could not be said for companies that were upstream and downstream of its supply chains. Banks were having trouble supplying liquidity to major corporations. Logistical companies were unable to meet their transportation obligations. Manufacturers that produced goods for export to the Red Ocean lost access to their customer base. The crisis engulfing all of these other companies affected the bottom line of Yared Industries and its many subsidiaries. There were times when Baro had grown deeply concerned whether he could keep his company afloat. Fortunately, the first-rate state situated in the galactic center had built up a healthy reserve over the centuries. Its leaders had quickly decided to enact unprecedented degrees of financial assistance and other forms of aid. This not only saved its economy from plunging even further, but also provided enough support to save Yared Industries from suffering worse consequences. Even so, his company had still been forced to sell off some of its prized assets and subsidiary companies in order to plug the remaining holes. At this time, the C-suite of Yared Industries had already begun to entertain the notion of selling off EJF Hardworks. The subsidiary company was mostly responsible for operating dozens of shipyards. The demand for starships had skyrocketed as more and more pioneers and colonial states required starships to explore alien locations and connect the sprawling colonies of mankind together. Yet now that pioneering in the Red Ocean had become defunct, demand for starships had plunged to the lowest point in 2 centuries. While there were still a lot of potential customers in the old galaxy who had need of starships as well, there were a lot of competitors in this cutthroat industry. Other shipbuilding companies had expanded their operations shortly after the opening of the Red Ocean. They too thought that they could make an insane killing by selling starships at inflated prices to the pioneers and the colonial states of the Red Ocean. Now that this was no longer possible, the additional shipyards had instead begun to divert their output to the old galaxy, causing a glut of starships to enter the ship market. Certainly, a lot of shipbuilding companies had already adjusted to the new reality and either sold or mothballed their excess orbital shipyards. But this did not happen frequently enough to stop the average price of starships to plunge by a whopping 60% in the past 3 years. Since most of the executives at Yarrow Industries saw little hope that the price of starships would return to their old levels, selling off EJF Hardworks became an increasingly more sensible decision. While it would cause Yarrow Industries to lose the ability to produce starships for its own operations, there were so many cheaper and more efficient alternatives on the market that the loss should not be big. Just 4 years ago, people would have considered Barrow to be insane for thinking about selling off a shipbuilding company with many orbital shipyards under its control. How times changed. Now, the post-Great Severing economy of the old galaxy had caused everyone to develop a negative outlook on shipbuilding companies. After Barrow wrote and transmitted a quick message on the matter of selling off EJF Hardworks, he handled his remaining work and eventually left his office in the early evening. He soon boarded an armored shuttle and flew to the outskirts of the city where Yared Industries established his headquarters. This time, his shuttle under escort did not fly to his estate. It instead flew towards the academic district where a large number of universities had made themselves home. The Genser Federation was a first-rate state that had remained stable in the galactic center for a long time. Its military strength was relatively average, but the state had persistently invested in its R&D sector. The local Mech industry had become especially large and developed due to favorable policies and other reasons. The Genser Federation had chosen to stay neutral in the old rivalry between the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire. This allowed it to become one of the few truly neutral centers of learning and technological development. One of the advantages this brought was that the new Mech Research Initiative had chosen to base its headquarters and primary R&D facility on this very planet. As the shuttle carrying the off-duty CEO finally entered a hangar and finally made a landing, Barrow Rakovschik distinctly relaxed his somewhat stiff and formal posture and adopted a more easygoing bearing. He left most of his security guards behind as he passed through a checkpoint and entered the white-coated halls of the NMRI. Inside the NMRI, Barrow was no longer a CEO, but instead the treasurer of a non-profit research institution. The people that worked or volunteered their services to the NMRI were completely different from the ambitious career climbers back at Yared Industries. There, everyone was out for themselves. They only paid lip service to the notion of putting the company ahead of their individual priorities. Here, Barrow could relax and express himself without fearing that he would paint himself as a fool. This was because he was among like-minded enthusiasts. "Barrow, you've come. Come here and take a look at this research report." It details the latest findings on Project WR13. "Project WR13?" Barrow skeptically asked as he accepted the digital file transmission and rapidly skimmed through the contents. As a businessman, Barrow did not pretend to understand the science of this research project. He instead read through the introduction and conclusion in order to gain a quick understanding of the gains. An older gray-haired man replied with an optimistic smile. "It is the latest project that explores whether it is possible to artificially alter the brain structure and chemistry of a norm to resemble that of a potentate. The latest set of cloned brains that had been operated upon have yet to elevate their genetic aptitudes above F, but there are slight hints in some cloned brains that their responsiveness and capacity for digital data processing have improved by up to 4.9%. 4.9%. "That is big," the treasurer answered. It was far from the 1,000 of percents that was required to meaningfully raise a person's genetic aptitude to a more acceptable level, but it was a start. Chief Scientist Idney Xenakin certainly saw hope of further progress with the latest results. "I can feel it, Barrow." After 100 years of continuous research, the NMRI may finally be able to prove to the Mech community that we have not been squandering billions of MTA credits worth of donations on worthless and ineffectual research. I am becoming more convinced that Project WR13 is on the right path to enable us to pilot a Mech in our lifetimes. "Are you not being premature in your judgment, my friend?" Barrow carefully asked. "Your predecessors formed similar opinions in the past. They diverted far too much of our limited funds on research projects that eventually went nowhere." "This is different, Barrow," Idney insisted. "All of our other research projects have made too little progress in comparison. The ones that investigate whether we can pilot a Mech by heavily digitizing our brains have never solved the loss of humanity problem. The awful project that seeks to develop an alternate control interface involving biomechs is too terrifying for me to describe." "HM, you do have a point. But just because Project WR13 has delivered slightly positive results at the start does not mean that this pattern will persist." "It will," the older chief scientist insisted as he stared right into Barrow's eyes. "I am willing to bet my life on it. Project WR13 only attempts to replicate an existing phenomena. The chosen human has repeatedly used his God kingdom to transform norms into Mech pilots. What he can do with the power of his divine will alone, we can do with the power of science and technology. If not for the fact that we understand way too little about what brain conditions can actually produce the phenomenon of qualified genetic aptitude. The researchers assigned to Project WR13 will not have to resort to trial and error to randomly modify hundreds of thousands of cloned human brains. Due to humanity's inadequate understanding of genetic aptitude and how it tied to the physiology of the brain, the NMRI had no choice but conduct research in such a stupid and incredibly wasteful manner. There was no guarantee that the same treatment on the brains that had displayed slightly better performance than before could be replicated. This was because the cloned brains randomly changed over time to become different from their exact genetic copies. A slight change in brain chemistry or other variables could easily invalidate any potential gains in genetic aptitude. Barrow inwardly sighed. Though Idney sounded optimistic, the reality was that Project WR13 hardly brought them any closer to developing a solution to the genetic aptitude tyranny. How much more money did they need to spend on fruitless research? How many more years must they wait for a research project to hit the jackpot? Would Barrow ever be able to fulfill his long-held goal of piloting a Mech in an authentic manner in his lifetime? Chapter 66, 38, Lifelong Obsession. Enough is enough, Barrow. You have been spending far too much time on your hobby. A loud female voice shrieked across the halls of an opulent estate. Now you not only demand that we donate 1.9% of our family's liquid funds to the least successful research institution of the Genser Federation, but now you also insist on going away for 3 months just so that you can attend a conference where you attempt to persuade like-minded fools to throw their money away as well. The CEO of Yared Industries faced his wife, who he had married, and perpetuated his family line for over 110 years. Alina and Sambridge had known about Barrow's extracurricular activity since the beginning. He never hid his obsession for piloting Mechs, despite the fact that his genetic aptitude was abysmal. Compared to other pursuits that a man of his status and wealth could preoccupy himself with, Barrow could be doing far worse than spending time with lots of nerds and other delusional Mech enthusiasts. The only problem that Alina had with her dreamer of a husband was that now that he had reached the pinnacle of what he could accomplish as a business executive, he diverted much more of his attention towards his hobby. Of course, Barrow did not see it that way. I have much more time now that I am the CEO or Yared Industries and managed to burnish my record by stabilizing the company during the latest crisis. I previously held myself back from involving myself further with the NMRI in order to help Yared maintain its footing. But now that its position has grown secure, I can afford to divert more of my time to help the cause. Alina and Sambridge rolled her eyes in a familiar manner. Here you go again, Barrow. Have you ever considered that you have done enough for the cause? You have clung to your dream of piloting a Mech for too long. Most people are able to forget about their fantasies of becoming a Mech pilot by the time they enter into adolescence. At worst, norms are able to accept their inability to fight with Mechs no later than their mid-30s. The only ones who still think that they can work to make the impossible happen are the ones who have never fully grown up, such as yourself. Barrow did not grow angry at his wife. She did not understand. This was of no fault of her own, because their entire society had long worked to make norms accept their own inferiority. It took active effort for Barrow and his like-minded comrades to resist the status quo and fight for the right to expand their own capabilities. The fact that people like them had to defy the majority opinion and actively spend their own time and money to fund research into opening up Mech piloting to the masses was a travesty in itself. As much as Barrow had come to respect and appreciate Alina over the last century, her opinions with regards to his personal passion had never been good. Perhaps Alina initially assumed that Barrow's phase towards his inadequate genetic aptitude lasted a lot longer than usual. Surely he would outgrow his unwillingness to be denied the opportunity to become a Mech pilot, right? It certainly seemed that way. Back when he was younger, he did not join clubs like the NMRI because he simply did not have the time to do so. He was too busy trying to climb up the hierarchy of Yared Industries. Barrow felt that he had fulfilled all of his life's expectations and obligations. He married Alina and established an alliance with another powerful family. The two had 4 children, who in turn produced a whole host of grandchildren who were already in the process of building their own careers. He ascended the seat of patriarch of the Rakovschik family. He revived his family's fortune, which was previously in decline due to the lack of successors who managed to climb their way to the upper echelon of the Genser Federation. After several decades, he eventually resigned his seat and passed it on to another relative so that he could devote more time to leading Yared Industries. He managed to become the hand-picked successor of the previous CEO and earn the trust of the board of directors, as well as the institutional investors, who initially cast doubt on his qualifications. Yet if he was being honest, none of these pursuits gave him true fulfillment. Oh, he enjoyed the challenges, and he enjoyed the recognition and rewards whenever he succeeded in an endeavor. But he constantly wondered how much more amazing he could have become if he only possessed better genetic aptitude. If he devoted all of his energy and talent into becoming the best possible Mech pilot, he may have become an expert pilot or even ace pilot by this time. Truth to be told, Barrow would have remained perfectly happy and content with his life if he just remained an ordinary Mech pilot after a century of service. Just the experience of piloting a Mech and earning recognition as a true soldier was enough to make him feel as if he had accomplished the greatest goals of his life. What gratified Barrow was that he was far from the only human who felt this way. The members of the NMRI, along with the people throughout the galaxy who have joined many other clubs, associations, research institutions, and so on, all shared the same dream. What was even more important was that they were willing to work to turn it into a reality. Barrow had met many like-minded norms through his participation in the NMRI that he was willing to call his brothers and sisters in arms. They encompassed researchers who quit their high-paying jobs at prestigious companies and research institutions. They included Mech designers who were willing to divert valuable time away from developing their design philosophies to explore what it took to design a Mech that could be piloted by norms. They also included senior executives like himself who willingly extended their own name and reputation to their cause in order to add more legitimacy to their collective effort. Even if they had failed to produce any meaningful progress since the age of Mechs, the friendships he made and the camaraderie he enjoyed among people who did not care about his day job were priceless. Alina did not understand. She would never understand. "I am not asking you," he said. "I am informing you. The Rakivchik family is more than wealthy enough to make a charitable contribution to the NMRI. One of our research teams has recently made a notable advancement and requires a much greater infusion of cash in order to conduct large-scale follow-up experiments. As low as the chance of success may be, if our research has managed to produce real results, then our return on investment will be so enormous that we can buy out Arid Industries outright. You are insane if you think your investment can earn a profit at all. All of that money is lost as soon as you transfer it over. I am not in it for the profit," Barrow admitted. "Whether our latest research project succeeds or fails, I can accept both outcomes. Our goal has always been a long shot. I am fully prepared to suffer a near-guaranteed loss. This is why it is a donation. Do not question my right on how to spend the funds of our family. I may not be the patriarch anymore, but I can still persuade the current one to allocate our money under my direction. That is the family's money. How can you be so brazen to spend it on a personal project that is doomed to fail, just as is the case for the ones that came before?" Barrow's expression hardened as he stared back at his wife. "I am responsible for more than 80% of the earnings of our family. I did not have to enrich the coffers of the Rakivchik family, but I did so in order to promote solidarity with our less successful family members." But now that the NMRI was in need of more funding, Barrow could only ask for solidarity with the rest of his family. If the other Rakivchik were too greedy and short-sighted to accept his proposal, then he would be willing to leave his family and help with funding the NMRI through his own efforts. Hopefully, it should not come to that. While Alina still objected to her husband's stubborn decisions, the pair no longer argued against each other. They had done so many times in the past that they just grew tired or rehashing the same arguments. Instead, Alina decided to take this conversation elsewhere and tried to pry open his head to see what was inside. "You are nearing 150 years of life, Barrow. Why must you continue to persist in your unrealistic fantasy? Even if a Mech appears that can allow norms such as yourself to pilot it, what then? Will you attend the Mech Academy and become surrounded by boisterous teenagers? Have you already made plans to enter the military of the Genser Federation as a Mech officer and accept tours that take place in far-flung locations where you can experience actual combat?" Barrow released a low chuckle. "It is too late for me to become a soldier. That does not stop me from working in the NMRI and solve the problem that has denied me the opportunities to grow stronger as a soldier. The younger generations of norms who have grown up at a later date, but under the exact same regime with regards to Mech piloting, deserve a chance. Our cause is too important. If we do not invest our time, money, and effort into these research initiatives, children who grow up 500 or 1,000 years from now may still be deprived of the chance to pilot Mechs due to their lack of genetic aptitude. This is madness. Please wake up and realize what you are missing out on. You have done more than enough to contribute to the cause that has denied you all of these years. Let it rest. Enjoy the life you have actually lived rather than the life that can only exist in your fantasy. I cannot. The life I have lived is merely a means to spend my time and help me become useful enough to the community that I am a part of. The life that exists in my fantasy is my true goal and passion. To give up this dream is to rip out my heart from my chest. I cannot live anymore if you separate me from the cause. Elena simply looked at him with incomprehension. This was an extreme degree of altruism. Was the cause so attractive to them? There were their magnates who had not hesitated to donate all of their properties and other sources of wealth to the coffers of the NMRI. Elena was even afraid that Barrow might pledge to donate a much greater share of the wealth accrued by the Rakivchik family to his centuries-long effort to deny his own inability to pilot Mechs. The two had lived alongside each other long enough to read what the other was thinking. Eventually, Barrow shook his head and turned his back to his life partner. Enough! Going forward, I will be spending less time at Yared Industries and more time at the NMRI. I have already made the appropriate arrangements to cover for my reduced commitments at the company. The board of directors will not like that, Barrow. You have fought so hard to become the chief executive officer. I thought that you would continue to fight until you have been appointed as the chairman of the board. It will not make much of a difference to me anymore. I have had enough of climbing the corporate ladder. The only satisfaction that I look forward to in my life is to pilot a Mech rather than watching other lucky potentates do so in my stead. Chapter 6639, Artificial Glory. How could a man like Barrow Rakivchik willingly diminish the worth of all of his accomplishments in the business sector for a dream that was not only unobtainable, but also false? A successful first-class chief executive that had managed to climb high enough on the corporate ladder to understand the truths of many matters should have known better. Mech piloting may have become a glamorous profession in this day and age, but a significant part of that was due to the unceasing propaganda efforts of the Mech Trade Association. The MTA had successfully reshaped human culture and much of its institutions to revolve around Mechs. The Mechers worked so hard to elevate their favored war platforms that they worked hard to suppress everything else. Infantry, too small and weak. Warships, too big and destructive. Tanks, too inflexible and easy to defeat by Mechs. Aeroplanes, too one-dimensional and not cool enough. Starfighters, same as aeroplanes but in space. It only took several generations for the entire population of the human race to treat these assumptions as gospel. Yet the truth was much more nuanced. It was not always the case that Mechs outperformed other war platforms. The main reason why Mech had remained so dominant was because too many economies of scale had formed around their development and production. Even if Mechs became less efficient than starfighters, the former was a lot cheaper to design and mass produce due to the huge amount of existing infrastructure and trained personnel. If other combat machines such as starfighters enjoyed similar advantages, then Mechs would face an uphill battle trying to dethrone the dominance of cheaper, simpler, and less demanding small craft. Perhaps the people living in the lower layers of society were unable to discern these truths, but Barrow Rakivchik had to know better. Mech piloting had become a galactic obsession by design. It was only due to the will of powerful leaders at the start of the current age that Mechs completely displaced the position of warships, starfighters, and other war machines. Being a Mech pilot was also not as glamorous and enjoyable as it sounded. Mech cadets had to forego other studies that could allow them to become a useful addition to the normal workforce. Instead, they largely had to spend their years learning how to fight and study the theory that would help them do so more effectively. Once they entered the workforce, most Mech pilots would never participate in any serious combat for their entire careers. This was partially because signing up to work as a guard or other civilian duty offered little exposure to true combat. Those who joined militaries or outfits that saw combat on a more frequent basis weren't paradises either. Most people remembered the heroes who survived the battlefield and managed to thrive under the circumstances. They hardly paid any attention to the many Mech pilots that suffered untimely deaths and turned into forgotten statistics. Only those who survived continuous challenges and managed to showcase special talents have the capital to turn into true celebrated heroes. Yet how many Mech pilots could earn this coveted status? Breakthroughs were few and far in between. The vast majority of ordinary Mech pilots never received the opportunity to step onto the path of godhood for the first time, thereby causing them to feel increasingly inadequate over time. Becoming an expert pilot was as rare as people developing good genetic aptitude, if not rarer. A human essentially had to win the lottery twice in a row in order to be able to trigger apotheoses and become a demigod. The vast majority of Mech pilots eventually recognized their own mediocrity and ceased to pursue a breakthrough that became increasingly more fleeting as they aged and started their own families. Mech piloting had lost much of its glamour by that time. The veterans who managed to persist at this point mostly recognized that their jobs were not so special anymore. They were glorified soldiers who risked their life and limb to wage war on behalf of distant leaders and politicians. They suffered all of the hardships of combat, yet earned almost none of the rewards. Their higher social status granted them a bit of satisfaction, but it did not necessarily make them or their descendants rich or famous. Even if only a fraction of the human population was eligible to pilot Mechs, there were still too many Mech pilots for all of them to become famous enough for many people to know by name. Far more Mech pilots ended their careers without the glory that they imagined back when they were optimistic youths. To sum it all up, to become a Mech pilot was nothing more than to become another pawn in the conflicts of this day and age. Only the rare few possessed the strength, skill, courage, and luck to promote to more powerful chess pieces. Yet it was unrealistic to invest so much of your life in a pursuit based on a low-probability event. As a businessman who worked in various different positions at Yared Industries, Barrow clearly understood how to perform a rational risk-benefit analysis. He could clearly understand that it was completely stupid to devote so much of his life to a profession that wasn't even as great as everyone thought. Yet Barrow could not help himself. His obsession had rooted itself too deep into his psyche. Common sense no longer held any sway over him on this matter. His adoration and his desire for Mechs had grown too strong during his youth, and had never faded over the years as was the case for many other norms. Medical professionals had already categorized this phenomenon as a mental disorder. In other words, people like Barrow were actually sick in their minds. The only reason why most people did not take it so seriously was because every other norm suffered from this mental affliction at one point in their lives. The only difference was that they recovered from it sooner or later. In the case of outliers like Barrow, that later would probably stretch on until he had breathed his last breath. Barrow did not deny that he may be suffering from a mental disorder. He just did not think that there was anything wrong with it. His compatriots over at the NMRI agreed. When the CEO commiserated with the chief scientist over his latest discussion with his wife, Idni Zenokin made a dismissive scoff. "This is why you either marry a person who shares the same dream as yours, or just tolerate your spouse for a few decades before filing for divorce. It is much more pleasant and much less disruptive if you fulfill your obligations towards your parents and your family and raise your children to adulthood before ending your marital relationship. I do not understand why you continue to tolerate the presence of that woman. Barrow crossed his arms as a response. That is because I do love her, you know. She is more than a means to continue my family line to me. We merely do not see eye to eye on the subject. It is your loss. The chief scientist shrugged. Are you at least able to transfer the funds in time? We have already begun to make preparations to begin Project WR-14, but we are short on liquidity. The sooner we have the cash in hand, the sooner we can begin our large-scale experiments. The monetary transfer will take place within the week, Barrow promised. I cannot speed up the process any further. Our family still has rules. Understood. Idney pressed his lips. We can use the additional days to perfect our experimental design. Even if my objective analysis indicates that the results from Project WR-13 are not significant enough to prove that we can produce a better result, Project WRW-14 still gives me hope. Any progress is better than no progress. If we run out of time, we can entrust the completion of our great undertaking to our successors. The NMRI must always persist so long as we have yet to complete our cause. For the cause, Barrow intoned with utter seriousness. The two proceeded to split up and handle their separate affairs. Chief Scientist Idney Zenokin had to prep the research labs for Project WR-14. Treasurer Barrow Rakivchik had to handle all of the financial paperwork. By the time the evening arrived on this side of the planet, the workers and researchers either left the complex or stayed behind in order to have a drink and continue to share their fantasies about achieving a breakthrough in their research. Even though everyone understood that the probability that they would actually be able to succeed was virtually nil, none of the members of the NMRI expressed any skepticism. They literally couldn't. To deny the possibility that they could pilot Mechs was no different from stabbing them in the heart. Just as Barrow was about to say goodnight to Idney and return to his estate, the chief scientist suddenly received a surprise call. Idney raised his eyebrow but listened to the private call. Once it ended, the researcher continued to frown. "Who contacted you at this hour?" Barrow softly asked. "An old friend," Idney replied. "He used to be one of us, but he became involved with the wrong sort of people." That is all I can say about this subject. Oh, there must be an important reason why he chose to resume contact with you. What did he want? Idney shifted his gaze and took note of the emptying lounge. My old friend did not convey too many specifics. He only shared a few code words that we established many decades ago. I cannot confirm whether he is being truthful or whether he is still deserving of my trust. However, if his claims turn out to be credible, then I truly cannot afford to miss this reunion even if he hinted that we should not bring a security detail. You should come as well. I can guarantee that you will be just as interested. Do you have the guts to accompany me to a clandestine meeting? Do you have to ask? Barrow grinned as he finished his rice wine. If this is a plot to kidnap us, then we deserve it. I have enough of a life without Mechs. Then stay over for the night. The night came and went without incident. The next morning, both men boarded a shuttle that flew to a smaller and less developed city. Once the vehicle entered an underground warehouse, Barrow and Idney stepped out and noticed that they had entered an isolated and shielded location. What was strange was that hardly any personnel were stationed at this facility. Only a dozen or so black-clad individuals were spread across the main storage floor. Each of them were holding scanners and used them to check the conditions of the cargo containers that were occupying a small part of the warehouse space. The only individual who moved closer to the parked shuttle was a black-clad man with a disturbingly calm bearing. "Idney, you have brought a friend." "I have," Radagast. "Do you object?" "No, Mr. Rakivchik is known to us. Besides, we never intended to keep our cargo confidential for long. Your friend may be able to help us deliver our new goods to the right hands without getting intercepted in advance." Both Barrow and Idney began to frown. "What have you brought to us, exactly?" the chief scientist of the NRMI asked. The man known as Radagast grinned while raising his arm. "You will love this, old friend." He snapped his fingers, causing a sharp noise to echo across the mostly empty warehouse. At the same time, a cloaking device shut off, exposing a Mech that was positioned a dozen or so meters away from the new arrivals. Both Barrow and Idney initially did not look too impressed. They had seen thousands of Mechs in their lifetimes. Many of them were much more impressive than the rather generic and cheap first-class Mech that Radagast revealed. The only noteworthy distinction was the decorative third eye symbol placed on the forehead of the Mech. It exuded a mysterious vibe that caused the two to suspect that there may be more to this seemingly plain Mech than what was obvious on TH service. "What is this Mech?" "This, my old friend, is the Auto-Heretic version A, and you have no idea what that means." Chapter 66, 40 Blood Demonstration. From the moment Barrow and Idney beheld the so-called Auto-Heretic Mech, they had no idea their lives would change forever on this day. Aside from the unusual vibe, the generic-looking first-class Mech did not look all that special. Its uncoated gunmetal gray surface did not express any sort of message or personality aside from direct utilitarianism. Though the Mech was clearly designed and built according to first-class standards, the Auto-Heretic clearly comprised fairly basic materials. It did not show off any outward displays of advanced or high-end technologies. It did not even feature any integrated weapon systems. This meant that the combat performance of this machine was far from matching the seemingly omnipotent capabilities of a first-class multipurpose Mech. The only noteworthy aspect about the machine was that it showed signs of being modular or semi-modular in nature. The Mech was currently configured in a swordsman Mech loadout, given that it carried a shield and a sword on its back. "Why did you bring us over to show off an economy Mech based on outdated technologies and Mech doctrines?" Chief Scientist Idney Zenokin asked in a grumpy manner. "I do not recognize most of the materials used to fabricate this Mech, but I know enough to see that it will not hold up in a serious battle involving true first-class multipurpose Mechs. The tech that I can observe is also rather basic and outdated, even though it also includes a few modern implementations. Such a chaotic and inconsistent approach makes me think the Mech designers responsible for developing it are all mad." Treasurer Barrow Rakivschik agreed with his companion. "I hope that this Mech, if you are asking us to distribute or sell a machine that has no apparent advantages compared to what you can already buy on the market, then I can tell you that it is a waste of time and money. There is no profit to be made from selling a primitive modular Mech when the market already has countless specialized as well as modular products that not only perform better, but also have access to much more extensive support structures." Neither Idney nor Barrow were Mech designers, but as lifelong Mech enthusiasts, their Mech literacy actually ranked pretty high. Idney understood much of the science and engineering that was used to develop a Mech. If he did not choose to dedicate his life to specializing in the fields of human neurology and neural interface technology, he could have become a serious Mech designer. As for Barrow, it was necessary for him to understand the market dynamics of Mechs, since Yared Industries was involved in the production and sale of Mechs. Even if it was not one of the biggest players on the market and was mostly engaged in OEM production, it was easy to suffer losses ranging in the billions of MTA credits if he made the wrong bet on a new Mech line or Mech designer. In short, the two knew their way around Mechs. Right now, both Idney and Barrow had the impression that they were being fooled. The mysterious older man, known as Radagast, simply responded with a smile that conveyed his absolute confidence. If he wanted to sucker the NMRI into a scam, then he certainly possessed the confidence and demeanor to pull off such a scheme. Then why did he choose to base his scheme off a Mech that was obviously characterized with inferior performance? Barrow refused to believe that this Radagast fellow was that stupid. No one in a first-rate state who managed to become an entrepreneur, even a shady one, could exhibit so many obvious flaws. The logical answer was that there had to be a selling point to this auto-heretic that likely made up for all of its obvious disadvantages. What could it be? The name of the Mech model suggested that it came equipped with an advanced AL, possibly one that offered stronger performance than usual. Was this a Mech that was especially designed for first-class Mech pilots with substandard genetic aptitudes? Those who developed E and D grade aptitudes occupied an awkward position in first-class society. While they could technically pilot simple Mechs, the reality was that most states and organizations disdained to make use of them. There were still enough C-grade Mech pilots that were more than willing to pilot a relatively decent first-class combat or support Mech. There were only so many job offerings for guard or support functions. Most first-raters who were determined to make a career out of Mech piloting had little choice but to rely on specialized solutions or immigrate to a second-rate or even third-rate state. Do not be too quick to judge the auto-heretic, Radagast said as he turned around and moved closer to the stationary Mech. The Mech model is not perfect, but for people like the two of you, it is more valuable than a high-tier first-class multipurpose Mech. If you have the choice to own a Mech used by the armed forces of the Terrans or a simple auto-heretic like this one, you will always choose the latter without exception. That was a bold claim. The two NMRI leaders suspected more and more that the special Mech model included special features that were not seen elsewhere. What could it be? How could this simple Mech that did not look like it could beat any of the standard offerings on the Mech market possess value exceeding that of the top first-class standard Mechs? Radagast only chose to keep his guests in suspense for so long. His expression finally turned serious as he floated up in the air and moved towards the opened cockpit entrance. At this point, seeing is believing. Nothing I say will convince you that my claims are true. Only by seeing it with your own eyes will you begin to understand that everything has already changed. Both Barrow and Idney took a few steps back and watched as Radagast entered the cockpit and began to activate the auto-heretic. As a relatively simple machine, the boot-up process happened quickly, especially if the power reactor and Mech engine had been put in a standby state in advance. A projection soon appeared above the head of the auto-heretic that displayed the cockpit of the machine. Different from the relatively plain exterior, the interior of the cockpit was covered by metal molded into symbols and strange depictions of Mechs undertaking different actions. The artwork likely conveyed multiple profound meanings and messages. The most profound and central one was an emblem that consisted of a downward-facing red drop of blood that enveloped a metallic gray Mech. Although the symbol merely looked good, its size and prominence inside the cockpit meant that it may be central to the mysterious Mech's identity. What did it signify? The two observers did not have to wonder for long, because what they saw when they directed their attention to the cockpit shocked them both. Is that blood? Radagast had taken his place on the cockpit seat. The straps that bound him in place were fairly routine. What was anything but normal was the transparent blood channels that extended from the cockpit seat and stuck their needled ends into various points of the man's body. A distinctive red-colored liquid circulated in and out of those transparent channels, and not small amount either. It was clear that Radagast's body was not being drained, so that meant that was hooked up to a much larger external supply of blood. What was the purpose of this bizarre and seemingly useless function? Did Radagast suffer a rare medical condition that forced him to rely on circulating external blood through his body in order to stay alive? If that was the case, he could easily rely on an internal implant or an external device that he could strap on his back or the side of his body. Why must he go as far as to let an entire Mech serve as his medical instrument? While Barrow was still trying to figure out the mystery behind this strange blood circulation system, Idney stood frozen in shock as soon as realization began to dawn on his eyes. "Radagast?" The chief scientist struggled to make a sound. "You! How?" "Since when? What is the matter, Idney?" Barrow asked. Idney turned to Barrow to convey his utter shock and bafflement. "I may have lost touch with Radagast, but I am very certain that he used to be a norm like us. He wasn't a Mech pilot back then. It is impossible for him to control a machine. Either we are looking at a battle bot that is controlled by an advanced piloting AL, or we are looking at a Mech that is controlled by a man who was not a potentate by the time he reached 10 years old, but became one at a later date. Seriously?" Barrow finally understood why Idney reacted in such a way. "Is Radagast one of the few lucky norms who managed to gain an audience with the chosen human and received the blessing of a qualified genetic aptitude?" A surge of jealousy sprung from his mind. If the second possibility was true, then Radagast received a boon that the NMRI struggled to replicate for decades, if not centuries. So many people who were part of the same community had also sought to replicate what the chosen human could accomplish with a miracle. Alas, none of them had made any meaningful progress. Barrow himself did not really believe that the upcoming Project WR-14 would change the status quo, but what could they do? The new Mech Research Initiative could not afford to give up the collective dream of all of its members and supporters. Therefore, the sign of Radagast apparently piloting a Mech did not evoke much joy, but instead caused the two guests to feel both jealousy and despair. They felt jealous because there was no way that the two of them could ever gain an audience with a god pilot as high and mighty as the chosen human. They also felt despair because the endeavor to replicate this miracle through the power of technology would probably take hundreds if not thousands of years to develop. "Radagast?" Idney asked as soon as he regained a bit of his composure. "Who or what is controlling your machine at the moment?" "I see traces of both human and artificial movement, characteristics in the motion of your auto-heretic. Are you in control, or is an AL pulling all of its strings?" Despite being hooked up to a lot of blood channels, Radagast was still able to smile. "Why not both? The auto-heretic does indeed possess a lot of autonomy. I will explain that later. What is important to know is that I am not riding a battle bot. I am only letting the auto-heretic control much of its own movement because I am unskilled in total manual control. How can you expect a norm such as myself to control a first-class war machine with the proficiency of an academy-trained Mech pilot? Let me show you what I mean." Radagast deactivated all of the autonomous assistance from his machine, and the difference became obvious right away. The auto-heretic's previous movements became jerky and unstable. The Mech's footing not only became more inconsistent, but the machine was clearly having trouble maintaining its balance. At one point, it had overstretched its foot, causing it to botch its walking motion and topple over until it fell sideways onto the warehouse floor. The air became filled with a loud, crashing noise as the machine clumsily found itself in an undignified posture. If not for the fact that the Mech was made out of first-class alloys, its fall might have actually dented or damaged the Mech frame. Radagast attempted to use his highly flawed control over his auto-heretic to lift it up to its feet, but the jerky and clumsy movement of its arms and legs made that an impossible challenge. "My sincere apologies for the display. I only bonded with it recently and did not have time yet to master its basic movement operation." "Radagast," Barrow took the initiative to ask a very pertinent question. "Earlier, you referred to yourself as a norm. Is that still true?" "It is," the mysterious man replied with a smirk. "Did you think an individual like myself can ever enjoy the privilege of visiting the chosen human in person? Please, I am a nobody to His Holiness. I do not rely on any god pilot to gain the ability to pilot this auto-heretic. I am not relying on any cranial implants, genetic treatments, or other weird transformations either. I am still a norm for all intents and purposes. If you do not believe me, I am ready to conduct a genetic aptitude test as soon as I exit from the cockpit. If you are not a potentate, then how? Isn't the answer clear to you now, old friend? Why do you think this auto-heretic has connected my blood circulation to its Mech frame? I can assure you that none of this is for show. It is part of an amazing new control system, one that can allow a norm such as myself to pilot a Mech without relying on neural interface technology. Impossible. Chapter 6641. Remember his name. Once Radagast had made his point while piloting his auto-heretic in an extremely clumsy and embarrassing manner, he finally let the auto-heretic bring itself to an upright position before shutting down his machine. When the new Mech pilot finally exited the cockpit, Barrow and Idney immediately sought to verify Radagast's claims. "Idney," the owner of the auto-heretic spoke up, "did you bring the genetic aptitude tester?" "I have brought one myself, but I think you prefer to make use of your own device just to be certain." "I do. Please wait. I will retrieve it right away." It took a few minutes for Idney Xenokon to return with a strange helmet in his possession. He had brought over a compact version of a typical genetic aptitude testing device. It lacked the spikes and other strange features, but it functioned almost just as well. Before Idney placed the tester onto Radagast's head, he first performed a quick inspection. He wanted to make sure its settings were calibrated to measure the genetic aptitude of an older adult human and that it hadn't been tampered with in secret. "It is ready." "Then proceed. Place it on my head and confirm the truth with your very own eyes." When Idney placed the helmet onto Radagast's head, the scientist also activated a data feed that allowed him to receive detailed data. The genetic aptitude tester started to beep and activate a few lights. This showed that it had entered into an active state. Idney deliberately chose to conduct the most thorough and time-consuming test process in order to be absolutely thorough. This made the test last for over 3 minutes, as the device needed to be thorough in exploring the data transmission and processing capabilities of various parts of Radagast's brain and parts of his spine. The test process imposed quite a bit of strain on Radagast's central nervous system. He flinched and gritted his teeth at times as he felt as if his head was being rammed by a shuttle. All of this was necessary in order to generate the most precise and detailed data. As a neural interface specialist, Idney was able to effectively interpret all of the readings from the device. His expression grew more and more perplexed. By the time the test came to an end, Radagast removed the helmet from his head on his own initiative and faced his old friend. "Are you convinced now, Idney?" The chief scientist remained frozen in silence. Barrow gazed at Idney in concern. He could scarcely believe that he had come across a Mech that could actually allow a norm to pilot it. The result from the genetic aptitude test was therefore of utmost importance. "What did your tester say?" "The genetic aptitude tester has confirmed without shadow of a doubt that Radagast's genetic aptitude is F grade. It is completely unqualified to pilot a first-class Mech, let alone the most basic third-class Mech. The data and the result are likely not falsified. I have observed the raw data readings carefully and saw nothing that indicates that any impropriety has occurred." Barrow tried his best to keep his increasingly restless heart under control. "What if the genetic aptitude tester got tampered anyway? I want this to be true as much as you do, but we cannot take this information at face value." "Do you think I am gullible, Barrow?" "Of course I know that. As a scientist, it is second nature for me to verify the validity of the results. If possible, I would truly like to bring Radagast and his auto-heretic Mech back to the NMRI in order to conduct a detailed battery of tests." "I am afraid that I will not be able to oblige," Radagast said. "You are not the only group of Mech enthusiasts that I have to meet. The auto-heretic is a gift that must be spread to as many people as possible. Besides, you do not need my presence in order to thoroughly determine whether this Mech model is the real deal." Both Barrow and Idney widened their eyes. "Are you saying That we can pilot this Mech ourselves? Barrow almost whispered his question. Perhaps, right now. No. What? The two NMRI leaders felt hopeful until Radagast directly shot down their suggestion. Why? Why are you tempting us with a Mech that has apparently shattered the genetic aptitude tyranny? Only for you to deny us the chance to experience it ourselves. Radagast remained calm in the face of two Mech enthusiasts who had already become utterly consumed by their desire to pilot their own Mechs. You misunderstand, the man calmly explained. I am not rejecting your request because I want to. It is because it is physically impossible for you to pilot my auto-heretic. You see, the same control system that is used to allow a norm such as myself to control the Mech is tied to my body and supposedly more. From the moment I piloted this Mech for the first time, it has become bound to me. The blood that is circulated by the new control system has also changed to reflect my augmented physiology. Therefore, attempting to pilot it will not only cause you to fail, but also suffer a fatal case of blood poisoning unless you have implants that can handle this condition. That caused Barrow and Idney to lose their anger. They grew confused. How does this new control system work exactly? The chief scientist of the NRMI asked. And what does it have to do with blood? The new control system that defines the auto-heretic model is called the Carmine system. It is named for the medium which is used to enable a norm to form a bond with the Mech that allows the two to communicate with each other. Do not ask me how it works. None of the scientists and engineers in my employ have managed to decipher anything meaningful. I eventually chalked it up to Mech designer magic. That caused Idney to feel perplexed. The revelation that this so-called Carmine system only managed to overcome the genetic aptitude tyranny due to Mech designer magic was disappointing to say the least. As a conventional scientist who possessed a strong interest in Mechs, Idney Xenokin had come into contact with Mechs, Mech designs, and the metaphysical qualities that made them different from other manufactured goods. Idney still did not understand how the whole outperformed the sum of its physical parts in such an obvious and inexplicable manner. He had tried his best to obtain answers from many different Mech designers, but they never offered any helpful information. Eventually, one of his Mech designer friends warned Idney that it was a good idea for him to suspend his inquiry. If he continued to chase for answers, the Mech Trade Association might decide to pay him a not-so-friendly visit. Idney, wisely, decided to drop the matter. That did not mean he lost his curiosity, but he could only hold it in to prevent any undesirable consequences. Right now, his desire for answers had grown a lot more. If he knew that Mech designer magic had become powerful enough to casually make the impossible come true like this, then he would have investigated this phenomenon to the end. Damn! Idney cursed. What is the matter, my friend? The auto-heretic here is not as great as I thought. I cannot deny that it is a historic Mech for allowing a norm like Radagast to pilot it, but it doesn't advance our science and technology as much as I wished. Idney sighed. If this Carmine system can only work because of the metaphysical support from a single person's design philosophy, then I think that reverse engineering it will be a nearly impossible challenge. This was what conventional scientists and engineers hated the most about Mech designers. The latter essentially cheated their way into creating stronger and groundbreaking Mechs. The worst part about it was that Mech designers were so exclusive towards their chosen war platforms that they never took the initiative to share their innovations beyond their instruments of violence. This was another reason why other combat vehicles got phased out. Even if they had good qualities that were no worse than a Mech frame, the latter would still perform better because of the support of Mech designer nonsense. The only consolation was that the biggest and most radical innovations eventually did get figured out, usually after the responsible individuals advanced to the rank of master. While this ensured that the technological contributions of Mech designers partially spread to humanity's other industries, It also meant that the development of mechs always stayed several steps ahead of the development of starships and other technological goods. What class? Idney asked the most critical question that was currently on his mind. Class Roman 9. The scientist groaned. That makes this worse. Class Roman 9 design philosophies are always the most difficult to decipher. It may take decades, if not centuries, to reverse engineer the auto-heretic and its Carmine system. That is at least an improvement compared to our prior situation, Barrow commented. Look on the bright side. We not only have a mech that has broken the genetic aptitude, tyranny, but also offers us clear directions to how it is able to accomplish this. So long as the NMRI and many other research institutions keep studying the Carmine system, we may be able to develop our own substitutes within several decades. Class Roman 9 design philosophies long held a notorious reputation for being difficult to impossible to replicate through purely standard technological means. In truth, many scientists simply did not bother to spend their time on deciphering them because the effort was not proportional to the reward. This only added to the mystique of Class Roman 9 design philosophies. This was different. The Carmine system meant far too much to many norms to give up so easily. It was not just the research institutions that had been looking to fulfill the cause that would be interested in this endeavor. Many other groups that previously had no interest in trying to open up mech piloting to norms would be frantically trying to figure out the working principles of the Carmine system as well. The very future of mechs and its place in human society was at stake. Until the day had come when humans had completely torn down the genetic aptitude tyranny to the point where it could never make a comeback, it became crucially important to preserve the auto-heretic design and protect its mech designer as much as possible. Who are the designers of the auto-heretic? Idney asked next. And which one of them is responsible for developing the Carmine system? One of the mech designers involved is a master mech designer who has not been named. Surprisingly, he or she is not responsible for developing the Carmine system. It is actually the invention of a senior mech designer by the name of Wes Larkinson. Wes Larkinson? That name will soon become famous across the galaxy, Radagast predicted with certainty. I am not surprised that you are not familiar with him. No one is. He is apparently one of the mech designers who immigrated to the Red Ocean. Despite the fact that he is no longer able to come back to the Milky Way, he has left a PP behind, so his works are still functional in this galaxy. Normally, that is of no relevance to us as his works have never spread too far beyond a star cluster in the galactic rim, but this time is different. Professor Larkinson is doing extremely well in the new frontier, so much so that he has taken advantage of the conditions to develop his Carmine system. The people of the Red Ocean have access to these new mechs as well. Yes, and they are apparently called Carmine mechs. They are already being sold over there. Now, Professor Larkinson and his backers have generously decided to share his marvelous gift of a mech design to us, the people of the Milky Way. Wait, Barrow said. How can this Wes Larkinson release this mech to the Milky Way when he is 50 million light-years away? Did he design this so-called Carmine mech before the Great Severing? No, Idney said. That is definitely not the case. This auto-heretic uses technological principles that have been developed in the current generation. It may have been upgraded from an older design, but I do not think that is likely seeing how new and fresh it appears. Don't ask. I do not have all of the answers, Radagast simply said. I am not the developer of the auto-heretic. I am merely a broker of sorts. I can only supply you with as much information that I have received myself. If you want more answers than that, then you are welcome to conduct your own investigation. Wes Larkinson. Barrow and Idney both remembered that name. They would definitely look into him and his exploits. What sort of design philosophy did he come up with that enabled a norm like Radagast to pilot his own Carmine mech? Chapter 66-42, Barely Entering the Mech Community. At this point in time, Barrow and Radagast were already convinced that the auto-heretic Mech was the real deal. They did not think that Radagast would attempt to hoodwink them, because it did not make sense. The profits that he could earn from a possible scam was too low, and the heat he would attract would be far too high. After all, Barrow was not only the treasurer of the NMRI, but also the CEO of a major corporation of the Genser Federation. As long as he was willing to spend enough money, there was no way that Radagast could shake off pursuit. While Barrow and Idney were frankly eager and impatient to pilot their own Carmine Mechs, they also wanted answers. Information may be even more important than the opportunity to pilot a Carmine Mech right away. The latter would only allow them to fulfill their own long-held dreams, allowing them to die with a smile on their faces. The former would give them the clues they needed to eventually allow the entire population of humans in the Milky Way to pilot their own Mechs one day. The two initially became a part of the NMRI in order to fill up the gaping hole in their hearts. However, when Barrow and Idney came into continuous contact with selfless researchers who dedicated much of their lives and careers to open up Mech piloting to the rest of the population, they eventually came to value the cause just as much. Information therefore became a high priority to the pair of leaders of the NMRI. Surprisingly enough, Radagast readily supplied all of the data and information in his possession. "Here you go," the older man said as he transferred a series of files and documents to his guests. "I have sent you the original package that you will need to fabricate your own auto-heretics." Mind you, the 3 Mech designs corresponding to every tech level are only localized to the Jaina star cluster in the galactic rim. If you want to produce your own copies of the auto-heretic line, you will have to design your own based on the included Mech templates. That did not come as a big surprise to Barrow and Idney. The former dealt with Mech templates frequently while leading Yared Industries. The latter had been involved in translating Mech templates into region-specific Mech designs in the past. Idney already began to study the design. The Mech templates are not too bad, and the designs they are based upon are not that complicated. Our in-house Mech designers over at the NMRI should be able to rush out a localized Mech design within a week, maybe 2. It will take longer to develop more proper Mech designs, but I do not think that anyone has enough patience to wait that long. "Can you spot the Carmine system?" Barrow asked. "I can. It is obvious how it starts at the cockpit and spreads across the internals of the Carmine Mech. It is not what I expected. I know my biotechnology, so I cannot see anything that is responsible for opening up a new data transmission channel between the Mech pilot and Carmine Mech. This doesn't make any sense. Why did the Mech designer go out of his way to include a human-derived vascular system, scaled to a Mech, when it doesn't do anything except circulate blood to different parts of the frame and back to the pilot?" Although Barrow was not a Mech designer or a biologist, he knew enough to understand that this was nonsense as well. "Are you saying that the Carmine system works by blood circulation alone? Can it be that the blood cells contain data that is transferred from one party to another and back again?" "Absolutely not." Idney shook his head. "Such a primitive means of data exchange is incredibly slow and prone to errors. The lag time between issuing a command and having a Mech execute it may be several seconds long. It is impossible to pilot a Mech with so many delays. Blood is being used in a different manner that somehow allows for much faster data transmissions between the two parties." Radagast nodded. "You are right. According to what I know, the blood does not convey data directly, but it is not redundant either. Trust me. My men have tried. Attempting to control a Carmine Mech without sharing blood between the two of us is not possible." That signified that blood still played an important role, though how remained unclear. "Tell us more about the Mech designer, his design philosophy, and how the Carmine system fits into his work." "I was just about to explain that. I will give you the short version." Radagast began to introduce the basics. "Mechs are alive. That is impossible," Idney heatedly reacted. Class Roman 9 design philosophies are known to be ridiculous, but this is beyond the norm. Radagast merely smiled in response. My initial reaction was not that different from yours, but you will change your mind soon enough. From the moment I first interfaced with my personal auto-heretic, I personally discovered that it is all true. In fact, it is exactly because the Carmine Mech is alive that I can control it without a neural interface. How? The Carmine system. It forms the conditions that are necessary to form what is called a blood pact. It is exactly what it sounds like. It is some sort of metaphysical covenant that any human, even a norm, can form with a living Mech. Blood serves as the connecting medium between the two of us. The Carmine system is therefore especially designed to produce a form of blood that is compatible and adaptable to the physique of most humans. The auto-heretic design does include a large amount of safety warnings that this does not apply to everyone. First-raters and certain second-raters who have undergone more extreme or alien forms of physical augmentation. This was not a big surprise. Augmentations always came with dangers and complications. Those who committed to the pursuit of greater performance more extensively than others naturally had to pay a price for their greed. Of course, it was not impossible for them to pilot a Carmine Mech. They just had to hire the right biotech experts to modify the Carmine system of an auto-heretic to accept the circulation of a different kind of blood. Neither Barrow nor Idney had anything to worry about. Their augmentations were not too extreme compared to the average in the Genser Federation. What is the blood pact exactly? I cannot begin to describe the science of it, but I can constantly feel its existence, Radagast replied. From the moment I formed a blood pact with my Mech, I can feel as if an invisible tether has formed between myself and the machine. We are truly tied to each other. The best description that I have heard is that the blood pact is a marriage. It is a lifelong commitment that you can never back out on. The pact will exist for as long as either of us are alive. If any of us die, the pact will become invalid, and the survivor will not be able to form a similar bond with anyone else for the rest of their lives. These words conveyed a huge amount of information. Barrow and Idney quickly managed to figure out the most important implications. Does that mean we can only pilot a single Carmine Mech for the rest of our lives? Yes, if the Carmine Mech gets destroyed but the pilot survives. The Carmine Mech pilot has lost his only chance to pilot a machine, Radagast said in a serious voice. I know how this sounds. It completely contradicts everything you know about Mechs. The manual written by Professor Vess Larkinson is very clear about the flaws and shortcomings of his third-generation Carmine system. Everyone who becomes a Carmine Mech pilot must cherish their only machine like a treasure. You must never get involved in unnecessary battles, and you must make sure to upgrade your bonded machine on a regular basis. The auto-heretic is especially designed to make that easier. Realization dawned on Idney's expression. So that is why this auto-heretic is designed as a semi-modular Mech. This Mech is designed with upgradability from the start. It is easier and less costly to upgrade individual auto-heretics on a piecemeal basis. Barrow, meanwhile, found it difficult to accept the limitations of the Carmine system. I do not know whether to be happy or disappointed. I am happy that the Carmine system allows norms that have been forgotten by the Mech community to pilot a real Mech, but the gap between us and potentates still remains wide. The latter will always enjoy an advantage, as neural interfaces do not come with as many restrictions. It may be ridiculous for Barrow to complain about Carmine systems when they represented a massive leap in possibilities for norms like himself, but he was already beginning to think ahead. The limitations of Carmine systems all but relegated norms who were able to pilot Carmine Mechs to an embarrassing status within the Mech community. Even if Carmine Mech pilots managed to get inside, they would still be seen as undesirables who would instantly become useless as long as they lost a single Mech. Idney smiled and patted his friend's back. Who cares what other Mech pilots think? What matters is that we can finally pilot a Mech. Be grateful for that, Barrow. We need to take this step by step. It took over 4 centuries for a brilliant senior Mech designer to devise an alternative control system to the neural interface. It is clearly stuck in early development, so there is definitely a considerable amount of room for improvement. It is possible that Professor Larkinson is already working on the 4th generation of his Carmine system. Even if he is not, the NMRI and all of our partner institutions will definitely pick up the slack. Our descendants will be able to enjoy better options, but for now, we must make do with early generation products. He was right. They might be able to pilot better Carmine Mechs in the future if they remained patient and waited for a number or years and decades. But how could they possibly hold themselves back for so long? Their dream was within their reach. After waiting for over a century to achieve marginal progress in their collective quest to open up Mech piloting to the masses, now they found out that their main goal had already been completed by another Mech designer. The two couldn't wait any longer. They only managed to maintain their composure because they were pretty sure that Radagast did not invite them here for no reason. When can we begin to pilot our own Carmine Mechs? Barrow asked. Now, if you want, Radagast said as he gestured to the side. A set of warehouse doors slid open, revealing 2 pristine auto-heretics that had recently been unpacked from their containers and were currently being prepared for use by a team of trusted Mech technicians. These are yours as long as you agree to do us a few favors. That instantly caused Barrow to grow vigilant. He knew that there was a price for making use of the auto-heretics. A Mech like this that could turn nearly any human into a Mech pilot was indeed far more valuable than a high-tier, first-class multipurpose Mech. What is your price? Nothing unacceptable. I can assure you of that, Mr. Rakovschik. Radagast responded with a smile. I represent a party that has a strong interest in spreading the auto-heretic across human space. In order to ensure that the Big Two and other authorities do not succeed in suppressing the proliferation of this revolutionary Mech line, we must ask for the assistance of Mech enthusiasts, such as yourselves, to help us spread the Mech templates. Mech designs and copies of the actual Carmine Mechs to as many people as possible. Is that even necessary? A product like this already sells itself. It is not as straightforward as you think. You may think that a Mech that can be piloted by norms does not need heavy promotion, but that is only true in a society that is not governed by the Mech Trade Association. You see, there are several reasons why the Mechers may do everything in their power to ban the sale and use of the auto-heretic models. Idney frowned. He could already deduce a few of the reasons why the MTA would seek to keep these Carmine Mechs out of the hands of civilians. Barrow did not understand. Shouldn't the MTA be pleased that the Mech community is now able to encompass everyone? No longer is it limited to Mech pilots, Mech designers, and all of the support personnel whose work is related to Mechs. Now, many more people can enjoy the wonders of Mechs. They are no longer limited by the capricious results of their genetic aptitude tests. That is true, but there are good reasons why this Mech line is called the auto-heretic. This is because it flagrantly defies and makes a mockery out of many of the long-standing rules and customs enforced by the MTA. Chief among them is the prohibition on autonomous Mechs. Have you noticed how well I piloted my auto-heretic at the start? That is because I let the living Mech control much of the actions of the Mech frame. If necessary, the living Mech can even take complete control over itself. Do you know how the Mechers will react to a Mech that does not necessarily need humans in order to fight? Oh. That explains why you are introducing us to the auto-heretic at this location. The auto-heretic is labeled as a high-autonomy living Mech. Each of the 3 Mech templates and Mech designs are designed from the ground up to give a large amount of leeway to the living Mechs. While I am told that they are not hackable in the conventional sense due to the metaphysical basis of their living existence, they can still be turned against their own pilots and other humans under extreme circumstances. Accepting these Carmine Mechs will mean that you openly oppose the MTA's strong prohibition on autonomous war machines. That is, disappointing to hear. In other words, the act of researching, producing or piloting the auto-heretic was considered a crime from the perspective of the Mechers. The rules set by the MTA left no ambiguity on this matter. Carmine system or not, so long as the machine could control its own actions independent of a human, it had turned into a potential threat to the human order. Radagast clasped his hands. Now that I have done my due diligence by warning you about how the Mechers may respond, what is your decision? Idni scoffed. Do you need to ask? The MTA has never done anything to help norms such as ourselves. We had to struggle to raise our own funds and devote our own time to research on how to turn Mech piloting into a common profession. As far as I am concerned, Professor Vess Larkinson has single-handedly done more for us than all of the star designers put together. My dream has always been to pilot a Mech no matter the circumstances, Barrow said, in a voice filled with determination. If the MTA arrives and takes me into custody by the end of the day, I will not mind at all, because to pilot a Mech even once is already enough to make this experience worth it. I agree with my friend. The MTA has done nothing to earn our respect, so why must we extend ours? Nothing could stand in the way to realizing their dream and fulfilling their common cause. They were even willing to become enemies of the Big Two, if that was what it took to pilot a Mech. Chapter 6643, Another Heretic. Barlow Rakivschik and Idni Zenokin did not fully comprehend the depth of how the auto-heretic Mech line violated the most central precepts of the Mech Trade Association. Even if they did, their choices would have remained the same. This was because the significance of being able to pilot a Mech was too great. Individuals who were over a century old and had labored for many years for a solution to the genetic aptitude problem were far more excited at this precious opportunity than the average Mech enthusiast. The longer their dream had been denied from them, the more they yearned for it to come true. Now that they discovered that a strange Mech designer who originated from the galactic rim not only managed to achieve a critical breakthrough in this research, but also translated his galaxy-shaking innovation into real reproducible Mechs, how could the two leaders of the NMRI possibly resist? From the moment Radagast had brought them into this warehouse, the outcome had already been set in stone. The two Mech-obsessed idiots did not even care whether they could potentially become enemies of the MTA as a consequence. Just like many other people, they initially looked up to the Mech Trade Association for becoming the holy land for all matters related to Mechs. It was only after they suffered repeated setbacks and discovered that the MTA only truly looked out for its own interests that it had lost its aura of righteousness and benevolence in their eyes. Of course, that alone was not enough for Barrow and Idni to make a decision that would have made most Mechers furious. In the end, it all came down to the chance to become a real Mech pilot. While the two could argue about the semantics of whether a Carmine Mech should still be considered a Mech, they frankly didn't care whether the former had left the scope of the latter. If a Carmine Mech not only looked like a Mech, but also had to be controlled in a similar enough way, then that was good enough in their opinion. How could they possibly ask for more? It helped that the two had developed a deep and searing hatred of neural interface technology. Neural interfaces made Mechs possible. No one could doubt that the tech opened up a new mode of warfare that had fascinated humans since the start of the age of Mechs. However, the fact that only 3.5% of the human population could use it to pilot Mechs had always served as a source of pain to the other 96.5%. Therefore, even if neural interfaces defined Mechs, norms truly did not actually possess much attachment for this control system. Even so, most of the researchers over at the NMRI continued to research ways to expand the pool of eligible users because they did not know any better. All research into developing alternative control systems had yielded no better results. This led many Mech enthusiasts to conclude that the only way to realistically open up Mech piloting was to achieve a breakthrough in neural interface technology. Truth to be told, They just did not know any better. They also associated Mechs with neural interface technology so much that their cognition was unable to separate the two from each other anymore. If a senior Mech designer, who was a complete unknown to the vast majority of original humanity, like Wes Larkinson, had not randomly developed and released the Carmine system, then researchers such as Chief Scientist Idney Zenokin would have continued to research neural interface technology in vain. Wes Larkinson had proven to everyone in this sphere wrong. He showed through his own works that the true way to open up Mech piloting was by developing an alternate control system all along. In an instant, the sacred and inviolable position that neural interface technology occupied in the hearts of Barrow and Idney had collapsed. The significance of this change in attitude was profound. For the first time in centuries, a new category of Mechs had arrived that did not even include a neural interface in the cockpit. Although the extensive manual that came along the Mech templates stated that Carmine systems could be used concurrently alongside neural interfaces, that was of no relevance to norms such as Barrow and Idney. The pair already got over their disappointment at the many limitations of an early-generation Carmine system. This was because it was 1,000,000 times more benign compared to the extremely harsh requirements for using neural interfaces. With this mindset, the two leaders of the NMRI entered the cockpits of the Carmine Mechs that Radagast had prepared for their use. When Barrow was about to sit down on the strange and slightly intimidating cockpit scat, he took a moment to glimpse at the emblem that was proudly applied to one of the interior walls. The image of a downward-facing drop of blood enveloping a Mech evoked a lot of different emotions. What did it mean? Was it a direct reference to the Carmine system that essentially defined the auto-heretic line? Was it a dedication that signified that many humans had shed real blood in order for Professor Wes Larkinson to invent his radically different control system? Or was it a prophecy that foretold that Carmine Mechs like the auto-heretic would directly and indirectly trigger bloodshed on an unprecedented scale since the start of the Age of Mechs? As a CEO of a large first-class industrial enterprise, Barrow's vision was not small. Although his overwhelming desire to pilot a Mech had caused him to override all other concerns, that did not mean he had blinded himself to the many implications of the release and proliferation of the auto-heretic models. He could already foresee that if many more people suddenly gained control over their own war platforms, they would inevitably gain the urge to make use of their new possessions. Since Carmine Mechs like the auto-heretic were mainly designed for combat, even a fool could foresee that a lot of fights would break out in the near future. This was especially the case if the auto-heretic was as autonomous as Radagast, and the manual suggested. The lower the threshold to controlling a Carmine Mech to an acceptable degree, the faster a new owner would feel tempted to take it out for a spin and fight another Mech. Without the years of training, experience, and guidance that produced highly professional and disciplined Mech pilots, many new users of Carmine Mechs would. This may be another important reason why the MTA would prefer to suppress the definitely turn into a menace to society spread of Carmine Mechs. Barrow sneered, "So what?" At this point, he was not about to let anyone stop him from piloting his own personal Mech. The deterrence of the Big Two no longer held any significance to him anymore. He would gladly pilot a Carmine Mech, and he would try to make it his mission to share this opportunity to as many norms as possible. This was because he could understand other people's pain of being unable to pilot a Mech as well. Barrow took one last look at the emblem of the Carmine Mech. The image evoked a sense of forbidden glee inside his heart. It was as if piloting this Mech would damn him in the eyes of those who benefited from the status quo. If piloting this Carmine Mech means that I will become a heretic, then I shall accept my new identity with open arms. The man performed a solemn salute to the symbol. He would have preferred to make this gesture of respect to the inventor of the Carmine system in person, but he was stuck in the wrong galaxy. Once he was ready, He took his seat and immediately felt as if his machine was trying to analyze his body. Before you can interface with your auto-heretic for the first time, it will first scan your physiology and blood type before changing its own organic makeup to increase its compatibility. Radagast explained over a transmission. This process can take 5 to 10 minutes for most people. There is not much need to worry. One of the differences between an auto-heretic version and the lesser editions is that the Carmine system is much more capable of replicating many of the common augmented blood configurations that are popular today. It can't reproduce every variation, but it is designed in a way that knowledgeable experts can easily modify the Carmine system to accommodate more exotic and unusual blood variations. The designers of the auto-heretic did not have to worry about this problem as much when they developed Carmine Mechs for the third-class and second-class Mech markets, but the first-class market was a different story. The more prosperous the state, the more common a multitude of genetic treatments became for humans to benefit from. Finally, the initial adaptation process came to an end. Just as expected, neither Barrow nor Idney had augmented themselves to an extreme, so the first-class Carmine system was easily able to adapt to their physiques. The two auto-heretics that still remained mostly dormant had begun to produce a faint noise. That was the Carmine system at work. It was already synthesizing the special blood variations that should be a lot more compatible with the physiques of their respective pilots. It would do no good to anyone if the auto-heretic accidentally killed its own pilot due to blood poisoning. One of the screens inside the cockpit provided a helpful checklist. Once the last item got ticked, Barrow and Idney knew that there was nothing stopping them from activating their machines. You are clear to go and activate your new auto-heretics. Go ahead. Introduce yourselves to your new partners for life. It will change you forever. When Barrow slowly pressed the button, the entire cockpit began to light up. It was as if dawn had finally arrived on a continent that had been struggling in the dark for multiple centuries. As the main systems of the auto-heretic slowly entered a more active state, Barrow uttered a soft gasp as a multitude of needles stuck into his body and precisely connected to his blood veins. Soon enough, he could feel the forced extraction of his own blood, only for the artificial blood produced by the Carmine system to fill the gap. This was a deeply uncomfortable physical experience. Barrow felt so much terror and discomfort that he even felt tempted to jump out of his cockpit seat and tear out all of the blood channels. It was a good thing that the straps kept him in place. He couldn't do anything aside from letting the Carmine system exchange his blood with his Mech. As human and machine began to exchange each other's blood, they gradually began to feel each other's presence. Barrow could not describe the sensation of getting into contact with a completely different but intelligent life form. He understood a lot better what a living Mech actually meant. Wonderful. The contact started off shallow, but steadily grew stronger and more intimate. Both sides had already begun to introduce themselves and feel each other out. Neither of them encountered anything that could stop them from forming a permanent bond with each other. In fact, they liked each other right away. Barrow was more than willing to partner up with any Carmine Mech, even if it performed like a third-class machine. The auto-heretic already exceeded his expectations as far as he was concerned. Though young and new, the auto-heretic already started out as a second-order living Mech. That granted the Carmine Mech enough awareness and understanding of its own existence, purpose, and mission. It was a blessing for a Carmine Mech to be able to partner up with a wealthy and capable man, even if he was a little too old to become a soldier. The blood pact formed without any issues or complications. The strong desire between the pair to prosper and fall together had sped up its formation and caused it to start off a lot more solid than in most cases. Shortly after the pact came into force, Barrow immediately became flooded by a wealth of data. He could feel the Mech and the surrounding environment with much greater detail than his augmented human senses. So this is what it is like to pilot a Mech. Although his overwhelming experience with interfacing with the Carmine Mech, for the first time, did not entirely match the descriptions on how neural interfaces worked, Barrow figured that this was by far the most superior control method. This was because the Blood Pact gave him much of the data that was relevant to piloting his auto-heretic, but did not exert any excessive load on his brain. Somehow, the Blood Pact was directly able to dump data and information into his mind without exerting excessive strain on his brain cells. How is this possible? Barrow was not a neural interface specialist like his friend, so he soon set this question aside. Instead of trying to figure out how the Blood Pact even worked, it was much more important for him to enjoy the actual experience of controlling a Mech like it was his own body, but on a much larger scale. At least this part matches the descriptions. Chapter 6644, Illusionary Power. For the next 10 minutes, Barrow and Idney were practically having a religious moment. They could scarcely believe a day like this had come. Before they arrived at this nearly empty warehouse, the two leaders of the NMRI had no idea that they would get to skip through all of the scientific effort they thought was necessary to complete their cause and directly pilot a Mech on the spot. Hey-ha! Barrow was doing it. He was actually doing it. For the first time in his life, he finally became a real Mech pilot. Ha-ha-ha-ha. It was everything he expected, and more. Barrow no longer felt weak and frail in his small human body anymore. Instead, after forming a mysterious pact with his living Mech, he was able to borrow the other party's senses and gain the illusion that he was in control of a much larger and more powerful mechanical frame. Ha-ha-ha-ha! This is all I ever wanted. The rush of power he gained from this experience was intoxicating. It was no wonder that Mech pilots always regarded norms as weaker and more inferior than themselves. How could ordinary people ever measure up to Mech pilots when the latter gained the power to topple structures and devastate landscapes in their artificial new bodies? There was no substitute to this kind of exhilaration. Spacers who crewed warships may arguably be in control of far greater firepower, but the reality was very different from one's imagination. The larger and more powerful the warship, the more people necessary to crew her stations. The individual power held by a single individual was ultimately split between hundreds or thousands of officers and ratings. Due to humanity's general paranoia against automation and hacking, these human crew members were essential to operating any warship. Mandatory human operation was baked into the designs of the ship classes from the onset, making it so that no single unhinged human could throw a weapon of mass destruction onto a city with the press of a button. Therefore, Barrow never thought of substituting the unique experience of piloting a Mech with serving on a warship or operating other weapon platforms. What mattered the most to people like him was to gain sole control over a responsive war machine. The control system also had to allow for direct data transmission between human to Mech. Trying to operate a big machine through buttons and levers just did not cut it, and letting an advanced AL do all of the hard work discredited the experience. That was rather ironic, as the only reason why the two auto-heretics were able to walk and move their arms was because they were relying heavily on the autonomous control of the living Mech. Of course, Barrow and Idney attempted to pilot their Carmine Mechs on a fully manual basis after they got tired of letting their new battle partners do all of the hard work. They quickly found out firsthand why Mech cadets needed to study for at least 10 years before they were deemed ready and able to pilot combat Mechs for a living. This is really difficult. The data is overwhelming. How can I possibly keep track of so many moving parts? The differences between human and Mech body structures is making me feel confused. Even the barest of motions was enough for the completely green Carmine Mech pilots to botch their controls and cause their machines to overextend and lose their balance. Most Mechs were able to maintain their balance with the help of gyroscopes and other devices on an automatic basis, but the two overconfident fools had accidentally deactivated it when they insisted on going full manual. As a result, their mechs tripped on their feet and crashed onto the warehouse floor in an undignified manner. Ha 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 ha! Radagast laughed as he observed the clumsy Carmine mechs attempting to right themselves. Now you have a taste of what I felt when I tried to operate my Carmine mech manually. We are still a couple of years too early to be able to move and fight with our new partners without relying so much on autonomous assistance. I understand now why the mech designers granted so many control rights to the living mech. Idni spoke with realization. A living mech is not comparable to an AI at all. I know how artificial intelligences operate. I have participated in the programming of a few of them myself. A living mech is greater than an AL because it is sentient to the point of being able to feel and understand emotions. This has always been the forbidden realm of ALs. When all of those AL-oriented research institutions discover that living mechs have already exceeded their cutting-edge experiments on this front, they will eagerly purchase as many auto-heretics as possible just to decipher Professor Larkinson's proprietary tech. It did not matter that Larkinson had developed a class Roman 9 design philosophy. Those who had been working towards the holy grail of AI technology could not resist the urge to study real examples of machines gaining enough sentience to become as smart as animals. However, that was not the extent of what the auto-heretics could become. Radagast smiled as he explained the essence of living mechs. If you have studied Professor Larkinson's works and design philosophy, then you should know that living mechs are a means to a goal for him. The point of their existence is to grow alongside mech pilots such as yourselves, thereby helping you grow faster in turn. From the moment you formed a blood pact with your personal auto-heretic, it will grow stronger, smarter, and more capable in many ways. They are sort of like the familiars that frequently show up in all of those magic and wizard dramas. According to the old and horribly outdated record of Professor Larkinson within the MTA's database, his design philosophy was officially classified as mutual growth. Many people did not fully understand what that meant, but once they piloted any of his living mechs, they understood. The living mech that Barrow had partnered with was like a juvenile that was constantly soaking up information from his mind. He felt as if he was a parent all over again. However, instead of taking years to carefully raise a child to a competent adult, he was able to accelerate this process many times over merely by relying on the blood pact as a direct transmission channel. Each time Barrow piloted his living mech in the future, it would definitely absorb and digest much of what it learned. This should not only make the mech stronger, but also understand its mech pilot a lot better. The only point he was unclear about was how Barrow exactly benefited from this relationship. He suspected that mutual growth pointed towards a more profound form of progress. Was it called that way because mech pilots who made use of living mechs broke through more frequently than others? That shouldn't be true. If this was the case, then Professor Vess Larkinson would have become a lot more famous. As Barrow and Idni continued to try out their mech with heavy assistance from their living mechs, they eventually had their fill and reluctantly disengaged their machines. If they had their way, they would have preferred to keep piloting their machines all day, but they could not ignore the greater implications that this subversive mech would have on the rest of human society. Once they exited the cockpits and left their new partners behind for the time being, the pair of guests found themselves inside an office that was more heavily shielded and jammed than the rest of the warehouse. Radagast! Idni spoke to his old friend, who he hadn't contacted for a long time. Let me thank you for giving us the opportunity to acquire and pilot these Carmine mech so soon. How much time has passed since they have been released? I am not clear about this, the host said while shaking his head. I only received them more than a week ago from another source that you are better off not knowing. Your NMRI is among the first priority customers that I thought of introducing you to the auto-heretic mech line. I used to consider you all fools for wasting so much of your lives on mechs that could not possibly exist. Now, even if none of your work is responsible for the successful development of the auto-heretic, I have changed my stance. You are the people who appreciate this opportunity the best. I believe I can entrust you to help spread the new Carmine Mechs without doing anything that can impede their spread. Barrow looked skeptical. The auto-heretic is obviously a Mech that flagrantly violates several of the most important rules of Mech design and human technological development in general. I do not believe the MTA is blind to the point of missing the existence or the spread of these Mechs. You are correct, Radagast nodded. There are many agents like myself, and more true believers, such as the two of you, who have pledged their full support towards our common goals. The Mechers may have already identified many of us, but they have yet to take action on a widespread scale because they still need to form a new policy around this emerging issue. However, once the MTA has decided on its policy, you should be aware that your good days are over. If you still reside in a prosperous and highly developed star system, the Mechers and any authorities they hire will be able to find you with case. You will have to relocate to more remote locations if you want to work with Carmine Mechs in the future. Is that the plan of our ultimate benefactor? Barrow wondered. You seek to overwhelm the MTA's response forces by recruiting us across the galaxy and splitting us up and having us hide on so many obscure planets that the cost does not outweigh the benefits. Exactly. Radagast never intended to hide such details in front of a pair of smart leaders. This is not a flawless plan. The Mechers have already taken people into custody, though their numbers are small for the time being. Sooner or later they will come to you. Piloting the auto-heretic makes you a heretic. Unless you find a way to join one of the forbidden organizations that openly resist the Big Two, but still manage to eke out their living, your time will come to a faster end. Barrow simply smiled as a response. I am not unwilling to end it all if that point has arrived. I have already completed my initial life's mission. Any additional piloting sessions that I can fit into my schedule are icing on the cake. What a fatalistic mindset. He truly felt this way, though. This is not about the two of you, but all of the other norms across the galaxy, Radagast said. Every norm deserves to experience sound on a different level. I will leave the strategizing to the professionals. I alone cannot defeat the pervasive influence of the MTA, but the two of you are different. You have the research capabilities, the production facilities, an enormous relationship workshop, and other favorable conditions to do what is right for everyone. We will localize the Carmine Mech templates and develop Mech designs that we will spread to everyone free of charge, Barrow decided. Hoarding the Mech templates and Mech designs is completely counterproductive. We should spread it and encourage those with starships to leave for other destinations before spilling the word. We cannot settle for using Mech templates and Mech designs, my friend, Idney warned. We need to produce large quantities of auto-heretics. Only by giving all of the skeptics access to real Carmine Mechs will it gain credibility. While several trustees have decided to start their own factories in their corner of the galaxy, the delays are too long. It is better to use existing Mech factories for this purpose. The two greatest issues related to production is that the biotech components Carmine system can only be grown, and that living Mechs cannot be made with the use of materialization technology. Idney looked mildly surprised when he heard that. That will make it harder for large companies to produce auto-heretics en masse. It may actually be the smaller and independent workshops and Mech companies that can proficiently produce Mechs through more conventional methods. If this was the case, then they were better off spreading the localized Mech designs of the auto-heretic to a large number of messy and chaotic workshops and other small-scale production facilities. Chapter 6645, The Heresy Spreads. Days passed since that fateful meeting with Radagast. While the mysterious broker left the planet in order to deliver his other batches of auto-heretics to other groups, Barrow and Idney returned straight to the NMRI with their new Carmine Mechs. They not only brought along their personal Carmine Mechs, but also transported an additional 8 auto-heretics that were ready to bond with any willing norm. Suffice to say, each and every executive that received an exclusive offer from Barrow and Idney agreed to form a lifelong pact with a Mech that they would have looked down upon in normal cases. Just like everyone else who formed a blood pact with an auto-heretic, they did not care about its lackluster performance or the many limitations of the Carmine system. They already got sold from the moment they heard that they could control the Mech through an experience that resembled the use of a neural interface, but conveniently omitted the excessively high wear and tear on the brain. This is impossible. How can you control a Mech with your brain when there is no direct interface? Is this the power of a class Roman 9 design philosophy? Although the leading members of the NMRI all reacted with shock and confusion at the bizarre qualities of the auto-heretic, that did not stop them from praising how well it substituted the function of the neural interface. If not for the extremely inconvenient rule that they could only form a single blood pact with a single Carmine Mech, they would have definitely regarded the Carmine system as the most perfect invention in the history of Mech development. Once the 8 remaining Carmine Mechs found their new owners, Barrow and Idney subsequently called every member who was present at the NMRI facility for a general meeting and introduced the auto-heretic. The reactions from the hundreds of researchers and other personnel were initially skeptical, but that soon changed when all 10 leading members of the NRMI hopped into the cockpits and piloted their Carmine Mechs as a demonstration. Even though this display could easily be faked by turning the so-called Carmine Mechs into battle bots, people's trust in their leaders was too high. There was no way that ardent Mech enthusiasts like Treasurer Barrow Rakowczyk would try to deceive them all like this. At most, the Carmine system may indeed be able to deliver on its astonishing promises, but do so at an unimaginably high price. Nobody really paid much attention to the latter, though. All they thought about was how long they would have to wait until they could pilot their own Carmine Mech. Barrow smiled as he addressed the most pressing concerns of his fellow friends and like-minded Mech fanatics. Quiet down, be patient. While our off-world supplier has only been able to deliver 10 Carmine Mechs to us, he has also supplied us with the Mech templates and the original Mech designs for all 3 versions of the auto-heretic line. It is fully within our capability to derive a localized Mech design based on the first-class version of the auto-heretic Mech template. The Carmine Mechs that you see before you now are copies from a different Mech design. While they can be used for reference value and other research purposes, we will not be able to reproduce their exact design due to differences in material supply. The Genser Federation was not only rich in valuable ore deposits, but also engaged in extensive trade and commerce. Even so, it would be troublesome and unreasonably expensive to start producing Mechs that required the NMRI and its partners to import uncommon exotics 3-star clusters away. Most members of the NMRI understood the logistical constraints of trying to reproduce an unlocalized Mech design. From today onwards, the NMRI will formally suspend all ongoing R&D projects. Barrow announced in his more officious posture that he regularly used it in his main job. The existence of the Carmine system, the auto-heretic Mech line, and the Mech templates has given us all we need to start producing Mechs that can enable all of us to pilot our own Mechs. Since the Carmine system is leagues ahead of our own research projects, it is not worth the time and effort to try to expand the eligibility of users of neural interface technology. Many researchers such as Idney Zenokin looked upset, but also resigned. They had already given up on the notion that their research could redeem neural interface technology. However, there were also several other specialists who had become so invested in their research projects that they could not stand the thought that they had essentially wasted all of their years on an intellectual effort that ultimately contributed little to no value to society. Their self-worth was at stake. The lead researcher of Project WR13 raised the strongest objection. Just because a strange senior Mech designer who scurried off to the lost Red Ocean managed to give us all a way to pilot Mechs does not mean that our work has become a wasted effort. Every failure or disappointing result we attain is another step towards progress. The more we learn through our repeated failures, the greater our chance of producing a successful result. We would be doing ourselves and our many predecessors an enormous insult for abandoning our current line of research when we are only halfway to our destination. Another researcher voiced his own objection. I will not deny the historic advances made by Professor Larkinson. The distinguished woman spoke with an eloquent voice. His Carmine system has solved the most urgent problem that has plagued all of us. Yet what if his Carmine system cannot be improved past this point? What if we are forever stuck with pairing a single human to a single Mech if we favor the Carmine system to the exclusion of all other options? What if the Carmine system contains hidden dangers that cause any bonded Carmine Mech pilot to age prematurely and die within a decade? Another researcher concurred. We cannot grow over-dependent on a single solution. The Carmine system comes with too many flaws. Not only that, but the only reason it works in the first place is because it relies entirely on metaphysical phenomena as opposed to more tangible and physical phenomena. The fact that there is no direct interface between the Mech and the brain is proof of that. How are we supposed to study and imitate a channel as inscrutable as this blood pact? None of us possess the right expertise to begin to understand its principles. We would be better off if we stick to our current fields. Perhaps we can learn a number of valuable lessons from the Carmine system and apply our gains to neural interface research. The voices in support of neural interface research started to gain more momentum, but Barrow remained unmoved. I am not claiming that it is a dead end or that no innovation is possible in this field. I am merely being realistic about our capabilities, and so are others, including your very own chief scientist, who is one of our foremost experts in the field of neural interface technology. The fact of the matter is that the NMRI does not have the funds and talents to study the Carmine system and Carmine Mechs, while at the same time sustaining your current research projects. Instead of chasing after a mirage that may or may not come true in the far future, I would rather have our institute devote our budget and energy to the subjects that truly matter. That was not good news to many of the researchers. It was clear to them that the Carmine system had little in common with neural interfaces. Idni Zenokin actually grew angry at the reluctance of his fellow researchers. Neural interface technology is dead to us, he shouted, causing many of his fellow researchers to look aghast. It is not obsolete, as potentates can still make excellent use of them, but what does it matter to us? Remember what the NMRI stands for. The New Mech Research Initiative was founded to complete the mission of developing a new kind of Mech that can allow norms such as ourselves to enjoy the same power and privileges as potentates. Now that one such a new Mech has arrived at our doorstep that happens to replace the cursed and narrow-minded neural interfaces entirely, why are you not welcoming it with open arms? Even if the existence of the Carmine system had directly made us all redundant, I would gladly welcome this development because the opportunity to pilot a Carmine Mech is more important than conducting research that has never produced any serious results in centuries. His rebuke successfully caused most researchers to reflect on themselves and recognize that they too preferred to pilot a real Mech than to waste their time on tech that had become irrelevant to them all. Now that a far better alternative had arrived, there was not strong reason anymore for them to stick to neural interfaces. Barrow grinned at his audience. The NMRI will shortly begin to restructure. We will devote ourselves entirely to the research and development of Carmine Mechs and the Carmine system for the benefit of the Gensur Federation and human civilization as a whole. Our immediate priority is to develop a localized Mech design from one of the Mech templates in the fastest possible time frame. I cannot state the importance of completing this priority project within a week or preferably sooner. After we have completed a reasonable design, we will use our workshop and our closest partner companies to fabricate the first batches of Carmine Mechs. Who will get to pilot those Carmine Mechs first? A manager asked. Barrow directly pointed at the man before sweeping his hand across the gathered people. All of you will receive the offer to take possession of a Carmine Mech and pilot it first. We have made the special decision to buy an auto-heretic from us at a discount of up to 80%. This discount will be applied to the estimated production cost of 800,000 MTA credits per copy. I am aware that this is still a considerable sum for many of you, but our institution is willing to extend low-interest loans to any of you whose finances are tight. That was great news to most of them. The volunteers worked for the NMRI out of love for Mechs and a desire to contribute to the cause. Their incomes weren't entirely competitive, mostly because the Institute did not wish to squander its donation money. For the NMRI to still go out of its way to supply the first batches of auto-heretics to them was an incredibly valuable privilege, especially when many of them could foresee that demand would become so high that everyone else would have to wait much longer. Barrow's expression suddenly turned serious. However, if you agree to receive one of our Carmine Mechs and pilot it, you must also be prepared to face hostility and retaliation from those who oppose what the auto-heretic line stands for and how its availability may change our society. The MTA may decide to initiate a crackdown in as little as a day. We will never give up in our attempt to fulfill the cause, so we may become wanted criminals in a month. If you are not ready to sacrifice your life and well-being to open up Mech piloting to every human, then you can submit your resignation letters after the conclusion of this assembly. A tense atmosphere had fallen over the previously jubilant members of the NMRI. Many of them had just begun to realize that their work at this institute had become a lot graver than before. They could suffer real adverse consequences if they continued to devote their work on a variation of a Mech that contained multiple forbidden features. The treasurer of the NMRI summed up their new reality if they chose to stay and fight. We are no longer engaged in a hopeless technological goose chase. We are turning from researchers who explored the limits of neural interfaces to fighters and agitators who must do everything in our power to help the auto-heretic Mech spread across the Genser Federation and beyond, even if it costs us our life. Only then shall we be able to repay our gratitude towards Professor Larkinson for gifting us this miracle without expecting any remuneration. Though the members of the NMRI weren't soldiers, they gradually got caught up in the excitement of the moment. Compared to everything else in their lives, nothing mattered more than to pilot a Mech themselves and share this precious opportunity to others. Barrow abruptly raised his fist in a martial manner. The Carmine Revolution has begun. Chapter 66-46, The Calm Before the Storm. Events accelerated quickly after the NMRI got introduced to the auto-heretic line. Many neural interface specialists and related researchers reluctantly or decisively abandoned their ongoing research projects. As much as they hated to admit it, if their entire discipline failed to improve the usability and accessibility of neural interface technology in the last 4 centuries in a meaningful way, then how probable was it that they could attain a breakthrough in the next 4 centuries? A few scientists argued that they had accumulated so many theories and experimental data over the years that they were on the cusp of a major breakthrough. If they just kept mining dirt in the same direction, they would definitely stumble upon a rich ore vein within the next decade. Of course, these voices held little credibility. They were clearly trying to preserve their own jobs and importance within the organization. They had also become too attached to neural interface technology to refuse that it had utterly failed the population of norms throughout human society. Compared to this incredibly fussy and sensitive old tech that had been explored to death, many members of the NMRI had quickly developed a fascination for Carmine technology. When the researchers began to examine the 10 copies of the auto-heretic that was currently in the NMRI possession, they found far more questions than answers. They did not have a single clue how living Mechs worked. They did not possess the expertise to understand the phenomenon and lacked the instruments to collect any relevant data about them. What was worse was that they found it difficult to find any relevant academic literature. The only useful references they could find on the galactic net were old articles and interviews related to Professor Vess Larkinson and his works. The problem was that much of his own words only offered surface-level knowledge on living mechs. Even if he had been quite frank about his own mindset when he worked on his living mech designs, his guidance was devoid of specific instructions. A more serious problem was that the galactic net of the Milky Way also lacked any publications related to the father of Carmine Mechs after the Great Severing had occurred. This was an even greater problem. Since the auto-heretic line had clearly been devised within the last year, Professor Larkinson must have made a major breakthrough during the period that the Red Ocean got cut off from humanity's home galaxy. Certain circles soon found out that Professor Larkinson actually taught an introductory course on mech design at a Terran university. Unfortunately, there was no way to obtain his lesson material. He advanced to senior shortly before the Great Severing. Any students he taught were all humans stuck in the Red Ocean. If any of his lesson material ended up on the galactic net or in the possession of certain groups, then it was virtually impossible to obtain any of it due to the separation of communication networks between the two galaxies. Although there were persistent rumors that certain parties, such as the Big Two, still maintained secret lines of communication with their Red Ocean cousins, the NMRI did not have access to such exclusive information channels. They could only start to research the operation of Carmine Mechs from the basics. While they could not physically detect the presence of the Blood Pact and directly observe its operation, they could still measure the activity on both the Carmine system as well as the brain of the Carmine Mech pilot. Their initial studies confirmed that the Carmine system was truly responsible for allowing a human to control a machine in a similar nature to what could be accomplished with neural interface technology. However, there were definitely differences between the two control systems. We should have reserved at least one of the auto-heretics for a potentate, Chief Scientist Idni Zenokin complained. It would have been great if we could obtain the input of a genuine mech pilot on how exactly his piloting experience differs. Can professional mech pilots make use of Carmine Mechs as well? Barrow raised his eyebrow and asked. They can, the other man smiled. The Carmine system does not care about genetic aptitude and neural interface technology. It is an independent control system that operates through an entirely different set of principles. There is a mention in the manual that the Carmine system actually complements a neural interface when used at the same time. This has massive implications for mech pilots who suffer from brain damage or possesses a low genetic aptitude. Using the two control systems at the same time is ostensibly an excellent means to raise the effective genetic aptitude of a mech pilot by varying degrees. A C-grade mech pilot may be able to perform as a B-grade mech pilot, therefore earning the qualifications to pilot first-class multipurpose mechs. These were huge implications that had enormous value to potentates with genetic aptitudes ranging from E to B. It was a pity that Barrow Rakovschik was no such individual. He was just a norm, so he had little sympathy for the difficulties that mech pilots who lacked the coveted A-grade genetic aptitude endured. Is it possible to design a variant of the auto-heretic that includes a neural interface? The businessman asked. It is, though the variant should only be of interest to disabled veterans and so on. Idni responded. It is not worth our time and effort to cater to this special segment. We should stick to serving the customers we know the best, which is the citizens of the Genser Federation and our neighboring states. I have already made contact with other partner institutions. Only a third of them have received copies of the auto-heretic, but they have already obtained the virtual data packages containing the most crucial mech templates and accompanying documentation. We are all working to serve our own populations by giving them access to localized variants of the auto-heretic version A and version B. It might sound strange for first-class institutions to devote manpower and resources to developing localized variants of the first class, as well as second-class versions of the Auto Heretic line. But it was quite a shrewd choice. Most ordinary citizens of a first-rate state did not have the income to pay for a 800,000 MTA credit Carmine Mech. They weren't even able to obtain enough credit to pay for a first-class Mech that cost as much as an apartment in a decent city district. The version B, therefore, became a much more attractive choice. Even if the second-class Auto Heretic was completely useless in first-class combat situations, it didn't matter so long as ordinary civilians only wanted to obtain the experience of piloting a Mech. It was also a lot cheaper for Mech factories to produce and distribute Auto Heretic B-Mechs on a massive scale. Since everyone who signed up to the Carmine Revolution already gained the awareness that the MTA was looking to crack down on the new machines, it became more important than ever to make the jobs of the Mechers as difficult as possible. By making the Auto Heretic B-Mech so cheap and easy to produce, the revolutionaries could sell a second-class Carmine Mech to any first-class citizen. Of course, the elevated price levels of a first-rate state like the Genser Federation meant that the production cost of a single copy of the Auto Heretic B was at least twice as much as the estimated default cost of 1.5 MTA credits. Other costs came into the picture as well. Barrow estimated that distribution, insurance, sales, and so on would all cause the final sales price to hover at around 8 to 10 MTA credits. Even so, most citizens were still able to scrounge up 10 MTA credits with relative ease. They might not be able to last a second when confronting a genuine first-class Mech, but if they truly wanted to make a career out of Mech piloting, they could choose to emigrate to a second-rate state if they wanted. "How soon will our designs be ready?" Barrow asked. Idney raised 3 fingers. 3 days. This is longer than our initial estimate because we wanted to put our own stamp onto the localized Mech designs. Our Mech designers found that there is enough leeway for the lead designers of the projects to apply their own design philosophies to their variants without compromising the functioning of the Carmine system. They are not quite certain about the threshold, so they are keeping their own contributions modest for the time being. This will help to differentiate our early Mech designs from others, and also prove that the Auto Heretic Mech line is inherently open to change. Didn't the unnamed master Mech designer, who assisted in the design of the original Auto Heretics, apply wild modularity to the Mech templates? Every customer should be able to request their own upgrades on an incremental basis. That is true, Barrow, but we do not think every customer will make use of this service. It is costly and it takes time. There is a market for variants that are a little more different from the more authentic variants of the Auto Heretic. In our case, we are making sure that we implement changes and tweaks to the modular systems and standards to conform to what is popular in our region. This way, customers will be able to slot existing compatible Mech parts to their personal Auto Heretics. The two talked a bit more about their efforts to bring more Carmine Mechs to norms. Though time was of the essence, the NMRI still had an obligation to release proper products. While news about the Auto Heretics had already begun to spread among certain circles, human civilization had remained mostly quiet for the time being. Tension built up every day. The calm before the storm could only last for so long. Neither the Mechers nor the Fleeters had taken any overt actions, though they were most certainly aware of what was taking place. It was not until one day was left before the NMRI completed its localized variants of the Auto Heretic line that the secret had been shattered. A pre-recorded announcement made by a god pilot known as the Beast of Fear had spread across human space. This was no ordinary transmission. While the short but incredibly significant video file had initially spread through the galactic net at breakneck speed, the COM consortium rapidly clamped down on this activity. The organization that controlled the galactic net of the Milky Way had been ready to intervene from the start. Since the COM consortium danced to the tune of the Big Two, It was almost certain that it had done this at the direction of the MTA or CFA. It didn't matter. Many mysterious agents, such as Radagast, had already traveled to numerous different star systems and set up the arrangements to spread and broadcast the announcement among the local populations. With the use of data chips, encryption, and local collaborators, a vast conspiracy had sprung forth to spread the message of the God pilot as extensively as possible. Even if only 10 to 20% of human-occupied planets managed to hear the announcement, its contents would most definitely spread to the rest of human society. There was no way to stop all humans from traveling to other destinations and spreading the news by themselves. The galactic net also became filled with talk about this hot subject. There was no way to stop so many people from spreading the message. The COM consortium would practically have to shut down the galactic net in its entirety if it wanted to block the news. The major players understood that the Big Two had clearly been caught off guard. If a random nobody made this announcement, then it would have been a lot easier to suppress the news, at least on a temporary basis. However, the Mechers apparently failed to anticipate that one of their vaunted God pilots was a part of this conspiracy. Even if the Beast of Fear was one of the most notorious and least respected God pilots in the Milky Way, a huge amount of people still possessed a high desire to hear anything related to such an incredibly powerful figure. The fact that his announcement was being suppressed by the Big Two only egged people on. They became more and more enticed by the latest taboo. They wanted to know what the fuss was about. Chapter 6647, Spreading Wildfire. The public announcement made by the Beast of Fear was pretty easy to obtain for most people. Even if they did not actively try to seek it out, some of their family, friends, and co-workers would definitely try to secure the video file in one way or another. Sales of data chips and other cheap data storage devices had skyrocketed. In fact, people could still download the file across the galactic net as long as they explored its darker corners and were willing to put up with convoluted encryption and other safety measures. Once they received the file, they could easily play the video by themselves. The Beast of Fear did not appear by showing off his monstrous, tentacled, and wolf-shaped biomech frame. He instead used his god kingdom to display a more photogenic human avatar. Of course, the silhouette of his god mech still loomed in the background. Humans of the Milky Way, I bring you both good tidings and bad tidings. In the past year, the Mech Trade Association and the Common Fleet Alliance has learned of a new development in the Red Ocean. Those of you who believe we no longer maintain any communications with our displaced brothers and sisters are mistaken. All of the press statements released by the MTA on this subject are filled with lies. What is important is the development in question. A famous senior Mech designer called Wes Larkinson has released the first Carmine Mech to the public of the Red Ocean. Some of you may already know what a Carmine Mech does. A Carmine Mech is equipped with Professor Larkinson's innovative Carmine system. This is an alternative control system that works completely differently from traditional neural interfaces. Carmine systems come with their own limitations, but are free of other limitations as well. One of the most important implications is that norms, humans who do not possess adequate genetic aptitudes that are suitable for piloting mechs, can also pilot a Carmine Mech. You should understand how much Carmine Mechs can change our entire society forever. I, the Beast of Fear, have come to admire Larkinson's Carmine Mechs. I have contributed what little aid I can to import his unique take on mechs and spread our own version of a Carmine Mech in the Milky Way galaxy. I have done so knowing that the resulting auto-heretic line will exist in defiance against the MTA and the CFA. The initial responses from the Big Two have only vindicated my assumptions of their attitudes. Copies of all three versions of the auto-heretic appeared by his side. The mechs did not look impressive when placed alongside a god pilot, but they still held a lot more meaning to all of the norms that dreamt about piloting their own machines. The human avatar of the Beast of Fear shook his head in disappointment. The initial groups of people who received the copies, as well as the files necessary to reproduce the auto-heretic line, welcomed the chance to make a difference by making Mech piloting available to norms. However, the same cannot be said for the God pilots, star designers, and galactic Mech counselors of the MTA. The admirals of the CFA are likewise dismissive of the notion to allow common humans without special brain conditions access to Mechs. As a formerly proud member and leader of the Mech Trade Association myself, I am sickened by the elitist attitudes of my supposed peers. This is why they regard me as a pariah and seek to belittle me every chance they have. They regard the auto-heretic Mechs as threats to public safety and order, because it would give more than 3.5% of our population access to Mechs that can be used to fight. The Big Two prefers that you remain civilians and victims because you are easier to control that way. The Mechers and Fleeters have never been interested in letting space peasants such as yourselves pilot your own war machines. As far as they are concerned, their perfect order will remain pristine and unchanged as long as only potentates are allowed to pilot Mechs. How slanderous. His words would definitely shock a lot of people. Since he was a God pilot, many listeners would definitely assume that he was being completely truthful in his characterization of the MTA. Are you content with the Big Two's policies towards your state? Are you willing to let the Mechers and Fleeters deprive your state of its sovereignty, its independence, and even the right to choose its own arms? Then do not let the MTA and CFA force you into their web of stifling and overly restrictive rules. Break your shackles and take control over your own future. Do not let the Mechers and the Fleeters succeed in their attempts to erase the auto-heretic and all other Carmine Mechs from the public domain. Rise up, brothers and sisters. Take control over your own destiny and fight to retain the right to pilot your own Mech. Only when every human can pilot his or her own Mech will we be able to unleash the true potential of our race. Let the Carmine revolutions sweep across our galaxy. As the recordings of the Beast of Fear continued to spread like wildfire, everyone knew that the cat was out of the bag. News of the auto-heretic Mech line and its Carmine system could no longer be hidden from the masses anymore. Perhaps the Big Two recognized the reality that no secret could be kept forever, but they certainly would have appreciated more time to adapt to the immense changes that this epochal invention could unleash upon a severely unprepared society. An additional week of preparation would have made a huge difference. The sector headquarters spread throughout human space had already begun to mobilize their forces and other personnel in order to undertake large actions. However, it still took a lot of time for those forces to get into place and make the right preparations. Relying on the planetary branches alone was not enough to suppress a much larger population, of which many of them were in favor of embracing Carmine Mechs. Although the Big Two anticipated various different possibilities, they never judged that a God pilot of all people was not only directly involved in this scheme, but also chose to step out of the shadows and make a public stand. The Beast of Fear has gone too far. I always warned you that we should have never tolerated the MTA Unbound Humanity faction. They are all rebels who want nothing less than to tear down our association and other institutions. Your misguided strategy of appeasing them and pretending that we are listening to their concerns has cost us our only chance to nip this crisis in the bud. You are a genetic degenerate if you think the Fleeters and us can suppress the spread of this auto-heretic. Human space is too big, and our numbers are too few. No matter how many monitoring systems we use, and no matter how much personnel we send, there will always be space peasants that slip through the cracks and spread the data on the Mech templates, Mech designs, and other files necessary to reproduce their own Carmine Mechs. I agree. If we mobilize all of the forces that we can spare and activate all of the forces under the control of our associates, we may be able to keep the auto-heretics from appearing inside first-rate and second-rate states. As for third-rate states, impossible. There are too many of them that are spread out across vast regions of space. We do not have the first-class multipurpose Mech and starships to dispatch forces to every dirtball with a human settlement on it. The planetary branches that we have established on them may be able to handle the local situation without requiring reinforcements. But do you know how many people will begin to hate us for it? Those branches are not as impregnable as you think. They have much better hardware at their disposal, but they cannot resist the might of a planetary uprising. The third-class space peasants may have the numbers, but they do not have the wealth and resources to threaten our reign. At most, we can retreat from their space and let them fend for themselves. Then they shall discover how much they have taken their peace and stability for granted. That will completely destroy our legitimacy. You are paying attention to the wrong states. The real threat lies within the Greater Terran United Confederation and the new Rubarth Empire. The existence of the auto-heretic line has different implications for them. We must pay closer attention to their actions. If my calculations are correct, then they will certainly do their best to spread the auto-heretics and fan the flames in the shadows. In fact, they may have already begun to do so. If the Terrans and the Rubarthans make widespread use of Carmine Mechs, then other first-raters will make the same demands. Then what do we do? Are you suggesting that we must admit our defeat and allow the auto-heretic to spread completely out of our control? Anarchy will quickly follow, especially considering that Professor Larkinson has helpfully turned his works into high-autonomy living mechs. We prioritize stability and security over other priorities. Forget about banning the auto-heretics. We should merely ensure that any use of these Carmine Mechs should take place well outside of populated locations. The owners of auto-heretics will never agree to relinquish their machines. But they will reluctantly agree to any reasonable request to practice and fight at locations where collateral damage can be reduced to the minimum. That will make us look weak in a period where we must show strength. We have already lost our image of strength when a senior Mech designer and a young one at that has made Mech piloting available to norms. Make no mistake, ladies and gentlemen. Our reputation, which we have built and maintained over the course of centuries, is about to experience its first historical plunge. If we do not engage in actions that generate positive PR right away, the public may soon crucify us. I shouldn't have to warn you of the consequences of losing our legitimacy. For the first time since the start of the Age of Mechs, the hegemony of the Mech Trade Association was at stake. There were plenty of star designers and other extremely clever people within the association. As soon as they gained access to the data and information about the auto-heretic, they quickly realized the magnitude of the threat it posed. The fact that Professor Vess Larkinson, who was doing extremely well in the Red Ocean, had deliberately designed a Carmine Mech for the Milky Way and used vast networks of shady brokers and scummy smugglers to spread the Mech templates everywhere was a strong indication of a vast conspiracy against the MTA. The star designers, whose comprehension of Mechs had reached the ceiling in this galaxy, set aside their critical work and devoted all of their time to investigating the Mech that solved a problem that even they couldn't solve. This is a Mech designed with ill intentions, the Lord of the Skies concluded. From the moment of conception, the auto-heretic was designed to not only violate the taboos of our industry, but break them so thoroughly that it will change our industry forever, and not for the better. Apollo voiced his own opinion. As much as I admire the ingenuity of this Carmine system and the bold decision to make the living Mech autonomous, the Mech designers responsible have flagrantly ignored the very real risks that their works can backfire on the humans they are meant to serve. If our tools are able to outgrow their dependence on us, then it is only a matter of time before they break out of our control and seek their own independence. The only reason that may restrain them for a time is, if they have formed a blood pact with a human Mech pilot, what happens if the auto-heretic survives but the Mech pilot has perished? The Lady of Motion looked irritated. It is regrettable that Professor Larkinson has already anticipated the possibility that we could shut down his auto-heretic Mechs through the Kingdom of Mechs. I am surprised that the Red Kingdom has recovered and grown so quickly after being cast away. Red humanity is doing better in their dangerous dwarf galaxy than we initially expected. Red humanity, or at least a small group of red humans, have also launched a deliberate attack onto the present order that we are safeguarding. The auto-heretic Mech templates may appear as a magnificent gift to our branch of humanity, but we know that it is nothing less than a Trojan horse. We are under attack. The humans that have become isolated from us in only 3 years have already begun to plot against us, and I may have discovered their true purpose. What have you discovered? Demonic cultivation. Every star designer gathered in the meeting went still at that mention. There was hardly a greater taboo within the upper levels of the MTA than cultivation. Demonic cultivation especially evoked alarm among the leaders of an organization that previously dethroned their cultivator masters. If this is the case, then the threat level of this line of mechs must immediately be raised. What is the 5 Scrolls Compact doing at this time? Chapter 6648, The Big Two Strikes Back. When everyone and their mother had seen the Beast of Fear's announcement, the Carmine Revolution had begun in earnest. While the Red Ocean had already kicked off its own Carmine Revolution, the biggest difference with the revolution in the Milky Way was that it commenced in spite of the opposition from the Big Two. As the dominant rulers and hegemons of human space, the MTA and CFA experienced their first true challenge to their reign since the start of the Age of Mechs. The Big Two had been on guard against potential threats and challenges from the first-rate superstates and the surviving alien empires that had been licking their wounds on the other side of the galaxy. They never expected that their first and potentially fatal challenge would come from a red human of all possibilities. Perhaps a number of far-sighted thinkers may have predicted that, as red humanity continues to diverge from original humanity, the two would eventually grow so far apart that they would constitute 2 separate species and civilizations. In the long term, that might cause the 2 branches of humanity to come into conflict with each other, but that was supposed to happen many years later, not a few years after the Great Severing. This meant that the Carmine Revolution unfolded in 2 completely different ways. The Carmine Revolution of the Red Ocean was bloodless among humans, as the Red Three fully supported the rollout of the Yellow Jackets. The Carmine Revolution of the Milky Way had not yet led to large-scale outbreaks, but hidden fights and conflicts had already broken out behind the scenes. If the fighting among the warring groups and factions continued to escalate, then it was only a matter of time before the revolution turned bloody. Shortly after the spread of the Beast of Fear's message had spread too wide for there to be any hope of suppressing it further, the MTA and the CFA moved unusually quickly and began to take more overt actions. One of them was to order the COM Consortium to tighten communications across the stars. Long considered a mostly free and unrestrained communications network, the Galactic Net began to experience an unprecedented degree of crackdowns, blockades, and service denials. Due to the highly centralized nature of the quantum entanglement nodes that make the Galactic Net possible, the COM Consortium was able to exert widespread control over remote communications. Many people found that it had become a lot harder to talk about the new auto-heretics and the implications of the Carmine system. Of course, the more tech and computer-savvy individuals could always find clever ways to circumvent the censure on this subject, but the COM Consortium was not incompetent. The organization became a lot more aggressive in its enforcement of the new rules. It expanded its workforce and employed more proactive ALs to keep the Galactic Net relatively clean of any talk about the latest taboos. It was especially forbidden to spread around any Mech templates or Mech designs based on the auto-heretic line. The sudden and overt repression from the COM Consortium did not go unnoticed. Many people grew dissatisfied and outright angry at the organization. For the first time in centuries, the people felt as if the Galactic Net had lost its purpose as a free information source. While it was not unusual for the COM consortium to scrub freely available information about confidential secrets, restricted technology, and other forms of paid and exclusive content, many people disagreed with the decision to treat Carmine Mechs in the same way. A lot of those individuals began to circumvent the galactic net entirely and focused on more primitive means of information transmission. They held more in-person meetings. They traveled around across the surface of a planet or to an entirely different star system. The Milky Way Galactic Gate Network ironically promoted this sort of activity to a huge extent. For the first time in recent times, people were able to travel from one end of human space to the other end without wasting decades on travel time. In fact, the existence of lesser Beyonder gates made it possible for the auto-heretic Mechs to spread from the Yana star cluster to practically every other star cluster in a matter of weeks or months. Now, the same network that was responsible for revitalizing commerce and tourism across human space now began to be used to smuggle all kinds of people, data chips, and other matters related to Carmine Mechs. Even if the Gate Consortium quickly responded by banning the transportation of auto-heretics and imposing mandatory checks on all data-carrying devices, there was no way the inspection methods could stop the transmission of all forms of data and information. For example, there was nothing the Gate Consortium could do to stop people who literally memorized the Mech designs or other forms of information of the auto-heretics. It was such a hopeless endeavor that the inspectors responsible for fulfilling this burden did not even try anymore. For one, the delays imposed by all of the strict inspections could easily grind all of the gate transfers to a virtual standstill. That would massively reduce the Gate Consortium's revenue and make it unsustainable to fund the entire gate network and surrounding infrastructure. Another problem was that the people who worked at the Gate Consortium did not necessarily agree with the stance taken by the Big Two. Even though the MTA made vague promises that it needed a lot of time to thoroughly inspect the auto-heretic design and either improve it so that it became a lot more harmless, or design their own version of a Carmine Mech that was supposedly safer, nobody believed in the MTA. The beast of fear had already instilled a huge amount of distrust and suspicion towards the Mechers. The human population was no longer willing to take them at their word. The era in which the MTA could publish practically any information and assume that the space peasants would eat it all up without complaint was gone. As a result, a large number of ordinary workers at many different organizations actually started to resist the measures taken to stop the proliferation of Carmine Mechs. The workers of the Gate Consortium only made a token effort to scan for any contraband. The employees of the COM Consortium did not work too hard to check whether people were secretly transmitting forbidden data across the galactic net. There were even people within the Mech Trade Association itself that openly or secretly opposed the measures taken against Carmine Mechs. "We are making the wrong decisions. We should embrace Mech innovation, not stifle it. The arguments you have made against the potential dangers of Carmine Mechs are valid, but I am not hearing any solutions from you. The best way to deal with an innovative but flawed Mech such as the auto-heretic is to go all out to design a superior version of it. No matter what, the norms of our galaxy should not be denied. They have a right to pilot Mechs, and we have a right to protect them from their own short-sightedness and lack of discipline. Do you understand how quickly these highly inexperienced pilots will enter into conflict? Without the necessary training, how can you expect them to show any discipline? We are part of the Mech Trade Association. One of its mandates is to protect our civilization from the threats and abuses posed by Mechs. This is why we set standards and enforce them to the strictest degree. As soon as we begin to slip even once, all hell will break loose." Debates continued to rage within the halls of the MTA as many different factions and individuals became divided from each other. Naturally, the old guard was generally a lot more hesitant towards allowing the auto-heretics to proliferate. The new guard, comprising the younger generations, were a lot more open-minded about it, though they still had their fair share of contrarians. As the supporters of the so-called Carmine Revolution became more ardent in their stance, so did their detractors. The Big Two, and especially the MTA, might have lost a lot of respect all of a sudden, but there were still a lot of people who continued to hold it in high esteem. The proponents of the MTA's stance towards Carmine Mechs truly believed that letting more humans gain access to Mechs was a recipe for disaster, especially if it happened at a fast pace. They began to organize themselves and generate more effective opposition. They had even begun to call themselves the Guardians of Peace, as their mission was to protect the current stable order. One of the consequences of keeping states in a permanently modest state of militarization was that wars never escalated beyond a point. This was the brilliance of the Big Two's policies towards mechs and warfare. The proliferation of the auto-heretic and possibly other Carmine Mech models threatened to completely upend this order. This was not just because states could become a lot more militarized, but also because the people's diminishing respect towards the MTA and its overly restrictive rules threatened to turn human space into a more lawless society. The Guardians of Peace actually began to gain a lot of support. The active support from the Big Two played a large role in this, but there were genuinely a lot of people who preferred to remain in a society where dangerous mechs that could kill hundreds of minutes could be found everywhere. People within not everyone adored mechs. The more proactive among the Guardians of Peace had even begun to infiltrate the inner circles of the so-called Carmine revolutionaries for the purpose of feeding information back to the MTA. The crackdowns intensified, and so did the animosity between the two sides. As the Carmine Revolution continued to burn across human space, the auto-heretics quickly became available to a lot of people. While nobody dared to sell them in places where the Big Two, the Guardians of Peace and their many lackeys held sway, there were still a lot of places where they could not exert effective control. Rural planets, underground tunnel complexes, barren moons, asteroid belts, and so on all offered suitable places for the Carmine revolutionaries to come together and share their enthusiasm towards the auto-heretic mechs. We have just received a batch of 16 auto-heretic mechs of the Ice Hunter version 1.2 variant. Come pick them up while our stock still lasts. The Ice Hunters are optimized for ranged warfare and feature a more effective heat management system that pairs well with energy weapons. Our design studio seeks 3 journeyman mech designers to assist us in designing a new variant of the auto-heretic. We are looking to take on mech designers with Class Roman II design philosophies with a special focus on armor systems, preferably of the heavier variety. Our new arena tournament starts tomorrow. The deadline to sign up ends in 4 hours. Be aware that the fights will be brutal. If you want to earn our extravagant prize pool, then you will need to overcome 7 successive Carmine mechs. Each fight will not end unless one Carmine mech has become combat ineffective. If you fail to surrender before your blood pact breaks, then is over for you, so make sure you have what it takes before you participate. A huge amount of norms suddenly entered a parallel mech community and immediately became flooded by experiences that were previously reserved for true mech pilots. It was too much for many of them, but there were still plenty of Carmine revolutionaries that embraced all of the fun and excitement. Yet the joy occasionally did not last long as the Guardians of Peace came to break up the new communities. Alert! Hostile fleet incoming! 60 first-class multipurpose mechs have deployed from their respective carriers. It's the slaves of the Big Two. It is too late to run away. Once the Guardians of Peace gain control of our base, they will destroy each and every auto-heretic, thereby ruining our only chance of piloting a mech. Rather than let them take away one of our fundamental rights, we should make our stand and fight to the end. Let US fight to the end. Chapter 6649, Herzog-Cadden vs. Mackey, Incorporated. While the Carmine revolutionaries and the Guardians of Peace began to clash against each other at an increasing frequency, the truth was that their scale of conflict was still relatively contained. Most fights involving auto heretics were actually conflicts that pitted one group of Carmine Mech pilots against another group of Carmine Mech pilots. The Big Two's fears towards the potential damage and chaos caused by the uncontrolled proliferation of auto-heretic mechs were not unfounded. Many of their predictions came true. On a rural third-class planet in the galactic rim, a conflict had broken out between two rivaling companies. Both of them maintained a range of commercial interests on the surface, ranging from banking services to groceries. Herzog-Cadden was an old and established tyrant. The company was founded on the planet and managed to gain dominance over multiple sectors due to its explicitly local focus. By prioritizing the hiring of local employees and constantly emphasizing the pride that customers gained by actively supporting their planetary champion, Herzog-Cadden had long been able to repel off-world competitors that sought to chip away at its market share. However, all of that changed over 20 years ago when Mech Incorporated arrived and exploded onto the scene. Different from other off-world competitors, Mech Incorporated was founded by a group of entrepreneurs who originated from the planet, but moved to more developed star systems in order to receive more advanced education. Now, a bunch of these young but successful graduates had decided to team up and return to their home planet in order to introduce the local population to more advanced and modern goods and services. Relying on the identity of the founders, Mech Incorporated managed to overcome the typical xenophobia that local consumers expressed towards foreign companies. Even though Mech Incorporated still employed a large proportion of foreign workers, their superior education and qualifications elevated the fresh new company and enabled them to win over a customer base that was tired of the lack of competitiveness of the Herzog-Cadden. Naturally, both companies soon began to generate friction. Even if the profits that could be earned from a rural planet was only a fraction of that on an industrial planet, the latter typically featured a lot more competition. As long as Mech Incorporated could successfully diminish Herzog-Cadden, the former would be able to earn a steady stream of profits for multiple generations. Unfortunately, Mech Incorporated failed to make enough progress in their plan to conquer the local markets. While the upstart company managed to gain superiority in certain sectors, it lost out in other sectors. In the end, Herzog-Cadden's home ground advantage proved to be too strong to overcome in a short amount of time. Due to the intense and growing rivalry between the two companies, there were times when they came to blows against each other. Incidents ranging from escort forces bumping into each other and covert raids onto facilities took place from time to time. As mechs clashed against each other, the damage they inflicted on each other and their surroundings was considerable. Transportation vehicles, factories, and even public infrastructure suffered from the constant fighting. While the planetary government was fairly weak, its leaders had managed to negotiate a secret agreement between the two sides. It was impossible to prevent either companies from ceasing to resort to violence. It was an inherent part of the arsenal of any firm with ambitions. However, both sides at least agreed that it would be better if they limited the scope of engagements in more populated areas. They also agreed to limit the quantity of mechs and other military hardware used in an engagement. If they kept bringing more mechs to a fight, the cost of engagements would continue to escalate to unsustainable levels. There was no way both companies would be able to remain profitable after diverting so much income to violent activities. Years passed by in relative peace and stability. Neither Herzog-Cadden nor Mech Incorporated were stupid enough to assume that his gentleman's agreement would last forever. Both sides secretly prepared for the big fight that could cripple one of the sides and cause their business war to decide a victor. It just so happened that the time had finally come. Mech Incorporated surprised everyone on the planet by launching an all-out attack on Herzog-Cadden's headquarters, main manufacturing complexes, and other strategic sites. Though the defenses of those sites were not light, They already incurred significant damage due to the surprise factor. What surprised Herzog-Cadden was that Mech Incorporated not only employed all of the hidden reserve units that it had built up over the years, but also hired a mercenary outfit that arrived from afar and immediately began its operations upon landfall. Herzog-Cadden may have anticipated the former, but had not been able to plan for the latter. The cost of hiring mercenaries for this kind of raiding operation was high due to the risks and the potential to suffer significant losses. Mech Incorporated definitely had to go deeper into debt to afford all of the expenses. It would all be worth it so long as Mech Incorporated won this war. What was even more remarkable was that Mech Incorporated also fielded a dozen or so of the newfangled auto-heretic version C-TICAS. While the third-class version of the infamous Carmine Mech was by far the weakest one, that didn't matter to the third-raters who couldn't afford anything better. Since the auto-heretic version C was designed to be affordable to third-raters, Mech Incorporated could still squeeze out the budget to purchase a batch of them from the rapidly growing gray market. One of the benefits of deploying auto-heretics was that practically anyone could pilot them and immediately become combat effective. There was no need to hire skilled Mech pilots that were typically expensive to hire and troublesome to keep happy. The good ones knew how much they were worth, and typically charged quite a sum for jobs that required them to initiate hostilities against other parties. In contrast, norms would be happy to pilot a Carmine Mech for free. Since auto-heretics were high-autonomy living mechs, there was no need for norms to train their piloting and combat skills over a long period of time. As long as they could follow orders and possess enough battle sense to know what they were doing on the battlefield, the Carmine Mech pilots could still make contributions. Most of the burden of piloting the Mech frame could be passed on to the living Mech itself. Even though the skill and precision of the autonomous machines was anything but remarkable, it was at least serviceable. The appearance of auto-heretics on the side of Mech Incorporated did not shake the battle all that much. The norms may be enthused about piloting their helms, but not all of them possess the guts to confront genuine mechs controlled by professional Mech pilots. For this reason, the modular Carmine Mechs mostly assumed ranged loadouts, allowing the machines to take potshots at enemy positions from afar. So long as they weren't careless enough to fire their weapons onto the backs of friendly mechs, they could still add a bit more pressure to the fight. Yet when the counterattack from Herzog-Cadden commenced, the leaders and soldiers of Mech Incorporated were taken completely by surprise. That was because Herzog-Cadden not only deployed the modest amount of mechs they still held in reserve, but also sent out over 200 copies of the auto-heretic. How could they have acquired so many auto-heretics? Mech Incorporated clearly made a major intelligence blunder, as it had failed to detect the clues related to Herzog-Cadden's secret buildup of Carmine Mechs. Given how many auto-heretic versions C-TICAS, the old tyrant, deployed at once, it was clear that the company had been planning to take Mech Incorporated by surprise. It was a pity that this plan fell through when their arch-rival commenced its attack first, but Herzog-Cadden still saw an opportunity to turn the ongoing battle around. The conflict took place at night, when there was less chance of causing civilian casualties. The lack of light did not bother the mechs too much, as each of them were able to observe their opponents well enough by employing their sensor suites. Even so, the complete lack of real combat experience from all of the Carmine Mech pilots led to a lot of messy situations. Whenever a Carmine Mech confronted a conventional Mech, the latter won out at least. 9 out of 10 times due to the huge disparity in skills, tactics, and decision-making. This disparity became even worse when the numbers on both sides increased. Although Herzog-Cadden made sure to pair their new auto-heretics with amateur players of virtual Mech simulation games in order to make sure they understood the fundamentals of Mech combat, real combat was much scarier. The realization that they could die, or at least lose their qualifications to pilot their bonded Mech, forever caused them to exhibit a lot of fear and hesitation at first. What are you dallying around for? Remember who gave you those mechs and what we are fighting for. Are you going to let these off-worlders take over our planet and drain the wealth from our economy? Besides, Herzog Kadin goes down, you and your newfangled auto-heretics will go down as well. Fight. Fight for your home planet. Fight for your right to pilot a mech. With that encouragement, the inexperienced Carmine mech pilots quickly got their act together and started to fight more vigorously. After initially getting their butts kicked by the much more experienced and disciplined mercenaries and retainers of Mech Incorporated, the Carmine mech pilots of Herzog Kadin soon discovered the correct approaches. One tactic that worked was to accompany a bunch of conventional mechs piloted by professionals who knew what they were doing. The latter not only provided direction and leadership to the Carmine mech pilots, but also took away the pressure from the most dangerous enemy units. Another tactic that proved useful was to simply rely on their numbers to heavily outnumber the enemy troops. One of the consequences to Mech Incorporated's Blitz attack was that it had to spread its combat assets across multiple different locations. Even the addition of a mercenary force did not alleviate this problem all that much. This meant that before the mechs of Mech Incorporated could converge again, Herzog Kadin was able to outnumber some of the isolated enemy troops with its auto-heretics. If the numbers on both sides were equal, then the Carmine mechs would definitely suffer a horrendous loss. This was not just due to their inferior mech pilots, but also due to their weak and outdated tech and materials. However, the auto-heretic was never designed to fight in equal numbers against the enemy. Herzog Kadin discovered this firsthand, as their Carmine mechs easily began to overrun troops of conventional mechs by relying on their vastly greater numbers. For example, a swordsman mech piloted by a skilled mech officer got mobbed by 5 auto-heretics attacking from different directions, while the swordsman mech managed to hack down 2 of the annoying Carmine mechs in quick succession by relying on his superior weapon skills and clever maneuvering. It was unable to fend off the repeated strikes coming from behind and the flanks. The mech went down just after the mech pilot decisively chose to eject his cockpit. This is a travesty. How can I get beaten by a handful of amateurs who rely on their owls to fight? Fight me fairly next time if you dare. Ha, fat chance. We're not stupid enough to accept your challenge, mercenary. If you want a rematch, then you are welcome to fight 10 of us next time. Compared to the professional mech pilots who took honor and discipline seriously, the Carmine mech pilots distinctly lacked these qualities. From their perspective, there was nothing wrong with relying on their helms to do most of the fighting and ganging up on outnumbered enemy mech units. We can win this battle if we keep going. Let us eliminate as many of these raiding forces while they are still spread across the planet. Chapter 6650 Carmine Mech and Conventional Mech Cooperation. Ha ha ha. This is so much fun. So this is what it is like to be a mech pilot. It is so much fun. It is as if I am fighting with a supersized version of my body. There is no comparison between piloting a mech and piloting a shuttle. My auto-heretic has truly become my second body. Damn, these mercenaries are too good. They can take down 2 or 3 of our own before they finally go down. We are losing Carmine mechs left and right. Will we have any left by the time this battle is over? Don't get cold feet. If we lose, you will lose your auto-heretics anyway, so we might as well go all out. The losses suffered by the haphazardly organized and poorly coordinated auto-heretics were considerable. Nonetheless, the locals enlisted by Herzog Kadin possessed a lot of enthusiasm and enjoyed the process of piloting an actual mech in an actual battle. Their performance was terrible when they were fighting on even numbers. What was worse was that they outright collapsed within a minute if they were ever caught outnumbered by their opponents. However, as long as they concentrated their numbers, the mob of Carmine mechs seemed to gain courage from each other's presence. The greater the amount of mechs, the more encouragement the amateurs gained. Greater numbers placed much less attention on the qualities of each individual Mech. The rookie Carmine Mech pilots felt much less embarrassed about their bad to mediocre performance if it was hardly noticeable among a crowd of similar Mechs. The Carmine Mech pilots also derived more confidence from each other when there were many friendly Mechs by their side. The chances that the enemy forces would focus any individual down had become much smaller, thereby giving the Carmine Mech pilots the reasonable belief that they wouldn't be targeted first. All in all, the Carmine Mech pilots fighting for Herzog Kadin were so new at this that they were forced to invent a range of new Mech doctrines on the fly. After the mob of auto-heretics had mopped up a number of isolated enemy troops, the Mech pilots fighting for Mech Incorporated wised up quickly. They no longer focused on attacking many dispersed targets at once and rapidly congregated together in order to hold a decisive battle. The ensuing fighting no longer took place in any populated areas, but this only caused both sides to become a lot more unscrupulous when fighting against each other. The mercenaries hired by Mech Incorporated performed much better during this final engagement. Having been taken by surprise by the large quantity of auto-heretics, Theft quickly adjusted their formations and tactics to prevent themselves from getting swarmed by a mass of inferior Mechs. That did not deter the auto-heretics too much. The ones with ranged configurations simply maintained their distances and took potshots at their distant end foes while hoping they would not get attacked in turn. As for the ones with melee weapon configurations, they did not fight by themselves, but gathered together around squads of conventional Mechs piloted by the employees and retainers of Herzog Kadin. Many of the latter weren't even full-time employees of the established company. They were private Mech pilots who only agreed to answer the call and fight when Herzog Kadin truly needed their services. Though these contractors were reluctant to commit their lives to such a serious battle, they still had an obligation to abide by their contracts. Besides, they didn't like the upstarts of Mech Incorporated at all. There were many retainers that fought in order to keep their planet devoid from too much off-world influence. The problem was that all of these local Mech pilots were inferior in skill and real combat experience compared to the high-priced mercenaries hired by Mech Incorporated. Not only that, the Mechs used by the off-world soldiers of fortune were also better. If we can't win by quality, then we can only win by quantity. The forces fighting for Herzog Kadin ultimately decided to take a bold risk and go on the offensive. If they maintained a defensive posture, they might be able to entrench themselves, but they would also cede all of the initiative to their much more experienced opponents. Staying in a single place and letting the enemy dictate the timing of its attacks was a good way to wear down the morale of low-quality Mech pilots. The mental fortitude and the willingness to fight off complete amateurs who used to be civilians a few weeks ago were very questionable. Instead of letting them stew in place and lose their fighting spirit when the enemy sought to pressure them, it was better to whip the Carmine Mech pilots into a frenzy and dispatch them in an all-out attack. Charge! You sorry excuses for Mech pilots. Conquer your fears and fight for your right to pilot your own Mech. Herzog Kadin promises to you now that as long as we win this battle, we shall transfer ownership of the auto-heretics to their bonded Carmine Mech pilots. If you have lost your Carmine Mech in battle, then we will deposit 50% of what your machine is worth directly into your account, but only if we win. If you want to earn your auto-heretics, then you better fight like your life depends on it. Victory or death. Though the amateurs lost confidence quickly as soon as they realized that they were at a disadvantage, they were also remarkably easy to drive mad as long as they were given the right words and incentives. A large amount of auto-heretics strode forth without much of a semblance for formations. The only sign that proved that they were at least somewhat able to coordinate with each other was that many of the cannon fodder machines actually held up large slabs of cheaply fabricated alloy in front of their Mech frames. These were makeshift shields, repurposed from spare materials and industrial scrap. While their quality left anything to be desired, they were still somewhat useful in soaking up enemy fire. As makeshift shield after makeshift shield shattered, the exposed Carmine mechs rapidly backed off and used other mechs as cover. While this was a rather shameless and desperate tactic, it actually worked to stem the losses and prevent Carmine mech pilots from turning back into powerless norms. Due to the heroic effort of these Carmine mechs, the stronger and more well-equipped conventional mechs of Herzog-Kaden were able to advance to the enemy positions with minimal exposure. Aside from intermittent artillery fire, the enemy failed to handle the real threat. The fighters of Herzog-Kaden did not know it at the time, but they had become part of a much greater movement to formulate entirely new mech doctrines surrounding the use of Carmine mechs. By relying on the superior numbers of Carmine mechs to provide cover and support to a smaller core of conventional mechs, the two types of mechs generated an incredibly degree of synergy. They were able to cover for each other's weaknesses to an extent while also amplifying their strengths. This became evident on this seemingly inconsequential battlefield as the two sides began to meet each other at close range. While the off-world mercenaries hired by Mech Incorporated still retained their superiority in individual martial might, the mechs fighting for Herzog-Kaden exerted a huge amount of pressure. Part of that was because the surviving Carmine mech pilots were still hyped by the latest pep talk. Both fear and excitement warred in their minds, but so long as there were enough friendly mechs by their side, they still possessed just enough courage to commit to their attacks. Different from before, the amateurs cooperated a bit better with their professional colleagues. Having learned plenty of lessons from the initial clashes, the auto-heretics no longer took the lead and confronted the mercenary mechs. Instead, several auto-heretics had been attached to a single, friendly conventional mech. The latter took the lead and issued instructions to the amateurs when necessary. The latter only really needed to do two things. First, they needed to follow their assigned leader unit. Second, they should spread out and assist in attacking any enemy mech attacked by their leader unit. While it was possible to make better use of the Carmine mechs if they employed more sophisticated formations or engaged in more convoluted flanking maneuvers, there was no way a bunch of amateurs, even ones that had played a lot of mech piloting simulation games, to be able to follow such complex instructions. Issuing simple orders to them had been the right decision. While their actions and decision-making were distressingly inconsistent, they still managed to help out their leader unit by removing pressure and launching opportunistic attacks that always inflicted at least a decent amount of damage. Many of the melee Carmine mechs wielded spears as opposed to swords. Spears were much simpler to operate and execute, as the Carmine mechs only really needed to stab their weapons forward. The extended range was also nice, as it kept the flightful amateur mech pilots out of trouble for the most part. One Herzog-Kaden mech resolutely marched forward and confronted a pair of mercenary mechs. While the former stood no chance against the latter, the story was different when the Herzog-Kaden mech was accompanied by 4 additional auto-heretics. The mech pilots of the Carmine mechs might not really know what they were doing, but they were already doing more than enough by repeatedly stabbing their spears forward. By relying on the basic skills of their own living mechs, each spear strike posed a considerable threat that could not be ignored. The Helms may not be able to outfight any conventional mech anytime soon, but they at least did not make any egregious mistakes that a clever enemy could exploit. This was enough. By repeatedly stabbing their spears while avoiding any obvious mistakes, the Carmine mechs successfully kept the 2 enemy melee mechs busy, while the Herzog-Kaden was finally able to gain the upper hand. With several spears striking out at one of the mercenary mechs, the latter was unable to fend off all of the attacks from the local mech pilot. Once a sword managed to cut off one of the arms of the mercenary mech, it found itself unable to fend off much of the follow-up attacks. The 2 adjacent Carmine mechs took advantage of the damaged enemy mech's weakness and rapidly stabbed their spears forward. Even though none of the attacks inflicted any heavy damage, they nonetheless managed to pierce through the armor and damaged nearby internals. What was worse was that the Herzog-Kadden Mech took advantage of the pressure exerted by the Carmine Mechs and went in for the kill. With a single stab through the chest and into the cockpit, the swordsman Mech pilot managed to inflict a fatal blow. "Die, you mercenary scum! Serves you right for trying to invade our planet." Other teams of Carmine Mechs following a single conventional Mech employed much of the same tactics across the battlefield. Though the Carmine Mechs eventually suffered elevated losses due to their inability to cope with flanking and enemy Mech pilots who were skilled enough to outplay the Helms. Ultimately, the numbers were against the Mechs fighting on behalf of Mech Incorporated. This proved decisive. Many Norms who were lucky enough to be among the first Carmine Mech pilots on their planet had already lost their precious opportunities as their living machines got crushed. However, there were still enough surviving Carmine Mechs left to provide adequate support to the regular units of Herzog-Kadden. Ultimately, the battle reached a tipping point. The mercenaries, they are pulling out. They are fleeing back to their combat carriers. They don't think this battle is worth fighting for anymore. Now let's finish off the Mechs owned by Mech Incorporated and teach these upstarts the consequences of consorting with off-worlders. We've won, hurrah! The war between Herzog-Kadden vs. Mech Incorporated had come to an explosive end. Mech Incorporated held most of the advantages and should have won the battle for economic dominance on the rural planet. However, because the former made a much larger bet on Carmine Mechs, Herzog-Kadden ultimately defended its throne and completely managed to drive Mech Incorporated away from its planet. These auto-heretics are much more useful than I thought. Sure, they are individually awful, but the best part about them is that a Mech pilot needs virtually no training to become useful on the battlefield. As long as there are professionals around who can give them direction, their threat level becomes much greater.